Ding. Reader, your multi-heroine harem story has now been bound. Nanhuang Demon Domain in the bedchamber of the young master of the Tianma sect. Son, this is the 18th birthday gift your father prepared for you with great care. Is it smooth enough for your liking? With a rough, booming laugh, a burly giant of a man 2 meters tall hefted the woman on his shoulder like a sack of grain and slammed her down onto Jiang Chen's bed with a heavy thud. The newcomer was none other than the sect master of the Tianma sect, Jiang Chen's own father, Jiang Batian. You have no spiritual root and cannot cultivate. For that your father does not blame you. But the incense of our Jiang bloodline must not go out. Tonight you must grit your teeth and give it your all for your father and make me a chubby grandson. Following his father's bold gesture, Jiang Chen looked toward the grand gift lying on the bed. With just a single glance, Jiang Chen found it hard to look away. A supreme specimen. The woman's skin was fairer than snow, her features cold and stunning beyond compare. Most fatal of all was the way she had been bound. The rope traced a wicked path around her neck and collarbones knotted over her chest to outline a breathtaking fullness far above a cup, then cinched in to emphasize her slender handspan waist. A special product of the demon realm, the art of the rope. Father, calm down first. Jiang Chen felt his scalp tingle as he pointed at the woman on the bed. Do you know who she is? The holy maiden of Taihua Xinxingyu, of course. To kidnap her, your father even blasted their protective sect formation to pieces. She's got broad hips, good for childbearing. By this time next year, I'll definitely be holding my eldest grandson. Jiang Chen's vision went dark for a moment. Father, if I remember correctly, she has a fiancé, of the Imperial Yi clan. And you tied her up and delivered her to me. Reborn into this world 18 years ago as a good for nothing without a spiritual root, Jiang Chen's sole ambition had been to live as a carefree salted fish. With his parents to shield him visiting brothels to listen to songs teasing cats and dogs, legal and safe. Was that not delightful enough? Why insist on provoking a holy maiden with the full configuration of a story's female lead? What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Batian spat disdainfully. For the sake of the Jiang family bloodline, let alone the holy maiden of Taiwan. Even if the 9 heavens mystical maiden descended to the mortal world, this old man would tie her up all the same. Having said that, he stood up and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with a look of grave earnestness. I've already sealed your cultivation completely. You can throw yourself into this without any distractions. No, father, listen to me. Bang. The black iron doors slammed shut mercilessly in front of Jiang Chen. Immediately after 1-2 layer upon layer of seals flared to life, 14 restrictions lighting up in succession. Left and right protectors guard this door to the death for this seat. Even if the sky falls, no one is allowed to disturb the young master. We obey. The world fell silent. Jiang Chen let out a sigh and turned around helplessly. On the bed, Xinxingyu was glaring at him with all her might. Her mouth was stuffed with a wad of red cloth. Though she could not speak, her eyes wished nothing more than to slice Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces. Even in such humiliation, she was still breathtakingly beautiful, especially now struggling desperately on the bed. Her hair in disarray, the binding immortal rope biting deep into jade-like skin. She radiated a fragile, shattered kind of beauty. MMPH. Xinxingyu twisted violently. Jiang Chen's gaze beyond his control roamed over her body once more. That figure, worthy indeed of ranking in the top 3 on the list of peerless beauties. This was the demon realm, and he was the young master of a demonic sect. With such tender flesh delivered to his door, would refusing to eat it not be a kind of disrespect toward the profession of a villain? Perhaps he should, just as the thought surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. Host has been detected to have reached 18 years of age. Multi-air prosperity system loading successful. Scanning current target Xinxingyu. Constitution innate, sword body. Appearance 95. Measurements 87, 59, 99 supreme. Romantic history, none, has a nominal fiancé. Overall rating 95. A system. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. So it only shows up at 18. Was logging in for minors prohibited? Note, every time goodwill reaches 30, 60, 90, system rewards will be issued. The higher the mother's goodwill, the more heaven-defying the offspring will be. If goodwill exceeds 90, at least one child with a divine grade constitution will be guaranteed, and the constitutions or abilities of both offspring and mother may be shared with the host. A divine grade constitution and ability sharing. This system was worth befriending. Before Jiang Chen could fully rejoice, the next line of red system warning text drenched him like a bucket of cold water. Current goodwill of Xinxingyu 100 mortal enemies. Note, this system exists to let the host enjoy the finest while ensuring superior offspring and forging the strongest family. If the host forces a union while the woman's goodwill is negative, it will be judged as inferior reproduction. The offspring's bloodline fusion will be obstructed, and the host will suffer karmic backlash from the heavenly Tao and die on the spot. Jiang Chen's smile froze on his face. His pants were practically already off, and now the system was telling him that if he went through with it, he would die. What kind of netherworld system was this? Wasn't a villain supposed to simply overpower the heroine by force? And now it wanted him to romance a holy maiden who hated him to the bone. Newbie gift pack has been issued. Please check. Acquired life skills God tier, culinary arts God tier, massage technique. That's it. You're not giving me an emperor level cultivation base. I'd settle for an extreme Tao emperor weapon for self-defense. The system immediately went silent, pretending to be dead. Jiang Chen looked at the peerless beauty lying on the bed and sighed helplessly. There was no choice. His little life came first. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in his body. His gaze lingered on those breathtaking curves for exactly a tenth of a second before he jerked his eyes away. He must not stare at what he should not. Staying alive was what mattered most. Don't look at me like that. This wasn't my idea. Jiang Chen stepped forward and extended a hand toward Shen Xingyu. Her pupils shrank sharply, her delicate body going taut as she frantically tried to shrink into the corner of the bed, terror and despair filling her eyes. Was it about to begin? She, the dignified holy maiden of Taihua, chased for 18 years. Was she truly about to be defiled by this demonic heir today? Yet the anticipated devil's claws never fell upon her. That hand merely pinched the red cloth at her lips and gave it a gentle tug. Who? As the wad of cloth left her mouth, Shen Xingyu drew in great gulps of air. The moment her voice returned, she immediately roared, "Demon! If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't you dare dream of staining my purity. Don't shout. Save your strength." Jiang Chen casually tossed the red cloth onto the table, pulled over a chair, and sat at the bedside, neither too close nor too far, maintaining an impeccably safe gentleman's distance. "I'm a bit of a clean freak. I don't like forcing women." Jiang Chen paused, his gaze clear, his tone sincere. She was stunned. This was not how the script was supposed to go. Weren't villains supposed to roar, scream all you like, "No one will come to save you," then pounce with a sinister laugh and tear at her clothes? What trick was this demon playing? Those of the demonic path excelled at manipulating hearts. He might appear harmless on the surface, but in truth he surely meant to first erode her defenses, make her develop feelings for him, and only then enact his beastly designs. He might even seek to shatter her Tao heart to make her willingly sink into becoming his demonic slave. What deep scheming! What vicious means! Heh! Shen Xingyu let out a cold laugh, her eyes full of scorn, as though she had seen through everything. A demonic young master talking to me about feelings. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Believe it or not, that's up to you. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. I'm not untying you because although your cultivation is sealed, you still have some mobility. I'm afraid I can only wrong you by leaving you bound for now. I value my life greatly, especially greatly. Shen Xingyu fell silent. For a moment, she had no words. Was this demon showing weakness? No, impossible. It had to be another ploy. He was surely a wolf in pig's clothing. Jiang Chen ignored her and walked over to the small red clay brazier on the table. He lifted the jade teapot and poured a cup of warm water. Carrying the cup back to the bedside, he held it to Shen Xingyu's lips. Have some water. Your lips are all cracked. It doesn't look good. Shen Xingyu stubbornly turned her head away, her lips pressed tightly together. All right then. Jiang Chen did not insist. A goodwill score of 100 was not something that could be solved with a single cup of water. He set the cup on the bedhead. I'm going to sleep first. If you're thirsty, call me. Jiang Chen lay down decisively, pulled up the quilt, and went to sleep. Shen Xingyu. At dawn, Jiang Chen groggily opened his eyes. The first thing that entered his vision was a swathe of snow-white softness, delicate, smooth, faintly imbued with a cool fragrance. It felt quite good beneath his hands, soft yet springy. Jiang Chen instinctively squeezed twice. The warm, supple body in his arms instantly went rigid as a surge of intense, killing intent exploded toward him. Jiang Chen snapped, fully awake. Good grief. His entire body was wrapped around Shen Xingyu like an octopus, one leg pinning her own while his right hand was brazenly spread over the proud fullness of her chest. Their gazes met. Shen Xingyu's beautiful eyes were wide open, bloodshot at the edges. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen would have died 1,000 deaths already. The air froze between them. Ahem. Jiang Chen hastily withdrew his hand and sat up straight, putting on an air of righteous seriousness. Misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. Demon. Shen Xingyu forced the word out through clenched teeth, so humiliated she wanted to die. The previous night she had intended to stay awake and search for a chance to escape. Yet with her cultivation sealed, her mortal body could not resist drowsiness, and at some unknown point, she had simply blacked out. Even more humiliating was that upon waking she realized that at some point she had ended up cradled in this demon's arms. Don't look at me like that. Sleep is not always subject to one's conscious will. Jiang Chen shook out the arm that had gone numb under her weight, completely ignoring her murderous stare as he swung his legs off the bed. Right on cue, his stomach growled. Hungry. Jiang Chen rubbed his belly and stopped paying attention to the saintess on the bed. Turning away, he headed toward the small kitchen in the side hall. Though his parents doted on him, the food cooked by the people of this demonic cult was truly hard to stomach. Thus, he had a little kitchen of his own where he occasionally experimented with dishes from Blue Star, rewarding his Chinese palate from time to time. In the small kitchen, every ingredient was readily available. Perfect time to test this god-tier cooking. He minced meat, chopped preserved eggs, sliced scallions, lit the fire, rinsed the rice, and set the congee to cook. Steam billowed up. The aroma of the congee wafting through the air was surprisingly good, worthy of the cuisine of Blue Star. He grabbed a handful of coarse salt and scattered it into the pot. Done. He remained oblivious to the fact that with every motion, spiritual energy all around was madly converging into this battered old pot. In the bedchamber, meanwhile, Shen Xingyu was struggling to shift her body, trying to pull the quilt up to cover her disheveled clothing. Suddenly, a powerful, unfamiliar fragrance drifted in through the gap beneath the door. This is... Shen Xingyu froze for a moment. As the saintess of Taihua since childhood, she had only consumed celestial nectars and spiritual delicacies. She had long since transcended the need for ordinary food. Yet this fragrance was outrageously domineering. It not only stirred up a long-lost hunger in her belly, it even caused her sword body to faintly resonate. Shen Xingyu peered through the gap in the folding screen. She saw that demon standing before the stove, and above the pot there had formed a white, lotus-shaped phantom. Shen Xingyu's expression changed drastically. That was a phenomenon that only appeared when refining fifth-grade pills. How is this possible? He clearly has no spiritual power fluctuating in his body, so how can he evoke a heaven and earth manifestation with mere mortal fire? Shen Xingyu's mind reeled. The young lord of the Heavenly Demon cult was known to all as a useless waste. Yet judging from this scene, how could he possibly be a waste? Just as Shen Xingyu's thoughts were spiraling, footsteps approached. Jiang Chen entered carrying a white porcelain bowl. To him, it was merely a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee with excellent presentation. But in Shen Xingyu's eyes, rising from the bowl was a misty glow of rosy clouds. Her stomach let out an Shen Xingyu's face flushed scarlet in an instant. In shame and anger, she wanted to bury her head beneath the quilt. How utterly disgraceful. She, a dignified saintess, actually salivating over food cooked by a demon. If you're hungry, just say so. It's nothing shameful. Jiang Chen pulled over a chair and sat down, scooping up a spoonful of congee. He gently blew on the steam, then held the spoon near Shen Xingyu's lips. Open your mouth. I won't eat. Shen Xingyu clamped her lips shut and stubbornly turned her head away. Food from the demon cult is foul and filthy. Shen Xingyu would rather starve to death, die right here, than eat a single bite of your food. There had to be poison in this food, if not some sort of mind-controlling demonic drug. There's no poison in it and no aphrodisiac either, Jiang Chen said, as if he could see straight through her thoughts. If I wanted to harm you, I could simply do it directly. Why would I waste this bowl of spiritual rice? This rice is expensive. He nudged the spoon a little closer. The scent tunneled straight into her nose. Deep within her body, a powerful craving surged up. Eat it. Shen Xingyu's willpower teetered on the brink of collapse. Just one bite. I'll just taste one mouthful. If there's poison in it, I'll simply die and be done with it. Clinging to this flimsy excuse under the oppressive presence of this demon, Shen Xingyu shamefully opened her mouth. Jiang Chen smoothly guided the spoon in. The instant the century egg and lean meat congee entered her mouth, Shen Xingyu's eyes flew wide open. Fresh. An explosive ultimate savor burst across her tongue. Perfectly balanced saltiness, the fragrant sweetness of spiritual rice mingling with the savory, minced meat, the scallion aroma accenting it at precisely the right level. And that was only the beginning. In the next heartbeat, a gentle, yet vast warm current slid down her throat into her abdomen, instantly transforming into incomparably pure life essence, like mild spring water, flowing into her limbs and bones. Several meridians within her that had been damaged by old injuries began to heal under the nourishment of this warm current. This is... Shen Xingyu's heart surged with crashing waves. What kind of technique was this to fuse the laws of the great Tao into mere ingredients, turning the mundane into the divine? Could this demon actually be some hidden supreme expert? How does it taste? Jiang Chen, seeing her dazed expression, assumed it did not suit her palate. Too salty. Shen Xingyu returned to herself, her complicated gaze landing on Jiang Chen's face. His expression was calm, as though what he had just fed her were truly no more than an ordinary spoonful of porridge. Such effortless composure, unfathomable. Not salty. Shen Xingyu awkwardly forced out the words, yet her body honestly leaned forward a fraction, her gaze involuntarily flicking toward the bowl. Jiang Chen was amused. This woman's mouth was stubborn, but her stomach was very honest indeed. Another bite. This time Shen Xingyu did not resist. Spoonful after spoonful. Though this demon was detestable, this food was truly a flavor worthy of the mortal. Moreover, as the warm current continuously washed through her body, she felt as though she were soaking in a hot spring. The soreness from being bound all night faded away completely. All that remained was an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. Soon the bowl of congee was empty. Jiang Chen scraped up the last few grains of rice from the bottom and fed them to her. Want more? He asked. Shen Xingyu nodded without thinking, then suddenly realized she was actually begging a demon for food. Her ears flushed red in an instant as she shook her head in panic. Fu full. A crisp chime sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Feeding successful. Shen Xingyu has experienced long-lost satisfaction and holds the host's cooking in extremely high regard. Current favorability 50. Is this the infamous can't resist good food? A 50-point drop in hatred just like that. Jiang Chen was secretly overjoyed. As expected, to capture a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. Ancient wisdom never lies. At this rate, after a few more meals, wouldn't her favorability turn from negative to positive? And then, just as Jiang Chen was envisioning a rosy future, bang! The bedchamber's thick, black iron doors burst open. Son, a booming voice rang out. Come, I just slaughtered the flood dragon in the back courtyard and specially brewed for you a pot of 9 heavens 10 earths ever-standing supreme dragon whip soup. Drink it. I guarantee you'll possess unrivaled might and keep her from getting out of bed for 3 days and nights. Jiang Chen, Shen Xingyu. Inside the palace chamber, a bowl named 9 heavens and 10 earths golden spear unyielding supreme dragon whip soup was bubbling with pink froth. This color, how could it possibly look like something edible? Jiang Chen pointed at the dubious liquid. Dad, can I confirm that I'm really your biological child? What nonsense are you talking about? This is made from the essence of a 30,000-year-old dragon that I personally butchered, infused with 81 potent herbs, and brewed with my own hands. Jiang Batian strode over, placing his hand firmly on Jiang Chen's shoulder, lowering his voice. Son, our Jiang family has been passed down for 9 generations. If you don't get your act together when I go down, I won't have the face to meet our ancestors. Listen, gulp it down while it's hot. I guarantee you'll be unyielding tonight, and tomorrow your grandson will be flipping in the courtyard. And give this girl a few sips, as well. I guarantee she'll turn into a soft and compliant one, begging you to do her bidding. Shun Xingyu gritted her teeth. Unyielding spear. Dragon whip soup. What kind of name is that? The demonic path truly lives up to its reputation. It's downright vulgar to the core. Just then Jiang Batian, holding the bowl of unknown liquid, was about to walk towards Shun Xingyu. At that moment, bang! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the once imposing Jiang Batian suddenly transformed into a mere shadow flying across the room. In the end, he crashed solidly into the heavy black iron door. Which bastard dares to ambush me? Jiang Batian awkwardly got up, about to explode, but as he saw the figure at the door, he instantly wilted. Hee, my lady. Your agility has improved again, almost broke my bones. At the door stood a beautiful woman in dark red flowing robes, gracefully adjusting her hair. She was the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Lady Yuji. She was also Jiang Chen's mother. What a disgrace. Lady Yuji elegantly walked into the room, casting a disdainful glance at her husband. Our son is at the age of budding emotions. How can you use such crude means? Jiang Chen's tears almost fell. Mother, this truly is a mother. Mother, you are so wise. Quick, take away this bowl of poison, and also send this saintess away. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen was stunned. He watched as Lady Yuji walked over to Shun Xingyu, with a smile lightly flicking her pale fingertip. The tightly bound immortal binding rope fell to the ground. Shun Xingyu was startled, at first about to summon her flying sword, but despairingly realized that her body's seal remained as firm as a mountain. Aside from her hands and feet being able to move, she was still an ordinary person, without any strength. Child, are you Lady Yuji held Shun Xingyu's hand, her gaze tender, as if she were looking at her own daughter-in-law. Don't be afraid. Back in the day, that foolish Jiang Batian also directly abducted me, and I sought death and despair, but later discovered that men of the demonic sect, though rough, truly care for their wives. Life, well, as you go on, it becomes sweet. Shun Xingyu pulled her hand back, turning her head with a look of disdain. The righteous and the demonic cannot coexist. No need for more words. If you want to kill me, just do it quickly. Shun Xingyu will never live in humiliation. Jiang Batian, infuriated behind her, was about to roll up his sleeves. Hey, you little girl, I've given you face. How can you speak like that? Go, guard outside. Lady Yuji pushed Jiang Batian aside, casually placing a booklet into Shun Xingyu's hand. The cover boldly read, Yin Yang Harmony Technique Illustrated. The poses on the first 3 pages are simpler. It won't be too difficult for you. Before Shun Xingyu could refuse, Lady Yuji pulled Jiang Batian out of the palace. Once outside, Lady Yuji whispered in Jiang Batian's ear, don't worry, even if she doesn't drink it, I've quietly activated. Jiang Batian nodded in satisfaction, displaying an expression of my wife is still more skilled. Clang. The black iron door locked tight. 14 prohibitions lit up once again. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, if his parents continued with this commotion, they would really attract the system's punishment. However, just as Jiang Chen thought he could relax, a sweet and greasy fragrance wafted into his nose, and a wave of wicked fire surged in his lower abdomen. Oh no! As a transmigrator, Jiang Chen might not be able to cultivate immortality, but he was familiar with this. Didn't they say no coercion? His mother was really too much of a burden on her son. This is... He turned around. He saw Shun Xingyu's hands tightly gripping the bedsheet beneath her. Sweat trickled down her long neck, soaking her collar, outlining a breathtaking curve. That face, which was originally as cold as ice, was now flushed with an abnormal redness. Demon. Head. Shun Xingyu bit her lip, trying to use pain to stay awake, but her voice came out soft like a spoiled child, laced with heavy nasal breaths and gasps. Give me the antidote. She stumbled to her feet, wanting to leap towards Jiang Chen for the antidote, but her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Jiang Chen felt something was awry. The wicked fire within him was also running rampant, as if a fire was burning in his lower abdomen, eroding his sanity bit by bit. This was the saintess, a top contender in the list of absolute beauties. Now in this helpless position, any man would struggle to resist. System, help! Jiang Chen shouted in his mind. If the system didn't come to his aid, this story would take a turn for the ding. Detected that the host is being attacked by a high-level aphrodisiac. Detected that the current target Shun Xingyu's affection level is negative. If forced together, the host will be deemed an adulterer by the laws of heaven and will die on the spot. Supreme Pure Love Protection Mechanism activated. Forced entry absolute sage mode. In an instant, the heat in Jiang Chen's eyes faded and his mind regained clarity. However, at this moment, Shun Xingyu had completely lost her reason. The potency of the drug was too strong, demolishing all her modesty and defenses. So hot. She pressed herself against Jiang Chen, her burning cheeks rubbing against his legs, her hands frantically tearing at her collar, revealing large swathes of creamy skin. Help me. The once lofty saintess now looked as humble as a small beast pleading for affection. She even attempted to undo Jiang Chen's belt. Miss Shun. Jiang Chen bent down towards her. Shun Xingyu thought he was going to respond, instantly lifting her head, her red lips slightly parted, letting out helpless sounds of desire. However, Jiang Chen simply extended his hand, lifting her over his shoulder like carrying a sack of rice, and walked towards the back courtyard. The back courtyard was a millennia-old cold pond. The water was a deep blue, emitting a bone-chilling aura all year round, where he usually kept koi to pass the time. Now it was just the right time to put it to use. What do you want to do? Shun Xingyu flailed in midair, her scorching body rubbing against Jiang Chen, trying to find that one source of coolness. Jiang Chen approached the edge of the cold pond without any hesitation. Here we go. Splash. A massive spray of water erupted, soaring half a zhang high. The revered saintess of Taihua, known for her purity in the Northern Territory, was unceremoniously tossed into the cold pond in an extremely ungraceful manner. Bubbles began to rise, and Shun Xingyu sank to the bottom, falling silent. Huff. Now she should be calm. Jiang Chen stood at the water's edge, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had narrowly escaped disaster. However, surprise always proved more thrilling than mere accidents. The once tranquil pond suddenly began to churn violently, as if it were boiling water. Centered around Shin Xingyu's submerged position, large swathes of white mist rose rapidly, and the cold pond water began to emit strange pink bubbles. What the hell? The pond water is boiling. Jiang Chen was stunned. What on earth did his father add to this soup? This isn't a stimulating drug, it's nuclear fuel. Splash. Splash. The several ice spirit koi that usually ruled the pond now leaped crazily toward them. They would rather die on the grass than stay in the water. Jiang Chen's face changed dramatically. Underwater, Shin Xingyu was clearly on the brink of collapse, her torment from the extremes of ice and fire pushing her to complete madness. With a soft gasp, the water's surface exploded. Shin Xingyu burst forth from the depths. Soaked to the skin, her gown clung to her body like a dragonfly's wings, perfectly outlining her shaped curves. Her eyes were devoid of reason, completely dominated by primal desire. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Chen like a lustful lioness. You? Stay with me. With a splash, she slapped the water's surface, using the force to leap upwards, grabbing Jiang Chen's calves. Are you crazy? A force that was impossible to resist surged forward. Splash. Jiang Chen barely had time to utter a full no before he was yanked into the pond. Cold pond water rushed into his nostrils. Before he could stabilize himself, a scorching and soft body had already wrapped around him. Shun Xingyu clung tightly to Jiang Chen, using both her hands and feet, fearful that he might escape. In the next moment, two soft lips violently pressed against Jiang Chen's mouth. Her agile tongue seemed to be drawing something and desperately probing into his mouth. So comfortable. Please, I beg you, she murmured, instinctively absorbing the coolness from Jiang Chen's body. Underwater, their positions were extremely ambiguous, perfectly aligned, even rubbing against each other. This was quite difficult to endure. Shin Xingyu released his lips and leaned against his shoulder, whispering fervently into his ear, "It's so cool. So comfortable. Don't go." The system in his mind sounded the alarm warning. Detected illegal contact area exceeding 90. Warning. High energy alert. Affection level below standard, intercourse strictly prohibited. Please remain alert or the system will enforce a forced electric shock. Countdown 3, 2. Damn it. Can't you see I'm also a victim? Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. If he didn't fight back now, he would truly perish at the hands of this woman, becoming the first ever transmigrator to die from being pushed by a woman. There was no other choice. He had to take a gamble. System, activate the divine level massage technique. Jiang Chen grasped Shin Xingyu's trembling, fragrant shoulders with both hands, his fingers transforming into fleeting shadows, glowing faintly as they precisely pressed against the key acupoint at the back of her neck. Then he swiftly traversed along her spine, lower back, and inner thighs. Snap, snap, snap. Each finger struck down, bringing with it a gentle hidden force that forcibly dispelled the pink medicinal effects. You madwoman, you nearly killed me. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, firmly pressing down on her feet, his thoughts merging as he shouted, Shin Xingyu, snap out of it. Inside Shin Xingyu, a volcano erupted. The heat drove her nearly insane as she yearned to consume the man before her, just as she was about to be completely overwhelmed by desire. Two fingers pressed against her key acupoints. Shin Xingyu's chaotic consciousness suddenly gained a glimpse. The dragon whip soup that had been rampaging within her body now obediently calmed down under the guidance of those two fingers. The medicinal power transformed into pure primal energy, flooding into her limbs and bones. In Shun Xingyu's perception, this single touch seemed to cleave rivers and reverse the cosmos. Within it, there were even faint traces of the Tao. Shin Xingyu's eyes gradually regained clarity. She stared blankly at Jiang Chen, who was so close. At that moment, he appeared focused, his brows slightly furrowed. What is he doing? Is he saving me? Shun Xingyu's cultivation was sealed, but her perception remained. This miraculous technique, this fingertip containing the resonance of the Tao, was something even the elders of the sacred land could not hope to match. Is this for me? He could easily acquire a perfect alchemical furnace by going with the flow. Yet he chose the most mentally taxing and thankless method to resolve the medicinal effects. Shinzingia's heart suddenly became chaotic. What made it worse was that as the medicinal power transformed into pure spiritual energy, an unprecedented feeling of bliss washed over her entire being. This pleasure transcended the physical, stemming from the elevation and tremor of the soul. Shun Xingyu couldn't help but tilt her neck, her hands weakly draping over Jiang Chen's shoulders, her whole being melting like spring water in his embrace, allowing him to take charge. Ding. Detected intense emotional fluctuations. Shun Xingyu is extremely shocked by the host's unwavering composure, her worldview experiencing a slight impact. Affection level correction 0. Is he really different from those demonic cultivators? Or is it that I have no allure? Congratulations, host, for successfully courting. Affection level has shifted from negative to positive. Feel free to procreate. Jiang Chen looked at the limp Shun Xingyu in his arms, the affection level rising quite rapidly. I wonder what rewards the system will grant when the affection level reaches 30. After a long time, once the massage technique was completed, Jiang Chen immediately dropped Shun Xingyu and hurried to the shore. This pond water was just too cold. As a mortal, he simply couldn't bear it. Splash. On the other side, Shun Xingyu emerged from the water, gasping for air, her mind finally clearing. She wiped the water from her face, her hair disheveled against her cheeks, her thin clothing clinging tightly to her body, revealing her curves of beauty marred by her disheveled appearance. She watched the retreating figure of the man on the shore. Shun Xingyu was stunned. Just now, she had been like that. In such an absolute advantage, such overwhelming temptation, he actually chose to refuse. Why? Could it be that this demon truly possesses some hidden gentlemanly qualities? Or perhaps, Shun Xingyu bit her lower lip, a complicated emotion blossoming within her heart. Is it that Shun Xingyu is not beautiful enough? Not even worth him taking advantage of? Jiang Chen had no idea what Shun Xingyu was thinking. He only wanted to quickly change into clean clothes. Meanwhile, Shun Xingyu, still in the water, had not yet climbed ashore when the jade pendant symbolizing the engagement between the Yi family and the Taihua sacred land suddenly lit up. The light converged, transforming into a tall and proud figure. Shun Xingia's eyes flashed with astonishment, followed by an instinctive delight. This is the secret technique of the imperial Yi family, the soul projection. The visitor turned out to be senior brother Yifan. Yifan, senior brother. Shun Xingyu saw him, tears immediately welling up and sliding down her cheeks. Although she had only met Yifan a few times in this man-eating abyss, seeing the man she was betrothed to since childhood instinctively made her seek refuge with him. However, Yifan did not embark on a heroic rescue as depicted in the tales. On the contrary, the moment he laid eyes on Shun Xingyu, he even took half a step back. He let out an extremely impatient sound. TSK. Xingyu, you've disappointed me greatly. Yifan's first words were like a bucket of cold water, drenching Shun Xingyu from head to toe. Look at your current state, disheveled, oozing seduction and reeking of that demon's presence. Yifan looked down, his tone devoid of warmth, only carrying the sternness of a judge. Tell me, is your Yuan Yin still intact? Did that demon touch you? Shun Xingyu felt as if struck by lightning. She had just narrowly escaped death from the poison, barely managing to stand. The first reaction of this man upon seeing her was not to ask if she was in pain or terrified, but to inquire if her Yuan Yin was still intact. I didn't. Shun Xingyu lowered her head, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. I was drugged, but Jiang Chen didn't touch me. My guarding powder is still there. Enough. I don't want to hear this. Yifan interrupted her sharply, a look of disgust crossing his face. The guarding powder no longer matters. What's important is that you've spent a day and night in the demon's lair. In the eyes of the world, you are already tainted. Tainted? Shun Xingyu looked at him in disbelief. Xingyu, you need to understand the bigger picture. Yifan turned away, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone growing righteous. You are the saintess of Taihua, my Yi family's betrothed wife. Your purity concerns the face of both powerful factions and the dignity of the righteous path. Even if you were not actually touched, if these rumors spread, where can I put my Yi family's face? Where can Taihua's face be placed? Shun Xingyu gritted her teeth, finally managing to ask, so, what exactly do Yifan turned back, looking directly into her eyes. For the greater good, for the reputation of both families, you should publicly detonate your golden core when we assault the Heavenly Demon Sect, perishing together with that Jiang Chen. Rest assured, after your death, I will give you a grand burial, erect a monument for you, proclaim your virtue to the world, and posthumously honor you as the eternal first pure saintess, allowing you to be remembered for generations and enjoy the worship of countless families. What? Shun Xingyu was utterly stunned. Let me die? To self-destruct? Is this what my fiancé, who claimed he would marry no one but me, wishes? When she was at her most desperate, poisoned, and in turmoil, that so-called demon Jiang Chen did not take advantage of her plight, but instead helped her detoxify. Yet this man, standing on the moral high ground, sought to force her to die for a virtue that had yet to be established. Shun Xingyu did not break down. Instead, she laughed, tears streaming down her cheeks. In your eyes is my life worth less? Xingyu, stop messing around. Why are you being so unreasonable? Yifan frowned tightly, his tone revealing impatience, as if educating a petulant child. This is not just a monument, it's about righteousness. How could a woman with a stain be worthy of being my wife? If you truly love me, you should understand that only death can preserve your reputation. At that time, the world will praise your virtue. This is good for everyone. Good for everyone. Huh. Shun Xingyu laughed so hard her body shook. What a good thing for everyone. What? You're unwilling. Yi Yifan's expression darkened completely, the last shred of patience exhausted. The pressure belonging to the celestial body of heaven descended like a mountain, albeit only a projection. Shun Xingyu's cultivation was sealed, and under such pressure her knees buckled, causing her to kneel in the pool. The splashed water mixed with her tears. Shun Xingyu, you wouldn't be reluctant to that demon, would you? Shun Xingyu dried her tears, her eyes now only icy cold. Very well. Yi Yifan, I'll return you a phrase. To hell with your righteousness. Stubborn. Since you refuse to act with decorum, I will help you act with decorum. Just as he prepared to use a secret technique to forcefully detonate Shun Xingyu's golden core, bang, 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 a series of footsteps approached. Jiang Chen had changed into a dry light blue long robe, holding a steaming bowl of ginger soup, blowing on it to warm himself. After all, that pool of water was genuinely cold. Yi Yifan immediately locked onto the newcomer, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Demon Jiang Chen. Just in time. Although this clone of mine has only 1/10 of its strength left, crushing you, a worthless fool, is no different from crushing an ant. Kill you, then send the saintess on her way. Yi Yifan's fingertips glimmered with golden light, his spiritual power condensing into a golden sword of light, aiming with the destructive force of annihilation directly at Jiang Chen's forehead. Demon, die. No, run. Shun Xingyu instinctively cried out. However, from Jiang Chen's perspective, the world appeared differently. He had no spiritual root, could not see the sword energy crisscrossing, nor sense any murderous intent locking onto him. He could only vaguely see a tiny point of light inexplicably floating in the center of the room. This point of light was buzzing incessantly. The ecological environment of the southern wilderness is too poor. Where do these little bugs come from that can even glow? Jiang Chen frowned in disgust, instinctively turning aside to protect the ginger soup in his arms. This was freshly brewed. He couldn't let any bugs fall in and contaminate it. Hey, where are you flying to? That's my soup. As he saw the light about to collide, Jiang Chen instinctively raised. He was still holding the porcelain spoon used for drinking soup. With a gentle wave of the spoon, there was no fluctuation of spiritual power. It was such a plain and unadorned wave. In Shun Xingyi's eyes, this scene utterly shattered her worldview. As the porcelain spoon swung, an almost invisible transparent ripple radiated along the edge of the spoon. Godly culinary arts, bone carving, and meat cutting, no spiritual energy fluctuation. This was transcending spiritual energy, directly pointing to the source of the Tao. The butcher's skill in dismembering a cow, entering the void with no thickness. Sizzle, a faint crisp sound. The golden sword of light, imbued with heavenly might, could not even sustain a moment upon touching the ripple of the porcelain spoon. It crumbled inch by inch. What? Yi Yifan's expression of controlling the whole situation instantly froze. Following that, an irresistible rule of the Tao surged upward through the shattered sword of light. He felt as if he were not a person, but a piece of meat on a cutting board waiting to be sliced. No. How could there be such power? I am from the imperial family, the Yi family. His last words had not yet finished. Puff. Yi Yifan's soul clone exploded into a sky full of golden powder, dissipating in the air. Not even a trace remained. The air became fresh. Shun Xingyu gaped dumbfounded. What did she just see? That was the soul clone of the Even with only 1/10 of its strength, it was enough to annihilate a foundation establishment cultivator. Jiang Chen just used a soup spoon. No, that absolutely isn't an ordinary spoon. Shun Xingyi's heart surged with tumultuous waves, her gaze towards Jiang Chen completely transformed. In that fleeting moment, the essence of treating all things as grass and accurately severing vitality. That was the supreme sword intent of severing karma. He is no useless person. He is clearly a peerless sword immortal cloaked in the guise of a mortal. Jiang Chen was unaware that the woman behind him had already envisioned him as a peerless sword immortal. He merely disdainfully flicked the spoon, muttering, good thing it didn't fall into the soup. Ooh, otherwise this bowl of soup would have been. What are you still dawdling for? Come up and have some ginger soup. Jiang Chen's voice interrupted Shun Xingyi's thoughts. He returned to the edge of the cold pool and handed over the bowl of freshly brewed ginger soup. Drink it while it's hot, it drives away the cold. Shun Xingyu trembled as she reached out to take the bowl. The bowl's walls were warm. At that moment, a wave of sourness surged in her heart. That nominal fiancé of hers, the so-called righteous genius who professed his love for her, had forced her to self-detonate her golden core, all for the sake of family reputation, driving her to death. Yet in her moment of utmost despair, it was this so-called demon, despised by the world, who offered her a bowl of hot soup. What is righteousness? What is a demon? Shun Xingyu felt her Tao heart, which she had upheld for 18 years, crumbling at this moment. Thank you. She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. She then cradled the bowl and gently took a sip. As the ginger soup flowed down her throat, Shun Xingyi's eyes widened in shock. The moment the soup entered, it transformed into a surge of warmth coursing down her throat and flooding her dantian. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The clothes that had been soaked and clinging to her body were instantly dried by the high temperature erupting from within, returning to their original flowy state. What astonished Shun Xingyu even more was that the internal injuries she had sustained due to Yi Yifan's pressure were immediately healed under the nourishment of this warmth. The spiritual energy contained within was comparable to a 5th-grade pill. What is this? Shun Xingyu suddenly looked up shocked as she stared at Jiang Chen. This was no ordinary ginger soup. This was clearly a bowl of water that had forcibly compressed the most pure and yang essence of fire from the heavens and earth, using supreme magic power, all just to drive away her cold, warm her body, dry her clothes. How extravagant. Too extravagant. Shun Xingyi's cheeks flushed, unsure whether it was due to the medicinal effect of the ginger soup or something else. Are you feeling better? Jiang Chen observed the color returning to her face and nodded with satisfaction. It seems the old ginger works well. Shun Xingyu looked at Jiang Chen's nonchalant demeanor, and her respect for him grew even deeper. He had casually bestowed a boon, yet appeared so unremarkable. Is this the realm of a great person, unmoved by material gain or personal sorrow, following one's heart and allowing the Tao to flow naturally? She cradled the empty bowl, gazing at Jiang Chen's angular profile. The previous feelings of disgust and fear had vanished without a trace. What replaced them was a flicker of emotion she dared not acknowledge. A flutter. Ding. Detected Shin Xingyi's psychological defenses collapsing, initiating self-conquest. Current favorability 30 somewhat moved the crisp system notification tone in his mind, left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. 30 already. I just fed her a bowl of ginger soup, and she's already moved. Is this generation of saintess so easy to please? Before Jiang Chen could finish his internal monologue, the system's reward notification promptly popped up. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have received a phased reward: Extreme Tao Emperor's Artifact Rough Form Heavenly Silkworm Demon Silk, X1 note automatically reshaped according to host's subconscious preferences to Balenciaga Ultra Thin Black Silk. Puff. Jiang Chen choked on the ginger soup. What the hell, Balenciaga? System, are you serious? This is the cultivation world, for goodness sake. What do you mean by giving me a pair of black silk? And it's an Extreme Tao Emperor's artifact. What do you want me to do with it? Wear it. System responds: this is Heavenly Silkworm Demon Silk, impervious to water and fire, unbreakable by all methods. This system is a multiple offspring and abundant fortune system. All rewards aim to enhance marital intimacy and promote procreation. Please broaden your perspective, host. Broaden my perspective, my ass. Jiang Chen looked at the black silk in his hand and then glanced back at Shin Xingyu. Don't say it. Although this system is frivolous, its aesthetic sense is indeed something. Jiang Chen sighed. Forget it, he was absolutely not going to wear such a thing. He turned around, straightened his face, and tried not to appear like a pervert as he casually tossed the lightweight black item over. Catch it. Shin Xingyu instinctively caught it. What is this? It felt icy smooth and weightless, as if she were grasping a mass of black mist. Upon unfolding, it turned out to be two long tubes connected together, shaped rather oddly. How do you use this? Shin Xingyi's cheeks flushed slightly. Though she had seen much of the world, she had indeed never encountered such a peculiar treasure. Wear it on your legs. Jiang Chen pointed to her legs. The humidity in the south wilderness is heavy. To keep warm. Shin Xingyu bit her lip and slowly turned around to put the black silk on her legs. Jiang Gongzi. After wearing the stockings, her voice came from behind, mixed with a hint of shyness and awkwardness. Jiang Chen turned around. He saw Shin Xingyu still wearing her white saintess dress beneath, which her long straight legs were perfectly wrapped in tight, semi-transparent black silk. The black and white formed the most extreme visual impact. The gossamer-like black silk clung tightly to every curve of her legs, revealing the original fair skin, adding a touch of hazy, forbidden beauty, purity and seduction, coolness and charm. These two utterly different qualities perfectly fused together at this moment on this Taiwa saintess. This artifact. Shin Xingyu moved her legs somewhat uneasily, feeling as though they were tightly wrapped in a gentle force, so light she felt she could fly. It is indeed a bit tight, but very comfortable, very reassuring. She lifted her head, looking at Jiang Chen, her gaze somewhat shy. Thank you, Gongzi, for the gift. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. System, you do have taste. At the same time, tens of thousands of miles away in the Northern Territory, the imperial capital of the Yi family. On the guest-welcoming peak, the flowing wine and winding water esteemed guests filled the place. As today's protagonist, Yi Yifan sat at the main seat, holding a jade cup, chatting and laughing with the elders of various sects, discussing the grand plan to exterminate the demon sect. Rest assured, elders, the mere Tianma sect is nothing but a bunch of insignificant creatures. Yi Yifan's lips curled into a confident arc. A wisp of my avatar has already arrived at that demon lair. With just a flick of my finger I can. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Yifan's face suddenly paled, his features twisted. Puff. A mouthful of primal blood spewed from his young master. Yi DZ. What happened to you? The crowd jumped up in fright, the scene descending into chaos. Yi Yifan clutched his painfully throbbing chest, helplessly collapsing to the ground. That feeling of having one's soul painfully gouged out returned to his original body, without reservation. At that moment, he even felt as if he was facing the heavenly Tao. Impossible. Absolutely impossible for a waste. Young master, could it be that the demon lord Zhang Batian has made his move? One of the protectors hurriedly supported him. Yes, it must be that old immortal. Yi Yifan gripped the edge of the table tightly. It had to be that old demon. It could not possibly be the waste Jiang Chen. Send my orders immediately. Gather the 9 major sects. Yi Yifan roared hysterically. Flatten the Tianma sect. This emperor's son will tear that demon child into pieces. The Taiwa sect master standing aside discreetly formed a seal. Given the circumstances to avoid making relations with the Yi family too awkward, he could only forego the innate sword body. Shadow ghost go, and make it clean. In the stillness of the night, Jiang Chen fell asleep. Almost as soon as his head hit the pillow, his breathing deep and even. With this sense of security, he no longer feared that Shen Xingyu would take action against him, allowing him to sleep peacefully. Beside the bed, Shen Xingyu observed Jiang Chen as he slept, then moved a soft cushion to the edge of the bed and nestled close to him like a small cat. She gazed at the defenseless face of the man, her eyes somewhat dreamy. Clearly capable of grasping the laws of the universe with ease, yet he chooses to act like a useless wastrel. Shen Xingyu's slender fingers unconsciously grazed the cool fabric of the stockings on her legs as she murmured, "What game are you playing?" Within the palace, time flowed peacefully, but outside, danger lurked in the shadows. In a corner, a figure slipped in silently, like ink diffusing in water, infiltrating the Tianma sect. Ingui, an assassin of the Taiwa sacred land specialized in handling dirty work, a nascent soul expert. He cast a glance at the 14 barriers at the entrance and let out a derisive snort. Jiang Baishan, that old brute, only knows how to pile on the restrictions. The thunderous barriers capable of annihilating a transformation stage cultivator had no effect on him. Taihua's secret technique, shifting shadows. It allows one to ignore spatial barriers and directly enter. Shen Xingyu had long been anchored to this shifting technique since her initiation. This meant that as long as her master wished, she could be killed at any moment. At this moment, Ingui had already used the shifting shadows to bypass the barriers and entered the room. In his hand was a dagger, his gaze fixed on the graceful figure by the bed. "Saintess, do not blame your master for being heartless. Blame yourself for tarnishing Taihua's honor." Though Shen Xingyu's cultivation was sealed, her instincts honed from years of sword training remained intact. In the darkness, she suddenly opened her eyes. "Who? Good perception, no wonder you are an innate sword body." As the shadows receded, Ingui revealed himself, stepping from the darkness. The terrifying pressure of a nascent soul expert flooded the small chamber like a tidal wave. To avoid alarming the old demon next door, he precisely controlled the range of his pressure, yet it was still enough to suffocate an ordinary person. Upon recognizing the intruder, Shen Xingyu immediately understood her predicament. She never expected that the knife in her master's hand would one day be turned against her. "Ingui, did your master send you?" "The sect leader has given orders." Ingui toyed with the dagger. "The saintess is trapped in a den of demons, her reputation tarnished. To appease the anger of the Yi family, and to preserve Taihua's 1,000-year reputation, the saintess must die." Yi Yifan forced her to self-destruct, and she endured it. Now even the master who raised her is sending assassins to clean up the mess. "For the sake of face, you want me to die?" Shen Xingyu laughed bitterly, her last shred of attachment to the righteous path extinguished. The so-called righteous path, the so-called brotherhood of the sect, turns out to be nothing more than this. So much nonsense, let's get on with it. Ingui was too lazy to lecture someone on the brink of death. He flickered and appeared before Shen Xingyu like a ghost. The dagger in his hand lunged toward her throat. It was too fast. A nascent soul expert attacking a powerless woman was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The breath of death rushed toward her, and Shen Xingyu could even see the ghostly blue patterns on the dagger. "I am unwilling. I am not done living." In the face of despair, her instinct for survival overwhelmed all rational thought. Shen Xingyu had no time to think. She instinctively lifted her long right leg, that leg wrapped in Balenciaga, and kicked fiercely toward Ingui. Han ant shaking a tree. Ingui's eyes were filled with mockery. What was this? A struggle before death. This kick would barely leave a mark on his protective barrier. But that leg truly was exquisite. It would indeed be a pity if it were to die. He couldn't even be bothered to dodge the dagger's momentum unchanged. However, the moment Shen Xingyu's kick launched, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! The layer of black stockings as thin as a cicada's wings suddenly erupted with an extraordinarily enchanting purple glow. It was a law of causality that transcended this realm. Shen Xingyu felt as if her kick had plunged into the void, and then an overwhelming force surged forth, pouring out with her motion. Sizzle! Under this seemingly delicate and sensuous side kick, space itself tore open a pitch-black Supreme Imperial Weapon, Heavenly Silkworm Demon Thread, passive trigger, Void Dimension Slash. What? The mockery on Ingui's face instantly froze. His proud nascent soul barrier shattered upon contact with the black silk, unable to withstand even a moment. As a nascent soul expert, Ingui didn't even have time to let out a scream before being swallowed by the rift, vanishing. Instant kill. A true physical transcendence. The chamber returned to a deathly silence, as if the formidable assassin had never existed. Shen Xingyu maintained her psychic posture, staring in daze at her unharmed long leg. The black fabric still glimmered with a faint, ethereal light, mysterious, elegant, yet filled with deadly danger. What kind of stockings are these? They are clearly an Imperial weapon. No, they must be of the Supreme Imperial Weapon. I kicked a nascent soul expert to oblivion. The immense shock left Shen Xingyu's mind blank. After 3 breaths, she suddenly turned to look at the man who was still soundly asleep on the bed. Jiang Chen lay on his side, sleeping soundly. "So, you anticipated this, young master." A storm surged in Shen Xingyu's heart. The young master knew that there would be an assassination tonight, knew she faced a life-and-death trial. So he used the excuse of the heavy humidity in the south to force her to wear this supreme imperial weapon. The young master even calculated the timing, gauged the opponent's strength, knowing that this single treasure would suffice. Was he training her, intending to sever her last fantasy of the righteous path and help her rebuild anew? Tears blurred her vision once more. Taihua sought her life, the Yi family desired her reputation. And this demon scorned by the world had quietly equipped her with an imperial weapon capable of suppressing an entire realm, protecting her completely. This is true tenderness. Young master. Shen Xingyu slowly retracted her leg, kneeling by the bed, quietly watching Jiang Chen. From this moment on, the world would no longer have the Taihua saintess. Since the righteous path cannot accommodate her, what harm is there in slipping into the demonic path? At that moment, Jiang Chen on the bed turned over in a daze, rubbed his eyes, and muttered, half asleep. Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Speaking, he naturally reached out and pulled Shen Xingyu into his embrace, treating her as a pillow. Don't fuss, sleep. Shen Xingyu was caught off guard, falling into that warm and spacious embrace. The scent of a man enveloped her instantly. In the past, she would have fought desperately, cursing him as a lecher. But at this moment, she yielded, resting her face against his chest, listening to the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. Sleep. Good night, young master. The sun was high in the sky as Jiang Chen was awakened by a tempting aroma of food. The warm bed, made of millennium jade, was truly comforting. He turned over and rubbed his sleepy eyes, sitting up. His gaze focused. Jiang Chen looked at the scene before him, almost doubting whether he was still asleep or had somehow returned to the modern world. In the center of the room, the previously frantic and belligerent saintess of Taihua, Shen Xingyu, had her back turned to the bed. She was busy at the table with a soup spoon in hand. She wore a loose, white sheer nightgown that barely covered her hips. His gaze shifted lower. The modern industrial beauty of the black stockings tightly wrapped around her long, slender legs. The black, translucent material contrasted beautifully with her fair skin, even accentuating a hint of softness at the top of her thighs. The most striking feature was around her waist. Shen Xingyu had even donned the little apron Jiang Chen used, tying it around her slender waist. From the front, she looked like a cook, but from the back, it was all legs. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The imperial weapon provided by the system was surprisingly advanced. Shen Xingyu seemed to have heard the movements from the bed. Her hands paused as she hurriedly adjusted her clothes and turned around. The cold and proud expression she had yesterday was now replaced with embarrassment. Shen Xingyu lowered her head, not daring to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. Jiang, young master, you are awake. Breakfast is ready. I noticed some ingredients in the kitchen and tried making congee using the method you taught me yesterday. Jiang Chen said nothing, merely staring at Shen Xingyu. What had this woman imagined last night? Why had her attitude made such a complete turn? Seeing Jiang Chen's silent, Shen Xingyu felt even more anxious. Yesterday, Jiang Chen had set aside past grievances and gifted her ginger soup infused with spiritual energy. He had also worried about her not having recovered her powers, specifically having her wear this extreme imperial weapon. All these actions were hardly the behavior of a devil. They were clearly acts of rebirth. Having seen through the true nature of Taihua's sacred land, and Yi Fun, this life was given to her by Jiang Chen. Since she was not dead, she must repay this kindness. Doing some proper servant duties was only reasonable. Shen Xingyu bit her lower lip, twisting the corner of her apron. Before Jiang Chen could respond, suddenly boom. The 14 layers of barriers outside the palace rose. Good son, it's already midday, and you're still in bed. Were you tired out yesterday? Though he was not yet visible, his voice echoed in. Soon after, Jiang Batian and Yu squeezed into the room. However, in the next moment, Jiang Baishan's wild laughter froze on his face as his gaze darted back and forth between Jiang Chen and Shen Xingyu. His son had just woken up, and the captured saintess was actually cooking breakfast for him. As expected of the Jiang family's bloodline, he really had tamed the saintess. What was she wearing? Was that appropriate attire for a saintess? Good boy. Who said a forced fruit isn't sweet? Isn't this quite sweet? Yu laughed even more, her eyes crinkling with delight as she looked at her daughter-in-law. My son is truly impressive. In one night, he has managed to tame this saintess of Taiwan. Look at her. How could she still resemble that pretentious facade of the righteous path? Wait, you two, stop making wild assumptions. Jiang Chen sat up from the bed, ready to refute. Young master, Shen Xingyu suddenly stepped forward, quickly preemptively picking up the mouthwash and spittoon. Then in front of the two elders, she respectfully stood by Jiang Chen's bedside. With her eyes downcast, her voice soft, yet carrying an understanding that only those who have been through it could grasp. Last night, young master truly worked hard. In order to help Xingyu unblock her meridians, you exhausted a tremendous amount of energy, only falling asleep in the late hours of the night. As these words left her mouth, Jiang Batian and Yu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with the 4 characters unblock. Unblock. Meridians. What a fine way to unblock the meridians. I understand, son, I understand. No wonder you're a Jiang. Jiang Batian patted Jiang Chen's shoulder forcefully, nearly knocking him apart. Unblock it well. Once unblocked, it's time to have kids. You've worked hard. Later I'll go to the North Sea and kill 2 flood dragons to get you some millennium kidneys to replenish your strength. Jiang Chen. Destruction, I'm tired. This is serious meridian unblocking. Why does it sound so vulgar coming from your mouths? It was beyond explanation. Even this righteous saintess had lost her mind, further complicating things. Yu Ji, with a loving expression, walked directly to Shun Xingyu, taking her hand and examining her. Good child, you've truly been wronged. Since you are now part of the Jiang family, as your mother, I can't be stingy. Saying this, she directly removed a crimson jade bracelet from her wrist. As the bracelet appeared, the temperature around surged, and the sound of phoenix cries echoed faintly. This is the 9 Nether Phoenix blood bracelet. Without further ado, Yu Ji placed it on Shun Xingyu's wrist, her tone commanding. Wearing this will regulate your qi and blood. Most importantly, whoever dares to bully you in the future, just show this bracelet and see who dares to mess with you. Shun Xingyu's fingertips brushed against the scorching jade bracelet. Although she was part of the righteous path, she had heard of this infamous treasure of the demonic path. The 9 Nether Phoenix blood bracelet. It was said that Yu Ji had slain a fallen magic phoenix at the quasi-emperor level, extracting its essence blood and forging it with the core fire of the earth. How precious this was. Meanwhile, at Taihua's sacred land, her so-called master wouldn't even weigh the pros and cons before giving her a suitable flying sword. Even when she was kidnapped, the first thing they did was send someone to kill her to silence her. Yet in the demonic sect, this so-called malicious woman, known as the Rakshasa, had given her a protective treasure without hesitation. Thank you, madam. Shun Xingyu's eyes reddened slightly, but she did not refuse and bowed deeply. Ding. Detected target. Shun Xingyu, feeling family warmth, her mindset undergoes a qualitative change. Affection 10. Current affection 40. Since the righteous path does not accommodate me, this place is my home. It's already 40. He hadn't done anything yet. How had her affection increased so quickly? Was the system malfunctioning? Before Jiang Chen could finish his complaints, a disciple of the demonic sect rushed to the door, stumbling, his helmet askew, looking terrified. Report. Leader, there's trouble. The Righteous Alliance is attacking. Yi Yifan from the Yi family is personally leading the charge with experts from the 9 major sects currently shouting outside the mountain gate. They say they want to flatten the Tianma sect, rescue the saintess, and tear the young master to pieces. The warm atmosphere in the palace was completely shattered. Jiang Baishan's expression darkened, the fatherly demeanor from earlier vanishing completely. How dare those ungrateful wretches disturb me from holding my grandson? Jiang Baishan's eyes blazed with fury as he waved his hand, summoning a mountain-splitting magic axe out of thin air. What an arrogant young master. I'll go rip that little brat from the Yi family to shreds. Wait. Suddenly a cold voice rang out. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Shun Xingyu had leisurely untied her little apron, folded it neatly, and placed it on the table. She turned around, gently stroking the phoenix blood bracelet on her wrist, the shyness and tenderness in her eyes vanishing. In its place was the once proud and cold saintess of Taihua, her gaze sharper than ever. These people are coming for me. Since this is caused by me, I shall handle it myself. Outside the mountain gate of the Heavenly Demon Sect, dark clouds loomed. Thousands of righteous cultivators hovered in the air, their magical swords, treasure wheels, and jade talismans interweaving in radiant flashes, illuminating the peaks of this southern wilderness demon domain in a kaleidoscope of colors. At the forefront of the formation stood a man clad in golden battle armor, holding a coiling dragon spear, exuding an imposing presence atop a war chariot. He was none other than Yi Yifan, the prince of the Yi family. His doppelganger had been destroyed, his vitality diminished, and at this moment his face bore a lingering pallor of illness. But behind him stood thousands of cultivators from the 9 sects. This battle today would surely lead to victory. Jiang Batian. Jiang Chen. This prince gives you 3 breaths of time. Hand over Xingyu, or today I will erase your Heavenly Demon Sect from the southern wilderness. 3. The voice echoed through the mountains, and the protective array of the Heavenly Demon Sect merely shimmered with a few rings of light, showing no further reaction. 2. Yi Yifan tightened his grip on the spear, which emitted a low hum. The cultivators behind him also heightened their focus, gripping their respective treasures, waiting for the command. 1. As the last word fell, Yi Yifan raised his spear, ready to command the assault on the mountain. Creak. At that moment, the vermilion mountain gate of the Heavenly Demon Sect opened a small gap. Behind the mountain gate, there emerged only a white figure stepping out into the sunlight. It's the saintess. Someone in the crowd shouted. Thousands of gazes instantly focused on that figure. In the next moment, the previously noisy battlefield fell. The only sound was the stifled gasps of breath. The person who emerged was Shun Xingyu. But she was not the dignified and solemn Taihua saintess they had known. She wore a long white palace dress with a high slit. With every step she took, the scenery beneath her skirt became visible. Her long straight legs were wrapped in a layer of black fabric as thin as a cicada's wing. The black material clung to her skin, perfectly showcasing every curve of her legs, even revealing hints of her skin color, exuding a sense of hazy beauty akin to half-concealed charm. This material and style were unheard of and unseen by all the cultivators present. The pure white dress paired with this decadently dark fabric. The two completely contradictory qualities merged on her, creating a deadly allure. Gulps. A young righteous disciple could not help but swallow hard, the sound particularly loud in this atmosphere. What a disgrace. How can this be allowed? How could the saintess wear such a bewitching garment, causing this old man to be unable to look away? What kind of monster is this that can steal souls so thoroughly? Quick, let this old man properly appreciate it. Yi Yifan's face darkened instantly. She was the woman Yi Yifan had chosen. Even in death, she must die with a clear conscience. But now this woman was standing at the mountain gate of the demon sect wearing something clearly designed to please men. This was clearly an action to tell the whole world that Yi Yifan's head was colored green. Xingyu. Yi Yifan struggled to suppress the surging anger in his chest, trying to maintain his composure. How could you dress like this? It was that demon who forced you, wasn't it? Don't be afraid. As long as you do as I say, I will protect your reputation. He was still making a final effort. As long as Xingyu was willing to perish with that demon or cry out that she was forced, then this green cap atop his head could still be salvaged. However, Xingyi's gaze was indifferent as she met his eyes. She gently raised a hand to tuck a strand of hair blown by the wind behind her ear. The scarlet phoenix blood bracelet on her wrist shone brightly under the sunlight. Yi Yifan. Xingyu spoke, her voice devoid of any emotion. Why are you making a fuss early in the morning? Don't you know my lord has a temper when waking up? Upon hearing this, the entire Righteous Alliance's ranks erupted. My lord. She calls that demon brat my lord. Or rather, my lord. The undisguised defense in her tone was clear for all to hear. You? Yi Yifan felt his cheeks burning as if he had received a resounding slap across the face. What is it? For a useless demon, brat, you've sacrificed your dignity. Useless? Xingyi's gaze instantly turned cold. Yi Yifan, you are not even qualified to carry my lord's shoes, yet you dare to judge him. I was taken to the Heavenly Demon Sect, fortunate to be protected by my lord. Nothing improper has occurred, yet your first words sent through sound transmission were pressuring me to end my life for your Yi family's reputation. She took a step forward. The black silk on her legs shimmered with a trace of purple light invisible to the ordinary eye. Since you all say I have fallen into the demonic path, then today I will fall for you to see. Listen well. From now on, I, Xingyu, am of the Jiang family in life, and a ghost of the Jiang family in death. Anyone who wishes to harm Jiang Chen must first ask me if I agree. This was no longer the coerced saintess. She was clearly a fierce protector of her own interests. Yi Yifan could no longer maintain any semblance of composure. In front of everyone, his fiancée declared her allegiance to another while he was insulted as worthless. He could not swallow this anger. Good. What a person of the Jiang family in life. Yi Yifan completely lost his mind, pointing the coiling dragon spear at Xingyu, the killing intent erupting without reservation. You shameless woman, since you willingly degrade yourself, do not blame this prince for being merciless. All disciples obey my command. Form the formation. This demoness has been tainted by demonic energy and is no longer the Taiwa saintess. Kill her. First slay this demoness, then annihilate the Heavenly Demon Sect. Today let nothing remain here. With his command, the elders and disciples of the 9 major sects exchanged glances, the development of the situation completely deviating from their expected script. But with the Yi family's might, they could only brace themselves and take action. In an instant, thousands of weapons were summoned. Flying swords turned into a rain of blades, talismans formed a magical array, and treasure seals swelled in the wind. Streams of spiritual power of various colors converged, forming a force capable of destroying mountains, charging toward the lone white figure before the mountain gate. The fierce wind whipped Xingyi's skirt and long hair. Faced with this earth-shattering strike, she did not retreat, not even drawing a weapon. She simply gazed quietly at the forefront, Yi Yifan, a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Wait. Xingyu, with one hand on her hip, she looked down upon Yi Yifan. Yi Yifan, today's events arise from you and me. Do you dare to make a life and death pact with me? Before the gate of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the atmosphere was oppressive. Yi Yifan stood atop the bronze war chariot, clad in golden armor, with thousands of cultivators from 9 major sects arrayed behind him, a magnificent sight. Looking at the woman who once cowered before him, but now brandished her sword against a demon, it was truly laughable. A life and death contract. Yi Yifan, filled with rage, laughed coldly, his voice dripping with disdain. Xingyu, as a mere early-stage golden core, what gives you the courage to challenge me? This prince is already half a step into the nascent soul stage, possessing the body of the heavens. Since you have come seeking death, I shall grant your wish. First I will kill you as a sacrifice, then destroy the Heavenly Demon Sect, and tear that coward Jiang Chen to pieces, sending you two on your way as a pair of doomed lovers. Before his words could fade, the wind and clouds shifted. Yi Yifan grasped the air with his right hand, not holding back, and directly summoned his killing move. Buzz! A dark golden spear measuring over 10 feet long materialized out of thin air, its shaft coiling with 9 black dragons, the spear tip emanating a chilling light that seemed capable of piercing through the void. The emperor-level weapon, the Lingxiao Overlord's spear. Upon the appearance of this spear, the elders of the 9 major sects behind him turned pale and retreated in unison. This, Yi has directly summoned his life weapon. This leaves no room for survival. The holy maiden is truly foolish. Is it worth sacrificing her life for a useless demon? The righteous cultivators shook their heads in lament, as if they had already foreseen the tragic fate of Xingyu. Yet facing this overwhelming pressure, Xingyu exhibited an unusual calm. The wind lifted her skirt, and her long legs, tightly wrapped in black fabric, shimmered with a faint cold light under the sun. This scene was strikingly powerful, appearing particularly enchanting, yet somehow fitting. Zhang Baishan, within the main hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, watched the scene unfolding outside the gate. Although he was not fond of this so-called holy maiden, she was after all someone he had brought back. Now she could be considered a member of the Jiang family. He lifted his axe ready to charge out. Damn it, this little brat from the Yi family dares to bully me. Ooh, I cannot tolerate this. Yet Yu stopped Jiang Bashan. Not so fast, let's wait and see. The bracelet has already been given to her. Does she want die? Besides, if our son isn't anxious, why are you? Outside the gate. Die. Yi Yifan shouted, and suddenly 100 feudal golden-armored war god apparition appeared behind him. The body of the heavens. The man and spear became one. As the spear thrust out, it was as if a golden dragon roared forth, carrying a momentum capable of annihilating the heavens directly aimed at Shen Xingyi's brow. 3 feet. 2 feet. Just as the spear tip was about to touch Shen Xingyu, she merely stepped forward, half a step, her waist twisting, to send her long right leg slicing through the air with an elegant, yet lightning-fast kick. This kick unleashed no fluctuations of spiritual energy. It was merely pure and absolute, rule-crushing. Clang. A crisp sound echoed. The righteous cultivators instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the beauty being pierced through. Yet sizzle. A strange sound erupted, resembling the violent tearing of this realm. Everyone immediately opened their eyes. In the next second, the jaws of thousands nearly dropped to the ground. They beheld Shen Xingyi's seemingly delicate leg wrapped in black silk, accurately kicking the unstoppable overlord spear's tip. A jet-black line like ink exploded along the trajectory of Shen Xingyi's kick. That was a spatial rift. The thin layer of black fabric exploded into a terrifying law that surpassed all beings the moment it touched the spear tip. Crack. Yi Yifan's so-called indestructible spear tip, which had drunk the blood of countless strong foes, crumbled before the black silk, as if it were made of mud, shattering instantly. What is this? Yi Yifan's pupils contracted sharply, his smile freezing on his face. He barely had time to react. The black spatial rift shattered the spear tip with a single blow, sending countless small cracks exploding out. But that wasn't the end. The rift spread along the spear shaft, and the emperor-level long spear astonishingly disintegrated inch by inch. The residual waves of this destruction solidly struck Yi Yifan's protective barrier. Bang! The 100 feudal golden-armored war god apparition didn't withstand even a moment, directly bisected and transformed into a rain of golden fragments. Yi Yifan's chest caved and blood gushed forth as he was blasted back hundreds of meters, crashing heavily into a mountainside. Boom! The rocks crumbled, dust rose. In the heavens and earth, there was a profound silence. Only Shen Xingyu slowly retracted her leg, elegantly adjusting her slightly crooked skirt, as if she had merely kicked away a dog. On her black silk, a strange purple glow flowed. Not only was there no damage, but it also absorbed the spiritual essence from the broken overlord spear, becoming even more deep and enchanting. Gulps. Someone unknowingly swallowed hard. Soon after, gasps of disbelief echoed. What? What kind of leg technique is this? The elder of the Taihua sacred lands, eyes nearly bulged out. No. It's that artifact she wears on her legs. One kick. Directly confronting an emperor-level weapon. Even the void was shattered. Could this possibly be the legendary extreme Dao Emperor weapon? In the Heavenly Demon Sect's camp, Jiang Batian and Yu stared dumbfounded. My lady, is that thing also from our family's treasury? I don't recall us having such an item. Is it a piece of clothing? What nonsense. That was a gift from our son. Yu shot him a glare. When did our son acquire this artifact? How come we as parents didn't know? Could it be that our son has stumbled upon some opportunity unbeknownst to us? Jiang Batian excitedly slapped his thigh. Good son, truly worthy of being from the Jiang family. A casually gifted intimate item. Clothing turned out to be so terrifying. In the rubble of the fallen stones, Yi Yifan, covered in blood, still gritted his teeth against the pain in his body, standing up from the pile of rubble. The agony of his body paled in comparison to the humiliation in his heart. He had actually been defeated. Defeated by a woman. The most absurd part was how utterly miserable his defeat was. The 9 major sects were watching, having thought that a single strike would kill that woman, yet unexpectedly the dignified scion of the Yi royal family had lost to her. Moreover, his emperor-level overlord spear had been shattered with a kick. Such a loss was hard to justify even within his family. Yi Yifan was now the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world. I refuse to accept this. I will not accept this. I did not lose. I did not lose. Yi Yifan's eyes turned bloodshot, fixating on the black silk on Shen Xingyi's leg, filled with humiliation and jealousy. Rationality completely collapsed. Yi Yifan drew a golden token shimmering with light from his chest, the Jin Yuling that commanded the 9 major sects. All sects heed my command. Form the grand array to exterminate the demons. Even if it destroys this area of 1,000 miles, I will turn this demon sect to ashes. Above the Tianma sect, dark clouds loomed ominously over the city. Yi Yifan stood in the void, his hair disheveled with dried blood at the corner of his mouth. The emperor-grade weapon was shattered by that woman with a single kick, a humiliation so profound that it shattered his defenses, leaving him utterly rational. He frantically formed hand seals, forcing a drop of golden primordial blood from his fingertips, flicking it toward the heavens. All 9 sects heed my command. Blood sacrifice. Activate the formation. With the explosion of his blood, the spiritual energy within 100 miles was instantly drawn into a vacuum. The clouds churned violently, countless golden runes fell like chains from the 9 heavens, tightly encircling the summit of the Tianma sect. This was the great formation to exterminate demons. The ultimate move of the Imperial Yi family, known as below the Great Ascension all are, but ants above the Great Ascension 1 can still be ground down. Jiang Chen, Xinxingyu. Yi Yifan roared, his eyes filled with frenzied red veins. Today let's see where you two shameless lovers can hide. As the spiritual power of thousands of cultivators poured in behind him, a gigantic, sort of spiritual energy, 1,000 feet long, coalesced in the heavens. The oppressive feeling was akin to an ancient divine mountain about to crush down. In the center of the formation, Shen Xingyi's face turned pale. She never expected Yi Yifan to be this insane. Though her extreme Dao imperial weapon was extraordinary, facing a formation that gathered the power of thousands of cultivators, she as a golden core cultivator was merely a leaf in a storm. Retreat. Behind her was the prince's palace. She could not retreat. Shen Xingyu took a deep breath. Even if she had to die, it must be at Jiang Chen's doorstep, never allowing these hypocrites to step into the palace. Meanwhile, in the small kitchen of the palace. Boom. The thunder outside shook the window paper violently. Jiang Chen, wearing a small apron, weighed a somewhat dull, thick-bladed knife in his hand. Tisk. Jiang Chen glanced out at the darkened sky and couldn't help but complain, they're fighting again. Well, it doesn't matter if the sky falls, my parents will hold it up. I'll just make something to eat first. He was merely a mortal and could not afford to be hungry. Although he had breakfast made by Shen Xingyu in the morning, this saintess of the righteous path, who was untouched by the world, had culinary skills that were hard to describe. His primary task now was to fill his stomach. Since the system granted him godly culinary skills, it would be a shame not to make dumplings. As the saying goes, nothing is better than dumplings and nothing is more fun than. Jiang Chen weighed the knife in his hand, feeling its cold heaviness, which had a good grip. He pressed the pork belly with his left hand and flicked his right wrist lightly. He raised the knife. He brought it down. Thud. The sound was crisp, short, and unremarkable. However, at the moment the knife cut down, an imperceptible transparent ripple spread instantaneously from the point where the blade met the cutting board. Ignoring space and loss. Outside the small kitchen, the gigantic sword of spiritual energy that was about to fall seemed to twitch without warning, as if the holographic projection was malfunctioning. Thud. Jiang Chen made the second cut. Outside, Yi Yifan felt a sudden heaviness in his chest, as if his heart was struck hard. The once smoothly operating formation's spiritual power unexpectedly experienced a momentary glitch. What's going on? Yi Yifan widened his eyes in terror. Was that just an illusion? Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Chen found his rhythm, and the speed of his cutting began to accelerate. The rhythmic sound of cutting meat penetrated the palace walls, even piercing through the shaky protective formation. Each thud resonated clearly in the world. Every sound was like a heavy hammer directly striking the pulse of the world's great Tao. The great Tao is subtle, the essence is formless. From Jiang Chen's first-person perspective, he was chopping meat, but to the onlookers outside, this was an indescribable supreme being, using the world as a cutting board with sentient beings, as the meat wielding a blade to judge causality. Puff. One of the elders presiding over the formation could no longer withstand it first. This strange rhythm directly caused the spiritual power within him to resonate, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, and the formation plate in his hand exploded into pieces. This sound. There is great terror in this sound. My spiritual energy is out of control. It is oscillating along with that sound. Oh, stop. Quickly stop. As Jiang Chen finished chopping, filling the knife blade created afterimages in the air, the sounds merging into a dense rain of strikes. Thud, 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 thud. This dense sound wave was a devastating dimensional blow to the great formation to exterminate demons, which relied on precise coordination. The gigantic sword of spiritual energy in the sky began to go berserk, the golden runes on its surface collapsing in chunks, peeling away. The spiritual chains connecting everyone unexpectedly snapped inch by inch. No. Impossible. What kind of demonic technique is this? Yi Yifan felt as if his soul was about to be shattered by the sound of chopping meat. With his hair disheveled, he looked like a candle in the wind. He frantically tried to sever his connection with the formation, but this pulling force seemed alive, tightly gripping him crazily, siphoning off his vitality. In the kitchen, Jiang Chen had no idea what was happening. He was chopping vigorously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his gaze focused. Just a few more cuts, and I'll be done. Jiang Chen exerted force with his wrist, heavily chopping down the final cut. Bang! That sound was like a definitive hammer, ending everything. Outside, boom. The gigantic sword suspended in the sky completely shattered with that crisp sound. A shower of golden light erupted like brilliant fireworks. Thousands of cultivators from the 9 sects let out a shrill scream, falling from the sky, like dumplings plummeting down. Yi Yifan was even worse off. As the main array master, all the backlash power concentrated solely on him. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and even his ostentatious golden battle armor shattered into pieces. As the dust settled, the sky cleared. The dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight once again bathed the summit of the Tianma sect, as if everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. In the kitchen, Jiang Chen set down his knife, wiping his hands with satisfaction. He looked at the finely chopped meat filling on the cutting board, red and white mixed, nodding in satisfaction. With this godly culinary skill, just a few chops can make it so fine. Ooh, I'll give it a 5-star review. Outside the palace, there was a dead silence. Shen Xingyu stood frozen in place, staring at the fallen righteous cultivators, her mind blank. Could it be? Was it the prince who made a move? On the other side, hiding in the shadows to observe the battle, Jiang Batian dropped his mountain-splitting demon axe with a clang. Wife. Jiang Batian looked in disbelief at the direction of the young master's palace. If I wasn't mistaken, was it our son who just broke this formation? Moon Prince's shock gradually transformed into ecstasy. I knew it. I knew my son had the potential of an emperor. Jiang Batian pondered. Could it be because he indulged in pleasures that my son awakened some godly constitution? Outside the gate of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Just moments ago, the Righteous Alliance was boasting about flattening the demon realm, but now they resembled lost dogs. Yi Yifan, covered in blood, looked utterly disheveled, his once handsome face now a mess. He stared intently at the silent palace. In that direction, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, nor a shadow to be seen. Merely the sound of chopping vegetables and meat had shattered the combined force of the 9 sects formation. What does this mean? Mahayana? Semi-imperial? Or perhaps the legendary emperor has descended? Forget about Jiang Batian in the Mahayana realm. Even if one turned the Heavenly Demon Sect upside down, they wouldn't find such a deity. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Yi Yifan's voice was hoarse, almost breaking, losing any semblance of the imperial demeanor. The demon sect has an ancient monster. Retreat. This didn't even require his command. The elders, whose spiritual energy was thrown into chaos, were already terrified beyond belief. One by one, they scooped up their disciples, turning into streaks of light, desperately fleeing into the horizon, fearing that if they delayed for even a second, they'd become the meat on the chopping block. They had come with great momentum, but now left like lost dogs peeing in fear. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling gate was left devoid of even a single fly. Creak. The palace doors swung wide open. Jiang Chen emerged holding 2 large plates of steaming dumplings, a content smile on his face. The 2 plates of plump dumplings had thin skins and generous fillings, translucent enough to reveal the tender and juicy meat inside. The rising steam carried no greasiness. Instead, it exuded a fragrance that could stir the deepest cravings. Huh, how strange. Jiang Chen looked around the empty courtyard in confusion, glancing at the shattered gate in the distance, scratching his head. Wasn't it quite lively just now? Where did everyone go? It must be that his parents intervened. At that moment, Shen Xingyu still maintained her previous defensive posture, as if ready to face death. It was only when the delicious aroma reached her nose that she snapped back to reality. The sound that shattered the formation was actually young master chopping meat. Xingyu, why are you daydreaming? Come here and take these, they're hot. Jiang Chen called out, his tone as casual as if inviting his wife to dinner. Dumplings fresh off the stove, eat them while they're hot. You haven't had breakfast yet, and after blowing the wind for so long, it's quite cold. You need something warm to nourish your body. Shen Xingyu slowly turned around. Sunlight bathed Jiang Chen in a glow, his white robes as pure as snow, his smile gentle. In Shen Xingyu's view, she could even see an invisible wheel of Tao light rotating slowly behind young master's, sacred and unassailable. Young master is willing to expose his strength to drive back strong enemies for my sake. After the battle, he even personally cooked this heavenly delicacy, using supreme laws solely to nourish me. This is clearly a heavy expression of love. Young master. Shen Xingyu's eyes instantly turned red, her nose slightly sour. How could Shen Xingyu deserve such deep affection and pampering? I'm coming. She hurried forward, carefully taking the plate, her actions so reverent that it seemed she was holding not dumplings, but a priceless treasure. The two sat at the stone table in the courtyard. Jiang Chen casually handed her a pair of chopsticks, his eyes filled with expectation. Try these, it's my secret recipe. Those 5-star. Cough, those restaurants outside can't replicate this flavor. Shen Xingyu trembled as she picked up a plump dumpling. She had never seen such food before. Young master had such ingenuity to shape the ingredients like this. She slightly parted her ruby lips and gently bit into half a dumpling. The delicious meat juice exploded in her mouth, a vast surge of spiritual energy instantly flooding through her body. This is not ordinary spiritual energy. This has been refined by divine culinary arts, purged of all impurities from the world, and even carries the primordial power of chaos. Shen Xingyu's eyes widened in shock. The bottleneck of her golden core initial stage, which had held her back for 3 years, suddenly shattered under this overwhelming force. Golden core midstage. The momentum did not wane, soaring onward. Golden core latest stage. Until she reached golden core perfection, that terrifying power finally subsided, turning gentle and nurturing her meridians. Just one dumpling was worth 10 years of her arduous cultivation. Is this young master's method? What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Jiang Chen noticed her frozen with the chopsticks in her mouth, feeling a bit guilty. Is it possible that it's not cooked? Shen Xingyu came to her senses, looked up, her eyes sparkling with affection. No, it's very delicious. This is the best thing Shen Xingyu has ever eaten in her life. In this life, only food and young master cannot be neglected. Ding. Detected that target. Shen Xingyu is deeply moved, and her cultivation has broken through her body and mind, achieving ultimate satisfaction. Current favorability 60 deeply rooted feelings. Reward granted special item candle X. 1 note, even when burned to the end it will not burn delicate skin. When burned it releases Dao fragrance greatly increasing conception chances and can also advance cultivation. It can be used for lighting and also. Hehehe. Note please explore on your own, broaden your horizons. Jiang Chen's hand trembled nearly dropping his chopsticks. Damn it system. What kind of decent system rewards a candle? And what the hell is low temperature won't harm skin? Can you be a little more serious? Young master. Shun Xingyu noticed Jiang Chen's strange expression and asked with concern, what's wrong? It's nothing. Jiang Chen waved his hand, grabbing a cup of tea nearby and gulping it down, forcing that mouthful of dumpling down. He glanced at Shun Xingyu. The girl was looking at him with deep concern, her long legs clad in black stockings appearing particularly demure under the table. Recalling the item the system just gave, Jiang Chen quickly averted his gaze, silently reciting the heart-purifying spell. What a sin. This meal is impossible to eat. In the distance, Jiang Batian and Yu Ji were witnessing the miracle of Shun Xingyu breaking through just from eating a dumpling. They exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Old Jiang, did you see that? Yu Ji excitedly grabbed Jiang Baishan's arm. That girl just rose 3 levels. Just from eating a dumpling. Rising 3 levels. I saw it. Jiang Batian rubbed his hands together, his face filled with excitement. I told you this brat was hiding his talents. When he made dumplings for us before the meat was still raw, why didn't we see this effect? It seems our son has awakened some divine physique and no longer needs our worry. But, Ujis expression turned serious. But what? Our son awakened his physique because he indulged in meat, do you think? Yuji glanced at the sweet-looking couple enjoying dumplings, her tone earnest. Relying solely on Shun Xingyu, will it satisfy our son's physique? We as parents must prepare in advance. Jiang Batian nodded in agreement, slapping his thigh. Madam makes a valid point. One is not enough. For the sake of our Jiang family's lineage, we must expand the harem. On the other side, run. We must run quickly. At this moment, Yi Yifan had lost all semblance of an imperial prince. He frantically burned his primordial blood, transforming into a streak of crimson light, speeding away from the territory of the Tianma sect. His mind was filled with the image of that woman shattering the quasi-imperial weapon with a kick, and the sound of flesh being chopped echoed like a divine decree. The defenses had been breached. Completely breached. Blood foamed at the corner of Yi Yifan's mouth, his eyes filled with resentment. Jiang Chen. Shun Xingyu. Once I return to my family and summon the supreme ancestor, I will ensure that you 2 scoundrels are torn to shreds. Ahead, the landscape began to change. The unique crimson miasma of the southern wilderness faded, gradually transforming into the pure spiritual aura of the righteous immortal mountains. That's the place, the buffer zone between the righteous and demonic paths. As long as I cross over, I will be within the control of the righteous alliance and safe. A glimmer of survival ignited in Yi Yifan's eyes. One step. Just 1 step away. Suddenly the sky darkened. A massive black-red hand appeared out of thin air, enveloping the heavens and earth. What are you running from, my dear nephew? A voice came from above, laced with a hint of mocking laziness. The pressure emanating from it was that of the greatest sentient stage. Yi Yifan felt his blood freeze. Uffed. He couldn't even let out a scream as his whole being was violently slammed into the ground by this hand radiating demonic energy. The earth cracked, dust rising as a deep pit was created. In the next moment, a large foot clad in black boots stomped heavily onto Yi Yifan's face. Woo-woo. Yi Yifan struggled desperately, but that foot did not budge an inch. His face was smeared with mud, half a tooth knocked out, wanting to curse, but only able to emit muffled sounds. He struggled to turn his eyes upward following the leg. The newcomer had a face full of flesh, eyes gleaming with mockery, holding a signature demonic axe. The demon lord of the Tianma sect, Jiang Batian. Oh, isn't this that guy? The great Prince Yi. Jiang Batian grinned a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Running so fast, are you rushing home for dinner? Jiang. Demon lord. Yi Yifan's face was deformed from being stepped on, but he still struggled to maintain his dignity, threatening in a muffled voice. I am the imperial prince of the Yi family. I have a soul token in my clan. If you dare to harm me, the 1,000,000 troops of the Yi family will surely trample. Oh. Crack. Jiang Batian pressed down slightly with his foot, and Yi Yifan's jaw broke instantly. Imperial family. Oh dear, you've scared me to death. My little heart is racing. Jiang Batian pretended to pat his chest, then his expression changed as he crouched down, grabbing Yi Yifan by the hair and lifting him into the air. You brought so many people to cause trouble in the Tianma sect. As the boss, if I don't show some response, it would make me lose face. You? Yi Yifan tried to say something, but with his jaw shattered, he could only emit a few muffled sounds. I heard that you righteous ones value your reputation the most. You love being pure and untainted. Come here. Jiang Batian waved his hand. The air twisted and 2 black-robed elders of the demonic sect emerged from the shadows, bowing in salute. Throw him into the joyful cave. Jiang Batian chuckled, pointing to a grim-looking mountain in the distance. Remember to wake those 12 old geezers up, not a single one should be missing. The 2 elders exchanged looks, their eyes filled with sympathy. How tragic. Truly tragic. The joyful cave is the most feared place in the southern wilderness demon domain. Another name, Juice Extraction Holy Land. The so-called 12 golden hairpins are 12 old demonesses who weigh at least 300 pounds having gone mad due to their cultivation of evil techniques resulting in extremely distorted appearances. No. Yi Yifan, though unaware of what that place was, instinctively felt a chill seeing the elders' safe travels, expressions struggling wildly kill. Me. Dying is so meaningless, a living is what allows for revenge, isn't it? Jiang Batian laughed merrily as he pulled out several premium recording stones from his pocket and tossed them to the elder in charge. Use these to record everything. Make sure to capture Yi Yifan's expressions of being enthralled and unable to extricate himself clearly for me. I've even thought of the title, let's call it The Righteous Prince and the 12 Golden Hairpins of the Demon Sect. Record 100,000 copies overnight. By dawn, I want to see it on the black market of the entire cultivation world. Understood. The master is brilliant. That night the screams coming from the joyful cave were more tragic than those of slaughtered pigs, even frightening the ghosts within a 10-mile radius away. The next day, Southern Wilderness Ghost Market. Selling the clips. An annual blockbuster. The Yi family prince performs passionately. First-person immersive experience. Only 998 low-grade spirit stones. Look at our Yi prince's unique taste. The light of the righteous shines upon the joyful cave. Taoist friend, care for a copy. Want to critique this decadent music? In the northern borders, a certain immortal city. Immoral and corrupt. It's a disgrace to culture. An old Taoist with an air of celestial demeanor blew out his beard in anger, scolding the vendor. After scolding, the old Taoist quickly sent a message through divine sense: such filthy demonic artifacts should not be circulated in the world. Get me 20 copies of the collector's edition. I want to bring them back to the sect and organize the disciples to critique them, resolutely resisting. What the Taoist said is right. I also want to critique. Don't crowd. Leave one for me. As the recording stones spread, the entire cultivation world, both righteous and demonic, fell into a frenzy. In the footage, the once radiant Yi family prince was surrounded by a group of indescribable meat mountains. His expressions, his voice, his struggles were all clearly recorded. What celestial demeanor, what imperial family face. In this moment it was crushed to pieces. Social death perhaps, and at this time by a stinking ditch outside the Tiamat sect's mountain gate. Pot up. A figure covered in blue and purple, completely unclothed, was tossed out like garbage. Yi Yifan had not died, but his current appearance was 1,000 times worse than death. His Tao heart had completely, even his most proud celestial titan body had degenerated into a soft-shell shrimp after a whole night of tender loving care from those 12 old babies. His essence was drained and his divinity was obliterated. It was likely that in the second half of his life seeing a woman would induce physiological discomfort, making it difficult for him to pass on his lineage. I wanna go home. Father, save me. Yi Yifan crawled painfully in the mud, the belief of returning home supporting him. As long as he returned to his family, as long as he utilized the supreme heritage of the family, he could reshape his body and wash away today's humiliation. Just wait. Jiang Beishan Jiang Chen Xinxingyu. This grudge shall not go unavenged. Yi Yifan vowed to never be human. The northern region, the imperial Yi clan. Majestic divine mountains pierced the heavens, shrouded in ethereal mists, cranes soaring in unison. A realm of pristine, otherworldly grace. Yet at this moment the mountain gate stands sealed. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yifan's bloodstained hands strike the bronze door knocker again and again, leaving vivid crimson imprints. Dragging his body, broken as a sack of rags, he claws his way up thousands of stone steps, finally reaching the Yi ancestral gates. Father, open the door. It's me, Yifan. I've returned from the jaws of death. Creak. A narrow slit opens in the side gate. A flicker of light ignites in Yi Yifan's clouded eyes. But emerging is neither his father nor his master, not even a clan elder. Instead, several masked, black-armored death knights step forth, dragging between them a disheveled, middle-aged woman. Mother. Yi Yifan recoils as if struck by lightning. She is his birth mother, a noble concubine to his father. Yet now her hair hangs wild, her makeup smeared beyond recognition. Yifan. At the sight of him, the woman lunges forward, clutching him fiercely, her wails raw and piercing. They have cast you out of the Yi clan. They call you a bastard. Do you think I, your own mother, do not know the truth of your blood? Before Yi Yifan's mind can grasp the weight of those words, a voice, cold as frozen void, echoes from above the great bronze gate. Yi Yifan, impure bloodline. Confirmed you are no true scion of the Yi clan. The Yi clan patriarch, the man Yi Yifan has called father for over 20 years, stands aloft, arms folded, gazing down with detached disdain upon the broken mother and son sprawled at his feet. Years ago your mother bore a stillborn child. To preserve her status and wealth, she secretly substituted a peasant's son, tainting our sacred bloodline. An unforgivable crime. Yet out of mercy for years of upbringing, we spare your lives today. Begone. Henceforth you shall utter not a single syllable of the name Yi in public, or face execution without reprieve. In that instant Yi Yifan feels the heavens themselves collapse. What impurity! Was his heaven-devouring, overlord body a lie? Was the soul lamp enshrined in the ancestral hall a falsehood? But clarity dawns swiftly. This was never about blood, it was about shame. About severing ties before disgrace spread. For that spirit stone recording now circulating across the cultivation world, had exposed him before all under heaven, reducing the illustrious Yi clan to ridicule and himself to a laughingstock. The proud imperial Yi clan, obsessed with its immaculate reputation, chose the swiftest, most ruthless remedy: severance. So long as they deny he is their flesh and blood, the disgraced one is not the imperial heir, but an impostor, a nameless bastard. Thus the Yi clan remains eternally exalted, untarnished, untouchable. As for Yi Yifun's life or death, who cares? And bitterly ironic it is he had spoken nearly identical words just days earlier to Shen Xingyu. How heartless. Is this truly the righteous imperial clan? Ha! Rage surges through his meridians, a jet of black blood erupts from his mouth, arcing 3 feet high. Then darkness swallows him whole. Meanwhile, in the southern wastelands, the demon sovereign sect, lanterns blaze, drums thunder, and festive joy fills the air, as if celebrating a grand festival. Within the grand assembly hall, Jiang Chen sits upon a tiger skin throne, idly replaying the Yi Yifun exclusive edition Spirit Stone recording in his palm. He chuckles with delight. That expression, absolutely peerless. Truly only Elder 3 could capture such an angle. Snap. Enough already. Haven't you watched enough? Or must you invite needle eyes? Yu slams her palm onto the table. On to business. Oh, right, business. Jiang Chen straightens, instantly clears his throat, and sweeps his gaze across the assembly of demonic elders. Today's agenda: how best to accelerate our young master's cultivation towards supreme enlightenment. The elders stiffen, then hastily produce small notebooks. This is the demon sovereign sect's utmost priority, far surpassing territorial conquests. Yu taps the table thoughtfully. I've discerned it. Chun'er's physique awakened only after crossing that threshold. To hasten his ascension, and to ensure the Jiang lineage thrives, we must expand the harem. Madam, your wisdom shines like the sun. Jiang Chen bows deeply, then scratches his head, frowning. But whom shall we seize? Common beauties would never suffice for our son. At that moment, Elder 3, the intelligence master, withdraws a scroll from his sleeve and unfurls it before the assembly. Master, madam, behold. Upon the silk lies a portrait of a woman clad in phoenix robes. Though rendered only in ink and pigment, she radiates sovereign authority, an innate, unassailable majesty. Her brow bears regal poised, her figure, voluptuous beyond measure, especially the sinuous curve of waist and hips, exudes the unmistakable vitality of a perfect vessel for life. This is Princess Ji Qingwei of the great Zhou imperial dynasty. Elder 3 gestures to the portrait. She bears the imperial dragon Qi and possesses the purple Qi ascending east body, not a divine tier constitution, yet supremely adept at nurturing others. Most crucially, master, observe her form. She rivals even the holy maiden in sheer magnificence. The great Zhou dynasty. Jiang Chen frowns. Hasn't their new emperor just ascended the throne? Precisely. With the new emperor's recent accession, chaos grips the realm. Internal strife and external threats boiling over like a cauldron. Elder 3 grins, eyes glinting with cunning calculation. Though Zhongzhou's spiritual energy pales beside the southern wastelands or northern region, its political spoils draw covetous eyes, from rival princes to imperial ministers, all vying to seize this princess and claim her as a furnished dragon consort. Outrageous. Jiang Chen slams the table, leaping upright, suddenly embodying the righteous fury of a celestial hero. Such a paragon. How dare those decrepit old fools defile her? It would be sacrilege. Better she grace our son than feed their lust. With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Chen declares, voice booming with heroic fervor. Issue the order. Muster the troops. Bring the swiftest spirit boat. We sail directly to the great Zhou imperial palace to abduct the bride. Long live the master. Zhongzhou, the great Zhou imperial dynasty, Wayang Palace. Outside, battle cries shake the heavens. Ji Qingwei dismisses her attendants, sitting alone upon the marble steps beneath the dragon throne, gripping the imperial seal with white-knuckled intensity. Her father, the emperor, lies dead. Her elder brother fell in battle. Rebellious princes rise, encircling the capital like wolves. She, a woman, was forced to don male attire, assuming her brother Ji Qingting's identity to ascend the throne and quell the rebellion. Yet even this ruse proves insufficient against the usurpers. Elder sister. From behind a folding screen peeks a 6-year-old boy, her youngest brother, voice trembling. The noise is outside. I'm afraid. Ji Qingwei gathers him into her arms, whispering gently, fear not, I will protect you. Yet even as she speaks, rebel forces breach the Meridian Gate. 3 overwhelming auras loom beyond the palace walls, unmasked, unashamed, radiating hunger and lewd malice. They seek the Zhou Empire's throne, and her body, the crown princess's, as their ultimate prize. Ji Qingwei draws a short sword from her belt. If captured, dishonor is less tolerable than death. Boom. The vermilion palace doors, reinforced with ancient formation arrays, shatter inward with a single brutal kick. Splinters fly. A black and crimson demonic wind floods the hall, whipping candle flames into frantic, desperate flares. These are no rebels. This aura dwarfs theirs, 10,000-fold in terror. A towering figure strides across the moonlit threshold, axe raised high in one massive hand. He. Daughter-in-law, fear not. Lower that blade. Come, your father-in-law has come to escort you home, to bear children. Tonight, Jiang Batian hurriedly took people to Zhongzhou. Meanwhile, inside the Heavenly Demon Sect it was quite quiet. In the young master's sleeping chamber at the Redwood Round Table, Jiang Chen was toying with a red candle, a reward from the system. The item indeed had a rather unique design, entirely translucent pink, looking like a cheap product worth 2 coins from a street vendor, emanating an inexplicable flamboyance. System, are you sure this is the reward? Although the items provided by the system were indeed outrageous, like that imperial weapon that could only be used as stockings, at least they were practical. But this candle. Please rest assured, dear host, this product has undergone strict quality inspection, primarily creating an ambience, and is a must-have for home travel and reproduction. I have never seen such a candle, why not give it a try, eh? Jiang Chen thought to himself as he picked up a fire stick and casually lit the candle. Hiss! The flame flickered, and a wisp of light pink smoke wafted upwards. There was no pungent smell of wax, instead a remarkably sweet fragrance spread. This scent was reminiscent of cheap perfume from his past life. Cough, cough. Jiang Chen frowned and waved his hand in distaste. Isn't this scent too strong? Did the system take a kickback? At that moment, with a creak, the door was gently pushed open. Shun Xingyu entered carrying a basin of warm water. She had changed out of her white dress and donned a loose Taoist robe of Jiang Chen. Though the clothes did not fit perfectly, the wide neckline of the robe accentuated her delicate collarbone. Her long legs, wrapped in sheer stockings, gleamed under the flickering candlelight, exuding a sense of forbidden beauty. Young master, the water is ready. Xingyu will assist you in washing. Before she could finish, Shin Xingyi's footsteps suddenly halted. Splash. The copper basin slipped from her hands and fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere. She stared intently at the flickering candle flame on the table, her whole being stunned by Jiang Chen's profound aura. In Jiang Chen's eyes, it was just a cheap air freshener. But to Shun Xingyu, who had just broken through to the golden core perfection, what she saw was not a mere candle. What she saw was clearly a burning Jiang Dan. The wisps of pink smoke in her divine sense perception transformed into countless entangled yin-yang patterns. Each wisp of smoke contained the primordial true qi from the time when the universe was first opened. Is this the legendary Hongming burning Dao candle? According to ancient texts, there was a divine wood in the ancient times called burning Dao. Candles made from its resin, when lit for a breath, could offset a cultivator's 100 years of hard work. Moreover, the wax produced after burning was not only non-scalding, but could also nourish the spirit when dripped onto the skin, fortifying the foundation. However, such divine objects had long disappeared in the ancient times. Even emperors could not obtain them, existing only in legends. And now the young master was actually using it for lighting, even complaining about its overpowering scent. Seeing her in a daze, Jiang Chen awkwardly scratched his head, thinking he had been caught with something inappropriate, and embarrassedly explained, "Oh, I thought the room was too dark, so I lit a candle for some illumination. If you find the smell unbearable, I can extinguish it right away." As he said this, Jiang Chen leaned in to blow it out, just casually lighting it. For more light. Shun Xingyu gazed at Jiang Chen's slightly apologetic face, her nose suddenly feeling sour, and her eyes turned red. The young master was still lying. He clearly knew that I had just broken through and that my foundation was unstable, so he didn't hesitate to use such a miraculous object just to help me stabilize my foundation. But he was afraid of placing a psychological burden on me, which is why he pretended to say it was just casually lit. Young master. Shun Xingyu rushed forward, protecting the flickering flame, afraid Jiang Chen would blow it out. Xingyu really likes the scent so much. She took a deep breath, greedily inhaling the pink smoke. What a waste. If even a wisp slipped away, it would be an insult to this candle. The smoke entered her body and instantly transformed into the purest flow of spiritual power rushing towards her dantian. The golden core that had just reached perfection within her body was immediately covered in cracks under this force. Crack, crack. What is this? Shen Xingyi's eyes widened, not daring to believe as she examined herself internally. Shattered core giving birth. This was a chasm that countless golden core cultivators could never cross in their entire lives. Without the 9 deaths and 1 life tribulation, and without 100 years of inner demon training, could it really be achieved so effortlessly just from this whiff of fragrance? Buzz. Above Shen Xingyi's head, the void suddenly rippled. A long sword phantom, entirely crystalline and emanating a sword intent, slowly materialized above her. This was the shattered core giving birth, triggering a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Shortly after, the sword phantom transformed into a stream of light, merging into her brow. Her realm skyrocketed until she completely broke through to the nascent soul, only then did it come to a halt. On the opposite side of the table, Jiang Chen's hand holding the teacup froze in midair, staring blankly at Shun Xingyu before him. It's just lighting a candle. Why are you so excited? Why does it even have its own light effect? Before Jiang Chen could process what was happening, Shun Xingyu had already opened her eyes. At that moment, her aura changed like a peerless divine sword hidden within a box. Ding. Detected that target. Shun Xingyu is deeply moved, breaking through the nascent soul through the power of the object. Admiration for the host has reached its peak. Approval rating skyrocketing and being calculated. Current approval rating 90, unwavering loyalty. Jiang Chen. Wow, it reached the maximum level just like that? This approval rating is rising a bit too easily, isn't it? Shen Xingyu slowly stood up, looking at the candle that had already burned halfway, her eyes filled with affection. The young master treats me like a treasure. How can I let this beautiful moment go to waste? She walked step by step towards Jiang Chen, the neckline of her robe slightly open, revealing a breathtaking expanse of white. Young master, her voice turned soft and hoarse. Such profound love, Xingyu has no way to repay it, only to offer myself to you. Jiang Chen, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the target. Reward issued. Blueprint for the innate spirit resonance nurturing room introduction. Raising a fetus in this room can shorten the gestation period, significantly enhance the mother's cultivation, and the offspring will definitely carry accompanying phenomena. Note: requires gathering extreme yang wood and extreme yin stone to construct. The system's alert chimes continued, but Jiang Chen had no time to pay attention, because at that moment Shen Xingyu had already leaned over. She knelt on one knee on the bed, her long leg wrapped in Balenciaga radiated an enticing sheen in the candlelight akin to a beautiful serpent. She leaned down, placing her hands firmly on either side of Jiang Chen's body, completely enclosing him within her territory. In her dreamy eyes there was no longer a trace of the aloofness of a saintess. The affection in her gaze seemed ready to devour the man before her whole. If I could give birth to an offspring for the young master, it would be the greatest fortune of my life. Shen Xingyu leaned over Jiang Chen, her warm breath cascading over his neck. You wouldn't want the Jiang family to lose their lineage, would you? This line felt somehow off. Hearing it from this once-gold saintess was simply a killer move. Jiang Chen felt his rationality quickly disintegrating. Well, after all, this step had to be taken sooner or later. Since he couldn't resist life, he might as well lie back and enjoy it. The situation opened up. This is what you brought upon yourself. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, reaching out to embrace her delicate waist. Shen Xingyu let out a soft moan, but did not retreat. Instead, she picked up the candle and handed it to Jiang Chen. Young master, please cherish Xingyu. In the young master's sleeping quarters, the flame of the candle flickered gently. The melted wax dripped down, not scorching, but infused with spiritual energy, solidifying Shen Xingyu's recently attained nascent soul realm. The curtains fell, shrouding the room in springtime warmth. Ding. The system detects that the host is engaging in a grand harmony of life. This is a sacred reproductive ceremony, and the system has automatically activated assistance mode, locking BUFF one shot into the soul. Jiang Chen. This broken system showing up for attention at a time like, however, this sensation is truly delightful. Outside the window, the night air was cool as water. Inside the room, it was filled with the vibrancy of spring. Shen Xingyu, despite being a nascent soul powerhouse, was at this moment merely a delicate young woman. With the system's enhancement and the strange candle's catalysis, this night was destined to be long. At the very moment when their spirits and bodies fully merged, Jiang Chen felt as if a shackle within him had suddenly been shattered. A mysterious and profound power surged from the young master's sleeping quarters, soaring into the skies. Rumble. The previously silent night sky suddenly echoed with the sound of thunder. Jiang Chen looked up at the window and faintly saw a great purple light outside. Why is it thundering? He muttered. But Shen Xingyu tightly clung to his neck. Young master, focus. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions. Let the heavens collapse and the earth shatter. Tonight, creating life is paramount. Inside the sleeping quarters was a realm of tenderness, while outside were surging waves of chaos. Above the Tianma sect, the originally pitch-black night sky was now illuminated as if it were daytime. Purple energy surged eastward for 30,000 miles, rolling like a tide. Amidst the swirling clouds, the phantom of a golden dragon measuring 1,000 feet in length appeared alongside the phantom of a phoenix engulfed in the flames of rebirth. Dragon and phoenix herald auspiciousness. The two circled, intertwined, and let out long howls in the sky directly above the sleeping quarters. Eng, Li. The sounds of the dragon's roar and the phoenix's cry resonated not only throughout the entire southern desolate demon domain, but even reached the borders of the northern realm thousands of miles away. More astonishingly, golden spiritual rain began to fall from the sky. As these raindrops fell upon the flora of the Tianma sect, withered would found spring upon the disciples, their hidden injuries healed completely. At this moment, on the small path of the back mountain of the Tianma sect, Demon Lord Jiang Batian and Lady Yueji were walking one in front of the other. Jiang Batian carried a large burlap sack on his shoulder, which was still wriggling, clearly containing a living person. I say, my lady, don't you think we're a bit too hasty this time? Jiang Batian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Our son hasn't even sorted out that saintess yet, and here we are bringing back the crown princess of the Great Zhou. Can our son handle it? What do you know? Lady Yueji rolled her eyes at him. Is there really such a thing as too much? With our son's physique, I think. Her words were left hanging. Both of them suddenly halted, staring in awe at the phenomenon in the sky. The position of the dragon and phoenix phantoms was unmistakably above Jiang Chen's sleeping quarters. Mother! Jiang Baishan's hand trembled, causing the burlap sack on his shoulder to fall to the ground. With a thud, from within came a muffled groan, clearly having taken quite a fall. But he couldn't care less, his finger pointing at the sky was shaking. What the? Is this the sign of life being created? Lady Yueji was even more excited, tears streaming down her face, her hands clasped together. Ancestors, bless us. Ancestors bless us. This commotion, this momentum, it must be that we are expecting. And it must be an unparalleled prodigy. No, I must go take a look. Jiang Batian picked up his axe and was ready to charge. Stop. Lady Yueji yanked his ear. What are you going to do, you old lecher? Eavesdrop. Don't disturb our son's performance. What if you frighten my precious grandson? Right, can't disturb, can't disturb. Jiang Batian chuckled foolishly, rubbing his hands and spinning in place. Then let's just wait here. Whoever dares to approach the sleeping quarters, I'll chop him down. That night, tens of thousands of disciples of the Tianma sect knelt collectively in the direction of the young master's sleeping quarters. Young master is mighty. The young master is truly a divine being. The grand elder stroked his beard, gazing at the golden rain falling from the sky, sighing. Though the young master cannot cultivate, he has already reached the pinnacle of the path of reproduction. This unborn little young master is likely to possess the bearing of a great emperor. The next morning, sunlight spilled onto the messy big bed. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, refreshed and stretched. Beside him, Shun Xinyu curled up in his arms like a little cat, still fast asleep. Her long eyelashes still bore traces of tears, her face adorned with a blush that had yet to fade, and the corners of her mouth held a satisfied smile. Even though she had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, the battle from last night had utterly exhausted her strength. Ding. Congratulations, host. Last night's efforts were remarkably effective. Embryo quality assessment in progress. Fusing innate sword body and divine bloodline. First fetus confirmed, chaos sword fetus unawakened version. Due to the mother's cultivation level increase and the enhancement from items, the embryo is developing exceptionally well. It is recommended that the host construct an innate spiritual resonance breeding room as soon as possible to avoid wasting such a rare talent. Chaos sword fetus. Sounds quite formidable. For the sake of the child, this room must be built. He glanced at the system panel, and the core material for constructing the breeding room was extreme yang wood. Where can I find something like that? Jiang Chen pondered as he quietly got up and dressed. He tucked Shin Zingius' blanket in place and opened the door to step outside, preparing to make himself some breakfast. As soon as he opened the door, he froze. In the courtyard, Jiang Batian and Yueji were grinning at him with a kind and lecherous expression. Behind the two elders there lay an opened burlap sack. A breathtakingly beautiful woman dressed in a light yellow palace gown and exuding an air of nobility was tightly bound and crammed inside. Seeing Jiang Chen come out, Jiang Batian immediately leaned forward, gesturing toward the woman with his lips, lowering his voice. Son, you worked hard last night. Dad saw that your saintess wife couldn't handle it alone, so I specially went to the great Zhou imperial city to bring you. This is the crown princess of the great Zhou Ji Qingwei. I've heard she carries the royal dragon aura, making her a good childbearer. Jiang Chen. Ji Qingwei stared fiercely at Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes nearly spitting fire. Demon. If you dare to touch me, I will die before I yield. Jiang Chen. Mom and Dad, are you two a bit too eager? Well, this has certainly made things at home more lively. But he suddenly remembered something. The great Zhou royal family seems to have a legendary Fusang divine tree that has been inherited for thousands of years. Isn't that precisely the extreme yang what I urgently need? Jiang Chen looked at the crown princess, whose face was full of fury and his expression gradually became nuanced. This is not just a living offering. This is clearly a building material delivered right to my door. Jiang Batian left Ji Qingwei behind and swiftly departed, even thoughtfully closing the door and activating the soundproof array. In the palace, only Jiang Chen, who looked bewildered, and the fiercely murderous princess of the great Zhou, who had just crawled out of a sack, remained. As the two locked eyes, the system immediately provided a prompt ding. Scanning current target Ji Qingwei physique, purple chi, rising body appearance 93 dimensions 996, 9103 exceptional. Recommendation: the host must capture her. Romantic history: none. A single dog focused on career comprehensive score 94, current favorability 100. I would rather die than submit to a demon. Jiang Chen. Another 100. Can you find me something easier, Dad? At this moment, Ji Qingwei looked very disheveled. Her hair was a mess, and her bright yellow phoenix robe, symbolizing imperial authority, was wrinkled after being stuffed in a sack all night. The collar was slightly open, revealing a patch of snowy skin that appeared quite improper. Yet despite this, she still held her neck high, glaring at the man before her. Demon. Ji Qingyu's voice carried the last dignity of the royal family. If you wish to use force, this princess would rather bite my tongue and die burning my 3 souls and 7 spirits than let you succeed. In the great Zhou royal family, there are only warriors who die in battle, not dishonored slaves. This shout was filled with spirit and a sense of tragic heroism. Moreover, those words sounded eerily familiar. The last person to say something like this had begged for mercy just last night and was still unable to get out of bed. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with helplessness. Your Highness the Princess, let's talk reason. First of all, I'm not interested in your body for now. Ji Qingwei was taken aback. Not interested. She was the most beautiful woman in the Central Plains, possessing the purple chi rising body, and yet this demon claimed to have no interest. This must be a strategy to lure her in. Stop pretending in front of me. Ji Qingwei sneered, her eyes full of mockery. You went through so much trouble to abduct me into the demon realm. You say you have no ulterior motives. You think I'm a 3-year-old child. Of course I have ulterior motives. Jiang Chen set down his teacup and raised a finger. I want a piece of wood from your great Zhou royal family. Off. Ji Qingyue was utterly baffled, her brain malfunctioning for a second. Just a piece of wood. Jiang Chen said sincerely, his expression resembling that of someone haggling in a market. As long as you agree to give me a piece of Fusang divine wood, I will immediately send a special carriage. Or a flying boat to take you back. How about that? Ji Qingyue furrowed her brows tightly. Although the Fusang divine wood was a national treasure of the Great Zhou, it was merely symbolic and held no real utility. Moreover, he only wanted one piece. If she could exchange a piece of wood for her freedom, it would be a tremendous bargain. But how is that possible? If it were true, there could only be one explanation. Are you insulting me? Ji Qingyue's face turned ashen. Are you trying to tell me that my purity, even the entire Great Zhou Empire, is worth less than a piece of wood in your eyes? What a venomous mind, what shameless means. Killing people while attacking their hearts, it doesn't get any worse than this. Jiang Chen. What was wrong with this woman's thought process? Or was it that political figures see everything is dirty? Just then the door to the palace was gently pushed open. Creak. Young master, the morning tea is ready. A gentle female voice came through. Shen Xingyu walked out slowly holding a tray of tea. She wore a loose, ill-fitting Taoist robe, and her long hair was casually tied up with a wooden hairpin with a few strands falling near her temples. Though she hadn't applied any makeup, she radiated a certain charm and languor, as if she had just been nourished by the rain and dew. Most importantly, the aura she unconsciously exuded was that of a genuine, nascent soul. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ji Qingyue's mouth dropped open in surprise. Holy Maiden of Taiwan. Shen Xingyu. As a member of the royal family of the Central Plains, she had certainly seen portraits of this northern holy maiden. This was someone who stood high above, overlooking the masses, a figure whom even the late emperor of the Great Zhou had to treat with utmost respect. But now, this legendary ice mountain holy maiden was holding tea like a humble little wife, her eyes all filled with admiration for this demon. And she was wearing the demon's clothes. Holy maiden, you. Ji Qingyue felt her worldview shatter, her fingers shaking as she pointed at Shen Xingyu. Have you been possessed? Shen Xingyu turned her head, glancing at her indifferently. In that instant, her previously gentle gaze turned cold. Princess, mind your words. Shen Xingyu's voice was frigid, lacking any trace of the earlier warmth. To serve the young master is a blessing that I have earned through many lifetimes. As for you, since the young master says he only needs wood, that is his kindness, his great mercy. She paused, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. If you continue to be ungrateful and misinterpret the young master's intentions, I won't hesitate to erase the Weiyang Palace from the map of the Great Zhou Empire. Ji Qingyue was left dumbfounded. The look in the holy maiden's eyes conveyed a warning, murderous intent, and perhaps even jealousy. This wasn't possession, nor was it sorcery. It was clearly complete submission, even reverence. The proud Taiwan holy maiden had, it turned out, not meant it as an insult with her only need would remark, but rather as great mercy. Was she offering a stairway to life? If she continued to be ungrateful, even the Great Zhou dynasty might be seen as mere dust in this man's eyes. The immense fear and disparity instantly shattered Ji Qingyue's psychological defenses. All right. Ji Qingyue composed herself and gritted her teeth. As long as young Master Jiang can send me back to the Great Zhou, I will wholeheartedly present the Fusang divine wood from the Forbidden Land. Jiang Chen took the tea that Shen Xingyu handed him, nodding in satisfaction. This is more like it. Deal, but Ji Qingyue couldn't help but feel curious. The Fusang divine wood is the foundation of the Great Zhou's establishment. Why does the young master want it? What kind of astonishing artifact are you planning to refine? It must be an extraordinary weapon, or perhaps a heaven-defying formation eye. Otherwise, what warrants such a grand effort? Jiang Chen stood up, tidying his sleeves. It's nothing much. He turned to look at the inner room, a gentle smile appearing on his face akin to a kind father. I heard that the Fusang divine wood has abundant yang energy, perfect for making a maternity room. Shen Xingyu. Her small face flushed, and she instinctively touched her abdomen. The young master treated her except Ji Qingyue, using a national treasure to make a maternity room. At that moment, the Great Zhou's eldest princess heard the sound of her worldview shattering. In the great hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the door was pushed open and Jiang Chen walked in. Father, mother, he said directly, prepare a fast-flying boat for me. I need to go to the Great Zhou. Jiang Batian and Yu Ji exchanged glances, their eyes instantly brightening. Son, have you come to a realization? Jiang Batian said excitedly, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming. Are you planning to take direct control of the Great Zhou? What nonsense is this? Jiang Chen waved his hand speechlessly. I have discussed it with Ji Qingyue. I'm just going to the Great Zhou to fetch a Fusang wood and then return. Arrange a low-profile transportation for me. Don't make a big deal out of it. I don't like to be ostentatious. Having said that, Jiang Chen turned and left, leaving only his silhouette behind. Watching her son's figure disappear at the door, Yu Ji suddenly slapped her thigh and stood up excitedly. Old Jiang, did you understand? Our son has reached a moment of enlightenment. Jiang Batian scratched his head in confusion. Understand what? Didn't our son just say he wants a piece of wood, and to keep it low-key? Fool. You thick-head wooden block. Yu Ji said with a look of exasperation. What our son wants is not just people, but also to strike at their hearts. Think about it, the Great Zhou is currently in chaos with various feudal lords rebelling and the royal family in peril. Our son is going there alone at this time, laughing and chatting while suppressing the rebellion and then returning with just a piece of wood. What is this called? The elders all stretch their necks in unison. What is it called? This is clearly an intention to take over the Great Zhou and establish a demonic influence in the central continent. What our son says about only needing wood is just to prevent us from interfering. He wants to prove to us that he can stand on his own, capable of covering the sky with one hand. I see now, I understand. Jiang Batian suddenly enlightened, and then he was moved to tears. So what our son means by Loki refers to Loki while showcasing absolute strength. Since our son wants to pretend, oh no, wants to hone his skills, we as parents must cooperate fully. We must give him. Jiang Batian waved his hand grandly. Send the order down. Bring out the 9 Dragons town domain ship. Let the third elder, that old killing machine, lead the team, bringing along 3,000 elite demon guards at the Golden Core stage and above. Remember, the young master is going on a trip. It must be Loki. Do you understand? Loki. Half an hour later, at the square of the Heavenly Demon Sect's mountain gate, Ji Qingyue stood there trembling all over. Not just from the cold, but from a fear that stemmed from the depths of her. In front of her in the void there hovered a black giant ship capable of overshadowing the heavens and swallowing the sun and moon. The ship was 10,000 zhang long, constructed entirely of North Sea black iron, covered in densely packed ancient killing formations radiating a suffocating eerie glow. Even more terrifying, at the bow of the ship, 9 abyssal dragons exuding the aura of the nascent soul stage were bound by thick iron chains, serving as the power to pull the ship. On the deck, thousands of demon cultivators in black armor stood solemnly. And at the bow of the ship stood a hunchbacked old man smiling benignly, but Ji Qingyue recognized him at a glance, the third elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, infamous for his ruthless reputation. A powerful being of the refinement void stage who single-handedly wiped out the 3 sects and 18 factions of the central continent 300 years ago, known as the Bloodhand Butcher. With this kind of configuration, let alone fetching a piece of wood, it would be enough to flatten the Great Zhou. Is this what Jiang Chen means by low-key travel? Jiang Chen. Do my parents have some misunderstanding of the words low-key? Forget it, let's go first. What are you still, dog? Get on the ship, we're in a hurry. Jiang Chen took Shen Xingyi's hand and leisurely boarded the giant ship. Ji Qingyue moved her legs stiffly and followed behind. Boom! The floating boat started. The 9 dragons simultaneously let out a roar, their massive bodies stirring the winds and clouds, pulling the giant ship as it tore through the void. The speed was so fast that Ji Qingyue felt a strong dizziness. She huddled in the corner of the deck, watching Jiang Chen lying carelessly on Shen Xingyi's enviable long legs, opening his mouth to eat the grapes that Shen Xingyu peeled for him, while frowning and complaining. Third elder, I said your sailing skills are lacking, it's too bumpy. Can you stabilize it a bit? I'm feeling a bit dizzy. The Bloodhand Butcher immediately wore a fawning smile. Young master, forgive me. Old servant will adjust the formation right away and let the dragons fly a bit slower. Is this speed satisfactory for you? Ji Qingyue stared blankly at this scene. Absurd. It was too absurd. A completely untrained mortal could effortlessly command a being of the refinement void stage. At that moment, all her previous pride and all her royal dignity were crushed to dust by this merciless reality. The imperial power she was proud of in front of this man was plain and unremarkable. She worked day and night for the Great Zhou, even afraid to slack off for a day after awakening the purple, Qi East-coming body. But before this man, the so-called imperial power, the so-called legacy for generations, was worth nothing. If he wished, he could just press the ship down a little. The Great Zhou would cease to exist. Central Continent. The royal city of the Great Zhou Weiyang Palace. At this moment, the imperial capital had turned into a hell of slaughter. The once glorious city defense formation had long been shattered, with rebel forces pouring in like a tide, burning, killing, and plundering, flames soaring into the sky. In the grand palace hall, a burly man in heavy armor with a long beard heavily stepped on the armrest of the dragon chair, a symbol of supreme imperial power. He was the leader of this rebellion, the King of the North. On the hall square beneath his feet, thousands of loyal imperial guards lay dead, their blood staining the white marble steps. The 6-year-old little prince was being held by several rebel leaders like a chick being lifted, crying out in fear, his voice. Why are you crying? If you cry again, I'll throw you into the oil pot and fry you. The King of the North laughed wildly, pointing his knife to the sky, utterly arrogant. Ha! That woman Ji Qingyue has definitely run away. The Great Zhou's fate is sealed. From today on, this Great Zhou will be renamed Wang. Who else is there? I ask again, who else is there? I refuse to accept it. An old minister with white hair crawled out from the pile of corpses, pointing at the King of the North and cursing, treasonous ministers and thieves, all must be executed. The princess will surely bring back reinforcements, and you will be torn to pieces. Reinforcements? Ha ha ha, you're making me laugh. The King of the North scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Who can she summon? Even if the Heavenly King himself comes today, the Great Zhou will still be renamed Wang. I said so. As soon as he finished speaking, the blazing sun that hung high at noon suddenly seemed to be swallowed by something. The entire royal city was instantaneously engulfed in darkness. A shudder from the depths of their souls caused the tens of thousands of rebel troops in the square to simultaneously stop breathing. War horses knelt on the ground, frothing at the mouth. The king of the north stepped out of the palace and slowly raised his head. Tens of thousands of people held the same posture, gazing up at the heavens. Above the clouds, the place where the sun originally was lit up with 18 scarlet lanterns. Those were. Immediately following this, that black giant ship capable of crushing all understanding slowly broke through the cloud layer. Crack. The long knife in the king of the north's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The overwhelming sense of oppression, like the sky collapsing, made the tens of thousands of rebel troops who had just been invincible tremble with fear, almost wanting to flee first. Is this divine punishment? And at the bow of that giant ship, a lazy voice amplified by spiritual power echoed throughout the entire royal city. Excuse me. You all continue fighting, don't mind us, I'm just here to fetch a piece of wood. The giant ship hovered in midair. 9 dragons loomed above. The terrifying pressure belonging to the abyss caused the very air of the imperial city to solidify. The northern king gazed at the dragon heads, each larger than a palace, and rolled his eyes, fainting away. A piece of wood. You call this a piece of wood? Cough, cough. The northern king, being a formidable figure in the late golden core stage who could stride through Zhongzhou, pinched his philtrum, forcing himself to wake up. The Heavenly Demon Sect. The overlord of the southern wilderness, how could they cross domains to come here? Are they here to seize territory? Who can withstand that? Thinking of this, the northern king disregarded his dignity as a prince, tilted his head back, and shouted with all his might, may I ask which senior from the Heavenly Demon Sect has arrived? I am the northern king of the Great Zhou. Today the Great Zhou has changed hands. If the senior is also here to partake in some benefits, I am willing to offer half of Great Zhou. No, the entire treasury. I only wish to befriend the senior. On the 9 dragons ship, Jiang Chen was just about to catch a grape that Shen Xingyu had peeled, the sweet juice exploding in his mouth. Hearing the shouts below, he frowned slightly. So noisy. Jiang Chen disdainfully rubbed his ears and turned over impatiently. Beside him, Ji Qingyue had already rushed to the railing. She saw the hellish scene below, witnessing the loyal minister's corpses who died before the hall. She also saw her younger brother being grabbed by the rebels like a chick. Royal brother. Ji Qingyue, aware of her limited strength, abruptly turned around, kneeling before Jiang Chen. With a thud, tears streaming down her face. Young Master Jiang. Please save my younger brother. As long as you are willing to help, I will do anything for you. Shoo. Jiang Chen held a finger to his lips. I dislike being bargained with when doing business. When I say I will give you freedom, Ji Qingyue, what does that mean? Such an ant, how dare it pollute my husband's ears? A cold voice rang out, and Shen Xingyu slowly stood up. At that moment, she bore no trace of the gentleness she had while peeling grapes. A fierce sword intent erupted from her slender body, instantly dispersing the clouds in the sky. Husband, rest for a moment, I will be right back. Shen Xingyu gave a slight bow to Jiang Chen, her gaze soft. The moment she turned, her expression turned icy, and she stepped forward, leaping directly from the great height. That silhouette resembled a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. Ji Qingyue knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the white figure. Could Jiang Chen's promise of freedom also include assisting her in quelling this chaos? Above the palace, before the northern king could receive a response, he saw a white light descending like a shooting star. As the light dissipated, a woman floated in midair, dressed in white with black hair cascading like a waterfall. Partake in a share. Shen Xingyu looked down at the northern king. You dare to presume? The northern king felt the terrifying pressure of the nascent soul stage emanating from her, his heart quaking in fear, and he fell to his knees. Nascent soul. Powerhouse. Senior, spare my life. Noisy. Shen Xingyu had no intention of listening to nonsense. She slowly raised her right hand, extending her delicate jade-like fingers towards her ample bosom. This scene was enchanting, divine, yet filled with deadly danger. Clang. A clear sword cry rang out as if from the primordial chaos, shaking the souls of all present. Under everyone's gaze, Shen Xingyu slowly drew a long sword entwined with purple golden sword energy. That was her innate heart sword as a heavenly sword body. The moment the sword emerged, the heavens and the earth changed color, as if the space could not bear the sharpness, emitting a mournful cry of unbearable burden. Far on the flying boat, the third elder watched this scene and couldn't help but marvel. Within just a few days, the saintess cultivation had advanced to such a level truly worthy of being the young master. Young master is magnificent. On the flying boat, Jiang Chen recalled the system's function after giving birth to offspring. Abilities are shared. Does that mean once Shen Xingyu gives birth to a child, he can also experience the thrill of drawing a sword from her heart? This system is quite advantageous. This sword is named Purity. Below the flying boat, Shen Xingyu's red lips parted slightly with no extravagant moves. Her right hand seemingly casually waved. A beam of purple golden sword light surged from the long sword in her hand, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. No, the northern king could only let out a tragic cry. In the next second, as the light flashed, the world fell silent. The northern king, along with the tens of thousands of elite rebels behind him, instantly froze in motion. As the wind blew, countless individuals along with their armor turned into fine powder, scattering in the wind. Behind them, the palace square was cleaved open, revealing a bottomless chasm. The chasm's cut was smooth, completely isolating the imperial palace from the rebels outside. With one sword strike the battlefield was cleared. With one sword the ground was drawn as a prison. All the survivors gaped as if they forgot to breathe. This is the nascent soul powerhouse. This is the maidservant of that man. On the floating boat, Ji Qingwei watched this scene having long forgotten her tears. Such a powerful saintess was actually willing to serve a completely ordinary person like Jiang Chen. Then is this ordinary person still ordinary? Ding. Psychological defenses of Ji Qingwei have collapsed. Current favorability 0. Congratulations, host target favorability has turned from negative to positive. Moments later the crisis was averted. The flying boat landed. Jiang Chen slowly stepped down from the flying boat. The long sword in Shun Xingyi's hand transformed into a beam of light, returning to her body. Then like a little girl seeking praise she approached Jiang Chen. Young master, it's all taken care of. Good. But next time don't make such a fuss. You're pregnant, don't disturb the baby. Ji Qingwei watched their intimacy, and an inexplicable sourness surged in her heart. The rebels who had narrowly escaped were already terrified, kneeling on the ground and banging their heads, not even noticing the blood oozing from their foreheads. Meanwhile, the young prince Ji Qian, who had just been scared to tears, stood there blankly, with snot bubbles still hanging on it. Ji Qingwei could no longer hold back and rushed over to embrace her royal brother. It's all right, sister has returned. Sister. However, the young prince dodged like a loach, nimbly avoiding his sister's embrace. He rushed over to Jiang Chen, hugging his leg tightly like a koala. The little one looked up, his eyes sparkling with admiration, and exclaimed, "Brother, are you the brother-in-law that sister found?" Ji Qingyu's hand froze in midair, her face instantly flushed red, nearly choking Ji Qian. What nonsense are you spouting? That is. Jiang Chen looked down at the little fellow clinging to his leg. This kid has potential, quite perceptive, holding on to the thigh precisely. 3,000 zhang beneath the palace in the forbidden grounds. The heat waves rushed towards her, the air twisted and distorted, and everything in sight appeared to be an illusion. Ji Qingwei halted, her form swaying. Even as a body of Ziki Donglai, she had to muster all her spiritual power to resist the blazing sunfire that could turn golden core cultivators into dried meat. Sweat began to seep from her pores, instantly evaporating, leaving only a fine layer of salt frost. Looking beside her, Jiang Chen held a half-eaten bunch of grapes. Shen Xingyu stayed close by. This nascent soul greatsword cultivator summoned her sword intent, transforming it into a translucent ice blue shield to protect Jiang Chen. Moreover, she condensed several strands of cold air into a small crystal-clear ice fan to help fan Jiang Chen. This place is nice. Jiang Chen swallowed a grape and casually remarked, the humidity in the south wilderness is heavy here, we can enjoy a sauna. Ji Qingwei did not respond. She lacked the strength to speak. Instead, she pointed towards the bronze giant door ahead, which glowed red from the heat, and began to perform hand seals. Creak! The giant door opened a crack. Golden flames surged out like a river, bursting its banks. This was not ordinary fire, but the sun's essence, fire that could ignite even souls. In the center of the forbidden grounds, a pool of boiling magma churned. A towering golden ancient tree rooted itself within. This was the last foundation of the great Zhou dynasty, the Fuso divine tree. Surrounding the divine tree, countless array patterned chains crisscrossed through the void, densely entangling it. Each chain was inscribed with ancient runes. We've arrived. Ji Qingwei took out a dagger from her sleeve. This is the 9 heavens and 10 earths spirit lock array set by my ancestors. Ji Qingwei rolled up her sleeve, revealing her snow-white wrist. Only the blood of the direct descendants of the Ji family can touch the array plate. Otherwise, if the killing array goes berserk, the entire great Zhou will be sacrificed. Without hesitation, she turned the dagger around and was about to slash it against her wrist. This array doesn't seem very lethal, does it? Jiang Chen, curious, stepped towards the golden shield. Young master. Shen Xingyu instinctively tried to stop him. Jiang Chen had a faint feeling that the divine tree and this array resonated inexplicably with his soul. Ji Qingwei screamed in fear, that's a death array. Even a great power at the ascension stage would die upon contact. It was over. All over. This demon, while mysterious, was ultimately not an immortal. If they angered the killing array left by the ancestors, they would. However, it was too late. Jiang Chen had already stood before the shield. Facing the swirling runes exuding an aura of destruction, he raised his hand. His index finger extended, touching the shield. Hum. The moment his fingertip made contact with the shield, a low hum resonated. The magma ceased its turmoil. The air stopped flowing. The Fuso divine tree, which had slept for 10,000 years, suddenly shook violently. The flames burning on its leaves rustled wildly. It's over. Ji Qingyu's legs went weak, collapsing onto the scalding ground, her face ashen. The array backlashed. The divine tree was furious. She never expected that her illustrious life would end at the hands of this reckless man. This was the price of desecrating a divine object. Crack. A crisp sound interrupted Ji Qingyu's despair. The proud divine tree was unexpectedly convulsing. Its thick trunk twisted violently. The flames on its branches were not for attack. Instead, they were desperately trying to reduce their temperature, fearing they might burn someone. It sensed something. That man bore the scent of the essence of the Tao. And that damn 9 heavens and 10 earths spirit lock array, that cursed cage, blocked its path to the Tao. Get lost. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted. Ji Qingwei blankly raised her head. The Fuso divine tree began to mobilize countless roots, striking fiercely at the array that suppressed it. Unfortunately, the array's suppression was strong. As soon as the divine tree touched the shield, it began to ignite. Seeing that it couldn't break the array, the tree sprouted numerous branches determined to break free even if it was burned by the array. In the end, a branch, though charred on the surface, truly managed to break free from the array. The branch transformed into a golden light, drifting over the magma pool, carefully hovering before Jiang Chen. It even shook a couple of times in the air. Dispelling the surface's high temperature, it left only a warm, gentle sensation. Then, as if to please, it brushed against the back of Jiang Chen's hand. It nudged once, then nudged again. This posture was clearly that of a pet begging its master for a head pat. Aside from the occasional sound of the magma bursting, the entire forbidden ground was silent. Ji Qingyu's mind went blank. Was this really the tyrannical divine tree? What was it doing? Was it being affectionate? Jiang Chen looked at the tree that had voluntarily approached him and reached out to touch it. The texture was nice. It was warm and smooth, maintaining a constant temperature. But tisk. Jiang Chen smacked his lips in criticism. The bark is charred. Will it affect its effectiveness? The floating branch seemed to have understood. In the next moment, it secreted golden sap like crazy. In the blink of an eye, the charred surface was restored to pristine smoothness. After completing this, the wood leaned forward again, as if asking, "Are you satisfied now, esteemed one?" "All right, it will do for now." Jiang Chen reluctantly nodded. He waved his sleeve and turned to look at Ji Qingyue, who was already shocked into speechlessness. "Let's go, Princess Chang. Are you going to stay here for New Year?" Ji Qingyu's worldview shattered into pieces. Was this really the young master of the demonic cult? No, this was not a demon. To make the spiritual roots of heaven and earth so humbly submit, this was clearly a deity of flora walking amongst men, the lord of all trees. Ding. Detecting Ji Qingyu's worldview collapse and reorganization. Favorability correction in progress. Current favorability 20, extreme shock and curiosity, just as the three prepared to leave. Wait. Shun Xingyu suddenly spoke. The Fuso divine tree behind them shook violently once more. Crash. A crack opened in the depths of the massive tree crown. A seed the size of a fist, radiating a seven-colored glazed halo, slowly floated out. Surrounding it was a swirling chaotic mist, as if nurturing a small world. Whoosh! Before anyone could get a good look, the seed shot out like an arrow, transforming into a streak of light rushing straight towards Jiang Chen. It moved so quickly that even Shun Xingyu couldn't catch a glimpse. It precisely drilled into Jiang Chen's palm, wriggling around inside to find a comfortable position, and then stilled. Ji Qingyue finally snapped back to her senses and pointed at Jiang Chen's palm. The heart of the Fuso tree. That was a seed that the Fuso divine tree bore only once in 100,000 years. It was a sacred object that generations of ancestors dreamed of obtaining, yet they didn't even have the qualifications to see it. It actually treated itself as a gift and forcibly drilled into his palm, even giving it away for free. Ding. Detecting Ji Qingyu's worldview collapse and reorganization again. Favorability correction in progress. Current favorability 30, beginning to admire but still calculating. Item obtained: Extreme Dao Emperor's crude form cloud walking immortal thread, automatically morphing to pure desire white thread based on host preference. In the side hall of Weiyang Palace, after the three returned from underground, Ji Qingyue immediately arranged rooms for the two. A subtle sense of anxiety permeated the air. Shun Xingyu was bending over tidying the bed. Her movements were slow as her fingers gently smoothed out the wrinkles of the brocade quilt. Her back turned to the two behind her. The oversized Taoist robe could not conceal her exquisite curves, especially when she bent over the taut fabric, accentuating a breathtaking arc. She was demonstrating her displeasure. Yet Jiang Chen was too preoccupied to care. He was staring at the delicate white stockings in his hand, as thin as a cicada's wings, which shimmered with a faint luster in the light, lost in deep thought. Last time it was black silk, this time it's white silk. System, something feels off. This is not a vehicle for going to kindergarten. At that moment, the mischievous system alert chimed again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the materials for the innate spiritual harmony nurturing room, Extreme Yang Wood. The system provides thoughtful service, untrustworthy navigation, online, automatically located the Extreme Een Stone within 100 miles. Detected the presence of a tomb guardian beast in the Zhou Royal Tomb, which holds a pearl named Weak Water Sink Stone, perfectly meeting the criteria. Suggestion: dig quickly. Jiang Chen. Just obtained the divine wood, and now I have to dig up their ancestral grave. System, you really know how to stir things up. Ahem. That Princess Chang. Jiang Chen cleared his throat, trying to appear less awkward. At this moment, Ji Qingyue was in a state of three views reconstruction. The look in her eyes towards Jiang Chen had shifted from initial embarrassment and anger to awe, even mingled with an indescribable affection. Even the proud Fusang divine wood was willingly drawn to him. What orders do you have, my lord? Ji Qingyue instinctively straightened her back, her voice inadvertently trembling. Jiang Chen felt a bit shy, trying to sound sincere. We need to discuss a business deal. I heard there is a tomb guardian beast in your royal tomb. Does it hold a stone in its mouth? Ji Qingyue was somewhat surprised. Ah, the tomb guardian beast. That's the foundation of the nation, crafted by the founding ancestor of Zhou using the dragon vein of heaven and earth. The pearl held in the mouth of the tomb guardian beast known as weak water sink stone weighs over 10,000 June and is extremely cold, suppressing the entire royal tomb's fortune. Disturbing, it would be equivalent to digging up the ancestral grave of Zhou. This. Seeing Ji Qingyu's troubled expression, Jiang Chen spoke. Before she could, I know it's not proper to dig up someone's ancestral grave. I value equitable exchange above all. Saying this, he presented the pair of pure desire white silk still warm from his hand to Ji Qingyue. The system said this was an extreme imperial weapon. It should be enough for a trade, right? Here, take this as a trade. Ji Qingyue was stunned. These are two stockings. Why don't you try wearing them first before deciding? Jiang Chen asked tentatively. Ji Qingyue remained silent. She stared fixedly at the bundle of white silk, her breathing gradually quickening. She hesitated. Not because she felt shortchanged, but because she dared not accept. Just now, when Jiang Chen handed her that item, she sensed a powerful aura. That aura was purer than any treasure she had ever encountered, even older than the Fusang divine wood. This was certainly not an ordinary stocking. My lord, is this truly for me? Ji Qingyu's voice trembled as if she feared she was dreaming. It's Jiang Chen shoved it into her hand. Try it on. Although it looks thin, the material. Cough should be good. Ji Qingyue held the sacred item, gritting her teeth. Finally, as if making a decision that betrayed her ancestors, she turned and walked behind the screen. After a moment, the sound of rustling clothes came from behind the screen, making Jiang Chen feel itchy inside, involuntarily starting to imagine some inappropriate scenes. Suddenly, boom, a dazzling white light erupted from behind the screen. A terrifying wave of spiritual power surged upward, directly toppling the screen. Behind the fallen screen, Ji Qingyue stood suspended in midair. Her long straight legs were tightly wrapped in flawless white silk. The white silk seemed to have a life of its own, radiating a pure, yet enchanting glow, further accentuating the already perfect lines of her legs. Any more would be excessive, any less would be lacking. Her entire outfit, a phoenix robe under the contrast of her legs, exuded a supreme aura of being above all. This. Ji Qingyue looked down at her legs, her face filled with shock. This seemingly thin stocking could automatically draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, even resonating with the dragon veins beneath the zhou. Even if she stood still, the surrounding spiritual energy flowed continuously towards her. Was this really a stocking? This was clearly an extreme imperial weapon capable of suppressing national fortune and defying fate. Jiang Chen watched the scene before him, his throat involuntarily swallowing hard. Those legs, those lines, that white silk. Is this what they call the pure desire pinnacle? I'm in love. Thank you for bestowing this treasure, my lord. Ji Qingyue quickly stepped forward, unexpectedly kneeling on one knee, performing a standard act of a loyal subject. She raised her head, her eyes filled with fervor and gratitude, no longer carrying even a hint of the prince's demeanor. That mere sinking stone is indeed an evil object. My lord's removal of it is a blessing for Zhou. Even if Qingyue bears the blame for eternity, I will retrieve it for my lord. Jiang Chen, do those involved in politics really understand reading comprehension this well? Since the trade is settled, then rest assured, my lord. Ji Qingyue suddenly rose, taking a long stride, as an unprecedented imperial aura erupted from her. Convey my imperial decree. Sacrifices to heaven, earth, and ancestors open the royal tomb. These words were spoken forcefully, resounding like a drum. Jiang Chen, are the people of the Zhou royal family a bit off in their thinking? To obtain a pair of stockings, they would even forsake their ancestors. Is this what they call a grand act of filial piety? However, Ji Qingyu's tone shifted, revealing some difficulty on her face. Opening the royal tomb is a significant matter that requires bathing and fasting, as well as rituals to heaven and earth. It may take a few days. In these few days, may I ask my lord to stay in the palace temporarily? She was not foolish and had already tasted the sweetness. If she could keep Jiang Gongzi around a few more days, how could she worry about the lord's retreating or the Zhou court being unstable? Moreover, if she could obtain his offspring like that saintess of Taiwan. Ji Qingyue glanced at the Shun Xingyu, who was tidying up the bed nearby, secretly competing. Although you followed him first, this Zhou, after all, is my home ground. Jiang Chen had no idea what Ji Qingyue was calculating. As long as he got the stone, it didn't matter where he laid down. All right, then he'll stay for 2 days. He yawned and stretched just in time. I'm also tired. Shun Xingyu immediately stepped forward. I'll help my lord undress. As Shun Xingyu passed by Ji Qingyue, she raised an eyebrow slightly. Although you received the treasure bestowed by the lord, do you think you can steal him from me? Dream on. In the side hall of the Weiyang Palace, the sun climbed up the panlong window frame, and on the golden Namu bed a hand reached out from the blankets, ruffling the messy hair. Jiang Chen sat up and stretched lazily. This wicked feudal imperial system, he remarked, patting the soft mattress beneath him, is utterly decadent. Shun Xingyu stood before the bed, offering a silk handkerchief, her movements as familiar as that of a wife who has served her husband for a decade. Where is the grand princess? I thought we were to excavate the emperor's mausoleum. Jiang Chen wiped his face, warm humidity hitting him. The emperor is in court this morning, Shun Xingyu replied, taking the used handkerchief and tossing it into the basin. He said he needed to address the remnants of the rebellion and soothe the royal family before coming down. Before she finished speaking, the door swung open. The emperor has arrived. In the interplay of light and shadow, a figure stepped across the threshold. Behind the palace, attendants brought in several food boxes, placing them down before quickly retreating, the heavy doors closing behind them. Jiang Chen looked up and saw Ji Qingwei adorned with a 12-crest imperial crown, the beaded curtains swaying lightly, obscuring most of her face. Her bright yellow dragon-patterned robe was wide and solemn. With each step, the heavy cloud-soled boots made a dull thud against the tiled floor. As her steps alternated, from the high slits of her robe emerged two glowing white lines faintly visible. The white silk tightly wrapped around her legs, accentuating their contours. Is this a woman disguised as a man, wearing white silk beneath the dragon robe? Good heavens! Above, she is the supreme ruler of the realm. Below lies the alluring domain of pure desire. Feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, Ji Qingwei paused in her steps. Though her expression maintained the coldness befitting an emperor, a hint of crimson at her ears spread down her neck and into her collar. But she is the emperor of the Great Zhou. This is her territory. Ji Qingwei took a deep breath, walked a few steps to the table, crossed her sleeves, and bowed respectfully. As she bowed, the fabric tightened at her lower back, accentuating her curves. Young master, she addressed him. The morning court has concluded. I have instructed the royal kitchen to prepare some food. With a flick of her long sleeves, the lids of several food boxes on the table flew open. Steam rose. Shen Xingyu squinted, looking at the unfamiliar dishes. In the central food box lay a bowl of milky liquid. Beside it were several long strips of fried dough still dripping with oil. There was also a steamer full of what looked like dumplings made by the young master. What is this? Shen Xingyu pointed at the array of unfamiliar dishes. Is this the Great Zhou royal hospitality? In her view, all worldly grains were tainted. This kind of food, having rolled in oil, would require half a day of seclusion to purge the toxins. Ji Qingyu's figure stiffened slightly. With internal strife recently quelled and supplies scarce, this is. What the heck? Fried dough sticks. A startled exclamation interrupted their confrontation. Jiang Chen practically sprang from the bed, rushing to the table. He grabbed a golden strip. Crack. The fried dough broke in half and was immediately pressed into the steaming bowl of soy milk. The white liquid quickly soaked through the golden skin, absorbing the juices. Jiang Chen opened his mouth wide and took a big bite. He leaned back against the chair, a look of sheer delight on his face. That's the flavor. Just like this. This is what we call a meal. Shen Xingyu was taken aback. Ji Qingwei watched Jiang Chen revel in his enjoyment. Her clenched fist, hidden in her sleeve, loosened, the palm clammy with sweat. I won the bet. She lifted the back of her robe and slowly sat down. Due to her posture, the side of the dragon robe split open completely, revealing her long legs wrapped in white silk, which were particularly striking under the table. As long as the young master enjoys it, Ji Qingwei remarked. It seems that despite possessing great magical powers, the young master prefers the mundane pleasures of this world. What magical powers? Jiang Chen picked up a soup dumpling, stuffed it into his mouth, and mumbled. The essence of this earthly smoke and fire is what soothes the hearts of mortals. Grand Princess, you are thoughtful. Those legs are truly white. This fried dough is incredibly fragrant. Yet Shen Xingyu felt as if struck by lightning. Smoke and fire. Soothe the hearts of mortals. She glanced at the bowl of what she deemed impure soy milk, and then at Jiang Chen, who was indulging heartily. Could it be that my realm is too low? The Tao is simple, returning to the essence. The young master is clearly invincible, yet always claims to be immortal. Just like this food, it appears greasy, yet in reality it locks in the primordial chaotic energy refined through the fire and oil from the essence of the 5 grains of heaven and earth. The so-called refining the heart in the mortal realm is to extract the purest Tao from the most impure. I am so shallow. Shen Xingyu bit her lip, her face feeling hot. Almost missing a chance to comprehend the Tao because of appearances. I want to eat too. Shen Xingyu stepped to the table, grabbed a fried dough stick, and bit down hard, mimicking Jiang Chen. Her mouth was filled with oily flavors. The greasy taste churned her stomach violently. Gulp. Shen Xingyu had no choice but to force it down, her nascent soul energy wildly circulating to suppress the discomfort in her stomach. Indeed. Shen Xingyi's face went pale, yet she forced a smile. It has its own unique flavor. What you said, young master, is absolutely correct. Xingyu has comprehended something. Jiang Chen paused, looking at Shen Xingyu. This girl can comprehend the Tao, even while having breakfast. Is her mind perhaps broken from cultivating? If you've comprehended, eat more, Jiang Chen said, placing a dumpling in her bowl, then turned to Ji Qingwei. What about the It has been arranged, Ji Qingwei replied, sitting upright. Under the table, her legs subtly shifted, showcasing their perfect lines within Jiang Chen's line of sight. It will be a day for sacrificing to the heavens, the next day for the earth, and the third day for the ancestors. Only at noon, when the yang energy is at its peak, can we open the mausoleum. Please, young master, stay a few more days. Of course, this was just an excuse. Those cloud-treading celestial silks were inhaling the dragon vein energy, at every moment nourishing herself. A being capable of effortlessly producing such treasures, as long as they stay a day longer in the Great Zhou, its national fortune could stabilize for another day. Well said, well said. Jiang Chen was already tired of the food, having had enough of the kind of roasted meat from the demonic sect that needed only a sprinkle of salt. He couldn't wait to lie down for a few more days. Is there anything else delicious? How about some more dishes for lunch? All right, I will instruct the royal kitchen right away, Ji Qingwei said with a smile. As she smiled, the cold and hard aura of the emperor instantly melted away, and her gaze towards Shun Xingyu carried a hint of victorious charm. No need. A sharp voice interrupted, causing the chopsticks on the table to jump. Shun Xingyu suddenly stood up, staring at Ji Qingyue with a renewed sense of crisis. This woman flaunting herself in a dragon robe was already too much. Now she even wanted to use these mundane foods to corrupt the young master's palate. If this continued, what position would she hold in the young master's heart? Absolutely cannot lose. Shun Xingyu took a deep breath, her sword intent surging around her even sharper than when she had slain the Northern King yesterday. Since the young master enjoys mundane delicacies, why rely on those mediocre talents? She swung her long sleeves, exuding killing intent as she turned, striding towards the palace doors, leaving behind a powerful declaration. This mere culinary skill I can master with just a glance. Today's meal, I shall take care of it. Jiang Chen watched Shen Xingyi's departing figure, then glanced at Ji Qingyue, who was smiling tenderly. Is Xingyu jealous? In the imperial palace of the Great Zhou within the royal kitchen, dozens of imperial chefs knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the blue bricks, cold sweat streaming down. Before the stove, Shen Xingyu stood garbed in white as pure as snow. She did not hold a kitchen knife in her hand, but instead she manifested a strand of sword chi. The blade sang lightly, exuding a murderous intent. In the center of the chopping board lay a potato, still covered in dirt. Shen Xingyu stared at the potato, wondering why the oppressive sensation it gave off was even stronger than that of a demon beast. Just a moment ago she had boasted, saying, with my culinary skills I can accomplish it at a glance. Standing here she realized that it wasn't as simple as it appeared. Holy maiden. The white-haired steward on the ground could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure, saying, how about, let this old servant do it? No need. Shen Xingyu focused her mind and gently tossed the potato. A frost-cold sword clang. The sound of the sword rang out, and the potato hung, suspended in midair. Swish, swish, swish. Countless strands of sword chi instantly enveloped the potato. The dirt flew off and the skin turned to powder. In the next moment, the entire potato disintegrated in the air. It scattered, transforming into countless crystal-clear strands. Each strand was of uniform length and thickness, with smooth-cut ends that even shimmered with a jade-like luster. The imperial chefs who had secretly raised their heads were dumbfounded. Was this really cutting vegetables? Fire. Shen Xingyi's left hand grasped at nothing. Pff. A ball of azure flame danced in her palm. True fire of the nascent soul. Once this fire appeared, the iron pot instantly turned red hot. Even the air became distorted and deformed. Oil entered the pot, sizzling loudly. The potato strands entered the pot, and the sword chi surged. Shen Xingyi's sword chi transformed into a spatula, flying up and down within the pot. Perfect. Until she picked up the ancestral Great Zhou cookbook. Her gaze fixed on the last line. Seasoning a pinch of salt. Shen Xingyi's previously unyielding sword intent suddenly became stuck. A pinch. What constitutes a pinch? Shen Xingyi's wrist trembled slightly, a spoonful of white salt hovering over the pot, hesitant to fall. The side hall. Jiang Chen held the heart of a fusang tree the size of a walnut. This thing was a bit cumbersome, with a mediocre feel. Princess, find a flower pot and some soil. Jiang Chen toyed with the seed. It's awkward to hold, let's plant it and see. Ji Qingyue sat upright, her long legs and silk stockings shifting uncomfortably under the dragon robe. Are you going to plant a divine tree? What else? But this is the heart of a fusang tree born from the magma of the earth's core, ordinary soil might. Before she could finish, Shen Xingyu entered holding a white jade plate. Her hair was slightly disheveled and her stunning face was speckled with a bit of black ash, yet could not hide the excitement in her eyes. The jade plate landed on the table with a crisp sound. Jiang Chen leaned forward. Good heavens. Every strand of potato exuded a faint glow, crystal clear, with even sword intent swirling within. Potato strands. Jiang Chen questioned, uncertain. Yes. Shen Xingyi's voice was tense. Xingyu cut the strands with sword intent, stir-fried them with true fire, and finally. She paused, her voice carrying a hint of nervousness. I integrated my understanding of the term a pinch. This presentation was indeed 100 times better than the last bowl of porridge. Well done. Jiang Chen, not holding back, picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a large bunch. Beside him, Ji Qingyue leaned in, her face full of curiosity. The dish made by the holy maiden of Taihua, could it be eaten? Two pairs of beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. Upon tasting it, Jiang Chen's movements froze. Salty. Bitter. It was so overwhelming that his tongue lost all sensation in an instant. This was not a pinch, it was as if a whole jar of salt had been dumped in. This is murder against one's husband. Young master. Shen Xingyu nervously clutched her clothes. How is it? Her eyes were filled with hope, even glimmering with unshed tears. Forget it. Xingyu is pregnant, it's just a mouthful of potato strands. With ironclad willpower, Jiang Chen managed to swallow down the lethal portion of potato strands. His stomach spasmed. He forcefully controlled his facial muscles, managing to squeeze out a smile between his teeth. Not bad. He set down his chopsticks, picked up a teacup, and downed it. After a large cup of water, his tongue finally regained some sensation. Xingyu, this dish is quite imaginative. Shen Xingyi's joy surged. Really, Jiang Chen replied solemnly, but what? Jiang Chen pointed at the plate, speaking earnestly. Cooking is a form of cultivation. This a pinch of salt emphasizes moderation. Your pinch was a bit too heavy. The path is simply profound, seeking balance between intensity and blandness. Too salty leads to bitterness, too bland results in mediocrity. Only when it is just right can the true flavor be attained. Jiang Chen vowed. He was merely trying to express delicately, put less salt next time, or it will be deadly. But when these words fell on Shun Xingyi's ears, it was like thunder striking. Her excess is as bad as deficiency. Intensity and blandness. Too salty leads to bitterness. So that's how it is. Her sword had always been sharp and fierce, unyielding like this dish that was overly salty and bitter, injuring an enemy while harming herself. The young master risked personally sampling the dish to convey a lesson, guiding her towards a balance of strength and gentleness. An aura of profound mystery erupted from within her. The previously sharp sword intent instantly retracted, becoming harmonious and adaptable, as if it were a peerless divine weapon returned to its sheath. Though not revealing its presence, it became even more dangerous. Xingyu has understood. Shun Xingyi's eyes reddened, her voice choked. Young master's great kindness, Xingyu can only. No need to be so formal, pour water quickly. Jiang Chen felt his throat was about to burst into flames. Beside him, Ji Qingyue was left stunned. She was not blind. She clearly saw the momentary expression of pain and distortion on Jiang Chen's face. Precisely because she saw clearly, she felt even more shocked. If any of the concubines from the Great Zhou had prepared such a dish for their husbands, they would have long been dragged to the cold palace. Yet this man who possessed the power to devastate the world swallowed it down to spare the woman's feelings. He even concocted a grand theory to comfort her. This is favoritism. Ji Qingyue watched Shun Xingyu, who was busy pouring water for Jiang Chen. Her heart stirred with an indescribable bitterness. The imperial family is the most heartless. If only I could receive such. Ding. Detected a change in Ji Qingyu's mindset. Affection level refreshed. Current affection level 60. This palace is actually yearning for a love without schemes. Reward obtained. God level calligraphy. Jiang Chen. I just ate a plate of potato strands. How did you fall in love? In the western part of the Great Zhou, at the Western Ling Prince's residence. What did you say? A middle-aged man in a python robe suddenly turned around, glaring at the black-clothed spy kneeling at his feet. He was the last remaining foreign prince of the Great Zhou, the Western Ling Prince, who commanded 300,000 troops. The foolish prince of the north has been slain by a single sword. Yes, my lord. The spy trembled all over. It is said that the one who struck was the holy maiden, Shun Xingyu. The Western Ling Prince's face turned ashen. The righteous faction in the north never intervenes in the power transitions of the Central Plains. Has the holy land of Taiwan gone mad? My lord. From a dark corner came the sound of wheels rolling. A figure wrapped in a black cloak was pushed out. It was Yi Yifan, who had crawled out from the happy den of the Heavenly Demon Sect and fled all the way to the Central Plains. That is not the will of the holy land of Taiwan. Yi Yifan's voice was harsh and unpleasant. That is the private intention of that demon. Young master. The Western Ling Prince narrowed his eyes. You said you would help me ascend to the throne, but now even the nascent soul grand cultivators have taken action. What do you expect me to use to fight? The Emperor of the Central Plains possesses imperial aura for protection. If it were not for the power transition, even a transformation god expert could not breach the defense. If it were in the past, that would indeed be true. Yi Yifan let out a cold, eerie laugh. But I buried a dark pawn in the Great Zhou Palace for 100 years and risked everything to send out a piece of information. His bony finger emerged from beneath the black robe, pointing towards the imperial capital. The one on the dragon throne is not a prince at all. The so-called emperor is actually the current princess, Ji Qingyue. The Western Ling Prince crushed the jade cup in his hand, his eyes gleaming with greed. Is that true? Absolutely true. Since it is a woman, she is a false emperor. The side hall of Weiyang Palace. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the table. Jiang Chen held a large wolf hair brush, his expression focused. The brush tip was soaked in thick ink suspended in midair. The system had just rewarded him with a divine calligraphy, but it didn't explain its effects. This broken system is becoming increasingly irrelevant with its skills. Jiang Chen silently complained. He sighed slightly, moving his wrist, preparing to casually write a few characters to see the effect. Beside him, Shun Xingyu held a plate of freshly cut fruit, waiting like a dutiful little wife. Heaven rewards the diligent. Calm. Take the lead. Jiang Chen wrote 3 pieces of calligraphy in one breath, but these characters. After 18 years of training, Jiang Chen's calligraphy was his weakest skill. He had thought that with the enhancement of the divine calligraphy, his writing would look better. Unfortunately, as he wrote, each character was still as crooked as before, resembling a dog's paw, showing no improvement. System, come out. Is this what you call divine? The system. Playing dead. Forget it. Jiang Chen impatiently put away the ink and brush. At that moment, Ji Qingyu's personal maid rushed in, her expression anxious. Please, young master Jiang, save the princess. Jiang Chen and Shun Xingyu exchanged glances, and Shun Xingyu asked, what happened? Speak up. It's the king of Xiling. He said he wants to marry the princess with an army of 300,000. But young master, you know the princess is actually the empress. The princess absolutely cannot marry into Xiling. Please, young master, save the princess. Jiang Chen pondered. Ji Qingyu's favorability had already reached 60. With a little more, she could be a mother to his child. Where did this king of Xiling come from? Does he dare to steal my woman? Moreover, the extreme stone has not yet been obtained. This tool still has its uses. Xingyu, let's go see what's happening. Meanwhile, in the Taiji Hall, the atmosphere was oppressive. The civil and military officials bowed their heads, trembling like quails. In the center of the hall stood a middle-aged man wearing a four-clawed python robe. This man was the other royal of a different surname in the Great Zhou aside from the king of Northern Defense, king of Shilin Zhaohong. He did not kneel, but rather placed one hand on the hilt of his sword, brazenly sizing up the emperor on the dragon throne. Your Majesty, Zhaohong's voice was deep and carried an unmistakable provocation. Now the Great Zhou is in turmoil with remnants of rebellion in the north and powerful enemies surrounding us. My loyalty, heaven and earth can testify. On the dragon throne, Ji Qingwei clenched the armrests tightly. Since the prince is loyal, why bring troops to the court? Your Highness, is this the way of the subjects of Shilin? I am here to propose marriage. Zhaohong stepped forward aggressively. I have long admired the princess and am willing to offer 30,000 iron cavalry from Shilin in marriage to Princess Ji Qingwei. As long as your Majesty grants the marriage decree, the Shilin cavalry will swiftly enter the capital to aid the emperor, ensuring the stability of your kingdom. What if I do not agree? Ji Qingwei gritted her teeth. Not agree. Zhaohong scoffed, unleashing an overwhelming pressure of golden core great perfection. Your Majesty is young and perhaps cannot see the situation clearly. This princess must marry whether she wants to or not. I do this for the stability of the Great Zhou, otherwise it will be difficult for me to pacify the crowd with 30,000 troops returning to Shilin. The civil and military officials exchanged glances. If sacrificing one princess could bring Xiling's allegiance, it was a bargain with no drawbacks. Your Majesty, what are you still hesitating for? Or do you mean? Zhaohong narrowed his eyes, his gaze malicious. Is it inconvenient for the princess to marry? Ji Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. Did he know? You dare? Ji Qingyue was seething with anger, unable to hide the panic in her eyes. You're too noisy. At that moment, a lazy voice suddenly rang out from the direction of the side hall. These three words interrupted Zhaohong's coercive demands. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the side hall. There stood a young man, slightly disheveled with hair casually draped, holding an ink-soaked brush. Shun Xingyu followed behind him, her expression vigilant, her sword intent concealed. Where did this wild brat come from? Zhao Heng frowned, examining Jiang Chen from head to toe. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy. His steps were unsteady. This was clearly a weak, unremarkable mortal. Zhao Heng looked at Ji Qingyue, who appeared flustered on the dragon throne, a lewd smile creeping on his lips. I didn't expect your Majesty to have an interest in young men. Is this not a favored concubine raised in the palace? Daring to bring a pretty boy here to the Taiji Hall. Zhao Heng, shut up. Ji Qingyue was utterly humiliated, standing up abruptly. This is my esteemed guest. Esteemed guest. Zhao Heng laughed heartily, causing dust to rain down from the beams of the hall. A mere mortal, how dare he be called an esteemed guest before someone of golden core great perfection? I see your Majesty has lost your mind. He stepped forward. Boom. A murderous aura belonging to a golden core great perfection and seasoned from battle instantly filled the entire hall. The civil officials were directly blown to the ground, trembling in fear. Zhao Heng stared at Jiang Chen, his murderous intent evident. Kid, I don't care who you are. Today is a perfect day to kill you and establish my authority. Noisy. Jiang Chen dug in his ears, turning to look at Shun Xingyu behind him, a face full of disdain. Who is this uncle? With such a loud voice, are you here to perform a play? Shun Xingyu coldly glanced at Zhao Heng and replied indifferently. The king of Shilin from the Great Zhou, trying to steal the young master's person. The young master's person? Ji Qingyu's face reddened on the dragon throne, yet surprisingly, she did not refute. Then Xingyu, it's up to you. Jiang Chen said gently, don't disturb the fetus. Shun Xingyu nodded, the gentle look she had when looking at Jiang Chen instantly turning icy as she faced the king of Shilin. She didn't even draw her sword, just took a step forward. Boom. The terrifying pressure unique to the nascent soul stage poured down onto the golden long hall without reservation. There were no flashy sword techniques, just the release of her aura. Crack. Zhao Heng's arrogance instantly froze, his knee made a crisp sound, and he was forced to kneel on the ground by this invisible immense force. Even the tiles of the hall were shattered by his knee. Nascent soul. Zhao Heng's face turned red, veins bulging on his neck, desperately holding himself up. His eyes were filled with terror. Is this the saintess of Taihua that the young master spoke of, a nascent soul powerhouse? You dare stand and speak with the young master? Shen Xingyu looked down at him, her gaze indifferent, as if she were looking at an ant. She lightly raised her delicate hand, instantly forming a transparent 3-foot chi sword, hovering just an inch before Zhao Heng's brow. Its cold gleam was piercing. Zhao Heng's brow split open, blood flowing down his nose. I am a royal of the Great Zhou. I command 300,000. Noisy. Shun Xingyi's fingers shaped like a sword pressed down slightly. At that moment, an old voice suddenly interrupted. Please, immortal, stop. Just as Shun Xingyu was about to make a move, a gaze stopped her in her tracks. She turned to look back. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, lazily waved his hand, and made a gesture for her to wait a moment. The meaning was clear: don't rush to act, let the situation unfold a bit. I want to enjoy the show. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair trembled as he moved out from the position of the chief official. Dressed in a purple robe, he walked unsteadily, yet the shrewd gleam in his murky, old eyes betrayed a cunning mind. He was Lu Ruoxu, the grand tutor of the current dynasty. On the dragon throne, Ji Qingyue felt a wave of anxiety upon seeing the old man. He was a veteran of 3 dynasties with his former students and officials scattered throughout the realm. In the court, when this old man coughed, it often held more weight than the decree of her the empress. Thud! Lu Ruoxu knelt upright before the throne, bowing his head to Ji Qingyue. Your Majesty. The saintess of Taihua is an outsider and does not understand our court's affairs. If we truly execute the king of Xiling today, it will completely provoke the 30,000 troops of Xiling against us. The great Zhou is in peril. Then, according to the grand tutor's wisdom, what should I do? Ji Qingyue asked, following his lead. Lu Ruoxu suddenly raised his head, wearing an expression of for the greater good. Since the king of Xiling seeks to marry, why not go with the flow? As long as your majesty issues a decree to bless the marriage, it will be a connection by blood. If we can win over the 30,000 iron cavalry of Xiling, the great Zhou can enjoy 100 years of peace. Once these words were spoken, many officials who had been looking down began to echo in agreement. The grand tutor is seasoned in statecraft. This statement is reasonable. Sacrificing the eldest princess in exchange for peace in the realm is a great merit. If we can form a marital alliance with the king of Xiling, we will become one family, and the great Zhou can rest easy. Your Majesty. Seeing Ji Qingyue remain silent, Lu Ruoxu pressed on. You must consider the lives of the common. If war breaks out, and the common folk suffer, you will be the eternal sinner of the great Zhou. This was moral coercion. A textbook level of moral coercion. Ji Qingyue gripped the armrest of the dragon, thrown tightly, speechless. She wanted to kill. The entire court said yes to marriage. Not to mention that the king of Xiling was already of advanced age. Even if she were willing to marry, if she went to Xiling, who would take her place on the throne? A very inappropriate laugh suddenly broke the emotional atmosphere. Everyone turned their heads in anger. Standing beside the saintess, Jiang Chen wore an expression of caring for the mentally challenged as he looked at Lu Ruoxu. What are you laughing at? Lu Ruoxu shouted angrily, feeling his authority was being challenged. This is a matter of national importance. How dare you? I laugh at you old dogs who have lived long enough but have completely lost your minds. Jiang Chen interrupted him. He couldn't even be bothered to look at Lu Ruoxu directly. Instead, he turned to Ji Qingyue. Your Majesty, is this the backbone of your great Zhou? A group of old men enjoying the wealth of the people while speaking lofty ideals. When real trouble arises, instead of thinking about how to take up arms and fight, they swarm to force a woman to spread her legs and take the brunt for you. Lu Ruoxu. This was too crude. So crude that it left people unsure how to respond. On the dragon throne, Ji Qingyue looked at Jiang Chen, her vision instantly blurring. For so many years, she had disguised herself as a man shouldering the crumbling empire alone. Everyone told her to endure, to consider the bigger picture, to sacrifice. No one had ever dared to stand in opposition to the entire court and say a word for her. To hell with the bigger picture. You are outrageous. This is an insult to culture. This is simply an insult to culture. Lu Ruoxu was so furious that his beard trembled, shaking his finger at Jiang Chen. You uncouth braggart. You know nothing of statecraft. This is called a marriage alliance. This is for the people. Marriage alliance. Jiang Chen scoffed, stepping closer to Lu Ruoxu. With each step, he took his aura grew colder. Although there were no fluctuations of spiritual power, the disdain of an upper-class individual made Lu Ruoxu instinctively step back. You think you can use a woman to barter for peace, and you dare talk about governing a country? Jiang Chen stood before Lu Ruoxu, looking down. If a country's peace relies on sacrificing women in exchange, then what is the purpose of that country's existence? None of the officials dared to speak. Even Shen Xingyu, who had been watching the drama unfold, looked at Jiang Chen's back with unprecedented admiration. She had never heard such heretical words before. Whether in the Central Plains or the northern region, the survival of the fittest and the exchange of interests were the norms. Yet this young man's words overturned her preconceived notions. Even without cultivation, his proud spirit surpassed that of countless men. This was a true man. Ding. Detected Shen Xingyu's favorability exceeding the threshold, current 95 devoted. Ding. Detected Ji Qingyu's favorability fluctuating significantly, current 80 emotions arise. Sharp-tongued. Zhao Hing, kneeling on the ground, finally caught his breath. He endured the intense pain in his knees, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Jiang Chen. Although he had just been suppressed by Shen Xingyu, this kid before him had no fluctuations of spiritual power, just a complete waste. As long as he could bypass the saintess. Kid, you talk so high and mighty. Zhao Heng spat out a mouthful of blood, sneering sarcastically. Aren't you also hiding behind a woman, using her power to intimidate? Without the protection of the saintess of Taihua, what are you worth? You probably can't withstand even a finger from me. Only hiding behind a woman's skirt and talking big. What kind of man are you? In the entire Central Plains, the most intolerable thing for a man was being called a soft rice eater or being accused of hiding behind a woman. If this kid couldn't stand the provocation and came out for the sake of his pride. However, Jiang Chen heard these words, and not only did he not get angry, but he also revealed a smile, as if he were looking at a fool. He turned around, and in front of everyone wrapped his arm around Shen Xingyu's waist. Then he rested his head on Shen Xingyu's shoulder, rubbing against her with an intoxicated expression. The manner was so shameless that it practically engraved the words shameless on his forehead. "Oh no, you've caught me." Jiang Chen spoke with confidence, even carrying a hint of pride as he said loudly, "I just like eating soft rice. Oh, what's wrong with that? My wife is beautiful, has a great figure, possesses high cultivation, can fight and bear children. Why should I work hard when I found a wife through my own abilities?" The entire audience was stunned. They had never seen someone so thick-skinned. Zhao Heng was even choked, nearly unable to catch his breath. Not only that, Jiang Chen raised his head, looking at the bewildered Zhao Heng with a grin, extending his index finger to point at the sky, his eyes filled with mockery. "I not only like hiding behind my wife, I particularly enjoy hiding behind my father." Clap. Jiang Chen casually snapped his fingers towards the sky. In the next second, the blue sky above the Weiyang Palace instantly turned crimson. Heavy blood clouds quickly obscured the blazing sun, and the originally resplendent hall immediately fell into a grim dark red. The temperature in the air plummeted, and a nauseatingly rich scent of blood pierced the nostrils of everyone present. What is this?" King Shiling Zhaoheng suddenly looked up, his pupils violently constricting. A gaunt and emaciated figure appeared like a ghost at the very center of the Golden Luan Hall. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. The newcomer was draped in a dark red robe, his figure hunched with long black, curved fingernails resembling claws. He slowly raised his head, revealing a face like withered tree bark with murky eyes devoid of whites, only a mass of darkness. "Ah!" The Grand Tutor Lu Ruoxu let out a dreadful scream, his eyes rolling back as he instantly wet himself. Bloodhand Butcher. Zhao Heng's teeth chattered uncontrollably, his entire body trembling like a sieve. Anyone who didn't recognize this face was unworthy of mingling in the Central Plains. 300 years ago, the Bloodhand Butcher, Li Waya, single-handedly invaded the Central Plains, 3 sects and 18 factions, flaying and dismembering 3,000 people, turning their skins into lanterns hung throughout the mountains before vanishing without a trace. How could this legendary old monster appear here? "Young master." Li Waya didn't even glance around, turning to Jiang Chen and slightly bowing, "This old servant is late. What orders do you have?" Under the terrified gazes of everyone, Jiang Chen extended his hand and patted Li Waya's shoulder as casually as if he were greeting a neighbor. "Allow me to introduce." Jiang Chen smiled at Zhao Heng. "This is my uncle Li. The old man has a bit of a temper and a strong killing intent, but he listens especially well to my father." "Prince Zhao, what were we talking about earlier?" Thud. Zhao Heng could no longer maintain his stance and fell heavily to his knee. Before the might of a refining void expert, what could his golden core great perfection cultivation do to challenge them? Li Waya merely tilted his head slightly, his murky gaze landing on Zhao Heng. Puff. Zhao Heng spat out a mouthful of black blood, his golden core instantly covered in cracks. Misunderstanding. Zhao Heng lay on the ground, his forehead pressed against the floor, blood mixed with cold sweat pooling around him. "This king. No, this lowly person is blind. This lowly person deserves to die. This lowly person deserves to die." Just moments ago, those who clamored about forcing a palace coup were now all kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads, fearing that even the sound of their breathing would draw the attention of the killing god. This is absolute power. What schemes, what military tactics, what 300,000 troops. In the face of a refining void expert, all of it is a joke. Jiang Chen looked at the group of ministers who had just been spouting righteousness, yet now were as humble as dogs, and he disdainfully curled his lip. Boring. Jiang Chen stepped forward, walking towards Ji Qingyue, looking directly into her eyes. "Your Majesty," he said, "didn't these old fools say that the great Zhou is currently in turmoil and needs a powerful ally? Aren't they forcing the eldest princess to marry for the sake of peace? Since they want her to marry, why not marry her to me?" Ji Qingyue's breath hitched, her heart racing. "Look, let's reason this out." Jiang Chen began counting on his fingers, his tone justified. "In terms of fighting, that Zhao waste can't even withstand a glance from my uncle Li. In terms of background, he's just a fallen prince with only 300,000 mortal troops. My Heavenly Demon Sect is the overlord of the southern wilderness. Even a mere slip of my fingers would be enough to buy your great Zhou dynasty. As for looks," Jiang Chen touched his face and leaned closer to Ji Qingyue, "isn't my handsome face far better than that old prune's wrinkled visage?" So, Jiang Chen slapped his thigh and concluded, "This soft rice, and this backing, it should logically be my turn." The entire hall fell silent, no one daring to utter a word. The southern wilderness and the Heavenly Demon Sect, although a demonic sect, could contend with the celestial sects of the northern region. When did the great Zhou attract such a presence? Forget marrying the eldest princess. As long as they were willing, even marrying the emperor wouldn't be out of the question. On the dragon throne, Ji Qingyue looked into Jiang Chen's carefree eyes. Young Master Jiang could have taken her by force. With the strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect and the means of that refining void expert, young Master Jiang could have easily annexed the great Zhou and turned her into his concubine. But he didn't. In front of all the ministers, he slapped everyone's face in the most domineering way while giving her the greatest dignity, asking for her hand in marriage. Moreover, to avoid burdening her psychologically, he deliberately pretended to be a frivolous young master who only cared about beauty. "Young master, why are you so gentle?" Meanwhile, below the stage, Shen Xingyu quietly watched this scene. There was no jealousy as she had imagined. Instead, she gently sighed. Indeed, the young master was too kind-hearted. The young master could have taken her directly, but he chose this dignified way to invade the central plains and seize power. Wise and resourceful, truly worthy of being the young master. Well then, since the young master has come this far, if I were to feel jealous now, wouldn't that seem too unreasonable? I'll guard the back courtyard for the young master. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he subconsciously glanced back at Shen Xingyu. He saw Shen Xingyu looking at him with a gentle understanding and even slightly encouraging smile. Jiang Chen, aren't you angry? Is the current saintess so enlightened? Clear out the bystanders. Jiang Chen waved his hand somewhat nervously towards Li Waya. Yes. Li Waya waved his large hand. A gust of bloody wind swept through. Zhao Heng didn't even have time to scream before being swept away by a massive force and thrown out of the hall like trash. The hall immediately fell silent. Jiang Chen turned his head back and looked at Ji Qingyue again. At that moment, a system notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding. Detected that Ji Qingyue's favorability has surpassed the critical value. Current favorability 90. Unyielding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a special item reward: Imperial Maiden exclusive skin moisturizing lotion. Item description appears to be a bottle of top-grade stimulating product. After applying it all over, it not only greatly enhances the experience, but also aids in conception, ensuring an unforgettable encounter, and helps the Imperial Maiden grasp the royal dragon energy. Note: must be applied by the host personally to take effect. Jiang Chen. System, you really are something else. At this moment, Ji Qingyue slowly stood up. Although she was still wearing that large male dragon robe, exuding an aura of authority, the gaze she directed at Jiang Chen was now filled with an unshakable mist. She composed herself and addressed all the ministers. I grant consent. Come, issue an edict, decree the marriage. An imperial marriage. Has it truly been granted just like that? Without the customary rites and formalities, the Grand Princess of the Great Zhou is simply promised to the Southern Wilderness Demon Cult. The Grand Tutor Lu Ruoxu cautiously spoke up. Your Majesty, this matter is too hasty. Hasty? A chilling voice whispered close to Lu Ruoxu's ear. Li Waya's face, resembling withered tree bark, had somehow leaned close to him, grinning with yellowed teeth. Old fellow, do you have any objections? Lu Ruoxu jolted, a desperate survival instinct overtaking him as he kneeled. No objections. My intention is to choose today rather than delay further. Today is suitable for marriage and entering the bridal chamber. I wish the Grand Princess and young Master Jiang a harmonious union for 100 years and early blessings of children. The court fell into a hush. The speed of this change was truly worthy of a veteran of 3 dynasties. On the dragon throne, Ji Qingyue's palms were damp with sweat. It was too embarrassing to grant her own marriage and then to enter the bridal chamber herself. Most crucially, that person was watching from below the stage. Those eyes seemed to have already seen through the chaos hidden beneath this imperial robe. Since there are no objections, draft the edict and dismiss the court. Ji Qingyue arose, not daring to glance at Jiang Chen again, and turned to leave. If she stayed any longer, she feared she might combust on the spot. Jiang Chen watched Ji Qingyue's slightly flustered figure and smiled. Since we are family, there is no need for elaborate ceremonies. I want to go to the rear palace now and meet my bride Taupe. Ji Qingyue stumbled. Now. This. Ji Qingyue turned around, forcing a regal expression. Young Master Jiang, the Grand Princess, is seldom seen in public. Upon hearing the news of the marriage, she might be too shy to meet anyone. Shy? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. No worries, I have thick skin. I can surely satisfy the Grand Princess. Ahem. In that case. Ji Qingyue hastily continued. The Grand Princess still needs to bathe and change. Young Master Jiang, please wait in the side hall. I will make arrangements. As soon as her words fell, the Emperor of Great Zhou rolled up his dragon robe and dashed toward the rear palace, as if fleeing for his life. That figure was utterly disheveled. Shen Xingyu watched Ji Qingyue leave, an unexpected pang of bitterness rising in her heart. Young Master, when did you become so anxious? Inside the Weiyang Palace side hall, Jiang Chen was bored fiddling with a pink glass bottle. The bottle's streamlined body contained a liquid that was crystal clear, occasionally rippling with golden waves, looking anything but serious. Young Master, Shen Xingyu leaned in, her gaze fixed on the bottle, her expression grave. What is this? In her spiritual perception, this small bottle seemed to emit a dragon's roar, as if containing the source of fortune of the great Taoist principles. Oh, this. Jiang Chen casually replied. This is a local specialty of the demon cult, a wedding gift for the Grand Princess. Local specialty. Such a supreme treasure capable of reshaping one's roots is merely a local specialty in the young master's mouth. How deep is the young master's foundation? Shen Xingyu pondered for a moment, and then suddenly understood. I see. The young master is scheming. Although the Grand Princess possesses the physique of auspicious qi, being a woman, she cannot wield the imperial qi for protection. The young master is here to help her achieve complete awakening and gain control over the Great Zhou. At that time, the entire Great Zhou will become the backyard of the demon cult. I see. The jealousy in Shun Xingyi's eyes dissipated, replaced by deep admiration. Young master is truly far-sighted. Xingyu admires you. Leave the matter of protection to me. I will not let anyone disturb the young master while he attends to serious business. Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, in the Changel Palace. Quick, all of you leave this palace. Ji Qingyue kicked the palace door, driving all the attendants out. She leaned against the door, breathing heavily, her heart racing. Just as she reached for the heavy dragon robe, a sharp voice from outside rang out, "Young Master Jiang has arrived." Ji Qingyue was just about to unfasten her jade belt when she found herself in a dilemma. There was absolutely no time to change clothes. If he were to catch her in disarray now, wouldn't it make her seem even more anxious? Biting her lip, she could only force herself to walk briskly to the phoenix couch, sitting upright, and attempting to project an air of dignified calm, as if she were merely meditating. Creak. The palace door opened, and Jiang Chen stepped inside. He immediately spotted the woman on the couch. At this moment, although Ji Qingyue was not wearing the 12-crest crown, she was still clad in the bright yellow dragon robe. Under the candlelight, the dragon robe, symbolizing supreme imperial power, gleamed brilliantly, accentuating her cold and aloof beauty, making her seem untouchable. However, the slight trembling of her eyelashes and the hint of a blush creeping up her ears utterly betrayed her. Jiang Chen closed the door behind him, his gaze roaming over her figure. Is the grand princess intending to meet me dressed in this regal form? Ji Qingyue nervously clutched the fabric of her dragon robe, forcing a cold tone. I have just returned from court and have not yet changed. What? Young master doesn't like it. No, I like it very much. Jiang Chen leisurely approached, looking down at her. One could not deny Ji Qingyue's current lofty and imposing presence was quite captivating. Ji Qingyue's cheeks instantly flushed, and before she could retort, Jiang Chen had already seated himself beside her. He took out the pink jade bottle rewarded by the system without further ado and ordered, "Take off your top and lie down." Ji Qingyue hesitated for a moment. This pink bottle looked anything but legitimate. But this was the young master. If she could obtain the young master's offspring tonight, wouldn't that also fulfill her wish for these past few days? Ultimately, she obediently removed her top, the upper half of the dragon robe draping around her waist, spreading out on the bed. However, in order to disguise herself as a man, she had tightly wrapped her upper body with a thick binding cloth. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty is indeed harsh on yourself, binding so tightly. How can the fortune flow smoothly? Rip. With a crisp sound, Jiang Chen drew out a dagger and sliced open the binding cloth from behind her. Ji Qingyue shuddered violently. The mountains that had been suppressed for years suddenly released beneath the dragon robe, bringing a wave of relief and shame all at once. Before she could adapt, Jiang Chen had already uncorked the bottle and poured the lotion into his palm. Instantly, a scorching hand pressed against her back. Whoosh! With Jiang Chen's massage, a warm current surged through her skin, wildly flooding into her limbs and bones. Because she was wearing the dragon robe, the imperial dragon chi within her seemed to resonate even more intensely with this symbol of imperial authority. It might get a bit hot, to bear with it. Ji Qingyue bit her lip, tightly burying her head into the pillow, trying her best not to make any shameful sounds. Through the layer of bright yellow fabric symbolizing power, every movement of that large hand seemed to gradually crumble her dignity as the Emperor of Great Zhou. It's too hot. This miraculous lotion, combined with Jiang Chen's divine massage technique, made the imperial dragon chi that Ji Qingyue had been unable to mobilize begin to wildly converge toward her dantian. Finally, Jiang Chen slapped his palm against her waist, which was wrapped in the dragon robe. Boom! The skies above the Great Zhou Palace darkened as a golden dragon phantom spiraled and roared above the Changle Palace. Inside the sleeping chamber, Ji Qingyue suddenly tilted her head back in surprise, discovering that the golden core within her body had shattered instantly under the onslaught of the dragon chi. Shattered core, birthed infant. The golden nascent soul that slowly opened its eyes within her dantian was remarkably similar to her current attire, wearing a crown of peace and a miniature version of the dragon robe, exuding a terrifying imperial might. Ji Qingyue looked inward at herself, astonished that she had simply and easily attained the nascent soul cultivation. The young master had actually helped her reach this point. Jiang Chen felt the room growing increasingly hot with no instructions from the system on how to use it. Was this application correct? Having applied it to her back, should he also apply it to the front? Before Jiang Chen could react, Ji Qingyue had already turned around. She stretched her arms, wrapping them around Jiang Chen's neck, her eyes glistening with water. Young master, apply some to the front as well. Xiao Yezi, where in the world have you vanished to? If even a single speck of ash mars the sacrificial purple gold censer, we'll flay you alive. A shrill, venomous voice pierced the morning silence. It belonged to the chief eunuch overseeing the low-ranking palace servants, who stood with fingers delicately curled like orchid petals, commanding a younger eunuch. Yes. Please calm your wrath, your honor. The boy eunuch squeaked in falsetto, bowing low. Once he had been the celestial prodigy of the Yi imperial clan, the revered imperial heir worshipped by 10,000 souls. Now he knelt before a castrated servant, his spine bent in abject submission. Yi Yifan hunched his back, forcibly suppressing the murderous light blazing in his eyes. Great ambitions demand patience beyond petty slights. So long as he infiltrated the sacrificial procession and reached that forbidden realm where heaven and earth severed their spiritual energy flow, the forbidden spirit zone. Without that elder void cultivation powerhouse guarding Jiang Chen's side, the man was little more than a feeble parasitic weakling. And then there were Shen Xingyu and Ji Qingyue. Their every old grudge and fresh betrayal would be settled in full. In the warming pavilion of Changle Palace, dawnlight filtered softly through gauzy jellyfish silk curtains, casting an intimate glow upon the disheveled imperial bed. Jiang Chen stirred drowsily, rolling onto his side and instinctively reaching out beside him. His palm met warm silken flesh, smooth as finest jade oil. A languid feline hum escaped the figure beside him, as if deeply contented by gentle stroking. Jiang Chen opened his eyes to behold Ji Qingyue's exquisite profile. After last night's deep nourishment from the Imperial Princess exclusive body lotion and hours of intensive therapeutic massage, her skin now glowed with a rosy translucence. Seated by the window, she prepared to don the resplendent yellow dragon robes, yet struggled repeatedly to fasten the jade belt around her waist, her arms trembling with exhausted weakness. The solemn imperial robe hung half-slipped from her shoulders, evoking the poetic grace of a lute player veiled behind her instrument. Why rise so early? Jiang Chen's voice drifted lazily from behind her. At his words, Ji Qingyue's ears flushed crimson. Clutching tightly to imperial dignity, she dared not turn. Today marks the opening of the imperial mausoleum, a grand ancestral rite. We must not miss the auspicious hour. A few moments more won't matter. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, sweeping one arm around her slender waist and drawing her gently backward. Opt. Ji Qingyue gasped as her balance collapsed, tumbling back into Jiang Chen's warm, broad embrace. This is daylight. She scrambled to rise, palms pressing against his chest, humiliated, flustered, near tears. The palace attendants are everywhere. If they hear, and if they do. Jiang Chen propped his head on one hand while the other rested casually upon her lower abdomen, his gaze teasing. Last night when you cried out, did you fear being overheard then? You. Ji Qingyue burned with shame, wishing the floor would swallow her whole. Had she truly chosen to cry out last night? Had it not been the overwhelming surge, beyond her control, that shattered her composure? Just as their banter bloomed, a crisp electronic chime rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've achieved conception in a single attempt. Maternal subject, Ji Qingyue confirmed pregnant. Estimated fetal aptitude, divine tier, purple, microcosm, emperor, star, embryo dormant. Ding. Host has successfully impregnated 2 celestial geniuses consecutively. Remarkable efficiency. Awarded passive divine skill, a father's mountainous love. Skill description: when the host stands within 100 meters of his offspring or a pregnant maternal host, he may, regardless of cultivation level or cosmic law, unconditionally nullify 1 fatal blow without injury. 1 use per day. System note: nothing can pierce the shield of a devoted father. This boon, an invincible protective barrier. A fine trump card for survival. Meanwhile, Ji Qingyue still wriggled in his arms like an eel. Release me. I truly cannot delay any longer. Stay still. Jiang Chen's playful expression vanished. His palms settled gently over her flat abdomen, his gaze softened, deep, tender, and profoundly solemn. What's wrong? Ji Qingyue asked, puzzled. Jiang Chen held her eyes, speaking each word with deliberate weight. Move gently. Don't disturb the fetus' vital qi. Ji Qingyue stared at him, mind utterly blank. Fetal qi. Instinctively, she turned her divine sense inward, scanning her own body. There within her Dantian's purple mansion, beside the newly formed golden nascent soul, pulsed a faint luminous life form, breathing in quiet rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. That was the heartbeat of shared blood bound by destiny. Ji Qingyue's eyes welled with sudden tears. Her father, the emperor, had perished. Her elder brother fell in battle. Alone, disguised as a man, she bore the crumbling Zhou dynasty upon her shoulders, surrounded by wolves holding the realm together by sheer will. Everyone schemed against her. Not a single kin remained. Oh, all ministers were foes. She believed she'd die solitary upon that cold, unyielding dragon throne, sacrificing herself for the empire. Now she had him. And now, she carried their child. Truly ours. Her fingers clutched Jiang Chen's hand, trembling with raw emotion. Of course. Jiang Chen clasped her hand firmly. From now on, battles and bloodshed are my burden. Yours is to nurture yourself. Understood? That simple phrase, leave it to me, shattered Ji Qingyue's final psychological rampart. She ceased resisting. All pretense dissolved. Like a docile kitten, she nestled softly against his shoulder, burying her face in the hollow of his neck, tears slipping silently down her cheeks. Yes, I'll obey you, my lord. Half an hour later, outside Weiyang Palace, upon the royal plaza, banners blotted out the sun, elite imperial guards stood in rigid formation. Court ministers clad in ceremonial robes knelt along both sides of the imperial avenue. At the very rear of the procession, among the ranks of menial eunuchs, Yi Yifan cradled a heavy purple gold censer, his gaze icy and fixed upon the vermilion palace gates. The sun had risen high. Why had they yet to emerge? Could those 2 wretches still be? Jiang Chen, the utter failure, had already taken Shen Xingyu, yet now also claimed Ji Qingyue. Could all 3 truly be? The mere possibility rekindled Yi Yifan's jealousy, raging like wildfire, scorching away reason. His Majesty approaches. With the grand eunuch's piercing proclamation, the massive palace gates groaned open. 8 divine steeds, scaled in shimmering dragon armor, drew forth a colossal golden imperial palanquin. Gauzy jellyfish silk curtains draped its perimeter, fluttering lightly in the breeze, revealing only vague silhouettes within. Yi Yifan locked his gaze upon the palanquin, straining his divine sense through the veil to discern what lay inside. In the next instant, he nearly spat blood straight into the censer. Inside that opulent, spacious palanquin, Jiang Chen, the disgrace, lay sprawled across Shun Xingyu's lap. The once ethereal aloof saintess of Taihua now massaged his temples with tender devotion, her eyes brimming, and Ji Qingyue, the sovereign of the great Zhou, knelt nearby peeling a grape with meticulous care before offering it delicately to Jiang Chen's lips. Jiang Chen took a bite, then spat it out. Too tart, fetch another. Ji Qingyue caught the fruit in her handkerchief, nodding affectionately yes. How could this worthless wretch indulge in such unparalleled fortune? Was there no justice left in this world? Crack. Yi Yifan's fingers gouged deep furrows into the censer's bronze surface, leaving stark trembling imprints. Endure. You must endure. 30 li ahead lies the Zhou Imperial Mausoleum, sealed by an ancient spirit-severing formation, a place where heaven and earth cut off spiritual energy. Even nascent soul elders enter as ordinary mortals. But Yi Yifan had already ingested the Azura blood pill, his physical strength amplified tenfold. In such a spiritless void, what weapon could Jiang Chen possibly wield against him? Departure. At the herald's thunderous cry, the vast procession began its solemn march toward the mausoleum beyond the city walls. Yi Yifan smiled coldly. Jiang Chen, how long can your triumph last? Uncle Li, stand guard at the entrance and don't let any flies in. Yes, young master. Li Wuya nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen stood at the entrance of the royal tomb, where a heavy piece of broken dragon stone awaited. Behind the stone lay an ancient forbidden spirit formation. Let's go. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and stepped. The moment he crossed the boundary stone, an overwhelmingly tyrannical force of law abruptly severed the connection between his body and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ugh! Shun Xingyi's delicate body trembled violently, her fair face turning pale. She felt her nascent soul being tightly suppressed, her spiritual power instantly drying up, unable to be mobilized even a fraction. Beside her, Ji Qingyue was even more distressed. She had just recently established her golden core, and her realm was still stabilizing. Moreover, she had just become pregnant, her legs softened, and she was about to slide to the ground. A pair of strong hands firmly supported the waists of the two women. Be careful. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, looking at the two women with some confusion. Is this the forbidden spirit formation? Why do I feel there's not much change? Apart from the air being slightly damp and breathing feeling a bit suffocating, it was no different from outside. In fact, it felt cooler here than outside, quite comfortable. Ji Qingyue leaned softly against Jiang Chen's embrace, looking at her young master's rosy complexion and relaxed gait, her heart already stirred up with waves of tumult. This was an ancient forbidden spirit formation that even powerful beings in the transformation stage had to be suppressed to the level of mortals. In the face of the laws of the Tao, all beings are equal. Yet young master, he could actually ignore the rules. No, that's not right. A flash of insight struck Ji Qingyue's mind. It wasn't that the young master ignored the rules. Rather, the young master's level was too high, so high that the laws of this realm did not dare to bind him. It was like a true dragon swimming in shallow water. Though the water was shallow, it could not confine the dragon. Young master, Qingyue is fine. Ji Qingyue looked at Jiang Chen with admiration in her eyes. Shen Xingyu also added from the side, Xingyu is fine too. Alright, let's finish gathering the items and go home for dinner. With one hand supporting each woman, Jiang Chen walked boldly into the depths of the underground palace like a wealthy landowner taking his family out for a picnic. The underground palace was deep and lengthy. The surrounding walls were lit by everlasting lamps, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows of the group. A scent of blood permeated the air, growing stronger the deeper they went. Suddenly, a chilling and piercing laughter echoed through the empty passage. Jiang Chen, you really dare to come in, truly a fool who does not take the road to heaven. Shen Xingyu and Ji Qingyu's faces changed dramatically, instinctively moving to shield Jiang Chen behind them. From the shadows ahead, a figure slowly emerged. It was an old acquaintance, Yi Yifan. However, at this moment he had long lost his usual elegant demeanor. His muscles bulged, stretching his eunuch robes to the breaking point, his skin exhibiting a bizarre dark red hue, veins bulging like worms crawling all over his arms. The effect of the Shura blood pill was in full effect. This was his last resort, obtained from the king of Xiling. Though his spiritual power was sealed, his current physical strength was enough to tear apart tigers and leopards confronting steel heathen. Yi Yifan. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, his face filled with disdain. How is it that after just half a day you've turned into this ghostly figure? Have you been using steroids? Still mouthing off when death is near? Yi Yifan pointed his spear at Jiang Chen's nose, his eyes filled with resentment and the joy of impending revenge. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. This place is the forbidden spirit realm. With no spiritual power and no backing, what can you, a good for nothing who only knows how to eat soft food, use to fight me? His gaze swept past Jiang Chen greedily and lewdly eyeing Shen Xingyu and Ji Qingyue. Although both women were pale at the moment, their delicate and helpless demeanor, looking ready to be slaughtered, only ignited his perverse desire for cruelty. Xingyu and the Empress of the Great Zhou. Yi Yifan licked his crimson lips. Once I've dealt with this good for nothing, I'll take good care of you. Especially you, Shen Xingyu. I will make you regret your choice back then. A glimmer of disgust flashed in Shen Xingyi's eyes. You're truly filthy. Filthy. Yi Yifan's expression turned cold. The unpleasant memories of that night surged back. It was all because of Shen Xingyu and Jiang Chen. Otherwise, how could he have been taken advantage of for an entire day and night by those dozen ugly women? Die. Yi Yifan exerted force with his feet, raising his spear and charging towards Jiang Chen with terrifying momentum and a killing intent. 10 steps. 5 steps. 3 steps. The spear, glinting coldly, aimed directly at Jiang Chen's throat. Though not an imperial weapon, this strike gathered all his humiliation and hatred unstoppable. Though Shen Xingyu and Ji Qingwei had no spiritual power, their instinctual reactions remained. The two women practically opened their arms simultaneously, intending to block the spear with their bodies. However, just as the spear tip was merely 3 feet away from Jiang Chen, whoosh, a nauseating gust of foul wind suddenly surged from the darkness to the side. The wind was too fast, too fierce. So fast that Yi Yifan had no time to react, too fast for even an afterimage to be seen. A massive claw covered in red fur and resembling dead would unexpectedly emerge from the shadows, gripping the rushing Yi Yifan tightly. What? Yi Yifan's brain momentarily froze. The immense grip made him feel as if his organs had been displaced. Ribs broke deeply, embedding into his lung. Crack. All his bones shattered. Yi Yifan let out a wretched scream, the spear in his hand clattering to. Immediately after, a mouth large enough to swallow an entire cow slowly emerged from the darkness. Fangs interlaced, drool dripping. It was a gigantic beast resembling a qilin covered in red fur with blood-red eyes. It looked at Yi Yifan in its grasp as if eyeing its meal. No. Yi Yifan's eyes filled with despair as he struggled desperately, his earlier arrogance evaporating. I am from the imperial clan, the Yi family. Let me go. With a chomp, the beast's massive mouth opened wide and bit down. Half of Yi Yifan's body simply vanished. Blood splattered everywhere. Just moments ago, the arrogant Yi Yifan, who had boasted about killing indiscriminately, had not even unleashed a single move before he hastily turned into a snack for this beast. Gag. The beast seemed to find the taste of this snack too poor, retching and spitting out the bitten half of his body. The claw disdainfully tossed that half aside. Shen Xingyu and Ji Qingyue's faces turned pale, their stomachs churning, almost making them vomit on the spot. Could this be the tomb guardian beast of the royal tomb? Shouldn't the tomb guardian beast be a stone statue? This is the void blood beast. Ji Qingyue, suppressing her nausea, recognized the identity of this ferocious beast. But why would such a terrifying beast be in the royal tomb of the great Zhou? Could it be that the forbidden spirit formation within the royal tomb is actually suppressing this beast? Under the horrified gaze of the two women, Jiang Chen took a step forward, looking at the giant beast that was still smacking its lips, and spoke displeasedly. Hey big guy, if you're going to eat, then eat. Why spit it out? Ruer. A foul blood-tinged gale swept through the airtight imperial mausoleum, suffocating in its stench. The Insu spirit blood beast reared its head and roared toward the heavens, its colossal frame hurtling forward with crushing momentum. This charge bore no spiritual energy, it was raw, unadulterated physical might. My lord, beware. Ji Qingwei instinctively lunged to shove Jiang Chen aside, but her legs trembled so violently she could barely stand, let alone muster strength. Beside them, Shen Xingyu's eyes flashed with steely resolve. No spiritual energy. So be it. No sword in hand. Irrelevant. She stepped forward, firm, unwavering, and threw herself squarely before Jiang Chen, arms flung wide, ready to shield him with her own body. Demon beast. Lay not a finger upon my husband. Jiang Chen froze for a heartbeat. He had already braced himself to absorb the blow, intending to test the system's passive effect, paternal love as Mount Tai, and gauge its true power. Yet this foolish girl truly believed she was flesh and bone armor. Before Jiang Chen could react, the beast loomed, claws slashing straight for Shen Xingyu. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. In one swift motion, he seized Shen Xingyu and yanked her into his embrace. Yes, he enjoyed leaning on others, but he refused to watch his wife die before his very eyes. And besides, she carried his child within her womb. Ryup. The beast's talons tore through Shen Xingyu's robe, laying bare her chest. Had Jiang Chen not pulled her back, just then Shen Xingyu would have met the same grisly fate as Yi Yifan. Xingyu, are you utterly mad? Jiang Chen snapped, voice thick with fury. Shen Xingyu blinked, stunned. This was the first time Jiang Chen had ever scolded her. Yet, strangely, it sent a quiet thrill down her spine. My lord, she murmured, lowering her gaze, cheeks flushed with delicate crimson. At that moment, a crumpled sheet of rice paper slipped from the torn folds of Shen Xingyu's robe. She had secretly retrieved it from the Weiyang Palace, Jiang Chen's own calligraphy, pressed close to her heart ever since. The very characters Jiang Chen had dismissed as ugly were now treasured against her skin, still warm with her body heat, faintly scented with her subtle, lingering fragrance. The paper unfurled slowly in midair, blank save for a single character. Stillness. Jiang Chen had written it idly, merely testing his brush. The beast's roar died mid-breath. Dust motes hung suspended in the air. Candle flames froze mid-flicker upon the walls. Even the flow of air itself ground to a halt, forcibly stilled. The entire world fell into absolute silence. Then, The single character on the paper blazed forth with radiant silvery light. Each stroke erupted as a sovereign chain of pure ink, forged not of spirit or spell, but of immutable law, hurtling from the page to coil around the Insu spirit blood beast in an instant. This was no surge of spiritual energy, no flicker of formation light. It was something far more fundamental. It was the Tao. It was principle. A dimensional strike, descending from a higher plane of existence. Oh, one moment the beast had raged with apocalyptic fury, ready to devour them whole. The next, bound tight by ink black chains, its massive frame locked rigid in place. It remained frozen mid-lunge, its once ravenous crimson eyes rapidly shedding their madness, replaced instead by a primal soul-deep terror. No grand technique. No thunderous incantation. Just one word. Stillness. When commanded to be still, you must be still. This was edict. This was celestial decree. This was words becoming law. Thud. The beast collapsed, limbs buckling, its massive body crashing to the floor. It buried its great head between its forepaws, trembling violently, emitting soft, plaintive whimpers. It dared not even draw breath, let alone attack. The entire subterranean hall had fallen into utter profound silence. Shen Xingyu stood, frozen arms still outstretched, staring dumbfounded at the floating scroll. To inscribe the cosmic Tao and universal principle into ink. To subdue eternity with a single character, to fix heaven and earth with a single utterance. This was unmistakably the art of a Confucian sage whose words become law. This is... Shen Xingyu whirled around, eyes wide with awe, as she gazed up at Jiang Chen. My lord, this is what you meant by practicing calligraphy. Ji Qingyue, standing nearby, clapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes shimmering with stunned reverence and adoration. So, he had foreseen this calamity all along. And in this way he told them, should heaven itself collapse, he would hold it aloft. And all they need do is remain still, centered at peace. Under the weight of two gazes dripping with starstruck devotion, Jiang Chen calmly touched his nose. Outwardly serene, inwardly anything but. What the hell? This system's divine-level calligraphy skill was this devastating. It had just become a conceptual weapon, transcending reality itself. And Jiang Chen glanced subtly at Shen Xingyu's chest. Something odd stirred in his thoughts. That day after writing it, he'd deemed it ugly, crumpled it absent-mindedly, and tossed it aside. When exactly had she snatched it? Hidden it away? Did this girl harbor some strange obsession with collecting his discarded scraps? Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat, hands clasped behind his back. Merely a minor trick. The beast was too loud, disrupting our refined atmosphere. Just as the two women swelled with tearful gratitude. Boom. A deafening crash echoed from the mausoleum's entrance. Hold fast, young master. Your humble servant comes. H.M. It was Elder 3 Li Wuya bursting in. Sensing the sudden shift deep within the tomb, and knowing the young master possessed no cultivation, he had rushed in without hesitation to rescue him. Yet due to the spirit-sealing grand formation, he'd struggled to reach them. Instead, he found the young master unharmed, both young ladies safe and sound, and gazing at him with undisguised worship. Half the corpse of that young man, surnamed Yi, lay sprawled on the floor, mangled beyond reassembly. And the Insu spirit blood beast crouched meekly on the ground like a docile house cat. Li Wuya stood stunned. Wasn't this a life-or-death crisis? Why was the beast behaving like a well-trained pet? His gaze instinctively fell upon the beast, then locked onto the rusted bronze bell hanging from its neck. Upon it, faintly etched in delicate script, was a single character. Chin. Tink. As if stirred by some unseen resonance, the beast lifted its head, causing the bell to chime softly once more. Though immobilized by the character's power, its eyes still moved. Its once clouded, bloodthirsty pupils, cleansed by the ink's purifying radiance, now held a sliver of lucidity. It gazed directly at Li Wuya. Upon that monstrous, fearsome visage bloomed an expression startlingly human, pathetic, yearning, tender. Yet suddenly, as though terrified of being discovered, it writhed, trying desperately to hide, heedless of the chains, but the bonds held firm, leaving it nowhere to flee. A single turbid tear traced a path down its bristling crimson-furred cheek, splashing silently onto the stone floor. Plink. Li Wuya's hands, those merciless skeletal claws that had spilled rivers of blood, trembled violently, as if witnessing the most impossible miracle in creation. This bell. Li Wuya dropped to his knees with a thud, ignoring the gore beneath him, and crawled forward on hands and knees toward the beast. Tears streamed down his ancient face, his voice cracked raw and broken as he cried out a name buried deep in his heart for 5 centuries. Chiner. Is it truly you? Chiner. The sound of a bell echoed in the underground palace as if it had traversed 500 years of time, striking the long dry heart of Li Wuya. The once ferocious Insu spirit blood beast was now awkwardly lying on the ground, bound by dark chains inscribed with the word silence, rendering it immobile. It heard the call of Chiner. The massive beast stiffened for a moment, instinctively wanting to retreat, burying its hideous head deep between its giant claws. It was hiding. It did not want anyone to see its current form, neither human nor ghost, neither demon nor beast. Chiner. Li Wuya crawled forward, trembling as he reached out towards the giant beast with hands that had once stirred up bloodshed in the Central Plains. Ugh! A low, mournful cry emerged from the beast's throat, and its crimson eyes revealed a trace of human life. It recognized him. Even after 500 years, even though it had become a beast that knew only slaughter, it still recognized that voice. It's you. It really is you. Li Wuyo clutched the rusted copper bell, his eyes glistening with tears as he gazed at the giant beast before him. 500 years ago, the 3 sects and 18 factions of the Central Plains opened their gates claiming to recruit celestial seedlings from the mortal realm. His sister Li Qin, born in the year, month, and hour of Yin, was chosen by the Celestial Master as a naturally gifted spiritual body. On that day, his sister with her pigtails cried and did not want to leave. It was he who forcefully pushed her onto the celestial chariot, telling her she would go to enjoy a blessed life and become immortal. Little did he know this departure was a final farewell. 10 years later, he went to visit her only to be told that his sister had already lost herself and perished. He did not believe it, and eventually discovered the nauseating truth in the forbidden area of the back mountain. It was never about enjoying a blessed life and becoming immortal. The 3 sects and 18 factions only sought a living vessel born in the year, month, and hour of Yin. They skinned the captured children and extracted their souls, forcibly merging them with the blood of beasts to create a guardian beast of the sect that felt no pain and was absolutely loyal. On that day, he fell into the path of evil. After 200 years of bitter cultivation, he wielded a bloody blade, leaving no survivors among the 3 sects and 18 factions. People called him the Butcher of Blood Hands, but who knew that this demon was originally just a brother who cherished his sister? It turned out she was here. She had been transformed into a ferocious beast imprisoned in this dark, sunless royal tomb, serving as a guardian beast for 500 years. They deceived me. They said they would lead Qin to become immortal, but instead turned her into this thing that is neither human nor ghost, skinning living people and refining living souls. This is what you call the righteous paths. He suddenly turned his head, glaring intensely at Ji Qinghua. I have killed 3 sects and 18 factions, 2,248 people. It seems I still missed one. Ji Qingyu's face turned deathly pale as she staggered back a step. No, this is impossible. She wanted to refute, but everything before her was undeniably true. She had seen in ancient forbidden texts that the Yin-Su spirit blood beast could only be refined from children born in the year, month, and hour of Yin. This was her Ji family's royal tomb. This meant that her Ji family's ancestors had been enjoying this bloody peace. Ugh! Shun Xingyu felt a churn in her stomach. The real demons wore human skins, sitting atop the grand hall receiving the incense of thousands, while so-called humans were forced to become demons. Li Laosher. I'm sorry. Ji Qinghua wanted to comfort him, but realized that any words at this moment were as pale as a joke. Once I bear a child for the young master, my life will be at your disposal, Li Laosher. Li Wuyo glanced at her and coldly replied, girl, you should be thankful for following the young master. Otherwise today, I would slaughter your entire Zhou royal family. Roar. Just then the beast let out a painful roar and the clarity in its eyes rapidly faded. No, Qin, don't sleep. Look at brother. Li Wuyo panicked, immediately channeling all his spiritual energy to try to maintain the clarity in his sister's eyes. There was a suppression array here, but he hesitated not at all, burning his own essence to transfer all his spiritual energy to his sister. However, 500 years had passed, and his sister's soul had long since merged completely with the beast. Now only this last trace of obsession remained. Today his sister had seen him, and it seemed she had already let go of her final obsession. Once this glimmer of clarity disappeared, she would completely become a Yin-Su spirit blood beast devoid of any emotion. This was a deadlock even a deity could not save her. Li Wuyo's hand struck heavily against the blood-soaked ground until his fingers shattered, blood flowing profusely. Damn heaven, why do you treat me this way? In the underground palace, only Li Wuyo's heart-wrenching wails could be heard. Amidst this suffocating despair, a gentle footstep echoed. Jiang Chen approached Li Wuyo from behind, patted his shoulder, and sighed helplessly, third elder, do you trust me? Li Wuyo suddenly turned around, his face stained with blood and tears, his eyes bursting with a flicker of hopeful light. Yes, young master. One word from the young master could suppress the Yin-Su spirit blood beast. Even a mere word contained the essence of the Tao. The young master must have a way. Young master, I beg you, please save Qin. Li Wuyo frantically bowed to Jiang Chen, the sound echoing sharply. As long as you can save Qin, this old servant is willing to serve you for all eternity, to be your beast of burden. All right, don't go crazy with your bowing. Jiang Chen said with some disdain, Li Shu, we are of the path of demons. We value bloodshed, not tears. Crying like this, snot and tears, really undermines the prestige of my Heavenly Demon Sect. With that, he stepped over Li Wuyo and walked straight up to the giant beast. The red light in the Yin-Su spirit blood beast's eyes was about to completely engulf its rationality, emitting a warning growl from its throat. However, Jiang Chen seemed oblivious and raised his hand. Be careful, Li Wuyo exclaimed. Crash. A crisp sound struck the beast's grotesque forehead. Roar. The beast was stunned. It had never suffered such humiliation in its life. It was either cut by a blade or burned by fire. When had it ever been flicked on the forehead? What are you yelling about? Jiang Chen glared at it, his tone resembling that of reprimanding a pet. If you keep making noise, I won't care about you anymore. As he spoke, Jiang Chen turned around and casually pulled out a brush from the system space. The brush looked extremely ordinary, its handle worn and showing no difference from an ordinary brush. Grind the ink. Prepare the paper. Shun Xingyu and Ji Qingwei exchanged glances, though they did not understand. Their bodies instinctively moved. The Empress of the Zhou dynasty and the Holy Maiden of Taihua now resembled two obedient little scribes, one grinding the ink with spiritual spring water, while the other carefully spread out the rice paper. Li Wuyo knelt aside, not daring to take a breath, his gaze fixed tightly on the young master's actions. Jiang Chen stood in front of the stone slab, the brush in his hands soaked with thick ink. He looked at the struggling giant beast, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. Jiang Chen's wrist hung in the air, though the brush tip was blunt. His aura suddenly grew as towering as a mountain. Divine-level calligraphy. The brush fell, and the law followed. He spoke lightly, his voice echoing in the underground palace. I do not like this script. Young master, this fierce beast has been eroded to the bone by corruption. Is it really possible to save it? Ji Qingwei asked with some concern. Jiang Chen remained silent. He picked up the brush, fully dipped in thick ink. Since the brush can follow the law with a single stroke, perhaps writing something else could indeed save this little girl. Let's give it a try. He took a deep breath and wrote the two big characters, suppression, on the rice paper. Even in this forbidden realm of spiritual energy, everyone could feel the surrounding air currents becoming turbulent. Though the characters for suppression were crooked and looked like a dog's crawl, they seemed to embody an extraordinary power of the law. Jiang Chen pinched the paper between his two fingers and slapped it directly onto the beast's forehead. Whoosh! The moment the paper adhered, the giant beast trembled violently, letting out a heart-wrenching scream as the red fur on its body was charred and curled by the power of the law. Hello, what the? Jiang Chen was startled and hurried back 2 steps. Did I use too much force? Li Wuyazi watched in horror, almost ready to rush forward, but saw that although the creature was rolling in pain, the clarity in its eyes had indeed returned somewhat. It really works. Shun Xingyu exclaimed in amazement, her black-clad legs crossed. Is the young master using the laws to forcibly reverse the heavenly cause and effect? Cough, since suppression doesn't work, let's try something gentler. Reversal, retrace, heal. Jiang Chen tried several words in quick succession, but none had any effect when applied to the void spirit blood beast's forehead. In fact, a few of the words were so domineering that they nearly set the beast's fur ablaze, causing it to howl in agony. However, seeing the last clarity in its eyes about to fade, everyone present held their breath. Jiang Chen picked up the brush once more. This time he did not rush to write. He was thinking that the girl had become this way because she was inherently tainted. She had been flayed and had her soul refined, her human soul forcibly mingled with beast blood. What if? With a fluid motion he completed the writing. Purification. As the last stroke fell, the entire sheet of rice paper actually floated up, moving on its own towards the buzz. A mighty buzzing sound echoed through the depths of the underground palace. The 2 ink characters on the rice paper instantly disintegrated, turning into countless points of light. Those light points were pure white and dazzling. Like falling snow, they gently cascaded onto the body of the void spirit blood beast. What kind of power is this? Ji Qingwei covered her mouth, staring in shock at the scene before her. Although the young master had no cultivation, he could make the brush follow the law. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the moment the light rain fell, the red fur and hard armor on the void spirit blood beast began to rapidly regress. The originally foul and pungent smell of blood was replaced by a faint fragrance. The massive body of the beast began to shrink, the bones cracking loudly, as even its claws regressed to human-like hands. Li Wuyazi knelt on the ground, staring intently at the glowing cocoon. After 10 breaths, the light dissipated. The void spirit blood beast had vanished. In its place was a curled-up, frail body. It was a girl of about 15 or 16 years old. Her red hair was carelessly spread out, covering the most critical parts of her body. Although she had partially regained human form, she still retained a pair of black beast ears on her head, and there were still some scales on her face. The long tail behind her was still restlessly swaying. Her eyes were tightly shut, seemingly showing no intention of waking. Chiner. Li Wuyazi crawled over on all fours, carefully checking the girl's breath. It was weak, but steady. She is alive. Chiner is really still alive. Young master's great kindness. Li Wuyazi can never repay. Li Wuyazi turned to Jiang Chen, ready to knock his head to the ground. Before Jiang Chen could respond, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind, scanning current target: Li Chiner, physique, void spirit blood body, current status, not fully purified, cannot awaken, yet appearance 93 dimensions, 795283, what's wrong with being lowly? Relationship history, none, overall score, 96, Jiang Chen. System, does this count as a lowly beast girl? Do you have some special preferences? Ding. Warning to the host: you can eat recklessly, but you must not speak recklessly. The beast girl. Cough. The girl is still not awake, because the ordinary brush and rice paper have limited carrying capacity and cannot completely eradicate the cause. Friendly reminder: to achieve complete recovery, 3 divine items must be gathered using Tongtian Jinmu as the brush handle, True Dragon Whiskers as the brush tip, and Imperial Fallen Immortal Blood as ink. Then write it again. Simple, right? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Simple, my ass. He sighed and helped Li Wuyazi up. The person is saved, but it's only a temporary suppression. To completely eradicate it, we still need to find those 3 items. Li Wuyazi's eyes filled with hope, his gaze firm. Young master, please tell me. Even if it's to fetch the stars from the sky, this old servant will go and pick them. It's not that exaggerated. Jiang Chen recounted the 3 items mentioned by the system. After hearing it, Li Wuyazi's eyes did not show despair, but instead ignited with unprecedented brightness. This old servant has noted it down. He took a deep look at the girl on the ground, then took out a storage ring from his bosom and handed it to Jiang Chen with both hands. Young master, this is the key to the treasure trove that this old servant has scavenged over the years. With Qiner in this state, following this old servant will only bring her suffering. This old servant wishes to entrust Qiner to the young master. This old servant will go find these 3 divine items, and even if I have to search the depths of the earth or the yellow springs, if I can't find them, I will never return to see the young master. Is he really leaving? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised, but seeing the old man's stance, he figured it would be impossible to bring him back. All right. Jiang Chen took the storage ring. I will take good care of her, so don't worry. Thank you, young master. Li Wuyazi took one last look at the sleeping girl, his eyes filled with reluctance, but he ultimately turned away, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he rushed out of the underground palace. He feared that if he looked one more time, he would be unable to leave. The underground palace returned to silence. Ji Qingwei looked at the girl on the ground and quickly removed her dragon robe, wrapping it around her body. Such a poor little sister. Shen Xingyu took off her hairpin and began to cut the girl's hair. Her eyes soft. Young master, should we take her out now? Not in a hurry. Jiang Chen's gaze passed over the beast-eared girl, landing on a stone that she was resting her head on. It was a stone as black as ink. Although bright lamps were lit around, this stone was so deep black that it reflected no light at all, only pure darkness. Is this the weak water-sinking stone? With this thing, it claims to suppress the aura of the entire imperial mausoleum. It looks like a stepping stone to me. Moreover, the girl's drool was dripping from the corner of her mouth onto the stone. That. Jiang Chen pointed at the stone and spoke to Ji Qingyue, who was wiping the girl's face. If I'm not mistaken, is that stone that this girl is drooling on the weak water-sinking stone that I'm looking for? Ji Qingyue reached out, intending to remove the weak water stone from Qiner's head. However, as soon as her hand touched the stone, the red-haired girl lying on it suddenly opened her eyes. Although the girl had been forcibly returned to her human form by Jiang Chen, using the word purification, the animalistic instincts from 500 years were clearly not something that could fade away in an instant. She straightened up, crouching like an animal, tightly cradling the weak water stone in her arms. Draped in Ji Qingyu's oversized bright yellow dragon robe, her pair of furry black beast ears were nervously folded back, while a low growl reverberated from her throat. Qiner, dear, could you show that stone to your sister? Shen Xingyu tentatively took a step forward, her voice soothing, as if coaxing a child. Ow. Li Qiner suddenly looked up, her vertically slit pupils still tinged with a hint of crimson, and she lunged forward to snap at Shen Xingyu. Her speed was astonishingly quick. Had it not been for Shen Xingyu being a sword cultivator reacting swiftly to retract her hand, there would have been several rows of bite marks on her wrist. Woo! Hiss! Li Qiner hugged the stone even tighter, shrinking back into the corner, her tail bristling upright, resembling a small wildcat fiercely guarding its food. Shen Xingyu sighed and turned back, saying, Young master, she hasn't regained her senses yet if she sees that weak water stone as a protective talisman, so. It was clear that forcibly taking it was out of the question. Although this girl had regressed, she still possessed a genuine demigod beast physique. If a fight broke out here, even though both women were nascent souls, they were suppressed by the spirit sealing array and might not be able to overpower her. This is troublesome. Jiang Chen sighed, rubbed his wrist, and walked straight over. Be careful, young master. Ji Qingwei exclaimed. Jiang Chen ignored her. He approached within a step of Li Qiner, looking down at her. Li Qiner arched her back, her eyes full of a mix of pity and ferocity, fixated on Jiang Chen. Give it to me. Jiang Chen extended his hand. Li Qiner shook her head desperately, making whimpering noises. The stone was cool and provided great comfort for sleeping, so she wouldn't give it up. Not giving it, huh? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, bending his right index finger towards the smooth and plump forehead of the girl. Bam! A crisp sound of a light tap echoed. Ow! Li Qiner winced in pain, instinctively reaching to cover her forehead with both hands, but unwilling to let go of the stone, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Jiang Chen, feeling wronged. Even the beast ears atop her head drooped down. Ding! Detected target. Li Qiner, generating a mixed emotion of fear and dependency. Current favorability 30, he is the master. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward neck guard memory latex pillow. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. System, you've really outdone yourself. What is this nonsense about a pillow? Are you suggesting I take a nap in this royal mausoleum? However, Jiang Chen glanced at Qiner, who was tightly clutching the stone. It seemed there might be some potential here. How about this? I'll trade you for this. Jiang Chen flipped his wrist, and a white rectangular object emitting a faint milky scent appeared in his hand. He waved the pillow in front of Li Qiner. What? What is this? Although Shen Xingyi's cultivation was suppressed by the spirit sealing array, her perception remained. This object has no fluctuations of spiritual energy, yet it exudes an aura that calms the soul. Ji Qingwei was even more astonished. Moreover, this object is exceptionally soft and seems to change shape with external forces accommodating all things. Could it be the celestial bliss cloud silk from the 9 heavens? The celestial bliss cloud silk is said to be born from the 9 heavens, taking thousands of years to condense into a single piece, possessing miraculous effects that nourish celestial souls. The young master actually took it out casually as a pillow. Is this what the world of the powerful looks like? Jiang Chen naturally had no idea about the two women's speculations behind him. He was just teasing the little girl with the pillow. Will you trade? Jiang Chen extended the pillow forward. Li Qing'er twitched her nose, sniffing. It smelled so good. Li Qing'er sighed. The black stone she held in her arms while suppressing the malevolent energy within her was hard and uncomfortable, especially when compared to the cloud in front of her that exuded a milky fragrance. It was simply trash. Thud. The weak water stone, which had been treated like a treasure, was casually tossed to the ground by Li Qing'er. Then she leaped up and pounced toward the latex pillow. It felt soft to the touch, rebounding with strength. Li Qing'er buried her face deep into the pillow, inhaling. Purr. Purr. The fierce beast girl who had been baring her teeth just moments ago now squinted her eyes, emitting the most comfortable purring sounds. Her long tail behind her swirled like a propeller, wildly wagging. This is just too comfortable. It seems this trade is a success. Jiang Chen bent down, picking up the black stone from the ground. The stone felt extraordinarily heavy in his hand, and despite its fist-sized dimensions, it seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. It was undoubtedly the weak water stone. Let's go. Jiang Chen stored the stone in the system space, clapped his hands, and turned to leave. Time to go home for dinner. Hearing the sound, Li Qing'er moved her ears. She opened her eyes and saw the master leaving. Instinctively, she knew that following this person would mean more good things in the future. Thus, a most peculiar scene unfolded within the imperial mausoleum of the Great Zhou. In front, a noble young man dressed in pure white walked with his hands clasped behind him, followed by two stunning beauties. One wore a loose Dao robe paired with black silk, while the other donned a dragon robe with white silk. Lastly, trailing behind, was a barefooted red-haired girl with beast ears. She tightly clutched a white pillow in her arms, walking while occasionally rubbing her face against it, a silly, yet blissful smile adorning her face. The moment they stepped out of the underground palace, Huff, Shen Xingyu, and Ji Qingwei simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Crossing that boundary stone, the force suppressing their spiritual power finally disappeared. That feeling of regaining control over their spiritual energy brought some peace to both of them. However, when they looked at Jiang Chen in front of them, the awe in their eyes was even more pronounced than before. In the land where spiritual energy was sealed, mortals were like ants. Only the young master viewed the perilous terrain as a backyard, fierce beasts as house cats, and imperial weapons as mere weeds. This was true. Invincibility. Young master, where are we headed next? Shen Xingyu asked softly, her tone as submissive as a little wife. Before Jiang Chen could respond, a crisp notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the core mission items have been gathered. Extreme Yang item Fusang Divine would already owned Extreme Yin item Weak Waterstone already owned Yin, and Yang harmonized the Great Tao arises. Would you like to immediately consume these two divine items to activate the system's special functional building? Innate Spiritual Nurturing Room Beginner. Note, this blessed land possesses the attributes of nurturing acceleration and nourishing the soul, along with a pleasant environment equipped with hot springs and soft couches and excellent sound insulation. It is the perfect place for the host and the ladies to discuss the philosophy of life and cultivate relationships. Yes. Ding. Detected that core materials are in place. The Innate Spiritual Nurturing Room Beginner is starting construction. Countdown to completion 10, 9, 8. The Weiyang Palace Sleeping Quarters. Renovation plan confirmed. Theme Ultimate Bliss Hot Spring, wishing you a pleasant life. The originally calm void suddenly rippled violently. Just 3 feet before Jiang Chen, the space split open like a curtain cut by a paper knife, creating a silent gap tall enough for a person to pass through. At the edge of the gap, a faint pink glow swirled, and mist could be vaguely seen within, tearing through the void, opening up a cave heaven. Shen Xingyi's beautiful eyes widened. This was something only a peak refining void expert, or even a combined body stage powerhouse could achieve. Moreover, ordinary powerhouses opening cave heavens would be careful and take years to stabilize the space. The young master actually just opened it casually. Ji Qingyu's breathing quickened as she tightly grasped her sleeve. Although she knew Jiang Chen was unfathomable, this method once again refreshed her cognitive limits. Is this the father of the child in her womb? Is this the man of Ji Qingwei? So strong that it is appalling. What are you dazed for? Come in. Jiang Chen stepped first into the light portal. The two women exchanged glances, suppressing their shock, and followed close. Li Qing'er looked around in a daze, and upon seeing Jiang Chen's figure disappear into the entrance, she quickly followed with her foot. With a single step, the world changed dramatically. What greeted their eyes was a room that seemed rather indecent. The walls were embedded with luminous pink gemstones, which made the entire space exceedingly enchanting. The floor was covered with a long-haired carpet made of unknown beast skin, soft and delicate underfoot. In the center was a massive round bed that occupied half the room. Above the bed hung a crystal mirror, perfectly reflecting everything on the bed. Surrounding it were flowing red gauzy curtains, and a sweet and greasy exotic fragrance wafted through the air. In the corner, there was even a hot spring emitting wisps of steam. Ji Qingyue, being the empress of the Great Zhou, had seen countless records of bedroom techniques in books, but she had never encountered such. direct, and shameful decor. Her face instantly flushed to her ears, and she stammered, "Young master. This space. This is too." Even the usually cold Shen Xingyu felt her cheeks, burning, her gaze drifting over that massive round bed, unable to look at the mirror above. In such an environment, if they were to, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Jiang Chen looked at the standard configuration of this romantic hotel round bedroom, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. System, damn you. Is this truly the best place to explore the philosophy of life? Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat forcefully, explaining, his face calm and heart steady. This is the innate spiritual rhythm nurturing room. Don't be fooled by the avant-garde decor. It is highly practical. Practical. Ji Qingyue looked at the hot spring in the corner, her mind conjuring certain indescribable images, her legs feeling weak. This is clearly meant for, but at that moment Shen Xingyu suddenly voiced her doubts. She closed her eyes, the sword mark on her brow flickering, and after a few breaths, she suddenly opened them, her previous shame and anger replaced by fervent shock. I understand. Shen Xingyu trembled with excitement. This is not a bed at all. This is clearly a yin-yang duality grand array. She pointed to the water bed, her tone firm. The young master used supreme divine powers to seal the extreme yin weak water, within transforming it into the array's eye. Lying on it, the yin energy washes the marrow and cleanses the essence without harming the soul. And this light, this is the true yang fire of the Fusang divine tree. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to 100 years of hard work. Her gaze finally fell on the mirror, and a look of epiphany-like fervor emerged on her face. This is not just a mirror. This is the worldly heart refining mirror. It can reflect the true self and eliminate inner demons. The young master wants us to see through the illusions and reach our true hearts. Ji Qingyue was momentarily stunned by Shen Xingyu's words. She looked again at the room. No wonder she was the holy maiden of the northern region. She was indeed more knowledgeable than she. That sweet and greasy fragrance, after being inhaled, made the nascent soul within her dantian cheer with joy. The swaying waterbed seemed to contain a rhythm of some water-based law. Even the hot spring now looked like a focal point for gathering spiritual energy. So that's how it is. Ji Qingyu's face was filled with shame. Qingyue is dull, having misunderstood the young master's good intentions with such filthy worldly views. The young master is truly talented, and Qingyue feels incredibly ashamed. Jiang Chen. He opened his mouth, watching the two of them self-critique, ultimately choosing to swallow the truth back. All right, if you say this is the Tao, then it is the Tao. As long as I am not embarrassed, it is you two who should feel embarrassed. Oh whoa. At that moment, Li Qiner, who had been silent, moved. She didn't care about any shame. All she felt was that the bed looked softer than the pillow in her arms. Li Qiner jumped directly onto the waterbed, lying there in a sprawled position, even rolling around. Who? So comfortable. So comfortable. Li Qiner's beast ears on top of her head joyfully twitched, and her tail swished with a crackling sound. Seeing this scene, Ji Qingyue and Shen Xingyu no longer hesitated. The two cautiously climbed onto that massive round bed. The moment they lay down, an extremely pure spiritual power surged wildly into their limbs and bones along their spines. Ji Qingyue couldn't help but let out a soft moan. She felt the fetus in her belly, under the nourishment of this spiritual power, emit a joyous thought. The realm that had been somewhat unstable due to forcibly breaking through to the nascent soul was completely stabilized in just a few breaths under the washing of the yin and yang energies. It was even slowly rising. This is too. Ji Qingyu's beautiful eyes were dazed, turning to look at Jiang Chen beside her, her gaze filled with affection and dependence. A nap here is worth 10 years of hard cultivation in the outside world. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyu sat cross-legged on the water bed, her previously sharp sword energy now flowing smoothly and harmoniously under the pink light. Young master. Shen Xingyu opened her eyes, the light shimmering. Young master actually opened up a space just for us. Her cheeks flushed, yet boldly, she leaned closer to Jiang Chen. Before Jiang Chen could react, his left hand was already embraced by Shen Xingyu. Ji Qingyue, seeing this, immediately understood. She scooped up the still rolling Li Qiner and turned to throw her out of the cave heaven. You're still young, go play outside. Li Qiner. Jiang Chen looked at the mirror on the ceiling and sighed deeply. The life of a transmigrator is often so simple and dull. At the same time that Jiang Chen enjoyed his dull life in the northern region, the imperial clan Yi family. Head of the family, we found out that the devil child from the Heavenly Demon Sect is currently in Zhongzhou. A rosy warm light suffused the entire cave realm, and the air was thick with a cloying sweetness that made one blush. On the vast circular waterbed, red gauze swayed gently. Young master. Gently. Not there. A voice tightly restrained, yet still liltingly coquettish, escaped Ji Qingyu's lips. At this moment, she bore none of the majesty of the Daizhou empress. She lay on the waterbed limp as a pool of spring water, biting her red lips, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Jiang Chen was slick with sweat, his fingers flashing as he pressed rapidly at several vital acupoints along her back. Bear with it, your meridians have been blocked too long. Pain is natural, he said. His tone was grave, as if utterly unaffected by her coquettish moans. With every strike of his fingers, Ji Qingyue felt a warm current, like blazing fire, plunge into her body and mercilessly scour her meridians. The nascent soul that had once been somewhat insubstantial nourished by that force began to inhale and exhale golden radiance, growing ever more tangible and solid. Beside them, Shun Xingyu soaked in the hot spring, her cheeks flushed. Though it was not yet her turn, merely inhaling the drifting Tao resonance made the sword intent within her tremble wildly. All right, roll over. Jiang Chen patted Ji Qingyu's lower back. Opt. Ji Qingyue cried in surprise, mortified, and wishing to sink through the floor, yet her body obediently complied. Half an hour later, the two women lay side by side on the waterbed, breathing evenly and fast asleep. Jiang Chen shook his aching wrist and exhaled. This Shinji Anmo Shu is excellent in every way, it is only too exhausting. He sat at the bedside watching the two sleepers, particularly their abdomens, his gaze softening. Ding, the system detected the host diligently cultivating within the Xiantian Lingyun Yunyufang innate spiritual resonance gestation chamber, triggering a special buff gestation acceleration. Effect time flow in this space differs from the outside and possesses a life origin catalytic function. Where 10 months would normally be required within this cave realm, only 7 days of external time are needed to give birth to a healthy, divine-grade offspring. Note the process causes no harm to the mother. It can even use the fetus' innate chi to nourish the mother, prolonging life, beautifying the complexion, and enabling painless childbirth. Jiang Chen, 7 days. System, are you birthing children now? Is this 3D printing? Despite his jibe, it indeed solved a major problem. After all, the cultivation world is fraught with peril. A 10-month gestation is far too prone to mishap. 7-day acceleration, safe and efficient. Sleep well. Jiang Chen tucked the covers around the two and turned to leave that tender place. Weiyang Palace bedchamber. The moment he stepped out of the space, his foot hit something soft. Looking down, it was Li Qiner. The little girl hugged that latex pillow and gazed up at him imploringly. Her black beast ears drooped listlessly, giving her a lethargic air. The next moment, Li Qiner's face flushed as she quickly pressed the pillow against her belly, yet those scarlet vertical pupils stared fixedly at Jiang Chen. Hungry. Wait. Jiang Chen ruffled her little head, amused by her pitiful look. Too lazy to go to the imperial kitchen, he pulled cooking gear from his storage ring and lit a fire on the spot. Within the storage ring Li Ya had left him were many good things. He took out a shimmering Taishu Lingyu Taishu spirit fish. The cleaver became a blur in Jiang Chen's hand as he descaled, gutted, and cut the fish into chunks. He heated the wok, poured oil, and seared the fish using the most ordinary mundane flame as the oil hissed. As the seasoned pieces slid into the hot oil, a domineering aroma detonated, rich to the point of feeling aloe. Li Qiner's eyes widened, drool trailing down to drip onto her beloved pillow. Like a small beast enchanted by the scent, she stretched both tiny hands toward the scalding wok. Smack! The chopstick in Jiang Chen's hand tapped her forehead with precision. Hot, don't rush. Li Qiner nursed her reddened brow, pouting in injured upset. Yet her body inched even closer, her tail thumping the ground anxiously with a rapid pat. Jiang Chen paid her no mind and focused on controlling the flame. Just as the fish broth simmered into a milky white and the fragrance reached its peak, a dull, thunderous blast sounded from the direction of the Wu Gate, causing the floor of Weiyang Palace to tremble. Jiang Chen halted the motion of ladling. He set a bowl of milky broth on the table, then leisurely took up a spoon and blew on it to cool it. Open your mouth. Li Qiner paid no heed to the commotion outside. Her entire attention was on the bowl. She obediently opened her mouth, revealing 2 small sharp fangs. A warm spoonful of broth was fed to her. The delicious warming current slid down her throat into her belly. Li Qiner closed her eyes in comfort, her beast ears drooping as a contented purr rolled from her throat. As Jiang Chen prepared the second spoon, cries rang out: kill. Purge the court. Exterminate the demonic way. The sounds of battle and screams could already be heard clearly in the distance. A force of cultivators clad in golden armor had torn through the palace's defenses and was making for the Weiyang bed. At their head stood Grand Tutor Lu Ruoxu. His Majesty is in truth Her Highness, the eldest princess in male disguise. Now Her Highness has been touched by a demon. The Dezhou imperial house has been seduced by the demonic path. We shall purge the court and exterminate the demonic way. Inside the bedchamber, Jiang Chen seemed oblivious. He simply ladled another spoonful of broth and offered it to Li Qiner. Li Qiner swallowed another mouthful, her tail nearly spinning like a propeller with delight. Yet just as she prepared for the third bite, boom, a far fiercer explosion than any before rocked the area outside Weiyang Palace. A violent blast ripped off the bedchamber door, scattering with splinters and dust. A squad of golden-armored cultivators had already reached the hall's exterior. The bowl of broth in Jiang Chen's hand shattered. He looked out at the sky. The golden-armored force had arrived at the palace gate. On closer inspection, the concealed patterns on their armor unmistakably belonged to the Imperial Yi family. Oh, they've brought an old acquaintance, Jiang Chen mused. No wonder that old fellow dared to force a palace coup. At the table, the third spoon Li Qiner had been about to receive was gone. Displeasure clearly showed on her face. In all these years, she had never tasted anything so delicious. Before she had even finished a few bites, her joy vanished. She cast a reluctant glance at the spilled fish broth across the table, then turned her gaze to the window. Gur! A deep growl rolled from the depths of her throat. The girl who had just been as docile as a house cat now bared her fangs, her nails lengthened 3 inches, glinting with a cold light. You touch my food. Then, die. Such a pity, such a fine fish. Jiang Chen sighed lightly as he looked at the shattered bowl of fish soup in his hands. Just as his sigh fell, a gust of wind swirled beside him. Roar. The red-haired girl who had been squatting on the ground waiting for food suddenly had her vertical pupils shrink to needle points, her previously innocent face now twisted into a fierce expression. Boom. At that moment, the crumbling door of the Weiyang Palace completely shattered. Amidst the rolling smoke and dust, the Grand Tutor Lu Ruoxu, clad in purple robes and holding the Emperor's sword, was followed by over 100 elite cultivators in golden armor. These golden-armored guards were not the imperial army of the Great Zhou, but rather cultivators trained by the Yi family, all at the mid-golden core level, capable of forming battle arrays that could even slay nascent souls. Demon Jiang Chen, spreading heretical words and corrupting the palace. Lu Ruoxu was now full of vigor, pointing his sword at the white-clothed youth seated in the palace, roaring sternly. Today, with the assistance of the North Domain Emperor's family, the Yi family, I shall act on behalf of heaven, clear the court, and slay. Before his words could finish, a flash of red light caught his eye. A small figure like a red bolt of lightning crashed directly into the formation of the golden-armored cultivators. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, no divine abilities or brilliance. All that remained was the most primitive, tearing apart. A golden core cultivator didn't even see what was coming as his protective chi shattered like thin paper. A claw 3 inches long pierced through his throat, and with a swift tug his head flew off, blood spraying up to a high. What is that? Form the array. Quickly form the array. The golden-armored cultivators were thrown into chaos, yet that red shadow was too fast. Li Qiner was on all fours, madly bouncing among the crowd, each leap accompanied by a scream. My hand. Help! What kind of monster is this? A captain at the peak of the golden core roared angrily, swinging his mystic-grade battle blade down fiercely onto Li Qiner's back. Clang. Sparks flew. Li Qiner remained unscathed, not even breaking a layer of skin. She slowly turned her head, her small face covered in blood, wearing a creepy smile. Roar. She couldn't speak, only capable of emitting a beast-like growl. The next moment, that captain along with his sword was torn in half. 3 breaths. Just 3 breaths. The battle array of golden-armored cultivators, which could sweep through the Great Zhou, had now turned into a battlefield strewn with severed arms and legs. The thick stench of blood surged into the sky, making one feel nauseous. In front of the Weiyang Palace, Grand Tutor Lu Ruoxu's smile froze. His hand gripping the sword trembled violently, and his legs could not help but weaken. Amidst this scene of carnage, Jiang Chen remained seated at the table. He gently brushed away the fish soup that had stained his sleeve, his expression indifferent, even pouring himself another cup of tea. Grand Tutor. Jiang Chen blew on the tea foam. Such a grand spectacle, just to spill my bowl of soup. Demon. Devil. Lu Ruoxu looked at the corpses scattered all around, then gazed at the calm Jiang Chen. Did the Yi family not say that the demon was just a worthless waste with no cultivation? With the blood-soaked killer who protected him gone, how could he still have such a strong presence around him? Just a pair of hands, and she tore through 300 golden core cultivators. Roar. After slaughtering the golden-armored cultivators, the red light in Li Qiner's eyes did not fade. Once the bloodthirsty instinct was unleashed, it was hard to stop. She turned around, locking her gaze on the thousands of imperial army of the Great Zhou behind Lu Ruoxu. These mortal soldiers of the Central Plains were mostly at the Foundation establishment, or even Qi refinement stage, and now that this beast had set its sights on them, they were all trembling in fear, barely able to hold onto their long halberds. Die. Li Qiner arched her body, her hind leg muscles tensing, the ground cracking inch by inch. She was going to massacre the place. Just at this critical moment. Come back. Jiang Chen waved his hand towards Li Qiner. If you keep causing a ruckus, dinner will be gone too. Killing the people from the Yi family was enough. If she killed these soldiers of the Great Zhou, once Qingyue came out, she would probably be heartbroken. My. Hearing Jiang Chen's call, Li Qiner, who had just been ready to unleash a massacre, suddenly had clarity in her eyes. She quickly retracted her claws, pounced back to Jiang Chen's side, curling up pitifully into a ball, letting out a whimper of grievance from her throat. Jiang Chen took a handkerchief to wipe the blood off Li Qiner's face, not giving Lu Ruoxu a single glance. Old dog, take your people and get lost. No way. Lu Ruoxu murmured, unwilling. He was reluctant to withdraw his troops now that he had finally allied with the Emperor's family, the Yi family. If he retreated now, he feared he would never have the chance to ascend to the throne in his lifetime. One of his hands reached into his sleeve, crushing the jade slip left for him by the Yi family. According to the elder of the Yi family, if the golden-armored army was defeated, he should crush the jade slip, and they would come to assist him. Just at that moment, the void trembled. A pink light curtain suddenly appeared in the sky. Wait! A slightly lazy yet dignified woman's voice came from behind the light gate. Then a figure with white silk-clad jade feet stepped out of the void. The elder of the Yi family had not yet arrived, but Ji Qingyue had made her appearance. As soon as she appeared, the stench of blood in the world seemed to be swept away by a majestic imperial aura. Wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, the wide robe that originally symbolized supreme royal authority was now filled at her chest, revealing an alluring cleavage. What was even more shocking was that beneath the dragon robe her abdomen had a noticeable bulge. Due to the acceleration effects of the pregnancy room, her belly had already taken on a curved shape. Qingyue, why did you come out? Jiang Chen asked Qingyue. She looked back at him, her gaze gentle as water. Naturally, I wouldn't dare trouble young master with matters of the great Zhou. This is... Lu Ruox's eyes widened. The eldest princess actually dared to appear in front of everyone as a woman still wearing a dragon robe. And she was pregnant. Lu Ruoxu looked at her as if he had grasped some earth-shattering scandal, laughing excitedly. Ha! Did everyone see that? Did you all see that? The current emperor of the great Zhou is actually played by the eldest princess. She's so big with child wearing those white socks, truly an unashamed harlot. Lu Ruoxu knew that as long as he seized this point, he would be standing on the moral high ground. The great Zhou was not a place where anyone with a strong fist could become emperor. As long as he garnered the people's hearts and received the protection of the imperial dragon aura, he would be the master of the great Zhou. Moreover, he also had the support of the Yi family. As long as the elder of the Yi family came, even if the blood-soaked killer returned, he would not be able to do anything to him. He turned to face the thousands of imperial soldiers, raising his arm high and shouting, "Soldiers, follow me to kill the demoness and protect the legitimacy of the great Zhou." The imperial soldiers began to stir. In this feudal society of the Central Plains, it was a grave taboo for a woman to ascend the throne, especially one pregnant with the unclean child of a demon. The long halberds shifted, murderous intent rising again. Qingyue faced the crowd's accusations, yet she did not retreat even a step. She merely stroked her bulging abdomen, casting a cold glance over the entire scene. Legitimacy. Qingyue stepped forward. With the cultivation of mid-nascent soul, she unleashed her power without reservation. Roar. Following that, a dragon's roar that shattered the heavens erupted above the Weiyang Palace. Golden light surged endlessly from Qingyue's body. This golden light was not illusory, but the dragon aura of the great Zhou's 3,000 years of national fortune. Nascent soul. Royal dragon aura. Taking form. Lu Ruoxu was so frightened, he collapsed to the ground. How could this be possible? Throughout history, the emperors of the great Zhou could at most borrow the dragon aura for protection. Never had anyone been able to manifest the dragon aura. At that moment, Qingyue was bathed in endless golden light, resembling a goddess descending from the ninth heaven, her majesty unapproachable. Grand Tutor Lu. She coldly looked down at Lu Ruoxu, her authoritative voice resonating throughout the entire imperial city. I have endured you for a long time. My country, my man, my son, who gives you an old dog the right to meddle? A true dragon. And the imperial guards moments ago bristling with murderous intent now felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. A primordial, blood-deep dread. It was the instinctive fear and submission of a subject before his sovereign. And impossible. Not even the revered emperors of past dynasties could manifest the dragon chi in tangible form. An elderly general's eyes widened in disbelief, his weapon clattered to the ground with a hollow clang. Kneel. Qingyue spoke calmly. Two simple words uttered without inflection or force. With a synchronized thud, in thump, in thump, in. Thousands of imperial guards who had just moments earlier sworn to purify the court collapsed onto their knees, bodies betraying their will, limbs folding as if severed from conscious control. Even the generals cultivated to foundation establishment trembled under that awe-inspiring imperial aura, unable to lift their heads, their foreheads striking the stone pavement with brutal force. Long live His Majesty! Long live! 10,000 years! Na thunderous chorus of homage erupted, drowning out every whisper of dissent. In what ancient edict forbade women from governing? What of her pregnancy? And before the absolute celestial manifestation of the true dragon sovereign, all rights and laws crumbled into irrelevance. In heaven's mandate affirmed her, the nation's fortune coalesced upon her. She was the sole heaven of the great Zhou. Only one figure remained standing, Lu Ruoxu. Na faint azure radiance shimmered about him, a protective artifact bestowed by the Yi clan, straining desperately against the crushing weight of the dragon chi. Sorcery. This is undoubtedly the demonic arts of the cult sect. In Lu Ruoxu's eyes blazed crimson, his voice ragged with frenzy. I refuse to believe it. A woman cannot possibly command the nation's fortune. He still struggled. Yet, Qingyue had already stepped before him. In her belly swelled with life, her expression was icy detached, and she did not expend a single thread of spiritual energy. She raised her hand. And slap. In the sharp crystalline crack echoed with unnatural clarity. And Lu Ruoxu reeled, stunned. And he was Grand Tutor of the court, a venerable elder who had served 3 reigns, a golden core cultivator at the peak of his cultivation. And yet, he had just been struck across the face in full view of the imperial court by a pregnant woman. And slap. Na backhanded blow followed instantly. The impact shattered 3 of his yellowed teeth. Half his face swelled grotesquely, distorting into a livid porcine mass. These 2 slaps punish your betrayal of ancestry and heritage. Qingyue planted her foot squarely upon his chest. This step crushes your treason. Your selling of the nation for personal gain. And she pointed toward the scattered remains of golden-armored cultivators in the distance. Open your eyes and see clearly. Are these men truly soldiers of the great Zhou? And the imperial guards lifted their trembling gazes. In through the drifting haze of smoke and dust they beheld, etched unmistakably into the fractured golden armor, an obsidian sigil Yi. The Yi clan, the imperial house of the northern realm. And even common soldiers understood its meaning. In the so-called Grand Tutor, the so-called purification of the court, it was all a conspiracy collusion with foreign powers to usurp the throne of the great Zhou. The Grand Tutor has truly betrayed the nation. We nearly committed high treason. Enrage surged through the ranks of the imperial guards. The fear they'd once harbored for the empress now transmuted entirely in a seething hatred for Lu Ruoxu. Grand Tutor, Ji Qinghua loomed over him, her gaze laced with contempt. You claim the child I carry is an abomination. I cannot accept it. I cannot accept it. Lu Ruoxu lay sprawled in the mire, staring up at the golden dragon coiling across the heavens, his heart choked with venomous resentment. At that very moment, a hoarse, frigid voice pierced directly into his ear. Worthless fool. You were granted boundless resources yet failed even to subdue a single woman. Then let your life serve its final purpose. Na's sinister violet-purple beam descended like divine punishment, shattering the palace's defensive formation, plunging unimpeded into Lu Ruoxu's body. Gaia! Lu Ruoxu screamed, a shriek of pure agony. Ni's body swelled violently, his ornate purple robes burst apart at the seams. His skin tore open inch by inch, oozing thick violet-black ichor instead of blood. Ni's bones elongated, his meridians reversed their flow. In less than a single breath, his cultivation forcibly shattered the golden core barrier, erupted into nascent soul, and continued its terrifying ascent, hurtling toward transcendent divinity. What vile sorcery is this? Nji Qinghua's expression darkened instantly. In such power was too malevolent, too chaotic. It bore no trace of orthodox cultivation. The Yi clan. She understood at once. Bound by the Orthodox Alliance's covenant, northern sects could not openly slaughter mortal sovereigns, so they chose this path, sacrificing Lu Ruoxu's life and soul to forge a mindless, slaughter-obsessed monstrosity. ROAR. Lu Ruoxu had utterly lost his human form. He towered 3 zhang tall, a violet-skinned giant festooned with pulsating flesh tumors, his eyes rolled back, pupils gone. Only primal ravenous slaughter remained. His last vestige of consciousness locked unerringly onto a single target. Not Ji Qinghua, but the white-robed youth sipping tea nearby, Jiang Chen. 32 years of meticulous scheming. Had this demon child not intervened, Lu Ruoxu would long since have ascended the dragon throne. Naviri humiliation stemmed from him. Demon. Die! The violet giant roared, a sound wave so devastating it hurled hundreds of imperial guards skyward like chaff. He ignored Ji Qinghua entirely. Ni's colossal legs drove into the earth, launching him over the crowd, his transcendent divinity palm charged with cataclysmic force aimed straight at Jiang Chen. Reality itself warped and shuddered beneath that palm. None strike, and the entire Weiyang Palace's inner sanctum would be reduced to dust. Master! Nji Qinghua sprang forward, but her nascent soul cultivation was hopelessly outpaced by that transcendent divinity assault. Yipiao, Enli curled beside Jiang Chen, bared her fangs instinctively, only to have her head gently pressed down by Jiang Chen's hand. Not yet. Jiang Chen remained seated, and he did not even lift his eyelids. And instead he glanced regretfully at the teacup shattered in his hand, exhaling softly, in a pity, the tea was freshly steeped. The violet palm blotted out the sun, reeking of decay, descending until only 3 inches separated it from Jiang Chen's crown. That suspended instant. Passive skill, paternal devotion, as Mount Tai activated. Na colossal golden dome surged into being around Jiang Chen, radiating a law foreign to this realm, expanding outward from him with sovereign inevitability. When that grotesque, tumor-riddled violet hand made contact with the gossamer-thin golden barrier above Jiang Chen's head, the world fell utterly silent. Only a faint tremor rippled through the air. And before the stunned, frozen gazes of all present, Lu Ruoxu's 3 zhang monstrosity began vanishing, not from the feet upward, but from the point of contact, his palm, then his arm, then his torso, dissolving at impossible speed. No ash, no residue, in absolute total annihilation. And even the fetid stench that had saturated the air vanished in that instant, erased with ruthless finality by that seemingly fragile golden light, as if the monster had never existed within heaven and earth. Ending. Detected lethal level malice directed at the father of the unborn child. In-system verdict, passive skill, paternal devotion, as Mount Tai triggered. In-target physically transcended at the molecular level. In remaining passive triggers today, 01. Cough, cough. Jiang Chen waved a hand, dispersing the fine dust before him. What a day this has been. Outside the Weiyang Palace, the sky was filled with dissipating purple mist, and on the ruins before the palace an eerie silence reigned. This extreme quiet was even more chilling than the earlier uproar. Thousands of guards knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the cold stone, deliberately lowering their breaths, fearing to disturb the young man in white who sat amidst the ruins savoring his tea. What a pity. Jiang Chen gazed at the shattered teacup in his hand, shaking his head gently before casually tossing the porcelain shards aside. Standing beside him, Ji Qingyue was adorned in a resplendent dragon robe that shimmered under the sunlight. She slowly retracted the overwhelming aura of imperial dragon energy, turning around as her gaze swept over the kneeling guards, ultimately landing on Jiang Chen. Without a hint of hesitation before the eyes of the entire world, she extended her arm and assertively linked it with Jiang Chen's. This action was intimate and natural, yet carried a sense of declaration. Proclaim my decree. From this day forth there will be no more Princess Chang, only the Empress Ji Qingyue. She caressed her slightly rounded belly, her gaze softening, yet firm, and Jiang Chen, young Master Jiang, is my only royal husband, as well as the father of the dragon heir within me. To see him is to see me. Long live the Emperor. Long live the royal husband. The thunderous sound of reverence surged into the sky. Amidst the deafening cheers, a pink spatial rift on the side of Weiyang Palace gradually closed. Shen Xingyu, wrapped in black silk, stood not far away. She watched the couple receiving the worship of the masses, her intended step frozen in midair. Ji Qingyue was the empress who governed the vast empire, the legitimate royal wife. And what about herself? Now she was a discarded tool for a political marriage, a prisoner of the devil sect with a ruined reputation. A tide of unprecedented bitterness and inferiority surged within Shen Xingyu. What am I? Shen Xingyu lowered her eyes, her fingers instinctively tightening around the hem of her clothes. At that moment, a golden rift suddenly tore open in the sky. A cloud of auspicious vapor slowly descended atop, which stood a young man clad in a white robe embellished with, holding a folding fan. He had a face like jade and a demeanor both elegant and approachable, surrounded by a faint fragrance that was incongruous with the blood-soaked atmosphere of the place. The eldest son of the Yi family, a leading figure among the younger generation of the northern region, Yi Wuyin. His gaze fell upon Shen Xingyu with precision and deep affection. Xingyu. Yi Wuyin closed his fan, stepping down from the clouds to land 3 zhang away from Shen Xingyu. He bowed deeply to her, his tone exceedingly sincere. I am late, and I apologize for startling you. Shen Xingyu looked up at him, her desolation instantly transforming into wariness as a surge of golden sword energy coiled around her fingertips. Yi Wuyin seemed oblivious to her hostility, merely sighing deeply with a look of profound pity. My younger brother Yi Fun has acted strangely, causing the saintess to suffer such grievances. This is indeed a fault of the Yi family. Xingyu, I know you have been wronged. Yi Wuyin stepped closer, his voice gentle. Come back with me. With the power of my Yi family, as long as you are willing to return, you will still be the exalted Taohua saintess, and no one will dare utter a word of dissent. Shen Xingyi's hand trembled slightly. Return. Had this been half a month ago, it might have been the salvation she had longed for. But now it sounded merely ironic. Seeing Shen Xingyu silent, Yi Wuyin moved closer with even more confidence. He understood these so-called righteous celestial maidens too well. Their virtue was paramount, and no one could refuse such an opportunity. He even threw out his final trump card. Moreover, Xingyu, do you not wish to know the whereabouts of your parents? Shen Xingyi's pupils constricted sharply. What did you say? You were raised by the Taohua sacred ground since childhood, always believing yourself to be an orphan. Yi Wuyin observed her expression and spoke slowly. But my Yi family has recently discovered some clues about your origins in the extremely cold northern sea. If you come with me, I will take you to reunite with your family. Reputation, status, and kinship. These 3 shackles were enough to make any woman submit. Yi Wuyin confidently extended his hand palm up, making an inviting gesture. Come, give me your hand. I will take you away from this den of demons back home. Back home? Shen Xingyu murmured. Yes, back home. Yi Wuyan's smile grew even warmer. Just as he reached out to grasp Shen Xingyi's hand, she suddenly stepped back. Brother Yi, the home you speak of, is it that Taohua sacred ground that sent me away to curry favor with your Yi family? Or is it the Yi family that could discard me like trash at any moment? Shen Xingyi's voice was soft, yet each word pierced the heart. Xingyu, do not let yourself be brainwashed by the devil. Come with me, and I will help you eliminate the demonic fetus and restore your chastity. Yi Wuyan's smile began to falter, and the pressure of his nascent soul stage subtly released, locking onto Shen Xingyu. What was framed as persuasion was in fact coercion. Eliminate my child. Shen Xingyu laughed. This man actually dared to suggest getting rid of the young master's offspring. Clang. A clear sound of sword ringing suddenly echoed through the Weiyang Palace. Yi Wuyin, listen to me. Shen Xingyu stepped forward like an unparalleled female, sword immortal descending to the mortal realm, the so-called Taohua saintess. Not even worth a dog. Swish. A flash of sword light, swift as a startled swan, directly slashed toward Yi Wuyan's outstretched hand. Yi Wuyin was taken aback, never expecting that this woman who had always submitted would actually dare to strike. Moreover, in just half a month of absence, her strength had surged to such a level. Whoosh. Due to underestimating her, Yi Wuyin was unable to react in time, and his sleeve was neatly severed, half of it fluttering away in the wind. Had he not retreated swiftly, that sword would have severed his wrist. Yi Wuyin staggered back a few steps, his gaze fixed on the severed sleeve, disbelief filling his eyes. You. Have you gone mad? Shen Xingyu stood with her sword, its tip pointed directly at Yi Wuyan's nose. Why did your Yi family choose this moment to reveal clues about my parents? Do you really think I am foolish? No matter what you seek to gain from me, dream on. Xingyu does not covet being any saintess, nor does she wish to return to the righteous path. I, Shen Xingyu, am born of the young master, and I shall die a ghost of the young master. She paused, casting a glance at the lofty Yi Wuyin, a hint of derision curling her lips. Even if it is merely to serve the young master as a maid, it is 1,000 times better than being some so-called saintess. Yi Wuyin was left dumbfounded. The first beauty of the righteous path, an innate sword body, actually declared in public that she would rather be a maid to the devil than return to the righteous path. At that moment, a warm hand wrapped around Shen Xingyi's slender waist. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Let me correct you, Jiang Chen said with one arm around Ji Qingyu, embracing both women as he leisurely added a final remark. Watching the furious Yi Wuyin, in our family, there are no such maids. Only wives. Heh. Yi Wuyin took a deep breath, put away his folding fan, and cupped his hands in salute to Jiang Chen and Shen Xingyu, his voice carrying a hint of apology and helplessness. Young Master Jiang is joking. Since junior sister has made up her mind, then I have overstepped my bounds. Jiang Chen observed this Yi family scion and found him to be quite different from Yi Yifan he had encountered before. This person was not as ostentatious and was rather polite. It seemed that not all members of the Yi family were show-offs. Shen Xingyi's gaze flickered slightly, her sword intent retracting slightly, yet her body remained tense, guarding by Jiang Chen's side. However, Yi Wuyin changed the subject, rummaging in his robe for a moment and retrieved a palm-sized jade pendant. The jade pendant was entirely dark green, intricately carved with complex and obscure patterns faintly shimmering with light. Even under the midday sun, this jade pendant emanated a chilling, haunting aura that made one's heart shiver. Although you and my Yi family could not form a bond since we have met, Yi Wuyin held the jade pendant with a sincere expression. This jade pendant was accidentally obtained by my clan in the North Sea. Its aura is of the same origin as the innate sword body energy within you. This may be your only clue in finding your biological parents. He added, consider it a token of apology from the Yi family. As he spoke, he gently tossed it. The dark green jade pendant floated towards Shen Xingyu, hovering in front of her. Shen Xingyu stared at the jade pendant before her. Biological parents. She instinctively reached out and caught the cold jade pendant. Yi Wuyin watched this scene, a flicker of malice flashing deep in his eyes. This is a forbidden device of the Yi family, the heart-biting, soul-tethering jade subpendant. As long as Shen Xingyu wears it close to her body, within 3 days the heart-biting goo within the jade will silently burrow into her sea of consciousness, planting a slave mark. At that time, whoever possesses the mother pendant will be able to turn this saintess of Taihua into a docile servant. If he commands her to kill Jiang Chen, she will do so. If he asks her to share his bed, she will obediently climb into bed. This is the consequence of offending the Yi family. Yi Wuyin sneered inwardly, yet wore a concerned and reluctant expression on his face. The mountains are high and the roads are long. Take care of yourself. The gates of the Yi family will always be open for you. After saying this, he bowed to Jiang Chen and Shen Xingyu and left gracefully. However, Shen Xingyu did not, as Yi Wuyin had anticipated, keep the jade pendant close. Instead, she turned around and directly handed the jade pendant to Jiang Chen. Young master, this thing has an unclear origin, and I do not feel at ease with it. Shen Xingyi's gaze was firm. Although I want to know who my parents are in Xingyi's heart, young master, is above all, please handle this for me. If you find it inappropriate, just destroy it. At the side, Ji Qingyu paused momentarily as she heard this, her hand caressing her pregnant belly. Looking at Shen Xingyi's unreserved dependence, a hint of envy rose in her heart. As an empress, she bore the weight of the great Zhou Empire, and even though she loved Jiang Chen dearly, she could not be as carefree, placing everything behind the young master. Yet Shen Xingyu had managed to do it. If she could not accompany the young master for long in the future, knowing that there was someone caring by his side would be enough to set her mind at ease. This thing does look a bit sinister. Jiang Chen, unaware of Ji Qingyu's thoughts, toyed with the jade pendant and casually remarked, the green light on this looks ominous. Then should we destroy it? Shen Xingyu asked. No way, what if it really is a clue? Jiang Chen rubbed his chin, pondering, such matters should still be left to my father. My father has seen and experienced much. He will know whether it is a good thing or not just by looking at it. Before that, Jiang Chen casually tossed it. Whoosh. The green jade pendant vanished into thin air, thrown into the system's storage space. However, what Jiang Chen did not know was that the system space was not located here. Unlike the storage rings in the cultivation world that rely on spatial laws, the system storage space is based on another dimension of data storage. In simple terms, anything placed inside becomes non-existent in this world. Time stands still, causality is severed, and laws are isolated. Even if an emperor were to descend, they would sense not a trace. In that instant, the connection between the heart-biting, soul-tethering jade mother and subpendant was abruptly severed. At this moment, 10,000 meters in the air, Yi Wuyin stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering, resembling a fallen immortal. He was waiting. He was waiting for the first trace of soul feedback from the heart-biting, soul-tethering jade. Calculating the time, it should have started to seep its aura by now. Shen Xingyu, oh Shen Xingyu, you will soon understand what it means to be unable to seek life or death. Before he could finish his sentence, bang! A sharp sound resembling a snapped string suddenly echoed deep within his sea of consciousness. Yi Wuyin felt as if an invisible great hammer had struck hard at the very core of his soul. Yi Wuyan's originally handsome face turned ashen in an instant, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood. That was the violent backlash caused by forcibly severing the laws of causality. Ugh. He clutched his head with both hands, letting out a piercing scream, his eyes bulging, filled with bloodshot veins. The spiritual power that had been flowing smoothly within him was now completely out of control, wildly rushing through. No. Impossible. Yi Wuyin was horrified to discover that his connection to the jade pendant had not been blocked or sealed. Instead, it had vanished into thin air. Just like that, jade pendant never existed in this world. That was a quasi-imperial forbidden device. Even a seasoned expert in the refining void realm could not instantaneously erase causality. This. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind by his ear grew increasingly urgent. Having lost the support of spiritual power, Yi Wuyin fell like a bird with broken wings from 10,000 meters in the air. Help! Save me! Boom! Yi Wuyin crashed down from the sky, directly creating a deep pit that reached several meters in depth on the ground. Soil flew everywhere, and trees snapped. After a long while, a trembling hand emerged from the pit. Yi Wuyin's hair was disheveled, his face covered in blood, and his once immaculate white robe with golden patterns was now tattered and covered in withered branches and leaves. Had it not been for the protective armor he wore, this fall from such a height would have surely turned him to mush. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Wuyin coughed up blood while struggling to crawl out of the pit. He turned his head to look towards the distant great Zhou imperial palace, his eyes filled with fear emanating from the depths of his soul. That Jiang Chen is not a waste at all. He is a monster, a world-shattering old demon hiding his powers. The more Yi Wuyin thought, the more frightened he became, the more he felt that everything made sense. Why did the saintess of Taihua fall so deeply for him in just a few days? Why would even the empress of the great Zhou willingly bear his child? Why could he, without moving, instantly kill Lu Ruoxu in the god transformation stage? Because he was strong. Ridiculously strong. How could he have thought of using the jade pendant to scheme against him? That was simply seeking death. Run. I must run. Return to the clan. Ask the ancestors to come out. Xingyu Qingyue, pack your things. We're returning to the southern wastelands. Returning to the southern wastelands. But what of the great Zhou? Ji Qingyue had only just reclaimed her true identity as a woman, and with lightning resolve quelled the Grand Tutor's rebellion. This was the pivotal moment to restore imperial order. To depart now would plunge the court into chaos. Those old foxes aren't dead yet. Let them hold the line for now, Jiang Chen said, gesturing dismissively toward the elders kneeling on the floor. Too many entanglements here. Our own territory is far more serene. My lord speaks wisely. Turning, Ji Qingyue swept her gaze downward with sovereign authority. Issue the edict. My uncle the chancellor shall assume interim governance. I shall enter seclusion, absolute and unbroken. Thus began this so-called cultivation retreat. In truth, a swift, discreet departure. Shen Xingyu stood quietly beside him, indifferent to destination. So long as she remained at her master's side, that was enough. Now, without delay, Jiang Chen raised his voice high into the sky. From the heavens veiled in cloud descended the nine-dragon domain-stabilizing vessel. Hundreds of disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect stood rigidly at attention upon its deck. The rest of you, stay behind to aid Qingyue in guarding the capital, Jiang Chen commanded. Should anyone stir rebellion, death. We obey the young master's decree. In unison, 300 sect disciples leapt from the vessel onto the palace grounds, each possessing at least foundation establishment peak cultivation. Court ministers who harbored lingering ambitions trembled and prostrated themselves instantly, too terrified even to entertain thought. 10,000 years to our emperor. 10,000 times 10,000 years. Roar. A joyful bestial roar shattered the tense silence. There, clutching her rubber pillow, Li Qiner darted first onto the nine-dragon domain-stabilizing vessel parked outside the hall. She claimed the most comfortable corner, then glared warily at the others, as if declaring, "This space is mine." Jiang Chen sighed faintly, then led Ji Qingyue and Shen Xingyu aboard. The colossal vessel ascended, drawn by 9 golden dragon phantoms streaking across the heavens like a radiant comet, bound for the southern wastelands. North Territory, Yi Clan. Bang! The great hall's doors crashed open. A blood-soaked, tattered figure tumbled inside, crawling frantically on hands and knees. "Ancestor! Save me! Save me, ancestor!" Several elders frowned faintly. At the head of the dais, the Yi clan's senior elder slowly opened his eyes, gazing coldly upon the youth sprawled before him. "Wuyin, how did you come to this state? Did Jiang Beitian strike you down?" In his estimation, Yi Wuyin bore a clan treasure. Only Jiang Beitian himself could have inflicted such grievous harm. "Not Jiang Beitian, it's Jiang Chen. That Jiang Chen." Yi Wuyin lay prostrate, eyes wide with terror. "Elder, this Jiang Chen is no mere weakling. He must be an ancient, peerless demon lord masquerading beneath the guise of a failure." "Nonsense." Yi Daoshu sneered. "Intelligence confirms he possesses no cultivation. No trace of spiritual energy stirs within him. The intelligence is false." Yi Wuyin shrieked in panic. "I'd just implanted the subsidiary soul-binding jade amulet upon Shen Xingyu. Yet, somehow Jiang Chen severed the karmic link between the master and subsidiary talismans instantaneously. I was struck by karmic backlash, and thus reduced to this state. This, severing karma. Such mastery belonged solely to legendary emperors, or even celestial immortals. The elder cultivators of the Yi clan exchanged stunned glances, each seeing raw dread reflected in the other's eyes. Yi Daoshu vanished, then reappeared instantly before Yi Wuyan. His bony fingers pressed upon Wu Yan's crown as his divine sense pierced deep into the youth's spirit. Moments later, Yi Daoshu withdrew his hand, his face ashen, stumbling back 2 paces. Spiritual soul damaged, karmic backlash. He murmured hollowly. This exceeds mortal capacity. Could the Heavenly Demon Sect's young master truly be a reincarnated ancient sovereign, already awakened to his past life, Dao fruit? And if so, how terrifying. A being who feigns harmless innocence, yet casually severs fate itself. Had the Yi clan truly dared provoke such a monster? Senior elder, what do we do now? One elder's voice trembled. Fool, what is there to fear? Yi Daoshu forcibly steadied himself, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation. Reincarnated sovereigns are often constrained by their mortal vessels, reluctant to act openly. He let you return. Perhaps he wishes to avoid accruing further karmic entanglement. Direct confrontation is impossible. Then we must adapt. Pausing, Yi Daoshu mused aloud. Intelligence reports Jiang Chen is deeply enamored of women. He abducted the holy maiden, and even claimed the great Zhou's long princess. Yes. Yi Wuyan nodded. Then this is simple. Yi Daoshu smiled grimly. Since he craves women, then we shall gift him one. But he seized the holy maiden and took a divine empress. How could common beauties possibly attract him? Then we shall select one of transcendent beauty, one whose very presence invites trust, disarms. Yi Daoshu's gaze drifted beyond the hall toward the secluded eastern courtyard. I recall, the third patriarch's branch has a concubine-born daughter named Yi Wanwan. Yi Wanwan. Her innate spiritual meridians are sealed, rendering her utterly powerless. Yet her body bears the mundane binding, which triggers irreversible consequences upon union. Senior elder, you mean to let her go? Eastern courtyard Yi clan. Bitter wind pierced the air. This was the clan's forgotten periphery. Even servants refused to tread here. Beside an ice-sealed well, a young woman in thin coarse hemp cloth knelt, scrubbing garments. She appeared 18 or 19. Her delicate face flushed crimson, her hands raw with frostbite. She was breathtakingly beautiful, a gentle, heart-wrenching charm like a refined maiden from a modest household. Yet what captivated most was her figure, voluptuous beyond concealment even beneath ragged cloth. Though her waist seemed fragile enough to snap at a touch, her bust eclipsed even the so-called celestial prodigies, reducing them to shame. Each motion of her scrubbing sent ripples of arresting grace through her form. Yi Wanwan. A voice icy and sharp cut through the chill. Yi Wanwan flinched violently, scrambling upright and bowing low, her trembling hands twisting the hem of her robe. And Master Steward. The black-robed steward loomed over her, his gaze lingering a heartbeat too long upon her startling silhouette, then tossed a pill bottle at her feet. Your mother's life-prolonging pills. Yi Wanwan shuddered, reaching instinctively, then recoiling. A mission, the steward intoned, devoid of warmth. Travel to the southern wastelands. Approach Jiang Chen, the young master of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Use your body. Use everything you are. Remain by his side. Become his woman. The southern wastelands, the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yi Wanwan froze. That flesh-devouring abyss. Succeed, and your mother's medicine will never run dry. The steward added, reading her terror. Fail, and the Yi clan permits no failure. Tears welled in her eyes, gazing at the pill bottle resting in the snow, then at the monstrous destination looming in her mind. But she clenched her jaw, forcing them back. Slowly she sank to her knees, extending her frostbitten hands to lift the vial from the frozen ground. I will go. In the southern wilderness, the Tianma sect stood, imposing its peaks like swords piercing the heavens. A torrent of demonic energy coiled around the main peak, exuding a forbidding aura that deterred any intruders. However, today the atmosphere of the foremost sect in the southern wilderness seemed a bit off. The mountains were adorned with celebratory red silk. Even the eye of the mountain's protective array was plastered with the character for happiness. The 2 stone lions at the entrance had bright red flowers tied around their necks, appearing both comical and eerie. They've returned. They've returned. The young master's flying boat has arrived. With the sound of drums and gongs, the 9 Dragons town vessel pierced through the clouds and landed steadily on the training square. Father, mother. As Jiang Chen stepped off the flying boat, he was enveloped in a bear hug by Jiang Batian. My son, I've missed you so much. Enough, old ghost, don't crush Chinner. Yu Ji slapped her husband on the back, pulling Jiang Chen close to scrutinize him. You've lost weight, you must be exhausted. Jiang Chen could only smile wryly at this universal truth. There's a kind of thinness that makes your mother worry. At that moment, 2 graceful figures stepped out of the cabin. Daughters-in-law, greetings to my parents-in-law. Ji Qingyue and Shun Xingyu appeared, one dressed in black silk, and the other in white, both looking travel-worn, yet unable to hide their stunning beauty. What stood out most was their slightly protruding bellies, which were particularly conspicuous. Jiang Batian glanced at Shun Xingyu's belly, and then at Ji Qingyu's. 3 seconds later. What the a? Ha ha ha. They're both pregnant, truly a miracle. Yu Ji was so excited she trembled, rushing over to support each of them, fearing that her precious daughters-in-law might be blown away by the wind. The aura within those bellies. Jiang Batian's divine sense swept over the 2 women. Divine-level bloodlines. Son, what luck you have. Though Jiang Batian didn't understand what basic moves meant, he was greatly shocked. Once these offspring are born, they'll start as divine bodies. Wonderful, wonderful. The Tianma sect has successors, and there are 2 of them right from the start. Father, they need to rest and recuperate. Jiang Chen interrupted his father's laughter. Right. Rest. The world is vast and pregnant women are the most important. Jiang Batian waved his hand. Send orders. Activate the highest level of the sect's protective array. Anyone who dares disturb my daughters-in-law during their pregnancy will be turned into sold banners. There's no need for such trouble. I have my own arrangements. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Isn't there a better place than the birthing chamber? Shun Xingyu and Ji Qingyue exchanged glances recalling the furnishings in the birthing chamber and couldn't help but blush, nodding obediently. Seeing their reaction, Jiang Batian thought, my son is impressive. It hasn't been long, yet he has these 2 extraordinary women so devoted to him. He displayed an understanding expression and gave a thumbs up. Truly, my son. For hundreds of years I've roamed the southern wilderness, priding myself on my charm, yet in the art of seduction, I can't compare to my son. Awoo. Just then Li Qiner joyfully jumped down from the flying boat, her fluffy ears skillfully rubbing against Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Batian, does my son have this preference? Jiang Chen quickly explained, Father, it's not what you think. She's the 3rd elder's sister. Did you bring back the sister for old Li on this trip, eh? So many joyful events, let's celebrate for 3 days. Qingyue, you 2 rest here and take care of your pregnancies. This is our own territory, there won't be any danger. You can rest assured here until the children are born and then come out. All right, young master. Yes, young master. In the birthing chamber, the 2 women sat cross-legged and began to meditate. After settling his 2 wives, Jiang Chen stepped out of the birthing chamber feeling refreshed. Just 7 days, and he would become a father. He wondered what kind of extraordinary offspring he would have with the system's support. Young master. At that moment, a disciple rushed over. There's a situation outside the mountain gate. A wounded girl is lying at the entrance asking to be taken in by the respected one. The respected one is drunk, please let the young master decide. My. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Let's go take a look. The cold wind howled, and the area before the mountain gate was in disarray. In a pool of blood a few feet from the mountain gate lay a girl. She was dressed in coarse linen already stained red with blood, and the tattered parts of her clothing revealed skin that was shockingly pale. Especially her posture as she crawled on the ground, cleverly displaying her exaggerated curves. Young face, ample bosom, battle-damaged version. These words combined seemed designed to elicit sympathy from men. Help! Help me! The girl heard the commotion and painfully lifted her head. Her face was pure and innocent, streaked with tears and blood, her pitiful gaze enough to break the heart of any young master. My name is Mu Wanwan. My family was slaughtered by enemies and I accidentally escaped into this treasure land. I beg the young master. Save me. The girl's voice was weak as she reached out a frostbitten hand, seemingly wanting to grasp Jiang Chen's sleeve, but it fell weakly. The surrounding disciples of the demonic sect, seeing such a fragile and well-endowed beauty, suffering, were visibly moved, their throats bobbing. Young master, she looks quite pitiful. Yes, she seems to have no spiritual energy fluctuations, just an ordinary person, probably not a threat. Jiang Chen stood in place looking down at the girl on the ground. His gaze swept over the girl's wounds. The cuts were neat, avoiding all major arteries and critical meridians. While blood was pouring out, it was not even a light injury. Why do I feel like there's a hint of tea flavor? Chaste. Jiang Chen yawned. The Tianma sect isn't a charitable organization, or just leave her at the mountain foot. Huh. The girl on the ground clearly froze for a moment, even forgetting to continue crying. This isn't right. Wasn't it said that this demon was especially fond of women? Wasn't he willing to even break the protective array of the Taihua sacred land to reclaim a saintess from the beauty list? With her figure, her face, plus this damned sense of ruin, shouldn't he rush over to show concern immediately? In the southern wilderness, people die by the hundreds every day. I keep your distance, don't dirty my doorstep. As Jiang Chen really turned to leave, Yi Wanwan panicked. If she couldn't enter the Tianma sect and complete her task, her mother would be doomed. Young master. Yi Wanwan, fueled by an unknown strength, crawled forward a few steps and cried out in despair. I'm willing to be a servant. As long as the young master saves my life, Wanwan. Wanwan is willing to do anything. She deliberately puffed up her chest, making her breathtaking curves appear even more visually striking in the cold wind. Jiang Chen paused for a moment. At that moment, the system notification sounded, scanning current target, Yi Wanwan, physique bearer of the mortal lock, appearance 95, measurements 102. 6199, young face, ample bosom, love history, none, an overlooked outsider in her family, not even worthy of an arranged marriage, overall score 93. Jiang Chen. Yi Wanwan from the Imperial Yi family. This is quite interesting. Did you see that? The young master's eyes are glued. Of course they are. This is a rare specimen, youthful face, battle-worn grace. Ahem. Who could possibly resist? Truly only the young master could bear such a physique. Remarkable truly. On the ground, Yi Wanwan trembled violently under Jiang Chen's gaze. That gaze was scorching, unguarded. So piercing it seemed to pierce through her thin hempen robe, stripping her bare from skin to soul. So he is a lustful demon. Yi Wanwan bit her lower lip until blood welled, her heart hollow with sorrow. For her mother's life-sustaining elixir. Even if reduced to a plaything, even if subjected to unrestrained humiliation, she would endure it and accept it. Take her away. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze, voice calm and detached. Wash her thoroughly, dress her in clean attire, and bring her to my chamber within half an hour. Yi Wanwan collapsed onto the floor, the last ember of hope extinguished. So it begins, just like that. Not even a pretense of ceremony. Is this the legendary demonic sect's way? No inquiry into her lineage, no question of origin. Only, wash her then deliver her to his chamber. Yes, young master. Rest assured. We'll scrub her until she's fragrant as spring blossoms. Two stout, middle-aged matrons of the demon sect rushed forward with broad smiles, seizing Yi Wanwan under each arm. Come along, dear girl. This is an extraordinary blessing. Yi Wanwan closed her eyes in utter despair. A blessing? If this blessing were offered to you, would you dare accept it? Half a quarter hour later, Yi Wanwan was lowered into the bath pool of Huanyu Pavilion. The hall radiated warmth draped in layers of soft pink gauze. The massive white jade pool drew steaming geothermal springs. Petals of unknown spirit flowers floated upon the water's surface, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Don't be afraid, child. The old woman's touch is gentle. The same stout matron who had earlier appeared fearsome now smiled benignly, holding a supple cloud cotton cloth as she carefully wiped the wounds across Yi Wanwan's back. Warm spiritual spring water glided over her skin, dissolving cold and stinging pain. The slender matron opened an exquisitely carved jade box, scooped out a translucent crystalline ointment, and applied it gently to Yi Wanwan's frostbitten sores and lacerations. HSS. Yi Wanwan instinctively recoiled, expecting torture, but no searing agony followed. Instead, a wave of cool serenity spread instantly, and the sharp sting of her wounds vanished. Yi Wanwan froze. Such efficacy, surely at least a fourth-rank spirit medicine, and yet it was used merely for superficial wounds. In the Yi family, even as her mother lay dying, not a single third-rank pill could be secured. I refuse to believe it. This is surely a ploy. Yi Wanwan fiercely admonished herself inwardly. A sweet morsel first, to lull me into complacency, so the cultivation absorption flows more smoothly. Demons excel at soul-snaring illusions. What a flawless figure you have, dear girl, the plump matron murmured as she massaged Yi Wanwan's back, her gaze lingering long upon her chest. No wonder the young master chose you at first glance. Our young master may seem aloof, but he is in truth the most tender-hearted of all. Indeed, I dare say he rivals even the Taiwa holy maiden. The slender matron nodded in agreement. Another half-quarter passed. There, now rise, dear girl. At last Yi Wanwan was helped from the pool. Her face, cleansed of blood and grime, revealed a countenance of ethereal purity. Her skin glowed faintly rose-pink from the steam. Her dewy, doe-like eyes stirred an irresistible urge to protect in any man who beheld them. The matrons presented her with a pale violet ice silk fairy gown, delicate, diaphanous, and sparingly cut. On a woman of modest bust, it would have evoked celestial grace. Yet on Yi Wanwan, the originally loose bodice strained taut, carving a deep, arresting cleavage. Her waist was cinched by a sash, slim enough to span with two hands. This breathtaking fusion of innocence and allure left even these seasoned matrons momentarily breathless. TSK, if she walks in like that, the young master won't sleep tonight, the plump matron whispered with a knowing smile. Yi Wanwan stared at her reflection and paled. Truly a demon's lair wears no shame. She was now nothing more than a meticulously wrapped gift. For mother, she would endure. Even if the demon lord broke her beyond recognition, she would bear it. This way, please, the young master awaits. The path to the young master's private quarters stretched long and silent. Yi Wanwan kept her head bowed, following the maidservant, her mind flooding with ghastly visions. Skulls strewn across the floor, human skins nailed to walls, the demon lord himself gripping a whip, grinning cruelly as he awaited his prey. Boom! A deafening crash erupted from the adjacent plaza. Yi Wanwan jolted, nearly shrieking aloud. Was an execution underway? Who? Pure sequence, dragon hand. Pay up. I refuse to accept it. You cheated. How could every hand be yours? Lose with honor, don't renege. This mahjong was invented by the young master himself. If you lack insight, blame no one but your own inadequacy. Then came raucous laughter and the crisp clatter of jade tiles. Yi Wanwan stiffened and turned her head. Before her, the martial training plaza held no formations, no bloodshed. Dozens of bare-chested demon sect warriors sat around square tables, faces flushed, fingers shuffling intricately carved tiles. Some had even set up grills nearby. The rich, smoky aroma of roasted meat laced with cumin drifted on the breeze. This is the demon sect. Why does it seem almost joyous? Yi Wanwan felt her entire worldview shatter. Dazed, she glanced at the maidservant. The maidservant, long accustomed to such scenes, even swallowed audibly. Those are elders of our guardian sect, engaged in profound contemplation. Yes, contemplation of the young master's national essence Tao. It must be illusion, designed to disarm her vigilance. She clenched her mind shut, refusing to look again, and pressed forward with lowered eyes. At last, a towering black palace loomed ahead. Its massive gates stood sealed, emanating solemnity and oppressive stillness. Beneath the gloomy sky, the twin stone beasts flanking the entrance looked grotesquely menacing. We've arrived, miss. The maidservant halted. The young master awaits inside. You may enter alone. Yi Wanwan stood at the foot of the steps, gazing up at the shut gates. her slender frame trembling in the chill air. With quivering hands she reached out and pushed against the heavy door. Creak. A grating teeth-rattling sound echoed. The door swung slowly inward. Inside no lamps burned, only deep impenetrable shadow. Faintly upon the silken divan deep within the gloom a figure in white robes reclined with languid ease. Since you've come, why linger at the threshold? That voice emerged from the darkness, casual, unhurried. Enter, and close the door behind you. Yi Wanwan crossed the threshold, turned, and shut the massive door with trembling hands. All light from the world outside vanished. In the suffocating dark she heard the man rise, and steps. Yi Wanwan closed her eyes. 2 clear tears traced paths down her cheeks. Mother, your daughter has fulfilled her filial duty. The sound of a jarring clash echoed from the depths of darkness, sharp and dense, like countless small bones grinding against each other. Yi Wanwan leaned against the cold door, her legs weak, nearly unable to support her body weight. Images surged uncontrollably in her mind, a steel knife for bone carving, a curved hook for piercing through ribs, and that device designed specifically to snap fingers. Is that sound? The tools being picked out. Yi Wanwan bit her lip tightly, her impressive curves rising and falling violently with her rapid breaths. A lazy male voice suddenly broke the tension. It's over. Surely there would be no foreplay, and it would just begin. Yi Wanwan closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her face. She trembled as she reached out, her fingertips brushing against the strap at her waist. For her mother. As the strap was undone, the already precarious fabric fell apart instantly, exposing large areas of her snow-white shoulders to the air. Put your clothes back on. Jiang Chen's voice came again, tinged with exasperation. Don't expose yourself, it will ruin everyone's mood for playing cards. Yi Wanwan froze. Huh? A luminous pearl suddenly illuminated the room's soft light, dispersing the darkness and revealing the scene in the center of the grand hall. Yi Wanwan stood frozen, still grasping a strap. There were no torture devices, no blood pools. In the center of the hall stood a square jade table. Jiang Chen, dressed in white, approached the table and lazily leaned against a soft chair. Opposite him, and to his left, sat 2 fierce-looking old men. The one-eyed man on the left emanated a chilling aura, clearly a ruthless killer. The one on the right had a sinister gaze and was holding 2 jade walnuts. Yet at this moment, these 2 formidable figures of the demonic path sat upright, staring intently at a pile of carved jade pieces on the table. Why are you just standing there? Jiang Chen pointed to the empty seat on his right. We're missing one. We're waiting for you. Yi Wanwan's mind went blank as she mechanically adjusted her clothing and walked over. What kind of punishment is this? She asked in a trembling voice. Punishment. The one-eyed man smirked. Little girl, this is called the God of Sparrows game. Participants gamble their lives and fortunes, vying for luck and opportunities. Gamble with their lives. Yi Wanwan's face turned pale. Could she not escape death after all? She could only sit down in the empty seat, cautiously observing the other 3. The rules are simple. Jiang Chen casually knocked over the jade tiles in front of him, explaining 2 of a kind, make a pair, 3 in a sequence, make a run, 3 of a kind, make a triplet. Gather 4 sets plus a pair, and you've won. Do you understand? Yi Wanwan shook her head in confusion, then hurriedly nodded. I understand. Let's begin. With Jiang Chen's command, the right guardian, missing an ear, suddenly became sharp. He'd grabbed a tile and slammed it on the table. 9 dots. Yi Wanwan flinched at the shout, trembling as she reached out to draw a tile from the wall. The jade tile felt cold in her hand, like the bone of some mystical beast. Slap. She was too nervous, and the tile slipped from her fingers, crashing onto the table. It was a 5 dots. The left guardian raised an eyebrow. You didn't start with a chicken, yet you went straight for a 5 dots. The right guardian was delighted. We've got a newcomer. Old left, let's play well tonight and win back what we lost to the young. Yi Wanwan with a quivering voice said. I didn't mean to. It's fine, or just play your own way. Jiang Chen offered her a comforting glance. But, did I win? Yi Wanwan timidly pushed the tiles in front of her. The left and right guardians. Jiang Chen leaned over to take a look. A pure sequence. A palm. The tile in the left guardian's hand fell to the ground with a thud. The right guardian clutched his chest, nearly spitting out. What incredible luck. Pay up. Jiang Chen tapped the table. You 2 old men can't shirk the bill from this little. The 2 guardians turned pale, trembling as they pulled out several high-grade spirit stones. Yi Wanwan stared wide-eyed at the spirit stones pushed in front of her. Did this mean she won? No death, no punishment, and she could earn spirit stones. Half an hour later. I won. Self-draw. An hour later. Pong. Another pong. Pong on a flower. Ha! I won. The girl's clear voice echoed through the grand hall. The timid little girl who had once been so fragile vanished. At this moment, Yi Wanwan's face was flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. 1 foot rested on the chair, and beneath her loose ice silk dress her fair slender thigh was barely visible. In this state she resembled a goddess of victory in a casino. Her low-grade storage ring had never held so many spirit stones, all of high quality. These spirit stones were even enough for her mother to take medicine for 5 years. If only she could play like this every day. How wonderful it would be. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. As dawn broke, the left guardian slammed the last piece of top-grade spirit stone down on the table, utterly drained, slumped in his chair. All lost. This girl seemed to be blessed with luck. He and Old Right had lost all their savings accumulated over 100 years to this little girl. Young master. The right guardian untied his empty storage bag at his waist. I need to return home to care for my third-grade spirit pig after giving birth today. Farewell. I remember something too. The left guardian slapped his thigh. The toilet in the sect hasn't been cleaned for 3 days. As a guardian, I must set an example. Farewell. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 shadows disappeared from the grand hall entrance, as if they had seen a ghost running faster than a rabbit. The grand hall fell silent once more. Yuanwan looked at the mountain of spirit stones in front of her, and the exhilaration of winning gradually ebbed away like the tide. A deep sense of emptiness and anxiety took hold. The others were gone. Now, only she and this Jiang Chen stretched widely, having not played cards for a long time. He inadvertently played all night and felt quite fatigued. Yawn, so tired. He stood up and walked straight to the large soft couch, leaning over and collapsing onto it. Going to sleep. His breathing soon became steady and deep. Yuanwan turned her head to look at Jiang Chen on the soft couch. Morning light streamed through the window onto his face. Even in the northern region, he would be considered exceptionally handsome. When asleep, he was completely defenseless, showing no sign of the demon's fierce temperament. Yuanwan gritted her teeth. She knew that she bore the mortal binding lock, and as long as she engaged with the man, she could seal his cultivation. This was her main task for this journey. Demon, although you don't seem like a bad person, and we have no grievances between us. But I'm sorry. Yuanwan took a deep breath and walked step by step to the soft couch, staring at the sleeping man, her heart racing, as if it would leap out of her chest. She awkwardly climbed onto the soft couch, the ice silk flowing fairy dress slipping down, revealing large patches of skin in the process. The girl straddled Jiang Chen's waist, feeling his warm body temperature through the thin fabric. She had never been with anyone and had no idea what to do next. Only driven by instinct, she trembled as she reached out to untie Jiang Chen's waist strap. As long as... That is enough, right? Within the grand hall, the candlelight had long extinguished. Only a few strands of cold moonlight filtered in through the window, casting a mottled pattern on the ground. On the soft couch, steady and long breaths could be heard. Yuanwan sat astride Jiang Chen's waist, her light purple ice silk dress in disarray from the earlier her shoulders and half of her chest were exposed to the air, creating a stark visual contrast with the surrounding cold darkness. Who? Yuanwan took a deep breath, attempting to suppress her racing heartbeat. She knew what she was doing. Yuanwan, there is no turning back. As long as I untie this belt, as long as skin touches skin, the mortal restraint will activate. Mother is still waiting for the medicine to save her. She repeatedly hypnotized herself in her mind, tears still fresh in the corners of her eyes, but her gaze gradually became resolute. Her small hands finally landed on the dark-colored strap. Her fingertips brushed against the fabric. The warmth of the body seeped through the clothing, making her fingers shrink back. I apologize. Yuanwan closed her eyes and fiercely pulled. Gurgle. Just as the strap was about to come undone, a low, throaty sound abruptly echoed from a corner of the room. The sound was not loud, yet it carried a chilling, penetrating power. A palpable, murderous intent locked onto her. Yuanwan froze, feeling as though she were a small white rabbit being targeted by a predator at the top of the food chain. As long as she dared to move, even a finger, her throat would be ruthlessly torn apart in the next second. She strained to look in that direction. In the darkness, 2 points of blood-red, ghostly light suddenly lit up. They were not human eyes. They were the vertical pupils of a beast devoid of any emotion. What is that? Yuanwan felt a chill run down her spine. She had not noticed such an existence in this room since entering. Roar. Without giving her time to react, the shadow lurking in the darkness suddenly lunged at her. The shadow approached at an astonishing speed. Yuanwan barely caught a glimpse of the afterimage before she felt a tremendous force collide with her chest. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Yuanwan was directly flung off the soft couch, crashing heavily onto the thick, long-haired carpet. Cough, cough. The intense pain made her curl into a ball, as if her internal organs had been displaced. Terrified, she raised her head to look toward the couch. In the moonlight, she finally saw the true face of the monster. It was a young girl with red hair and beast ears. A petite figure exuding a terrifying killing intent. She crouched on Jiang Chen's pillow, her tail standing tall. Her beast ears were pressed back, revealing 2 sharp canines, while a low growl of intimidation continuously emanated from her throat. It was Li Qiner. Beast transformation. Cold sweat instantly soaked Yuanwan's thin, ice silk dress. Although she was not favored as a member of the Yi family, she had studied the family's texts. This aura, this pure ferocity, was not that of an ordinary magical beast. It was a sinister creature that had crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood stained with countless karmic ties and deaths. Moreover, this dangerous creature had already achieved transformation. So that's how it is. No wonder this demon dared to sleep so soundly and unguarded. No wonder he did not set any restrictions and allowed this unknown woman to approach. This was clearly a trap. He had already seen through everything, pretending to sleep deliberately, letting this accompanying ferocious beast lie in wait. As long as I dare to make the slightest move, this beast will instantly tear me to shreds. Yuanwan stared into those blood-red vertical pupils, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was waiting for death. Faced with such a level of ferocity, her meager tricks were nothing but a joke. However, the anticipated bloody carnage did not come. After driving away the intruder, Li Qiner did not pursue. She maintained that highly aggressive stance, warily staring at Yu Wanwan for 3 breaths. Confirming that this weak bipedal beast had left her territory, Li Qiner's upright tail slowly lowered. Then she wrinkled her nose and approached the spot where Yu Wanwan had just sat, sniffing carefully, as if checking for any. After sniffing, she still seemed unsatisfied. That long tail swept across the sheets vigorously, and after completing this territory purification task, she let out a satisfied hum. Turning around, she gracefully burrowed into Jiang Chen's embrace. She skillfully found Jiang Chen's arms curling up like a kitten seeking warmth, even pulling Jiang Chen's hand over. Yu Wanwan was stunned. This was the ferocious beast that had just tried to swallow her whole. What kind of taming technique is this? Yu Wanwan not only did not feel relieved, but instead felt a deeper sense of fear. In the realm of cultivation, the more powerful the magical beast, the stronger its dignity, and the harder it was to tame. To tame a ferocious beast with such terrifying killing intent into a docile creature, like a house cat, and even sleep side by side. How much power does this demon sect's young master truly hide? Perhaps it was the fluffy creature that had burrowed in that caused a tickling sensation. Jiang Chen, lost in sleep, slightly furrowed his brow. Yu Wanwan's heart instantly leaped into her throat. Was he about to wake up? Was he going to punish her? However, Jiang Chen did not open his eyes. He merely instinctively tightened his embrace, holding Li Qiner closer. His large hand casually rubbed the furry beast, ears mumbling in his sleep. Don't make a fuss. Be good. He'll make you fish to eat tomorrow. At that moment, Yu Wanwan clearly saw that Li Qiner, who had been somewhat tense in Jiang Chen's arms, completely softened after hearing these. She closed her blood-red eyes, a purring sound of contentment emanating from her throat, even rubbing her head against Jiang Chen's chest, seeking a more comfortable position. One person, one beast. Under this cold moonlight, they composed a bizarre, yet extremely harmonious picture. Yu Wanwan's supporting arms went limp, collapsing completely to the ground. She had lost utterly. Is this the foundation of the #1 demon son in the southern wilderness? Even in his sleep, he can instinctively suppress such a ferocious creature. I actually dared to plot against him. Outside the main gate of the demon sect, several sneaky figures were lurking in the distant forest. Has the Chimish, the leader dressed in black, asked in a low voice. Not yet, that girl has been inside for a whole night. Another scout whispered. Logically, as long as her mortal restraint activates, Jiang Chen's cultivation will be instantly suppressed, and the Chi machine disc will react. That would be the best opportunity for us to act and kidnap her. Then let's wait a little longer. That Jiang Chen is known for his lust. Facing a beauty like Yu Wanwan, he cannot possibly restrain himself. As long as he touches Yu Wanwan, no matter how powerful his means, he will be turned into a useless person. In the early morning, Jiang Chen was awakened by a sudden feeling of being pressed down on his chest. He struggled to open his eyes, and what met his gaze was a mess of red hair. Li Qiner was sleeping soundly, hugging him like a pillow, her restless tail brushing against the tip of his nose. The little girl had drool glistening at the corner of her mouth, completely lost in her dreams. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly at her sleeping posture, trying to push the clingy, bee-steered girl off him. As he sat up and stretched lazily, he noticed someone kneeling beside the bed. Yu Wanwan was still wearing that ice silk flowing dress that seemed ready to reveal everything, her head bowed, holding a tray high above her head. On the tray was a bowl of steaming spiritual rice porridge accompanied by several exquisite side dishes. It was unclear how long she had been kneeling, as the skirt at her knees was already creased. Dark circles hung under her eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Chen awake, Yu Wanwan immediately straightened her posture, saying, "Young master." Breakfast. Jiang Chen glanced at the bowl of porridge, but had no intention of drinking it. This girl was from the Yi family. Could anything she made be casually eaten? The air suddenly fell silent, and this silence was pure torture for Yu Wanwan. The terrifying shape-shifting demon beast from last night, along with Jiang Chen's gaze that seemed to see through everything, had been replaying in her mind all night. Thud. Yu Wanwan dropped the tray, her forehead hitting the cold floor hard. The sound was painful to hear. Young man, Wanwan knows she was wrong. Actually, my name is not Mu Wanwano. I come from the Imperial Yi family, and my name is Yu Wanwan. I did not intend to harm the young master. It was my family that forced me. My mother is seriously ill, and if I do not complete the task, they will cut off her medicine. Because I am burdened with the mortal lock, which will seal the opponent's cultivation if I engage with a man. Originally, I planned to use my body to lock the young master's spiritual power while he was sound asleep, but I beseech the young master to understand, even with 10 times my courage, I would not dare. As Yu Wanwan bowed her head repeatedly, she divulged all of the Yi family's plans. Rather than live in fear, it was better to die quickly. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Locking cultivation. Such a mortal lock physique. He looked down at himself, then at the tearful Yu Wanwan. However, did the Yi family have some misinformation? I am just a waste without any cultivation. Even if I let you locking loneliness. Jiang Chen felt somewhat helpless and looked sincerely at Yu Wanwan, saying a heartfelt truth. Actually, you cannot lock me. Yu Wanwan was stunned. You can't lock me. The mortal lock is one of the 10 most vicious physiques of ancient times, said to even forcefully suppress the cultivation of those at the peak of the emperor level for 3 days and nights, if they were not careful. Yet in Jiang Chen's mouth it was merely dismissed with a casual cannot lock. Indeed, this could only mean one thing. He was no longer an ordinary person, but had stepped into the legendary realm of true immortals. The disparity in power was so vast that he could disregard the laws of the world. I have been too naive. Yi Wanwan's eyes dimmed completely, filled only with deep reverence and despair. In the eyes of such a transcendent being as the young master, the Yi family's petty tricks must seem laughable like ants. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. He wanted to explain that she misunderstood, that he meant he was a weakling without any cultivation. But looking at Yi Wanwan's expression as if she had attained enlightenment, what had she conjured in her mind? Was it what he meant? Since the scheme has been exposed. Yi Wanwan took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with determination. Bang, bang, bang. She knocked her head again, and again, blood seeping from her forehead, a drop sliding down to her nose. Please, young master, save my mother. As long as you can save her, Wanwan will belong to you. I will be your servant, your maid, your furnace. Even if it costs me my life, I will have no second thoughts. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. This script was wrong. Clearly you came to scheme against me, so how did it turn into you begging me to do something? What kind of new moral kidnapping is this? Fine. Jiang Chen was about to complain about this good scheme, but just as the word left his lips. Thank you, young master, for your great grace. Yi Wanwan cried, tears of joy knocking her head heavily again. Young master has promised to save my mother. Wanwan will die without regrets. Jiang Chen. No, girl, can you let me finish my words? There is a whole segment of transition behind that good. Just as Jiang Chen was about to continue explaining, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the favorability of the target Yi Wanwan has exceeded 30, feeling grateful, willing to serve. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a phased reward. Obtained item, pink heart handcuffs. Item description, a limited edition of the Ultimate Pure Love series. It can visualize and forcibly strip away all negative states within the bound person, such as curses, seals, and vicious physiques. Jiang Chen found an object appear in his hand. Fluffy and pink. It even had two heart-shaped pendants dangling from it. Jiang Chen stared at the object in his hand, falling into a long silence. System, will you die if you behave seriously? But in Yi Wanwan's eyes, Jiang Chen's silence was a kind of unspoken pressure, the calm before the storm. She was waiting for the final judgment. Forget it. Jiang Chen sighed, lifting the extremely inappropriate pink handcuffs, slowly standing up from the bed and walking towards Yi Wanwan. Since the conversation had reached this point, this girl indeed looked quite pitiful, and since the reward was obtained by raising her favorability, helping her a bit was not a problem. As for these handcuffs, filled with implications. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who should be embarrassed is the other. Extend your hand. Jiang Chen looked down at her, shaking the handcuffs in his hand, trying to maintain a serious tone. Yi Wanwan raised her head. When she saw what Jiang Chen was holding, she was completely stunned. Pink punishment tools. Could it be that the young master wanted to punish her? It made sense. From the beginning she approached the young master with a purpose, so if he wanted to punish her, it was reasonable. As for this thing, it seemed the rumors were indeed true. This young master of the demonic sect had an unusual preference for such matters. Although she did not know what kind of embarrassing treatment awaited her next, since the young master had promised to save her mother. Yes. Yi Wanwan bit her lower lip, her charming face flushed. Trembling, she extended both hands, wrists together, then closed her eyes in resignation, looking ready to be picked at. Click. A crisp metallic snap pierced the silence of the grand hall, sharp, jarring, and unmistakable. That pair of pink handcuffs, exuding an air of irreverent playfulness, now clasped tightly around Yi Wanwan's slender wrists. Yi Wanwan instinctively pressed her knees together, her teeth gently biting down on her lower lip. She had braced herself for a sensation that might bring excruciating pain or unbearable shame, or both. Yet none of what she anticipated came to pass. Instead, a surging, domineering force erupted from the point of contact, racing up her arms, flooding her entire being in an instant. A soft, honeyed moan escaped her throat before she could suppress it. Then, without warning, the seemingly toy-like pink cuffs blazed with dazzling rose-gold divine radiance. Bathed in that luminous glow, she felt the mundane shackles, that parasitic curse clinging to her very essence, begin to tremble violently. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Inside her body, it was as though countless chains were snapping one after another. Gray spectral shackles, forged from the deepest recesses of her soul, were wrenched forth raw and unrelenting. Those gray restraints lasted less than a second beneath the rose-gold light, shattering into shimmering motes, vanishing without trace. In that single breathless moment, Yi Wanwan felt her body grow impossibly light. The suffocating weight that had pressed upon her heart for so long, crushing, inescapable, was gone, utterly erased. In its place surged spiritual energy from heaven and earth, torrential, unceasing, as if finding its long-denied conduit, rushing headlong into her meridians. Chi refinement level 3. Level 5. Full perfection. Her cultivation surged like a celestial river, breaking its banks, shattering through barriers until it finally stabilized at foundation establishment. This is... Yi Wanwan stared blankly at her own hands, awestruck by the torrent of spiritual energy churning within her dantian. Had the mundane shackles truly been broken? This legendary cursed physique, so formidable even the Yi clan had deemed it hopeless, had just been shattered by a simple pink bracelet wielded casually by Master Jiang Chen. And now, having absorbed the essence of the mundane shackles, that very bracelet had become her nascent artifact. Master. Tears blurred Yi Wanwan's vision as she gazed at Jiang Chen, her eyes burning with fervent, almost devotional intensity, as though beholding the sole, true deity in all existence. Ding. Target Yi Wanwan has achieved self-conquest. Affection surges to 90 eternal unwavering. Congratulations, host. You have earned rewards. Reward 1 Divine Level Cultivation Art Conceptual Skill. Anything buried in soil may be cultivated. Reward 2 Supreme Emperor's Artifact, Pure Desire Pink Apron. Note this is in truth an ordinary apron. Yet when worn bareskin during domestic chores, the wearer's cultivation speed increases tenfold. In the next instant, a delicate pink lace apron materialized in Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen. System. Do you harbor some kind of obsession with the color pink? But beside him, Yi Wanwan had already fallen irrevocably. Thud. 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 Yi Wanwan knelt before Jiang Chen and struck her forehead against the floor 3 times. Deep, reverent resounding. Master's grace is boundless. I Wanwan would shatter my bones to repay it. Now that my shackles are gone, I dare not trouble Master further with my mother's rescue. She rose to her feet, her gaze alight with a brilliance never before seen. I shall return to the Yi clan at once, to bring Mother home. Once our private matters are settled, Mother, and I shall serve Master for lifetimes, devoted unwavering as oxen or horses, without hesitation or regret. With those words she turned and strode away, her back straight, her stride decisive and radiant. Carrying the solemn aura of a warrior marching toward destiny, the wind howls bleakly over the Yi River, the hero departs, not to die, but to slay. The pink apron in Jiang Chen's hand murmured silently, she's just left. Ah, well, perhaps she'll fare well enough now. He shook his head, then tossed the apron back into the system's storage space. With idle time on his hands, he suddenly recalled the system's other reward, Divine Level Cultivation Art. Right. Last time that Fusang tree core I buried has sat there for ages without stirring. Time to try again. He retrieved the core and walked to the spirit field behind the residence, where several scallions grown expressly for dipping sauce once stood. Without ceremony, he scraped a shallow hole beside them and buried the core deep within the soil. Divine Level Cultivation Art activated, buff engaged. Jiang Chen scooped up a basin of water and poured it freely over the mound. Boom! From that unremarkable earthen pit erupted searing golden light. A wave of scorching heat blasted across the entire rear mountain of the Heavenly Demon Sect, warping the very air as if the sky itself were melting. The nearby scallions instantly charred into blackened stalks. Soil heaved and cracked, and from its depths burst a sapling radiant gold. Its growth defied reason, leaping upward with every breath, soaring to waist height in moments. Each leaf gleamed as though forged from pure gold. Molten magma pulsed through its veins, blazing with solar. This wasn't planting a tree. This was cultivating a sun. Does this light dim automatically at night? Jiang Chen shielded his eyes, dazzled and disoriented by the brilliance. At that very moment, a crimson blur shot across the courtyard. Lu Qiner, who moments before had been napping lazily indoors, now crouched eagerly beside the golden sapling, with D-Wake electrified. Her scarlet vertical pupils locked onto the gilded branches, tears of helpless longing welled at the corners of her eyes. Delicious. As a deficient spirit blood beast, born of perpetual cold raised in the sunless depths of the great Zhou Imperial Mausoleum, she was irresistibly drawn to objects of supreme yang essence. Before Jiang Chen could react, yip, Lu Qiner bared 2 sharp fangs, wrapped both arms around a newly sprouted branch, and sank her teeth in. Crunch. A segment of the sacred Fusang branch broke off cleanly, chewed like sugarcane. She cradled the still smoldering sulfur-infused fragment and devoured it with rapturous crunches. Whoa, hold on. Is that even edible? Jiang Chen froze, stunned. Even as a spirit beast, shouldn't she avoid chewing wood? How could her body possibly process it? But it was already too late. Lu Qiner swallowed, once, twice, thrice, downing the entire segment in rapid succession, its overwhelming yang energy vanishing into her gut. Then, burp. A long, resonant belch escaped her lips, and with it a jet of golden flame erupted, igniting the grass before her. In the next heartbeat, Lu Qiner's cheeks flushed deep purple, steam hissed audibly from her crown, like a kettle boiling over. She swayed unsteadily, eyes glazed and unfocused, drunk not on wine but on raw solar fire, yet still grinning foolishly blissfully. He. Jiang Chen lunged forward and caught her just before she collapsed. The instant he touched her, searing heat scorched his palms. He nearly dropped her in reflex. This wasn't holding a beast-eared maiden. It was clutching a miniature furnace. Damn it, don't go haywire on me. What'll I do when Elder 3 returns and tries to kill me? Woo. Lu Qiner curled up in Jiang Chen's embrace, frantically rubbing against him, her originally porcelain-white skin now flushed like a freshly boiled shrimp. What's even worse is that golden cracks began to erupt on her skin's surface, as if a live volcano had been stuffed inside her, ready to explode at any moment. That is the sacred Fusang tree. It contains the purest solar true fire. Not to mention this little girl, even a formidable being in the Great Ascension stage, would be incinerated if they dared to swallow it whole, and they wouldn't even need an urn for the ashes. This silly girl really thinks she has an iron stomach. Jiang Chen dared not delay, quickly scooping up Li Qiner and rushing toward the cold pond in the backyard. Physical cooling, here we go. Plopped. The icy water of the pond instantly splashed up several meters high as the two plunged to the bottom. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Like throwing a red-hot iron into ice water, the white mist erupted instantly. The cold pond, which had been frozen for years, even began to bubble. On the shore, the icy spirit koi jumped out of the pond again, splashing as if they were complaining, "Not again. Is this ever going to end?" Unfortunately, the cold pond water had little effect. Jiang Chen glanced down at the still pained Li Qiner in his arms. It seems that just soaking isn't enough. I need to take action. Super massage technique activate. Jiang Chen's hands moved like lightning, rhythmically pressing on several acupoints on Li Qiner's back. With each press of his fingers, he invoked the laws of the universe, forcibly mixing the wild power of the fusang tree with the cold yin energy within Li Qiner. "Hold on, it'll be over soon," Jiang Chen whispered, exerting force with his fingertips. "Oh." Li Qiner arched her neck, letting out a high-pitched scream, her entire body tensed like a drawn bow. The extreme yin clashed with the extreme yang, and under Jiang Chen's kneading, the opposing forces surprisingly formed a perfect taiji vortex at her dantian. As they spun, the opposing forces began to weaken. The golden cracks on Li Qiner's skin were slowly healing. After a long while, the mist gradually dissipated. Jiang Chen was just about to lift Li Qiner out of the water. However, the moment his hand touched her, he suddenly felt something was off about the sensation. The feeling he once had where he could easily hold her was gone, replaced by an astonishing fullness and softness. Jiang Chen looked down. The previously youthful, bestiated girl, under the influence of the yin-yang energy, had grown taller, as if she had been pumped with hormones. Now Li Qiner looked to be around 18 or 19 years old, and her figure was extraordinarily sultry. The previously loose clothing now clung tightly to her, the fabric letting out a desperate cry. Especially the clasp at her chest, which was under immense pressure it shouldn't have to bear for her age. Pop! The sturdy clasp finally could not hold on any longer and burst apart. Jiang Chen stared at the nearly perfect mature body before him. She was still in a deep sleep, only occasionally letting out a few incoherent murmurs. Is this what they call a girl changing dramatically at 18? This change is too extreme. It completely disregards the basics. Jiang Chen had yet to recover from this visual shock. Ding. Detected that Li Qiner has gained fortune from misfortune, achieving yin-yang harmony bloodline advancement in progress. Current favorability 60 intimate reliance. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward mastery of beast language max level. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally pulled this little life back. Yeah. At that moment, an extremely loud cry suddenly tore through the sky. Jiang Chen instinctively looked up. In the backyard, the fusang tree had in just a few moments grown into a towering giant, as if it had consumed a magical fertilizer, its massive crown blocking out the sun, turning the entire Tianma sect golden. And at the very top of the crown perched a three-legged golden crow engulfed in golden flames. The three-legged golden crow tilted its head, its golden eyes fixed intently on the sacred fusang tree below, and it appeared to be drooling. Thanks to the system reward of mastery of beast language, Jiang Chen clearly understood the golden crow's words. So fragrant. Such a delicious smell. It's the unsealed fusang tree. Meanwhile, outside the mountain gate of the Tianma sect in the depths of the forest, two spies from the Yi family, dressed in night gear, were staring at the device in their hands, their expressions filled with confusion. It's really strange. Why has this device suddenly stopped reacting? Could it be that Yi Wanwan, that useless one, hasn't even gotten to the demon lord's bedside? Just as the two were doubting whether the artifact was broken, a cold voice echoed behind them. Are you looking for me? The two were startled and turned around abruptly. There stood Yi Wanwan in a purple outfit, coldly looking down at them from the treetop. At that moment, her spiritual energy surged, and the killing intent in her eyes was about to overflow. Where was the timid little girl from before? Yi Wanwan. The spy on the left paused for a moment before scoffing. Oh, is this the one discarded by the demon lord? Or are you planning to escape because of a failed mission? Both of them were at the peak of Foundation establishment, while Yi Wanwan, being unable to cultivate, was nothing more than an ant. Stop pretending with your insignificant cultivation that can't even allow you to cultivate. The other was about to draw his knife when he saw Yi Wanwan flip her wrist and throw out a strange object. Clang. It was a pink chain that emitted a heart effect. This comically styled chain was incredibly fast, directly ignoring their defensive shields and instantly binding the two. What? What the hell is this? Where's my spiritual energy? The two horrifiedly discovered that after being ensnared by the pink chain, their spiritual energy had instantly dried up, and they couldn't mobilize even a shred of it. Yi Wanwan, expressionless, approached the two, her dagger glinting with a chilling light. These two were merely Foundation establishment practitioners. The pink handcuffs were sufficient to bind them for half an hour. Half an hour is more than enough against Foundation establishment practitioners. How does it feel to be without cultivation? Yi Wanwan stepped closer, her dagger pressed against the neck of the one on the left. No, don't kill me. We were sent by the Grand Elder. Thud. The hot blood splattered, staining the pink heart chain, exuding a bewitching brilliance. Thud. Another strike. The two corpses fell to the ground in unison. Yi Wanwan sheathed her dagger, without even glancing at the bodies, reaching out to touch the handcuffs that were slowly melding into her skin. The pink glow swirled, intertwining with the vivid red of blood. The divine artifact bestowed by my lord. Truly extraordinary. Mother, wait for me. Ooh, I am coming to rescue you. In the Heavenly Demon Sect within the young master's chamber. The heat is intense, an extraordinary kind of heat. In the courtyard, after several days of growth, the sacred Fusang tree has completely transcended the realm of being a mere potted plant. Its golden trunk stretches straight into the clouds, with every leaf ablaze in golden flames resembling countless small suns hanging from its branches. If it weren't for me setting up a formation to block this heat wave, the young master's chamber would surely have turned into a sauna. Jiang Chen held a fan, idly waving it to provide some breeze to Li Qiner, who was lying on the icy jade bed. Ever since she consumed a part of the Fusang tree, this girl has seemed to be injected with growth hormones, forcibly completing the leap from childhood to maturity. The little beast girl who used to cling to Jiang Chen's arm, now transformed into a mature woman with an enviable figure. Why does this tree seem like it's turned on a sauna? Jiang Chen glanced helplessly out the window. Young master. A disciple of the demon sect dashed excitedly into the chamber. The sect master says you need to hurry to the front hall. He said the Golden Crow clan from the East Sea has arrived. The Golden Crow clan. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. They are looking for me. The disciple swallowed, his expression peculiar. They said they came to propose marriage. Jiang Chen's fan came to a halt. Proposal. Above the Heavenly Demon Sect, 9 golden flying ships ablaze with fierce flames hovered in midair. Is this the southern wilderness demon domain? Truly a filthy place. A voice filled with disdain emerged from the most luxurious ship among them. Following that, a woman clad in crimson golden feathers stepped out, flanked by a number of handmaidens. She was extraordinarily beautiful, with a golden flame mark adorning her brow, her eyes slightly upturned, exuding an innate arrogance and scorn. The 17th princess of the Golden Crow, Clan Jinling. Behind her was a group of terrifying elders from the Golden Crow clan, their eyes greedily fixed on the soaring golden light. The Fusang tree. Moreover, it is an unsealed seedling with complete origins. For the Golden Crow clan, which has long fallen from the top 3 demon clans, this undoubtedly represents a hope for a resurgence. That must be the young master of the demon sect, Jiang Chen. Jinling looked down from her elevated position, her gaze precisely landing on Jiang Chen, who had just stepped out from the rear hall, dressed in white resembling snow with an ethereal demeanor. However, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy. He looks decent, too bad he is useless. Jinling, surrounded by the elders, arrived at the Heavenly Demon Sect's main hall. After all, as the one proposing for his son Jiang Batian could anticipate, the Golden Crow clan's purpose was that Fusang tree. But what if his son took a liking to the princess of the Golden Crow clan? In any case, that tree holds no value for him. Bringing back a daughter-in-law to expand the family wouldn't be a bad idea. Once the formalities were completed, Jiang Batian handed the decision-making power to Jiang Chen's son. You decide on matters like these. Jiang Chen nodded, sizing up the 17th princess of the Golden Crow clan. At that moment, the system immediately chimed with a notification ding. System scan initiated. Scan target Jinling, 17th princess of the Golden Crow clan, constitution, mixed blood Golden Crow, mixed lineage, likely has a complicated ancestry, appearance 89, heavy makeup, deducted points, natural look around 70. Romantic history, promiscuous, maintains 3,000 lovers in her estate, enjoys group activities, and was privately meeting with the 8th young master of the Liu family from the northern domain half a month ago, staying in the room for 3 days and nights without coming out. Overall rating 45, extremely discouraged for the host to engage with potential health risks. Recommendation: stay as far away as possible. Jiang Chen, what the hell? Is this a bus? No, this is a freaking train station. Unbeknownst to Jinling, her reputation had already been marked as subpar in Jiang Chen's eyes, yet she arrogantly declared, Young Master Jiang, I have come today to offer you an opportunity for a meteoric rise. My Golden Crow Imperial clan is willing to ally in marriage with the Heavenly Demon Sect. As long as you offer the Fusang tree as a betrothal gift, I shall lower myself to be your Tao partner. As she spoke, it seemed she wanted to showcase her sincerity, presenting gifts that would help mortals refine chi into pills. If we marry, the Golden Crow clan is willing to contribute their full strength to assist you in cultivation. But the next second, a delicate voice transmission laced with a strong warning pierced Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang, listen close. This is merely a temporary measure for the Fusang tree. After we marry, we are not allowed any form of physical contact, nor may we publicly declare that I am your wife. You, a lowly demon cultivator, are not even worthy to carry my shoes, let alone think of touching me. You need only act as a nominal puppet husband, understand? On the surface, Jinling maintained her lofty goddess demeanor, waiting for Jiang Chen to express his gratitude. In her view, for an incapable cultivator to marry the princess of the Golden Crow Imperial clan was an incredible opportunity. How could he possibly refuse? Listening to her delusional statements, Jiang Chen nearly burst into laughter. He truly wanted to ask, sister, do you have a serious illness or something? What's wrong? Are you so overwhelmed with joy that you can't speak? Jinling noticed Jiang Chen's prolonged silence, her disdain growing. This princess knows you feel inferior, but don't worry, my Golden Crow clan has countless secret techniques. As long as you obediently comply, extending your life by 100 years is no trouble at all. Stop, stop, stop. Jiang Chen stepped back with a face of disdain, dramatically covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, as if he had caught a whiff of something indescribably foul. So you are the Golden Crow Princess. I simply cannot aspire to a woman with such rich experiences. If your 3,000 lovers knew you were getting married, they would probably faint from crying, right? At this, the entire hall fell silent. Jiang Batian behind him spat out a mouthful of tea. Maintaining lovers, 3,000 of them. Jean Ling's originally proud face turned crimson instantly, a flash of panic darting through her eyes. How did he know? She conducted her affairs with extreme secrecy. Not even the elders of her clan knew about her collection of lovers. This mortal actually exposed her shortcomings publicly. You slanderous liar. Jean Ling shrieked, her previous composure completely gone. How dare you tarnish this princess' reputation? I will kill you. Jean Ling suddenly conjured a golden fire arrow aimed straight at Jiang Chen's face. At this point, she had already forgotten the purpose of her visit, desperate to silence this useless cultivator, with even the elders of the Golden Crow clan too late to intervene. Just as the fiery arrow was about to pierce Jiang Chen's brow, Jiang Batian slowly raised his hand, and with a gentle wave the arrow extinguished like a blown-out candle, vanishing without a trace. At the same time, a palm formed from spiritual energy struck Jean Ling's cheek hard from a distance. Jean Ling didn't even have time to scream before she was sent flying. Her body crashed through the roof, instantly disappearing into the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen watched the direction in which the princess vanished, knowing that blow may have sealed her fate. The 3,000 lovers must be heartbroken now. How dare you? The elders of the Golden Crow clan were about to erupt in anger when Jiang Batian's voice, carrying the pressure of a great ascension stage cultivator, resonated from the main seat. I allowed you to enter. That is already showing you face. Get out. Several elderly men dressed in crimson golden robes were frantically catching the falling figure. Princess. The elder Jean Lai looked at the golden spirit in his arms. It was tragic. Too tragic. The once stunningly beautiful face now had half of its bones shattered and caved in, making it almost unrecognizable. The crimson golden feather robe was tattered, revealing the bloodied and mangled flesh underneath. Her breath was faint and seemed as if it would cease at any moment. Good. Jean Lai's hands trembled as a terrifying heat wave erupted from his body, instantly burning through the surrounding clouds. Is this the hospitality of the southern wilderness demonic path? Since the Jiang family does not abide by the rules, then don't blame my Jinwu clan for bloodily cleansing this den of demons today. The other 8 elders looked at the seriously injured princess, their eyes filled with rage. The Jinwu clan is an ancient species flowing with the blood of the sun god. Although now fallen and no longer basking in the glory of ancient times, it still existed as a royal lineage among the demon race. How could they endure such a great humiliation? Elder, even if Jiang Batian is at the ascension stage, we can work together to set up the 10 Suns burning heaven formation. Even if we cannot kill him, we will turn this Heavenly Demon Sect's mountain gate into ashes. Once the Heavenly Demon Sect is gone, the Fusang Divine wood will rightfully belong to our clan. Another elder gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with deep resentment. Agreed. Jean Lai replied. Since the initial courtesy did not work, then let strength do the talking. With several cries, the 9 elders transformed. Golden light burst forth. 9 3-legged golden crows, each with a wingspan of over 100 feet, appeared above the Heavenly Demon Sect. Every feather on them burned with fierce flames, the true fire of the sun capable of melting the void. The 9 golden crows circled around the sun that had once been in the sky, spiraling wildly. At that moment, a terrifying phenomenon known as 10 suns in the sky appeared above the Heavenly Demon Sect. Boom! The horrific heat instantly descended. Within 100 miles of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the trees spontaneously ignited, turning into flying ash. The black barrier guarding the mountain gate crackled under the extreme heat. Ah, so hot. Help! My spiritual energy shield is going to melt. What kind of fire is this? Is this the foundation of the Imperial clan? Countless low-level demon cultivators lay on the ground in terror, feeling as if their souls were about to be scorched by the heat wave. Even the Golden Core stage attendants were drenched in sweat, their skin bubbling. Jean Lai transformed into the largest golden crow, circling in the center of the formation, letting out a deafening roar. Demon, if you do not kneel and admit your mistakes today and hand over the Fusang Divine, what I shall turn your demonic sect's foundation into ashes. Inside the young master's hall, Tisk, Jiang Chen was fanning himself with a palm fan, trying to get some air to it. He frowned and glanced at the blinding golden light outside the window. Are these wild chickens crazy? It's too hot. Even though the young master's hall had formations to isolate heat, the pervasive heat still made people feel unsettled. At that moment, a sound of swallowing echoed suddenly. Jiang Chen was taken aback and turned to look beside him. He saw Li Qiner, who had been lazily lying on the cool mat, suddenly sit up like a cat that had caught a whiff of fish. Her red hair moved without wind, and her crimson vertical pupils fixed intensely on the sea of flames outside the window. That branch of the Fusang Divine wood, while very nourishing, had only opened her appetite. The Insu spiritual beast has an extremely cold body. Such flames were simply a supplement to counter the cold. Hungry Li Qiner extended her tongue, licking her dry lips. At this moment, she had already developed into a mature woman. The ice silk dress stretched tight outlined a breathtaking curve as she stood up. Swish. In the next second, Jiang Chen felt a blur before him and the figure beside him vanished. Above the heavens, the 9 elders of the Jinwu clan were exerting their full power, trying to completely refine the defensive formation below. Just as Jiang Batian was about to counterattack, a red figure suddenly tore through the void, appearing amidst the raging sea of flames. With her flying red hair and sultry figure, it was none other than Lichiner. Moi. A glimmer of surprise flashed through Jean Lai's massive bird-like eyes, quickly turning into mockery. Where did this reckless girl come from? Daring to charge into our Jinwu clan's burning heaven formation with her physical body. Not even the powerful Ascension stage experts would dare directly touch our clan's true fire of the sun. It's simply seeking death. Burn her. The other elders also sneered, controlling 9 fire dragons to attack the tiny figure. The sea of flames surged, instantly engulfing Lichiner. However, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. In the center of that sea of flames there was no scream, but rather a strange sound of inhalation. Who? Just as the elders were puzzled, a pale, slender jade hand suddenly stretched out from the sea of flames. Then Lichiner emerged unscathed. She extended her hand, casually grabbing a handful of the true fire of the sun, bringing it to her nose to take a gentle sniff. Jean Lai. Elders. That was the true fire of the sun, the most rigid and yang divine fire in the world. How could she be completely unaffected? Who are you? Jean Lai felt an ominous premonition rising within. This kind of physique that could ignore flames was unheard of. Lichiner merely tilted her head slightly, her cherry lips slowly parting. Buzz! Suddenly a roar from ancient times echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Behind the red-haired girl, a terrifying beast shadow towering 1,000 feet suddenly appeared. The Insu spirit blood beast, its true form manifested. Roar! Lichiner let out a low growl from her throat. A powerful suction force erupted from that enormous abyssal mouth. Then the rampant sea of flames in the sky began to twist violently under that suction, rushing towards the giant beast's mouth. No, this is impossible. My true fire. Why can't I control it? Hurry, stop. What kind of demonic art is this? Everyone stared blankly at the sky. That burning heaven formation capable of destroying half of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In just these few breaths was completely absorbed by that red-haired girl in one go. Not even a spark was left. The sky was clear and the air was pleasant. The previously scorching heat instantly dissipated, and there was even a hint of coolness in the air. Hick! Lichiner patted her slightly bulging belly and let out a satisfied burp. A small golden flame even trickled from the corner of her mouth. The entire Heavenly Demon Sect inside and out fell into a dead silence. Even the well-informed demon Lord Jiang Batian was now gaping. What kind of monster is the younger sister of the third brother? Above the heavens, Elder Jean Lai fixed his gaze on the red-haired girl. That was the true sunfire, a source of pride for the Jinwu clan, yet at this moment, it had become the girl's sustenance. Why not run away? Cough. Jean Lai coughed. Oh no. I just remembered the ancestral fire at home is still burning. If it burns the ancestral grave, I would be a sinner throughout history. The other 8 elders instantly understood and echoed. Yes. The elder's home is on fire. We must hurry back to extinguish it. Master Jiang, today's events are purely a misunderstanding. Let's discuss it another day. Farewell. Before the words left his mouth, the 9 Jinwu transformed into 9 beams of light, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Is this the foundation of the Imperial clan? Even their retreat is so methodical. Jiang Chen waved his fan, looking at the sky. If this group of old birds was too cowardly. Below, Jiang Batian snorted coldly and suddenly reached out into the void. The old ones fled, leaving the young ones behind to settle the debt. Boom. A massive hand made of dark demonic energy suddenly appeared, grasping the luxurious flying boat. That was Princess Jinling's vessel. Get down here. The proud 17th princess of the Jinwu clan was forcefully pulled down, crashing heavily onto the plaza of. As dust flew, several demonic sect stewards rushed forward, skillfully casting restraints to bind the half-conscious Jinling tightly. Jiang Chen. Dad, why are you keeping her here? You can't be thinking. I want take this bird. Jiang Batian chuckled. In our Tianma sect, we pluck the feathers of passing geese. We take first and discuss later. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. Descendant imminent, please proceed to the birthing room immediately. Congratulations, host, you have obtained birthing item divine level painless delivery pill chocolate flavor. Item description: consume it. Giving birth is as easy as drinking water. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He tossed the fan aside, pointed in the void, and immediately stepped into the birthing room. Inside, sword energy filled the air. The floor and walls were covered in sword marks. He could see Shun Xingyu drenched in sweat, her complexion pale, surrounded by raging sword energy. Meanwhile, the Yedobebran Ji Qingyue was desperately helping her suppress the restless spiritual energy within. Damn it! Jiang Chen exclaimed, is giving birth really this intense? Seeing Jiang Chen enter, Ji Qingyue immediately sought help. Young Master Fairy Shen has lost control. I can't hold it anymore. No worries. Jiang Chen waved his hand at her for reassurance, then held the delivery pill, ignoring the terrifying sword energy, and walked step by step towards Shun Xingyu. Strangely, the sword energy that even nascent soul cultivators would avoid became remarkably tame, parting to form a path as it approached Jiang Chen. This? Ji Qingyue was stunned. Young master, you possess such profound Tao rhythms. Is this the legendary invulnerability of all laws? Shun Xingyi's complexion was as pale as paper. The usually aloof and proud saintess had her hair disheveled, sticking to her forehead, her hands gripping the bedsheets tightly. With each contraction came not only heart-wrenching pain, but also the chaotic sword energy within her spiraled out of control, violently tearing at her meridians. Young master. Seeing Jiang Chen enter, Shen Xingyu extended her hand with great difficulty, her voice weak. Save the baby. She was the righteous sect's saintess, aware of the extraordinary nature of this fetus. To conceive such a divine fetus in a mortal body would likely cost one's life. What nonsense are you saying? Jiang Chen rushed to the bedside, grasped her cold hand, and promptly stuffed the delivery pill into her mouth. Open your mouth, eat candy. Shen Xingyu. Even at this moment, her husband still wants to feed her candy. Is this the final tenderness he gives her? A warm current surged within Shen Xingyu as she tearfully swallowed the pill. Even if it were poison, as long as it was given by him, she would savor it willingly. However, the pill dissolved instantly upon entry. A silky, strangely sweet flavor instantly filled her mouth. Following that, this sweetness transformed into an irresistible warm current rushing straight down her throat to her abdomen. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. Shen Xingyi's eyes widened in shock. The pain was gone. That excruciating agony that felt as if it would tear her body apart had vanished without a trace at that instant. In its place was an unprecedented sense of comfort. She then felt the fetus within her cooperating remarkably, the previously violent fluctuations of spiritual energy transforming into the purest energy, even starting to nourish the mother. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, suddenly centered around the birthing bed. Zhang Batian and Yu Ji, standing outside the space, felt a vast pressure rush towards them, almost lifting the roof off. What's happening? Yu Ji was horrified. Is it a difficult birth causing her to go mad? No. Zhang Batian pointed at the ceiling. That's a breakthrough phenomenon. Above the Tianma sect, the clouds gathered. 10,000 rays of dawn fell, and a massive divine image of a goddess holding a long sword stood proudly in the void. Inside the birthing room, Shen Xingyi's long hair danced wildly. Her once exhausted dantian was like a long-awaited rain in a drought, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Nascent soul late stage. Breakthrough. Nascent soul perfect stage. Breakthrough. Accompanied by a clear infant's cry, Shen Xingyi's aura reached its peak. A transcendent divine radiance erupted from her body. Divine transformation stage achieved. Everyone was stunned. Is this really childbirth? When does anyone give birth without exhausting their vitality and falling in cultivation? How is it that for the young master's wife, giving birth directly led to ascension? Inside the room, the light, Shen Xingyu sat cross-legged on the bed, her skin glistening like jade, her complexion better than ever. Beside her in the swaddling lay a finely crafted baby boy. The baby neither cried nor fussed, just opened a pair of bright black eyes upon birth. There was a faint red vertical mark on his forehead, as if he were born to be an unparalleled divine sword yet to be drawn. Before Jiang Chen could reach out to hold him, ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained a firstborn son. Talent evaluation: born sword god possesses innate sword intent. Foundation establishment at 3, golden core at 10, can open the heavenly gate with a sword at 20. Rewards have been issued: 1. Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon, Pure Desire, High Slit Chi Pao 2. Family sharing activated, current level 1. Host can borrow the child or the mother. Daily talent cultivation once lasts half an hour. Chi Pao. A Chi Pao with black stockings. System: be serious, the child is still watching. Jiang Chen reached out to hold the child, and the little guy actually smiled at him, gripping one of Jiang Chen's fingers tightly. A sense of kinship surged within him. Good boy. Jiang Chen's heart softened, ready to give the child a name that would shake the 3 realms. Suddenly, young master. Ji Qingyu's voice, filled with a mix of authority and pain, suddenly rang out. I think I'm about to give birth too. Jiang Chen, were you two in cahoots? Is the timing this rushed? At that moment, above the 9 heavens, within a celestial palace that mortals cannot glimpse. Crack. A divine token symbolizing authority and power appeared with a tiny crack. The white-haired immortal, surrounded by divine tokens, slowly opened his eyes. My. Wah. A piercing infant cry echoed throughout the young master hall. Jiang Chen paid no heed to doting upon his newborn firstborn. Instead, he swiftly placed the swaddled babe into the hands of his parents waiting outside the pink spatial realm. Father, catch him. Don't drop him. Zhang Batian fumbled as he caught his grandson, barely managing to voice a complaint about his son's recklessness before Jiang Chen blurred into motion once more, vanishing back into the rosy spatial domain. At this moment, the Empress Regnant faced far graver peril than Shen Xingyu had moments earlier. Bearing the Imperial Dragon Chi, her body had lost control over that tyrannical energy as childbirth approached, causing it to rampage chaotically within her veins. Ugh, young master, it hurts. The agony felt as though it would tear her very soul apart. Qingyue. Oh, Jiang Chen crossed the threshold in a single stride, uttering no word, only pressing the birthing pill, a second gift from the system, to Ji Qingyue's lips. Ji Qingyue strained to open her eyes and met Jiang Chen's gaze. fierce with urgency and tenderness, and inexplicably her terror dissolved. Be good, just take a sweet bite, and all will be well. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with her tongue. Her furrowed brow smoothed at once, even her body warmed with unexpected ease. The pain vanished entirely. Even the rampaging imperial dragon Qi settled into docile serenity. Wah! Another thunderous cry pierced the young master hall. Like Shun Xingyu's Ji Qingyue's abdomen gently rose with a shimmering current of spiritual energy. As the energy coalesced, a daughter was born. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, only to reach for his brow to wipe away sweat, when suddenly anomaly struck. Ji Qingyue too had ascended to nascent soul perfection through childbirth. The celestial radiance summoned by Shun Xingyu's breakthrough had yet to fade when without warning a boundless tide of violet qi surged in from the east, stretching 3,000 li, blotting out sun and sky. Above the heaven-devouring cult's sanctum, clouds churned violently. Within that dense violet mist, a colossal phantasmal five-clawed golden dragon, measuring 1,000 zhang, burst forth from the heavens. Its massive head bowed low, directing a gesture of solemn obeisance toward the birthing chamber. At that very instant, the infant boy cradled in Jiang Baishan's arms stirred, as if sensing something profound. The vermilion vertical mark upon his brow blazed fiercely, unleashing an incisive, peerless sword intent that soared skyward, coalescing into the ethereal silhouette of a phoenix wreathed in sacred flame. Li, dragon and phoenix, two divine beast manifestations, intertwined, spiraled, and danced above the heaven-devouring cult. Their resounding cries reverberated across the entire southern wastelands. Countless blossoms of spiritual energy rained from heaven. Withered trees within 1,000 li burst forth with new buds and flowers. Every beast across the southern wasteland's demon realm knelt in prostration, bowing reverently toward the heaven-devouring cult. Dragon and phoenix in auspicious harmony. Elder Patriarch stationed outside the chamber trembled with awe at the celestial spectacle overhead and collapsed to his knees with a thud. This is the destined aura of an emperor. Heaven blesses our sacred sect. Heaven blesses the Jiang family. In an instant, the entire heaven-devouring cult erupted in jubilation. Disciples fell to their knees en masse, chanting in thunderous unison. Inside the chamber, both women, though spared physical agony, required rest after delivery. Jiang Chen settled them comfortably within the birthing space, then stepped out carrying his newborn daughter. He lifted his gaze and froze. Above him stretched the heaven's grandiose portent. Jiang Chen. It was merely childbirth. Why such overwhelming celestial fanfare? Ding. Congratulations, cultivator. Your firstborn daughter has arrived. Talent assessment, innate sovereign tyrant body, and innate upper-rank ruler's constitution, granting absolute defensive dominance over those under one's dominion. Detected dragon and phoenix auspicious harmony bond. Family fortune surges dramatically. Reward distributed supreme emperor-grade artifact. Battle skirt attire, JK uniform set. A navy blue pleated skirt. A spotless white shirt. Even a delicate tie, thoughtfully included. Jiang Chen fell into prolonged silence. This is rather excessively gentlemanly, isn't it? And while permitting an empress regnant to wear white silk might be excusable, now she must don a JK uniform. Is this meant for Ji Qingyue? Jiang Chen pictured her seated upon the dragon throne in full JK regalia, presiding over court. SSSK. He sucked in a sharp breath, suddenly aware of warmth welling in his nostrils. North Territory Yi clan. Here the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the heaven-devouring cult's jubilant celebration, heavy, suffocating, and grim. Within the Yi clan's grand hall, tension hung thick as lead. Worthless fools. Kneeling below the dais were several black-robed figures, bloodied, broken, their chi nearly extinguished. They were Foundation establishment cultivators, Yi clan's elite death squad dispatched to intercept Yi Wanwan. Having narrowly escaped death, they'd crawled back on their last breath, now trembling violently, too terrified even to lift their heads. You failed to capture a mere servant girl, utterly uncultivated, and a frail, dying, old woman. What use are you to the Yi clan? Your Highness, spare us. The squad leader's voice quavered, eyes still haunted by raw terror. We are not incompetent. The truth is Yi Wanwan. She wields a horror beyond comprehension. A horror? Yi Wian sneered. How could a crippled, cultivation-incapable wretch possess any true terror? It is true. The death squad member swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he recounted. Yi Wanwan summoned an utterly bizarre artifact. 2 pink circular rings, unidentifiable in origin. Upon manifestation, that pink artifact instantly sealed our cultivation foundations. It must be a demonic artifact bestowed by Jiang Chen. And Yi Wanwan now possesses cultivation herself. We fought with our lives to escape. Pink rings. And Yi Wanwan, bound by the mortal shackles, had somehow awakened cultivation. What secret then did Jiang Chen truly harbor? A chill ran down Yi Wian's spine. Elder Patriarch. He drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, then turned toward the ancient elder who had stood silently in shadow since the beginning. If that wench falls into the heaven-devouring cult's hands, might she jeopardize our grand design? From the shadows, the Yi clan's elder patriarch emerged slowly. Let her flee. If she knows nothing of that matter, no harm is done. But Her ailing mother must never fall into outsiders' hands. Should the Jiang family uncover the secrets buried within that old woman, our millennium-spanning scheme shall collapse utterly. Yi Wuyan's eyes flared with colder, sharper murder. If we cannot retrieve her, then we erase them all. Yet, Your Highness, the Death Squad member dared whisper, the heaven-devouring cult's fortune currently soars. Rumor says another celestial omen descended today, heralding the birth of a divine infant. To launch a direct assault would surely. Who said I would assault them directly? Yi Wuyan scoffed, his gaze shifting eastward, to the eastern sea. I am no fool like Yi Fan. Alone the Yi clan dares not provoke that cult lightly. But enemies of our enemies are our allies. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yi Wuyan flicked his fingers in a casual seal. Before the kneeling Death Squad could even scream, they dissolved into crimson mist. Yi Wuyan's expression remained utterly impassive. The Yi clan keeps no useless things. Inside the warm hall of the young master, two specially crafted silk cradles were placed side by side, and the scent of milk wafted in the air. In the left cradle, the male infant was unusually quiet. Not crying, not fussing, and even before learning to turn over, he had already mastered the art of maintaining a solemn expression. His pair of pitch-black eyes stared at the tassels above, exuding a sense of weary enlightenment. In contrast, the one on the right was much more lively. The female infant kicked her little legs, blowing bubbles surrounded by an ethereal purple aura. This purple aura was no ordinary phenomenon. It occasionally coalesced into dragon shapes, and then dispersed into clouds and mist, highlighting the exquisite beauty of her delicate face. Tisk, is this what they call a genetic mutation? Jiang Chen leaned in to take a closer look, unable to resist poking his son's chubby little face. How did a mediocre father like me end up with two little monsters like you? Just as his finger touched the male infant's cheek, the little fellow suddenly moved. That chubby little hand shot out and grabbed Jiang Chen's index finger tightly. Buzz. It seemed as if there was a faint sound of a sword ringing in the air. But it lasted only a moment. The accompanying sword chi, upon touching Jiang Chen, obediently transformed into a gentle breeze, lightly brushing against his fingertip. Hey, good little guy, you recognize your daddy. Jiang Chen chuckled, and the initial tension of being a new father instantly What shall I name you? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, lightly tapping the male infant's forehead. From now on, you shall be called Jiang Xiaoyao. May you roam freely between heaven and earth, unbound by constraints. He then turned to his imposing daughter. As for you, your name shall be Jiang Zhao. Zhao like the sun and moon shining through the ages. Xiaoyao. Zhao. Come here, dear grandson, let Jiang Beishan, holding his newly born grandson, smiled so broadly that his face was filled with creases, yet a profound confusion lurked deep in his eyes. He quietly transmitted his voice to Yu beside him. Madam, does our son really have no spiritual roots at all? These two little ones possess a physique that even the reincarnated ancestors of the Western sacred lands cannot compare to. Yu shot him a glance, picking up Zhao, and whispered, what do you know? A mortal body bearing a divine fetus. What does this is called the extreme of extremes. It indicates that our son's bloodline has long transcended the laws of this realm. The surrounding elders nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Jiang Chen growing increasingly respectful. Just as this harmonious scene unfolded, a red figure filled with curiosity and wildness silently approached the soft couch. Li Qiner, now a mature and alluring young woman, wore a dress that tightly hugged her curvy figure. She leaned over the edge of the cradle, her red vertical pupils fixed on the two human infants, her nostrils flaring. Owl. Gulu. A series of indistinct yet somewhat urgent beastly sounds escaped her lips. Zhang Batian asked, what is this sister saying? If it were anyone else, they would surely not understand what she was saying. However, Jiang Chen had just acquired the skill of beast language proficiency, and those syllables fell on his ears, automatically translating into standard human speech. These two little things smell sweet. I want one too. Jiang Chen instinctively replied. She says these babies are very cute, and she wants one too. The moment those words left his mouth, the once lively hall fell into sudden silence. Zhang Batian pondered for a moment and said earnestly, although we are of the demonic path, if it were any other girl, I would just have tied you up and sent you to bed. But this girl is after all the sister of the third one. Chainer, don't be anxious, let me ask the third one's opinion first. No, that's not it. Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat. That was not what he meant. Beside him, Li Qiner completely disregarded his chance to explain, excitedly pouncing on him, her arms wrapping around his arm. Her large tail wagged vigorously, and her bear-like body rubbed against his arm. Woo. I want it. I want it. She looked up, pointing at the children in the cradle, then at herself. Jiang Chen. Destruction is welcome. I am tired. The lively atmosphere of the Heavenly Demon Sect was abruptly shattered by a hurried announcement reporting. A disciple guarding the mountain knelt before everyone, saying, Young Master. Sect Master. Miss Mu. Mu has returned, but the situation is not good. Jiang Chen's expression changed instantly as he pulled down Li Qiner, who was clinging to him, and said in a low voice, quick, bring her in. Moments later, a bloodied figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Yi Wanwan was dressed in purple, already stained dark brown with blood. The pink handcuffs on her wrists were dim, indicating that her spiritual energy had been drained to the limit. Yet despite this, her back remained straight. On her back, she carried a gaunt, middle-aged woman. That was her life. Young master. At the moment she saw Jiang Chen, the breath she had been holding and finally dissipated from her eyes. Her knees buckled and she fell heavily to the ground, but her hands still tightly held her mother behind her, ensuring she did not. Wan has returned. After saying these words, her body tilted and she completely fainted. The woman she protected rolled to the carpet. Though she was unconscious, her brows were still tightly knitted, as if she were enduring immense pain, even in her dreams. Guisho, save her. Jiang Chen commanded. A shadow instantly darted out from the side hall. It was the chief physician of the Heavenly Demon Sect, known as the Ghost Hand Medicine King, the elderly Ku Yao. Several silver needles flew out, precisely sealing a few major acupoints on Yi Wanwan to stop the bleeding. This girl is fine, as she is just exhausted and has some external injuries. She just needs to recuperate. The Medicine King casually remarked, then turned around and placed his fingers on the wrist of the middle-aged woman. 1 breath. 2 breaths. The once calm expression of the Medicine King suddenly turned extremely grim, even fearful. His fingers began to tremble, as if he had touched something extraordinarily terrifying. What happened? Jiang Batian frowned. He had been with the Medicine King for nearly 1,000 years and had never seen him lose his composure like this. The Medicine King took a deep breath, trembling as he lifted the woman's clothing from her back. There the woman was gaunt, and on her spine there was a grotesque and ancient scar. The scar ran across her entire back, resembling an ugly centipede splitting her body in two. Young master. The Medicine King's voice trembled. This woman is not merely gravely ill. Inside her body, it is completely empty. This place, the Medicine King pointed at the scar, should have housed a, but 20 years ago it was cruelly stripped away by someone. After peeling the bone, that person did not let her die, but instead used secret methods to keep her alive, forcing her to endure the pain of broken bones day and night. She is using the lifespan of a mortal to withstand the backlash of losing her Dao bone, thus sustaining that detached piece of bone. At this declaration, the hall erupted in an uproar. To strip a Dao bone and nourish it with a life. Such means are 100 times more cruel than the most vicious demonic techniques in the world. Jiang Chen looked at the mother and daughter on the ground, oblivious to their fate, and slowly closed his eyes. Without needing to think, he already knew who was responsible for this. What a righteous imperial clan. What a Yi family. I've cultivated the demonic path for decades. Killing and burning have been second nature to me. But this vile, underhanded scheme. Even I feel sick hearing it. Issue the order. Jiang Batian surged to his feet, sweeping his massive hand through the air. Muster the 9 demonic legions of the Heaven Devil Sect, and rouse every ancient elder who sealed themselves in solitary cultivation. Target the Yi clan of the Northern Realm. I will unearth their ancestral graves and scatter their bones to the winds. Rage blazed like wildfire across the Grand Hall. Father, I stand with you this time. Jiang Chen stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Batian. The Yi clan has provoked us time and again. We are no soft targets. Father and son stood united, murderous intent boiled over. The assembled sect members roared in unison. Annihilate the Yi clan. Uphold our sect's supremacy. Yet, just as fervor reached its peak, an icy bucket of cold water drenched them all. The eldest master, this must not be done. Elder 9 collapsed to his knees with a thud, voice trembling beneath Jiang Batian's oppressive aura. The Yi clan is a sovereign imperial clan of the Northern Realm. Though now in decline, deep within their ancestral domain slumbers a true sovereign emperor, an ancient ancestor whose power transcends mortal reckoning. Elder 9 spoke truthfully. Though Jiang Batian had long since perfected the Grand Ascension realm, there remained Grand Ascension and Sovereign Emperor. One character's difference, a chasm between heaven and earth. Grand Ascension cultivators borrow the forces of heaven and earth. A Sovereign Emperor is the law of this realm itself. Should that Yi clan ancestor awaken, not only would our attempt to desecrate their graves fail utterly, before even crossing into the Northern Realm, the 9 demonic legions would be crushed beneath a single fingertip. This, perhaps we should reconsider. Whispers spread like smoke through the crowd. To challenge an imperial clan without a sovereign emperor at one's back was nothing short of suicide. At that very moment, who said we're backing down? Yuji emerged from the inner chamber, cradling the sleeping Zhaoer in her arms. Her gait was serene, her bearing regal beyond measure. My lady. Jiang Batian turned toward his wife, the savage fury in his eyes softening instantly. Yuji swept her gaze across the hall and commanded, since the Yi clan dared commit such heinous conscienceless acts, they naturally fear exposure. Dispatch orders immediately. Activate every covert agent we possess in the Northern Realm. Broadcast across the entire Northern Realm the Yi clan's atrocity, stripping living cultivators of their Dao bones to nourish their own lineage. But do not merely whisper it, Jiang Chen added, stepping forward. Compose ballads, illustrate pamphlets, craft catchy doggerel verse, and recite them aloud in every bustling tavern and tea house. Within 3 days the Yi clan's infamy shall echo across the realm. The elder's eyes lit up. Brilliant. What do the righteous cherish above all? Reputation. Once exposed, the Yi clan would become the target of universal condemnation. Yet, Elder 9 hesitated, once more returning to his original concern. Even if we tarnish their name, if they rage and awaken their sovereign emperor, we still cannot prevail. In the end, raw strength remained the crux. The atmosphere sank into suffocating silence. All eyes turned to Jiang Batian, hope flickering faintly in their gazes. Jiang Batian stood motionless, first gazing upon the grotesque remains of the mother and daughter, then upon his resolute son beside him, and finally his gaze settled on Yuji. That look was strangely hesitant, even ingratiating. Ahem. He cleared his throat, rubbed his massive palms together, and edged closer to Yuji. My lady, the mood is already so thoroughly set. Our son is watching, and if I falter now, how shall I ever command respect before my grandchildren? Jiang Chen stared dumbfounded. Wait, what is father doing? We're on the cusp of war, and he's coaxing mother. Yuji cast him a wry, exasperated glance, half scolding, half disappointed. Jiang Batian chuckled sheepishly. The Yi clan has provoked us thrice. Unless we break their pride utterly, they'll keep returning to torment us. Quick, lend me your aid. Lend what? The entire sect stood bewildered. Then Yuji let out a soft sigh, and slowly raised her palm, placing it gently upon Jiang Batian's shoulder. Release. Her crimson lips parted, uttering but a single word. Boom. In that instant, heaven and earth froze. An indescribable, terrifying surge erupted from Yuji's palm, rushing violently into Jiang Batian. A golden pillar of overwhelming dominance shot upward from Jiang Batian's form, shattering the vaulted ceiling of the Heaven Devil Sect's grand hall and piercing through the clouds of the ninth heaven. Spiritual energy across 10,000 li trembled and boiled, racing wildly toward that lone figure. Above, the heavens convulsed, the clouds churned black and crimson. This is... Elder Nine's eyes bulged from their sockets. He lay flattened to the floor, immobilized by sheer crushing pressure. This aura transcended all life, all realms, the sovereign emperor's will. A sovereign emperor? Jiang Chen stood stupefied. He gaped, speechless, at his own father. Jiang Batian now stood bathed in radiant gold light. His former rough outlaw-like demeanor had vanished entirely, replaced by an absolute peerless sovereignty, as though he alone were the axis upon which reality turned. What the a? Jiang Chen blurted, stunned beyond restraint. Dad, you've been playing the fool too long. You're a sovereign emperor. Yuji calmly withdrew her hand and smoothed a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Long ago, your father stubbornly sealed half his primordial cultivation essence within me, as a betrothal gift. Now it simply returns to its rightful owner. Silence fell, absolute, breathless. Half one's primordial essence, as a betrothal gift. What celestial romance was this? And, more terrifying still, what constitution did the sect master's consort possess to contain half a sovereign emperor's essence without disintegrating? Huh? Jiang Batian threw back his head and roared, a cry of triumphant return of power long denied now flooding back with exquisite force. My loyal followers, now can I crush the Yi clan? After a stunned pause, the sect erupted in thunderous jubilation. Yes. Glory to the sect master. Conquer the 8 deserts. Unearth the Yi clan's ancestral graves. Kill, kill, kill. What sovereign clan? What righteous legacy? Our sect master is a sovereign emperor. Who fears whom? Jiang Batian swept his arm northward, bold, defiant, unstoppable. March, for the northern realm. Tell those old vultures of the Yi clan wash their necks clean. We're coming to settle accounts. Meanwhile, in the northern realm, the Yi clan's opulent hall echoed with music and laughter. Yi Wuyin raised his wine cup, offering a toast to the elders seated across from him. Foremost among them sat Jin Lai. The elder of the Golden Crow clan recently fled in disgrace from the southern wastelands. Though his retreat had been humiliating before the Yi clan, he still held himself with haughty dignity. Rest assured, Elder Jin Lai. Yi Wuyin smiled warmly, his charm effortless, soothing as spring breeze. Though the Heaven Devil Sect employs strange, unsettling techniques, they remain little more than a rabble. With your clan's profound heritage backing us, eradicating that demonic den will be but a flick of the wrist. When victory comes, the Fusang Divine Tree shall go to your clan, and Jiang Chen, to the Yi clan. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Hearing these words, Elder Jin Lai's face bloomed with satisfaction. They clinked cups, the wine shimmering, reflecting their avaricious grins. Utterly unaware that the prey they sought to hunt was already racing toward them, sword drawn and vengeance blazed. In the northern region atop the main peak of the Yi family, Yi Nanshan, the head of the Yi family, sat in the main seat, his complexion rosy, raising a glass to toast an elder in a golden robe sitting to his left. Elder Jin Lai stroked his beard and laughed heartily, saying, if we can succeed in dealing with the demonic cult this time, it will restore a sense of righteousness in the northern region. The heads of the 9 sects affiliated with the Yi family echoed in agreement. What the third master Yi said is absolutely right. The flourishing of the righteous path and the decline of the demons is destined to happen. The Heavenly Demon Sect, unaware of its own mortality, dares to provoke the dignity of the imperial clan. It is simply an ant trying to shake a tree. In the clinking of cups, it seemed as if the Heavenly Demon Sect had already been reduced to ashes. Yi Wuyin lightly shook his folding fan, a cold smile forming in his heart. Jiang Chen, no matter how strange your methods may be, what does it matter? Once the Heavenly Demon Sect is destroyed, I will capture you and uncover the secrets you hold. At that moment, boom. Without warning, the entire hall shook violently. A dancer lost her footing, letting out a scream as she fell to the ground. What are you panicking for? Yi Nantian frowned, reprimanding with authority. What kind of decorum is this? However, the next second a voice shouted, reporting. A disciple rushed into the hall, rolling and crawling, his expression filled with terror. The three masters. The demonic cult. The demonic cult has invaded. Nonsense. Yi Nantian suddenly stood up, laughing in anger. The Heavenly Demon Sect would need at least 3 days to arrive from the southern wilderness. How could they possibly have made it here without any sign? Crack. The wine cup in Yi Nantian's hand suddenly shattered. He could feel a powerful pressure approaching the Yi family. Thud. Thud. Several sect leaders with slightly weaker cultivation directly softened their knees, kneeling on the ground. What is this aura? Elder Jean Lai's wine cup slipped from his hand, amber liquid splattering all over him. This aura was 100 times more terrifying than the fire-eating beast he encountered in the southern wilderness. What are you panicking for? Yi Nantian, though his heart trembled, was still the leader of a clan. He forcefully calmed himself and waved his sleeve. All elders, listen up. Activate the 9 turns Qian Kuan protective array. I refuse to believe that Jiang Batian can go against the heavens. Buzz. As the elders of the Yi family worked together to activate it, the 99 spiritual peaks of the Yi family simultaneously emitted radiant divine light. A thick golden barrier 100 feet tall rose instantly, resembling an inverted golden bowl that securely protected the entire Yi family. On the surface of the barrier, runes flowed and faint sounds of dragon roars could be heard, making it seem indestructible. Watching the rising formation, the pale faces of those present in the hall finally regained a hint of color. Phew. Elder Jean Lai let out a sigh, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Truly worthy of the Imperial clan's foundation, this array, once activated, will surely scare off those demonic cultivators. In the sky above, Jiang Chen stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at the dome-like barrier. He turned to Jiang Batian beside him, saying, Old man, they have activated the protective array for their sect. At that moment, Jiang Batian was surrounded by golden light. With his hands behind his back, he looked as if he were gazing at a group of dimwits. An array? Jiang Batian scoffed. This is called an array. As he spoke, Jiang Batian slowly extended his right hand. With a gentle snap of his fingers, bang. That snap seemed casual. There were no earth-shattering phenomena. Only a crisp cracking sound was heard. The so-called 9 turns Qian Kuan protective array, that was said to take 3 years even for an Imperial-level being to break, was instantly shattered. The golden runes instantly disintegrated, and the massive barrier shattered like an eggshell, turning into countless golden fragments that fell to the ground. Puff. Puff. The moment the array collapsed, all the high-ranking members of the Yi family, including Yi Nantian, spat out a mouthful of blood in unison. How is this possible? Yi Nantian slumped in his chair, blood filling his mouth. Jiang Batian is absolutely not at the Mahayana stage. Elder Jean Lai nearly shrank under the table, trembling all over his teeth, chattering, the Imperial might. This is the might of an emperor. Jiang Batian has become an emperor. He actually became an emperor. At this declaration, the entire hall fell silent. An emperor? Even within the Imperial clan Yi family, there was only one reclusive ancestor at the emperor level, rarely seen. Now a living emperor appeared right before them. Yi Huai's smile completely froze on his face. It's over. In the face of absolute power, all calculations are worthless. However, the offensive of the Heavenly Demon Sect is not solely based on force. Drop everything that has been prepared. On the flying ship, Jiang Chen waved his hand. The disciples of the demonic cult behind him immediately scattered tens of thousands of pre-prepared recording stones towards the Yi family's mountain gate. Upon seeing the recording stones, an uneasy recollection suddenly surged in Yi Huai's heart. Last time, it was also the recording stones that recorded Yi Fun being. This time, what good could it bring? Could it be that they have discovered the secret of Yi Wanwan's mother and made the recording stones? Quickly, once the crime of stripping the Dao bones is established, the Yi family will become a target of public outrage. In the future, no sect will stand by the Yi family. Yi Nantian also immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, waving his hand. Listen up. Immediately crush these demonic objects that confuse the people. Then he bit his tongue, causing a drop of vital blood to float in the air as he formed an ancient and mysterious seal with his hands. Unfilial descendant Yi Nantian respectfully requests the ancestor to emerge from seclusion. To quell the great enemy. Boom. In the forbidden area of the Yi family's back mountain, a decayed, yet enormous aura surged into the sky. Who dares to move against the Yi family? An ancient voice echoed in everyone's ears. Immediately after, the figure of a skeletal old man slowly emerged. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, surrounded by a grayish death aura. His murky eyes held no trace of human emotion, only boundless indifference. The ancestral elder of the Yi family, Yi Kurong, a being who had lived for 5,000 years, clinging to life by sealing his own vitality. Yi Nantian knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Ancestor, the Heavenly Demon Sect's Jiang Batian has become an emperor and wishes to annihilate my Yi family. An emperor? Yi Kurong's gaze shifted towards the golden-robed man floating before the flying ship. That overwhelming sense of vitality. This is indeed a young emperor. This old fellow who was hanging on by pretending to be dead was most afraid of such a vigorous opponent. Winning would likely consume a great deal of his lifespan, losing would mean immediate death. In any case, he would be at a disadvantage. Too much bullying. Yi Kuron let out a strange cry, and a massive withered tree avatar appeared behind him. One withered one flourishing, evolving the path of life and death, ultimately condensing into a palm capable of destroying heaven and earth. Son, watch how your father deals with this old ghost. As he spoke, Jiang Batian swung the giant axe in his hand and vanished from his spot. Old man, fight quickly, I still need to go home for dinner. Jiang Chen raised a hand to shield his eyebrows, shouting at Jiang Batian. Having an emperor father is truly wonderful. In the battle of emperors, the lightest outcome could move mountains and fill seas, while the heaviest could destroy heaven and earth. Amidst this chaos, Yi Nanshan's gaze locked onto the white-clothed youth on the flying ship, who was eating an orange. Jiang Chen. This is the territory of the Yi family. Even if they win this battle, the Yi family is bound to suffer heavy losses. The only way to turn the tide is to seize his weakness. Demonic brat, come die for me. Jiang Chen, come at me. At your age, old man, you don't follow the rules of martial arts. If you want follow them, then I want either. Just then a pink spatial crack opened behind Jiang Chen. A cool female voice rang out, old dog. Dare to interrupt my young master while he's eating an orange. A pink crack tore open. A leg stepped out first. The black stockings were incredibly thin, wrapping around the straight calf, stepping onto the void without causing a ripple. Shen Xingyu walked out. Once the exalted saintess of Taihua, she now wore only a glossy black cheongsam. The fabric was scant, tightly hugging her waist with a slit rising high to her thigh. A round hole was carved right in the center of her chest. Her fair skin squeezed out a slight curve from the hole. This round hole was likely to facilitate drawing her sword. Clang! She stepped out of space, casually swinging her lifelong sword in her hand. The enormous hand of spiritual power belonging to Yi Nantian shattered upon grazing the sword's edge. Is this even possible? Before the onlookers could recover, another figure emerged from the crack. Ji Qinghua, the empress of the Great Zhou dynasty who governed the central state, was now dressed in a deep blue plaid miniskirt. The upper body was clad in a pristine white fitted shirt with a red bow tie at the collar. Below, she wore a pair of flawless, over-thinny white stockings. The buttons of the shirt were tightly fastened, ready to pop off at any moment. Jiang Chen nearly dropped the orange in his hand. System, you understand contrast. The two women landed one on each side of Jiang Chen. Young master, I hope I didn't dirty your clothes. Shen Xingyu sheathed her sword, her once murderous aura instantly transforming into a gentle affection. She casually linked her arm with Jiang Chen's left arm, the softness beneath the cheongsam pressing closely against him. Young master, this skirt is too short, it's chilly. Ji Qinghua blushed, awkwardly tugging at the hem of her skirt, yet she steadfastly stood by Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen tossed away the orange and naturally wrapped his arms around the waists of both women. One hand on the high-slit cheongsam, the other on the JK miniskirt. Soft. Very soft. Old dog. Jiang Chen looked at the dazed Yi Nantian below. If you want to move against me, did you ask my wives first? The onlookers. This demon is too extravagant. The members of the Heavenly Demon Sect forgot to breathe. The disciples of the Yi family forgot to draw their swords. The visual impact was overwhelming. That mix of nobility and lewdness transformed into extreme lethality at this moment. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Yi Nantian regained his senses, his brows furrowed in anger. The dignified saintess and empress had actually fallen to wearing such provocative attire to please a demon. You demon, today I shall act for justice. Yi Nantian roared, forming seals with his hands. Although the great formation had been broken, he was nonetheless a peak transformation stage expert, with 1 foot already in the refining void stage. Reincarnation seal. A golden seal descended from above the Yi family's clan-defending divine ability, capable of flattening a mountain. Shen Xingyu coldly snorted, noisy. She stepped forward. This step was full of charm. The high slit of her cheongsam lifted with the motion, revealing the black lace underneath. With a gentle thrust of her sword towards the empty space ahead, the seemingly unremarkable strike released sword chi that vanished into thin air after flying a distance. Trivial tricks, do you think you can harm me? Yi Nantian grinned, savagely activating his protective chi, breaking through to transformation in such a short time. I see your realm is shaky. However, in the next moment, the grin on Yi Nanshan's face froze. An extremely sharp sword chi, without any warning, emerged from behind. Had it not been for his protective chi, he would have already been pierced through the heart by a single sword. What? What kind of sorcery is this? Yi Nantian stumbled forward, looking at Shen Xingyu in terror. This is called spatial folding. Shen Xingyu said expressionlessly, swinging her sword again. If looked at closely, one would notice that with every movement of her cheongsam, the surrounding space twisted oddly. This was a product of the system. It seemed like a cheongsam paired with black stockings, but in reality, it was an imperial weapon embodying the laws of space. Wearing the entire set, Shen Xingyu clearly comprehended the power of the laws contained within. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Nantian completely went mad. He could not predict where the attacks would come from. The sword chi appeared out of nowhere. Sometimes a sword chi would emerge from under his pants. Other times a sword tip would stab out from his armpit. There was even a moment when the sword chi skimmed right past his eyelids. If you have the guts, fight me, heathen. Hiding and sneaking around is no skill. Yi Nantian felt so frustrated, he wanted to spit blood. He possessed immense cultivation, but was toyed with like a blind man. A heathen battle. I shall fulfill your wish. Ji Qingyue, who had yet to make a move, adjusted her bow tie. Her beautiful legs wrapped in white stockings lightly stepped in the void. In that instant, the plaid mini-skirt on her body fluttered slightly, and an obscure wave of energy suddenly descended. Clad in a complete set of white stockings and JK attire, Ji Qingyue also comprehended the power of the laws contained within this imperial weapon, time. Sister Shen, let's go. Shen Xingyu understood and transformed her long sword into a blur. Under normal circumstances, she could only unleash 10 strikes in this breath. But with Ji Qingyu's time acceleration, this breath was infinitely extended. Hundreds of swords. Thousands of swords. Tens of thousands of swords. Boom. Sword chi poured down like a torrential rain. The purple-black spatial sword chi and the blue flow of time interwove into a beautiful net of death. Yi Nantian didn't even have time to scream. His protective chi shattered instantly under such a barrage. No. Impossible. Accompanied by a desperate howl, Yi Nantian fell like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily into the great hall of the Yi family below. Boom. Dust flew everywhere. Everyone stared blankly at the two stunning figures in the sky. One controlled the field and accelerated while the other ignored distance and output. What kind of divine combination is this? Holy crap. Jiang Chen stood on the flying boat, took out a recording stone, and excitedly captured this scene. One boosts crits, the other increases attack speed. This collaboration, I give it full marks. Jiang Chen even wanted to give the system a thumbs up. System, I will never complain about your lack of seriousness again. Such rewards, I hope to see more of them. Above the 9 heavens, Jiang Batian shattered an attack from the ancestor of the Yi family. With an axe glancing downwards, he also gasped. Goodness. This daughter-in-law is a bit fierce. However, no one noticed. In a dark corner of the Yi family, a pair of resentful eyes was fixed intensely on Jiang Chen on the flying boat. Yi Wuyin. Those two bitches. Last time I saw them, they were still in the nascent soul stage, and in such a short time, they became so strong. In his palm, he held a thumb-sized jade insect. It was the true hidden weapon of the Yi family, the Brahma sound controlling heart goo. It ignored defenses and specifically targeted the soul. Once hit, even a great Luo golden immortal would have to obey. At this moment, Shen Xingyu and Ji Qingyue were still restraining their father. Jiang Chen had no powerful allies by his side. This was the only chance. Jiang Chen, prepare yourself. Yi Wuyan's eyes gleamed with delight as he flicked his fingers. Whoosh. The goo insect transformed into an almost invisible stream of colorless light, silently piercing through the chaotic flow of spiritual energy, heading straight for Jiang Chen's brow. Jiang Chen was still watching the playback on the recording stone, completely unprepared. A deadly trap. However, just as the goo insect was mere inches away from Jiang Chen's brow, on the soft couch beside Jiang Chen, the red-haired beast girl who had been curled up and sleeping soundly. Her pair of fluffy beast ears suddenly twitched. Swish. The once tightly closed crimson vertical pupils snapped wide open. Her fingers instinctively extended, precisely closing in just an inch before Jiang Chen's brow. That goo capable of controlling a Mahayana stage cultivator was caught between her fingers. It struggled wildly. Li Qiner tilted her head, looking at the twisted little thing at her fingertips. My, is there a mosquito? Puff. Yi Wuyan covered his mouth as a mouthful of black blood gushed through his fingers. His life's goo worm was destroyed, and the backlash from his soul felt like 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. He trembled as he lifted his head, staring intently at the flying vessel hovering in midair. Why? Besides being good-looking, what else does this demon have that draws so many women to him? Even a shape-shifting beast beside him could swallow his goo worm in one bite. Jiang Chen, isn't your only skill eating soft rice? Yi Wuyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and casually took out a healing pill to swallow. Once the ancestor suppresses your father, I will personally skin your women alive in front of you. On the deck of the flying vessel, Li Qiner tilted her little head, her pair of fluffy ears twitching, filled with confusion. What kind of mosquito is this? Jiang Chen gazed at the goo worm that Li Qiner had casually swatted dead and ruffled her hair. It's a bug that eats human souls and controls the mind, but unfortunately, it's useless for Qiner. Of course it's useless. A Qiner's soul had long fused with that of the beast. Where would her mind come from? This wave completely immune. Li Qiner nodded as if she understood. Biting into the orange Jiang Chen had given her satisfied as she wagged her tail. Jiang Chen stood up and scanned the area. In the sky, the battle between his father and the ancestor of the Yi family was evenly matched, with every clash ripping apart the void, causing the heavens and earth to change colors. On the battlefield below, the forces of the Heavenly Demon Sect were locked in fierce combat, with the Yi family cultivators, the cries of battle shaking the heavens and earth. Everyone was fighting desperately. Tisk, since I'm here, I might as well do something. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, his gaze drifting over the chaotic battlefield, landing on the back of the Yi family's main peak. Their purple energy rose and auspicious colors filled the air. It was clearly a place of great fortune, the Yi family's ancestral tomb. Such a good place, shouldn't we plant something here? Jiang Chen revealed a pure-hearted smile, pulling out a hoe from his spatial storage and resting it on his shoulder. Qiner, stop eating that. Jiang Chen pulled up the beast girl, who was still licking her fingers. Let's go, the young master will take you to dig a grave. The two of them took advantage of the chaos on the battlefield and made their way to the back mountain of the Yi family. Sure enough, as the main force was drawn away, there were no guards around this forbidden area. The Yi family's ancestral tomb was a gathering place of a clan's fortune surrounded by countless ancient restrictions and deadly formations. The flowing runes emitted a glow. Even a cultivator at the divine transformation stage would suffer greatly if they accidentally touched it. Li Qiner looked at the restriction growling low in her throat, clutching Jiang Chen's clothing tightly, too frightened to take another step forward. What are you afraid of? Come watch the young master perform a trick for you. Jiang Chen rolled up his sleeves, raised the hoe, and swung it at the defensive formation, just like an old farmer cultivating wasteland. Hey! The hoe struck down. That hoe, looking as ordinary as could be, actually cut right into the formation's light curve. Ding! Successfully cleared the 9 nether mystic kill formation weeds soil fertility 10. Ding! Successfully dug open the heaven and earth locking spirit restriction loose stone soil aeration 20. Jiang Chen swung the hoe vigorously, pushing his way through. Where he passed, all restrictions vanished and formations were obliterated. The proud defense of the Yi family was forcibly turned into a broad road by a single hoe. Done! Jiang Chen rested the hoe on his shoulder and swaggered into the Yi family's ancestral tomb's restriction. Let's go, time to plant some crops. Inside the cemetery, it was extremely luxurious. The ground was paved with top-grade spirit jade with precious evergreen pines planted on both sides, rich spiritual energy transforming into white mist flowing at their feet. In the center stood hundreds of tombstones. The tallest among them exuded a terrifying majesty. Tisk tisk tsk. Jiang Chen crouched down, picked up a handful of soil to rub. Such good land, what a waste to use it to bury the dead. He then reached into his system space and pulled out a cloth bag. Inside were the previously prepared seeds of the sky-eating grass. The sky-eating grass is a plant unique to the southern wilderness demon domain, not found in the northern regions. Its only characteristic is its extremely tenacious life force, capable of breaking open stones and tough jade. Moreover, it crazily devours all surrounding spiritual energy nutrients, earning it the title of the psoriasis of the cultivation world. Go Pikachu! Jiang Chen took a handful of seeds and tossed them generously toward those solemn tombstones. Especially the large tomb of the Yi family's first ancestor. Jiang Chen paid special attention and poured half a bag directly. Rised. Jiang Chen stomped his foot on the ground, activating the god-level planting technique. The seeds, which were originally just ordinary demon plants, seemed to have been injected with hormones under the catalysis of the god-level planting technique, instantly sprouting from the soil. Crack, crack, crack. The hard spirit jade ground was shattered and dark green sprouts grew at a visible speed. In just 3 breaths, the originally ethereal royal cemetery transformed into a sea of dark green. Those sky-eating grasses grew to half a person's height, like greedy poisonous snakes tightly coiling around those tombstones. Their roots crazily drilled down, voraciously devouring the underground dragon vein spiritual energy. Oh, it's still the northern region's celestial energy nourishing the grass. It grows really fast. In the outside world, high above in the sky, Yi Kurong, who was controlling the Dharma image and clashing with Jiang Beishan, suddenly froze in place. An indescribable feeling of heart palpitations swept through his entire body. He turned around in terror, looking at the enormous withering tree Dharma image behind him. He saw that the once lush tree shadow was inexplicably turning black from the roots withering away, as if something had cut off its nutrients. What's going on? His old face was filled with horror. My foundation, the Yi family's fortune, why is it dwindling? Below, the elders of the Yi family who were presiding over the great formation also turned pale. Not good. The spiritual energy concentration on the 99 peaks is plummeting. The ancestral land. There's a problem with the ancestral land. Behind the Yi family's back mountain, Jiang Chen clapped the dirt off his hands, looking at the lush, vibrant green pasture before him, satisfied with a nod. All the tombstones were now covered with green vines and flowers. At a glance, it was overwhelmingly green. Not bad, this eco-friendly color looks good. Jiang Chen shouldered the hoe and patted Li Qiner on the shoulder. All right, no more planting, it's about time to wrap it up. Li Qiner nodded obediently. Just then a figure rushed over. Who dares to intrude into my clan's ancestral land? Yi Wuyan clutched his chest, staring at the scene before him, completely dumbfounded. What was he seeing? Was this still the holy land where the ancestors of the Yi family rested in peace? Especially his great-grandfather's tomb, which due to the highest elevation was now completely submerged in green grass, with a giant green flower plate resting on top. It looked just like a hat. And in the center of that green sea, Jiang Chen stood in front of a tombstone holding the hoe. Their eyes met. Jiang Chen looked at the bewildered Yi Wuyan and waved enthusiastically. Oh, isn't this Yi? I saw your land was in such disarray that I helped you with some greening. No need to thank me, just call me Lei Feng. At the back mountain of the Yi family, the ancestral grave, Yi Wuyan stood on a protruding rock, gazing out at the cemetery that symbolized the Yi family's eternal glory, which had now become a vast sea of green. You go too far. Yi Wuyan trembled all over, his teeth chattering with rage. Jiang Chen, how dare you humiliate my ancestors of the Yi family like this? Not at all. Jiang Chen, holding a hoe, looked innocent. Brother Yi, you are mistaken. This greenery represents vitality and hope. How environmentally friendly it is. Environmental protection, you bastard. Yi Wuyan's refined image shattered completely. At this moment beside Jiang Chen, there was only that demonic beast. As long as she is restrained, no one can save Jiang Chen. This is the only chance. Ancestors, heed my plea. Yi Wuyan bit his tongue, forming an extremely strange hand seal with both hands. A mouthful of essence blood sprayed onto the erase eye at his feet. Unworthy descendant Yi Wuyan, I offer 100 years of life and sacrifice. May the remnants of the ancestors' souls manifest and suppress the demon. Whoosh! Suddenly a fierce wind swept through the cemetery. The grave mound, which had been covered by the swallowing grass, writhed violently. Countless semi-transparent grave phantoms, exuding a stench of decay, crawled out from the ground. They lacked intelligence, only possessing an instinctive craving for the living. Whoa! What the hell is this? Li Qiner, who was squatting on the ground sowing seeds, twitched her ears, and before she could react was surrounded by hundreds of vengeful spirits. Though these spirits could not harm her, the spirit beast of the Een Void, their sheer numbers, tightly bound her limbs. Li Qiner, annoyed, swiped with her claws, tearing apart one spirit, only for more to surge forward. The demonic beast was held back. An opportunity. A burst of ecstasy erupted in Yi Wuyan's eyes. He twisted his wrist, and a ghostly blue dagger appeared in his palm. Jiang Chen, without your father and these women you are nothing but a useless leech. Yi Wuyan transformed into a fleeting shadow, unleashing the full force of his nascent soul cultivation, with murderous intent charging straight at the young man in white, who was still watching the drama with a hoe. 10 zhang, 5 zhang, 3 zhang. This distance was instantaneous for a cultivator. The chill from the blade had already pricked Jiang Chen's skin. However, facing this certain kill, Jiang Chen not only did not flee, but stood his ground, cupping his hands around his mouth, gathering his energy in his dantian, and shouted to the sky, "Xingyu, save me." Yi Wuyan's charge suddenly halted, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. "Shen Xingyu is currently being held back by my father, and cannot come." Die. The dagger aimed directly for Jiang Chen's throat. Yet at the moment the blade was merely 3 inches from him. Buzz. The space beside Jiang Chen suddenly twisted without warning. A long, beautiful leg wrapped in thin black silk stepped out of the void, blocking in front of Jiang Chen. Yi Wuyan's fatal blow actually halted in midair, unable to advance even an inch. The ripples in the space dissipated. Shun Xingyi's figure appeared. The once lofty saintess of Taihua now wore only a dazzlingly black cheongsam. The fabric was pitifully scant, and most striking was her chest. Right in the middle of the cheongsam, there was a boldly cut circular hole. A large expanse of snow-white flesh spilled out from the opening, creating a curve that was blinding against the black fabric. Shen Xingyu merely tilted her head slightly, looking at Jiang Chen behind her. Her originally cold gaze instantly transformed into a warm spring. "Young master, are you all right?" Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, naturally stepping forward to wrap his arms around Shen Xingyi's delicate waist. He silently chanted in his heart, "Activate family sharing. Sharing target Shen Xingyu." Ding. Host's intention detected. Family sharing. Current sharing target Shen Xingyu affinity, 99 loyal unto death, temporary enhancement, obtained innate sword body, initial stage of transformation realm. Remaining time half an hour. In an instant, a terrifying power surged through Jiang Chen's body. His body, which had previously lacked any spiritual energy fluctuations, instantly possessed the cultivation of the transformation realm. Is this the feeling of spiritual energy? Jiang Chen's eyes slightly changed as he leaned close to Shen Xingyi's ear and whispered, "Xingyu, may I borrow your sword?" Borrow a sword? Shen Xingyu was momentarily taken aback, just as she intended to retrieve her sword from the storage ring. However, she saw Jiang Chen not letting go, but rather slowly raising his right hand along the curve of her cheongsam's waist. Finally, it hovered in front of her chest, right at the hollow circular cut. Shen Xingyi's body trembled slightly, as if she understood something, and her fair face instantly flushed. But she did not shy away. Instead, she obediently pushed her chest forward and closed her eyes. "Young master, please use it." In the shocked gaze of Yi Wuyan, Jiang Chen's palm slowly reached towards Shen Xingyi's heart. Just as his hand touched her warm skin, a cold gleam suddenly erupted from that expanse of snow-white flesh. That was the heart sword cultivated by Shen Xingyu. "Chen, sword come." Jiang Chen shouted softly, his fingers curled in a fist. Cold air and sword energy intertwined, bursting forth from Shen Xingyi's heart. Jiang Chen grasped the slowly emerging sword hilt. Then he drew the sword. Clang! A clear, resonant sword cry echoed throughout the Yi family's ancestral grave. As the long sword was pulled out inch by inch, an extremely sharp sword intent erupted violently, centered on the two of them. The fierce wind tousled Jiang Chen's hair, and his robe fluttered. This scene was breathtakingly beautiful. It was also despairingly powerful. What kind of technique is this? Yi Wuyan was overwhelmed by the oncoming sword intent. His knees buckled, and his mind went blank. A sword drawn from the chest. This is possible. The innate sword Bodis innate heart sword can actually be lent to others. Jiang Chen held the sword with one hand, the tip pointing toward the ground. Feeling the surging power of the transformation realm within him, as well as the heart sword that bore the warmth of his wife in his hand. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at Yi Wuyan with indifference. His gaze was cold, as if he were looking at an ant. "Just now you said you wanted to kill me." Jiang Chen raised his hand, and without any flourish lightly waved it toward the front. Slash. No sword technique was used. just a pure outpouring of power. A silver sword energy that pierced through heaven and earth, instantly sliced through the black mist above the cemetery. Those hundreds of vengeful spirits of the ancestors which were clawing and entangling Li Qiner did not even have time to scream as they melted away like ice and snow upon contact with this sword energy. The sword energy did not lose momentum. It charged straight at Yi Wuyan. No. Yi Wuyan's pupils constricted, summoning all his defensive treasures in an attempt to block this strike from the transformation realm. Crack. The heart-protecting mirror shattered. The spiritual energy shield collapsed. Blood splattered. An arm holding the dagger flew high, tracing an arc in the air, before crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Wuyan let out a miserable scream, his entire being sent flying, dozens of zhong by the residual sword energy, crashing into a tombstone before finally coming to a stop. His right arm was severed at the root, blood staining the green, swallowing grass beneath him. With one sword strike, he had defeated his enemy. Cough, cough, cough. In the Yi clan's ancestral cemetery, once forcibly greened by Jiang Chen, deep in the rear mountains, Yi Wuyan clutched the stump of his severed arm, blood seeped through his fingers, staining the vibrant, ravenous, sky-devouring grass sprouting beneath him. In that instant, imperial heir's dignity and clan honor alike crumbled into absurdity beneath the suffocating shadow of death. He raised his head, gazing upon Jiang Chen, who had suddenly ascended to nascent soul realm cultivation, and his last psychological defense shattered utterly. Don't kill me. Yi Wuyan's knees buckled, he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Mercy, young master. I beg you, spare my life. Spare me, and I'll tell you everything. His voice trembled with raw, desperate yearning for survival. The Dao bone belonging to Yi Wanwan's mother, and Shun Xingyu's true lineage. Jiang Chen's sword had already begun its fatal descent, yet at those words he paused. Still, he knew all too well the immutable law: villains perish from speaking too much. This was the Yi clan's heartland. Conduct an interrogation here. Invite delay. He turned toward the beast girl beside him, her tail still flicking, eyed Li Qiner. Li Qiner blinked her large luminous eyes. Take him back to the flying vessel. Inside the vessel, a sealed chamber. The isolation formation activated, all external clamor vanished, severed, as if by a blade. Jiang Chen sat upon a grand armchair, peeling an orange with languid, unhurried grace. Speak, he said, tossing a segment into his mouth. My patience lasts only until this orange is finished. Yi Wuyan knelt on the floor, his body trembling faintly from blood loss. Yet he knew, this was his sole remaining bargaining chip. First, the Dao bone. 20 years ago, the Yi clan did indeed extract that woman's innate Dao bone. But it never remained within the clan. Where is it? Jiang Chen arched a brow. To secure an alliance with the Taiwa sacred land, the Yi clan presented the innate Dao bone to its sect master, Master Yizhou. Master Yizhou. Was he not Shun Xingyu's own master? That old Taoist has stagnated at the early Great Ascension realm for 5 centuries. To break through, he forged his body with that very Dao bone, thus attaining his current peak strength in the Great Ascension realm. Jiang Chen's fist tightened almost imperceptibly, so even the so-called righteous sects were this corrupt. Continue, his voice chilled, his gaze sharpening. Now, Shun Xingyu's lineage. What is the truth? At this, Yi Wuyan sensed his chance at survival stir anew. Her parents truly hail from the frigid, desolate reaches of the far north. That clan is shrouded in mystery. Even the Yi clan dares not provoke them lightly. The jade pendant I gifted Shun Xingyu is indeed the sole, authentic token. But, Yi Wuyan's tone twisted, he threw back his head and laughed wildly. Long ago I embedded a heart-devouring worm pupa within that pendant. Though I cannot fathom how you severed my control over the pupa. So long as the worm remains unneutralized, the moment I die it will detonate, erasing the soul mark hidden within the pendant and poisoning whoever touches it unto death. Yi Wuyan grew increasingly animated, as though reclaiming dominion over fate itself. That pendant is Shun Xingyu's only clue to finding her parents. Now, set me free. Once I am certain of my safety, I shall release the worm. Otherwise, your woman shall never learn who her parents truly are, for all eternity. Humph, that's all. Jiang Chen flipped his wrist. There, resting in his palm, lay the jade pendant. Don't. Yi Wuyan straightened his spine, plastering on a practiced hollow smile. No one, not even your father, can force it open without triggering self-destruction. You cannot afford to gamble. Is that so? Sounds formidable. Jiang Chen nodded slowly, then with utter nonchalance picked up a brush. He lifted the brush, dipped it lightly, and inscribed a single character upon the pendant. Purify Jing. At the moment the character formed, the air inside the chamber seemed to grow crystalline, clean, serene, and weightless. Go. With a gentle tap of his brush tip, the golden character dissolved into radiant light, flowing seamlessly into the jade pendant unimpeded. The next instant, divine level calligraphy activated. SSSSS. A wisp of faint black smoke rose from the pendant, only to be instantly shredded by golden radiance, vanishing into nothingness. Ugh. Simultaneously, Yi Wuyan, still kneeling, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. His hands flew to his chest, thick black blood erupted from his mouth in violent choking gouts. His core maternal worm had suffered catastrophic backlash, the pupa obliterated not by mere force, but by a higher sovereign law. Cough, how is this possible? What cultivation path do you walk? How can such overbearing absolute purification exist in this world? He could never have imagined his ultimate trump card, his pride, his lifeline, reduced to oblivion by a single casually written character. Was this even plausible? Jiang Chen tossed the pendant back into his spatial artifact. All questions answered. Then he rose, stepped before Yi Weyan, and pressed the tip of his sword against the man's throat. Don't kill me. I told you everything. I gave you all of it. Yi Weyan broke down, sobbing, soiling himself utterly, every trace of noble composure erased. You promised. You swore. If I spoke, you'd let me go. You dare speak of promises? Promises? Jiang Chen tilted his head, eyes glinting with sardonic amusement. I am of the demon sect. I am the villain. And you invoke honor with a villain. Shink. Before the final syllable left his lips, the blade drove forward, piercing throat and silencing his plea forever. Next lifetime, read fewer saintly novels. Outside, high above the heavens. Boom. A sovereign-level battle raged on, and the void itself splintered, rent with jagged fissures. Jiang Chen strode from the vessel's cabin, cast Yi Weyan's corpse downward, and glanced once at the Yi clan's ancestral cemetery, now a surreal, unervingly verdant meadow, then upward at his father locked in celestial combat. Today's reckoning had run its course. To press further would force the Yi clan's ancestral patriarch into true desperation, and the demon sect of heaven would pay dearly in blood and bone. After all, they were an imperial clan. Their foundations ran deep. Total annihilation demanded patience, precision. Father, dinner's ready. Jiang Chen drew breath deep into his dantian and bellowed skyward. Mother says, if you're not home soon, you'll kneel on the washboard. That shout proved more potent than any divine artifice. The golden figure above froze mid-strike. Ah, old ghost, no time to play today. Zhang Baodian cleaved the air with a single axe blow, sending the Yi patriarch staggering back. Lucky for you, I've got a grandson to soothe. Until next time. With that, he recalled the demon sect's forces, tore open a rift in space, and departed in regal, unchallenged retreat. 3 breaths later, only ruins remained of the Yi clan and that unervingly lush emerald green ancestral cemetery. Yi clan cultivators. In the southern wilderness, the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Mountain range stretches for 800 miles, adorned with festive decorations. The celebratory bonfire burned throughout the night as Zhang Batian boasted about his tale of shattering the ancestral law form of the Yi family with a single axe. The story has spread throughout the 800 miles of the Demon Mountain with so many versions that it could fill a book. In the secluded courtyard of the young master, a soundproof barrier completely shielded the external clamor. Jiang Chen glanced through the window at Shun Xingyu and Ji Qingyue, who were taking care of the 2 little ones. He chose not to disturb the warmth shared between mother and child and turned to walk towards his own sleeping quarters. After a day of hustle and bustle, it was time to rest. This is what life should be like. Jiang Chen stretched lazily, thinking that the constant fighting was rather dull. Having a warm hearth with a wife and children was the ultimate pursuit for a time traveler. He did not enter to disrupt this tranquility, but turned and walked towards his own quarters. However, just as he pushed open the door to his sleeping quarters, Jiang Chen was taken aback. The courtyard was spotless, not even a blade of grass was left untouched in the stone crevices. Entering the room, warm yellow candlelight illuminated the space, and the floor gleamed as if it could reflect a person's silhouette. There was even a faint fragrance lingering in the air. In the demon sect, such things were not customary. When did a title girl enter my room? Jiang Chen muttered to himself as he closed the door behind him. Just as he rounded the screen, his eyes widened unexpectedly. There by the redwood round table in the bedroom stood a petite figure with her back turned to him. Holding a cloth, she stood on her tiptoes, struggling to wipe a porcelain vase placed high above. It was none other than Yi Wanwan. After being injured in the Yi family, she had recovered significantly thanks to the elixirs from the Heavenly Demon Sect. But that was not the focal point. The focal point was her attire, or rather the fact that she wore only that piece of clothing. The material was extremely thin-edged with exquisite white lace shimmering with an alluring pink glow under the candlelight. It was the supreme reward from the system, the pure desire pink apron. 2 crisscrossing pink ribbons were tied at her smooth jade-like back, gently resting against her waist. Aside from those 2 straps, there was no trace of any other clothing on her back, shoulders, or even at her sides. His gaze lowered. Those long straight legs were completely exposed to the air without any coverings. Is it really naked? It seemed that Yi Wanwan sensed the movement behind her. Startled, she dropped the cloth she was holding with a thud onto the ground. She hurriedly turned around. Upon seeing it was Jiang Chen, her youthful face instantly flushed crimson, as if blood could drip from it. Young master, you're back. Yi Wanwan instinctively covered her chest with her hands, curling up slightly, as if wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. But the design of this apron was exceedingly tricky. While it covered the critical areas in the front, the fabric was so pitifully scant that instead of concealing, it only enhanced its allure in a teasing manner. Wanwan, what is this? Yi Wanwan's eyes turned red, instantly tears welling up as her fingers nervously clutched the hem of the apron. No, I didn't mean to dress like this. She spoke with a trembling voice growing quieter. I wanted to be a maid to repay you, and when I saw this apron on the bed, I thought it was prepared by you. But as soon as I put it on the clothes inside, they all shattered. Yi Wanwan looked utterly wronged. She truly only wanted to be a little maid to show her gratitude. Jiang Chen. System, you better come out and explain this. Host, please don't be alarmed. The only passive ability of this pink apron, vacuum force field, the wearer will automatically eliminate all unnecessary fabric constraints during household activities. Thus, under this state, the wearer's sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is enhanced, and their cultivation speed is increased by 1,000. Note, wear less to work more efficiently. This is the version answer, please be informed. Damn it, efficient work. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, thinking that when this system acted unseriously, it was simply inhumane. Why didn't it mention this passive effect earlier? But he had to admit, it was truly enticing. Just then the system's prompt sounded again, ding. Due to a change in status, rescan in progress. Scanning target Yi Wanwan physique. Due to the complete unsealing of the mortal lock within her body, a special physique has awakened. Lunar Tide body divine grade, current favorability, 96, deeply rooted feelings right. For the picking, Jiang Chen was taken aback. Lunar Tide body. This girl hides such a treasure within her. The atmosphere in the room had become somewhat heated. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at her, without saying a word, Yi Wanwan assumed she had done something wrong, or that the young master was disgusted by her shamelessness. She bit her lower lip, a hint of determination flashing in her heart. Since this life was given by the young master, and her mother was saved by him, what was there to hesitate about in this body? Moreover, she didn't dislike the young master. In fact, in her eyes, the young master was the only light in all these years. Her heart had long been lost. Young master. Yi Wanwan gathered her courage, trembling hands reaching for the two precarious ties at her back. If this is what you like. If you don't mind Wanwan's humble appearance. She gently tugged. The knots came undone. The pink apron slipped free, gliding down her skin, slowly pooling at her ankles. In that moment, the girl's body, like a finely carved piece of sheep fat jade, was unveiled before Jiang Chen without reservation. Wanwan is willing to offer everything to the young master. Jiang Chen swallowed hard. Faced with such a youthful beauty whose eyes were filled with him, and who had completely filled his favorability meter. If he held back any longer, it would be disrespectful to the girl. He strode forward and swept her up in his arms. Layers of curtains fell, shrouding the room in spring. All that remained were the blushing murmurs and the occasional sounds of celebratory fireworks from outside, intertwining to create a unique melody. At the same time, in the northern region, the Yi family. Although Zhang Batian and Yi Kurong fought to a standstill, the base of the Yi family could not withstand the might of the emperor in this grand battle. The past glory was long gone, leaving behind only ruins and ancestral graves submerged by the swallowing sky grass. Yi Nantian was heavily injured by the two women, but he stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's fine, the foundation of the Yi family still remains. Now that the Heavenly Demon Sect has left, we can rebuild. Just at that moment, dozens of enormous warships broke through the clouds on the horizon. The flags fluttered, displaying the emblems of the other four imperial families of the northern region. Is that the Wang family, the Lu family, the Chu family, and the Nangong family? Yi Nantian looked towards the sky and felt a wave of unease. He knew better than anyone how the imperial families operated. Sure enough, a chorus of curses rang out from the sky. The Yi family has skinned the bones of the righteous, utterly inhumane. Today, the four great families unite to eradicate the traitors of the righteous path and restore justice. The morning light was faint. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. The fierce battle from the night before not only did not tire him, but instead left him overflowing with energy. Ding. Nourished by the tying tide body, the host gains the passive trait Perpetual Motion Machine. During the balance of yin and yang, the recovery speed of stamina far exceeds the consumption speed, growing stronger with each battle. Now, no matter how much chaos erupts in the backyard, he would still have the strength to fight. Jiang Chen turned his head. At this moment, Yi Weiner resembled a startled kitten curled up deep within the embroidered blanket. Her delicate, youthful face still bore traces of tears, soundly asleep, with long and gentle breaths. Clearly, she was truly exhausted from the night before. His gaze shifted downward. On the floor at the foot of the bed lay the culprit, the pink apron now wrinkled and crumpled, half hanging off the footstool, appearing rather tragic. It was evident how fierce the battle had been last night. Unlike Shen Xingyu and Ji Qingyue, this feeling of being completely relied upon by another with no reservations given greatly satisfied his protective instincts. Moreover, as expected of the tying tide body, so fluid. Moreover, this young girl, despite her age, seemed quite liberal. She even proactively wore the pink bracelet, displaying a demeanor as if inviting anyone to take advantage of her. Truly delicate and pitiful, it made one unable to resist. He couldn't help but want to tease her a bit more. Just then the door to the chamber creaked open. Jiang Chen had just donned his outer robe when he saw a tall figure walk in against the light. It was Ji Qingyue. She seemed to have not slept all night, with faint dark circles under her eyes, yet it did not diminish her innate imperial grace. However, upon seeing the disarray of the bed and sensing the lingering ambiguous atmosphere in the air, as well as the girl in the blanket who had been mistreated, her footsteps paused. A cold, breathtaking beauty, suddenly flushed with a layer of crimson that spread to her ears. Jiang Chen, however, remained composed, adjusting his collar and smiling as he said, "Qingyue, is the child awake so early?" Ji Qingyue did not respond. She stood still, her fingers gripping the hem of her skirt, her head lowered. The atmosphere, Jiang Chen sensed something was off. This was not jealousy, but rather a hint of sadness. What's wrong? He put away his smile and walked up to her, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Ji Qingyu's shoulder trembled slightly. A tear rolled down her cheek and splashed onto the floor. Jiang Chen's. In the next moment, Ji Qingyue could no longer hold back. She suddenly threw herself into Jiang Chen's embrace, her arms tightly wrapping around his waist with enough force to meld him into her being. Young master. Her voice was thick with tears. I have to leave. Jiang Chen's hand that was stroking her back froze, then he gently patted her, saying, returning to Dezhou. Ji Qingyue buried her face in his chest, her tears soaking his robe. I just received urgent news. The court is in chaos. Those old geezers are trying to install a puppet while I'm away. The emperor's younger brother is still small. He only has me now. Then go back. That is your responsibility. He patted her back, softly comforting her. Don't worry, I will take good care of Zhao. But I don't want to go. Ji Qingyue looked up, her eyes filled with despair and reluctance, tears pouring down. I want to stay and watch Zhao grow up. I want to see you every time I open my eyes. Here she was, just a woman. Someone to cherish her, someone to love her without the burden of responsibility, and even someone to unconditionally support her. Young master. Ji Qingyue suddenly stood on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, kissing him fiercely. There was no technique, just pure emotion. With a desperation that seemed to gamble everything, as if she wanted to imprint this man sent deep into her soul, Jiang Chen responded by gripping the back of her head, deepening the kiss. After a long while, Ji Qingyu's tear stains had dried, but her gaze grew even more resolute. Young master, wait for me to quell the rebellion, wait for the emperor's brother to stand on his own. Then I will remove the dragon robe and return to be your maid for a lifetime. Looking at her heroic demeanor as she prepared to head into battle, Jiang Chen sighed. Why be so dramatic? Anyone who doesn't know would think we are parting for life and death. Just as he finished speaking, the system notification chimed perfectly. Ding. Detected that the host's offspring is about to depart, triggering the loving father bond. Reward granted: divine level, item, ultra-long distance, quantum entanglement, transport, jade plate X1. Function ignores space formations and distance. By shattering the subplate, the host can instantly teleport to the side of the jade plate holder. Note: if you miss me, I will be right back. This system, usually unserious, is actually quite useful at this moment. Jiang Chen flipped his wrist, and a jade plate exuding profound laws appeared in his palm. What are you crying for? Wipe your tears. He placed the jade plate into Ji Qingyu's palm. Ji Qingyue was stunned. What is this? The power of the laws within the jade plate was even more potent than the pair of white silk the young master gifted her. This is a calatal plate. Jiang Chen pinched her cheek. Hold on to it. If you miss me, or someone bullies you, just cry. Even if separated by billions of miles, I can appear before you in an instant. Ji Qingyue stared blankly at the jade plate, then glanced at him. The despair of parting was instantly washed away by this man. She let out a light laugh, playfully punching him once. Can't you? Let me be sad for a while longer. This bad guy. Yet her heart had completely settled. This time she would no longer be fighting alone. The moment of farewell had finally arrived. Outside the young master's palace, the sun shone brightly. Ji Qingyue stood on the steps, taking out a bright yellow 9-dragon supreme robe from her storage ring. With arms outstretched. Swish. As the dragon robe enveloped her, the frail woman vanished, replaced by the empress of Dezhou, who ruled the world. She donned the 12-tassel coronet, concealing her slightly flushed phoenix eyes, as an overwhelming imperial aura surged upwards. However, only Jiang Chen knew. Beneath that sacred and majestic dragon robe lay her unchanged attire, a visual feast exclusively for him. A JK plaid skirt and tight, over-thinny white silk. The pure white stockings tightly wrapped her long, beautiful legs, disappearing into the shadows of the dragon robe's hem. There hidden was an absolute domain that belonged solely to him. Outwardly she was the empress, but inwardly she was his private treasure. This extreme contrast made Jiang Chen's gaze blaze with intensity. Ji Qingyue sensed his penetrating gaze, and instinctively her legs under the dragon robe came together. She glanced back, looking deeply at Jiang Chen through the beaded curtain of the coronet. That glance held affection, shyness, and a unique conqueror's desire of the empress. Ultimately, she turned back, her red lips parting slightly and leaving. A brilliant golden light tore through the sky, heading straight for Zhongzhou. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, watching the fading streak of light. After bidding farewell to Ji Qingyue, Jiang Chen hummed a little tune and strolled to the sleeping quarters of Shun Xingyu and the two children. As soon as he entered, a faint scent of milk wafted towards him. Shun Xingyu was dressed in a simple white garment without any makeup, sitting by the window. She held her eldest son Jiang Xiaoyao, who was still asleep, gently patting the swaddling cloth, her eyes filled with maternal radiance. In the nearby cradle, Zhao was also sleeping soundly. Hearing the footsteps, Shun Xingyu slightly raised her gaze. You are up quite early, young master. Shun's zingious voice carried a hint of teasing with an implied meaning. Are you jealous? Jiang Chen laughed, wrapping his arms around Shun's zingious waist. No, not at all. Even as a new mother, Shun Xingyu still showed a trace of shyness, lowering her head and not daring to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen did not tease her further, instead taking out a jade pendant related to her origins. Xingyu, this is for you. Shun Xingyu looked at the jade pendant, her expression slightly grave. This was the only clue regarding her origins. Jiang Chen then sat down beside her, playfully poking his son's tender face, and spoke softly. The worm hidden inside by Yi Weian has been cleaned out. According to his words, your parents might be in the far north. If you want to find your family, I won't stop you. However, Shen Xingyu did not reach out for the jade pendant. Instead, she grasped Jiang Chen's hand. Their fingers intertwined the warmth of his palm, transferring through the skin. Shen Xingyu gently shook her head, her gaze falling on the sleeping infant in her arms, her eyes soft. Though origins are important, that is the past. If it weren't for meeting you, young master, perhaps one day I would have been stripped of my very essence. Now I have you, and Xiaoyao, this place is my home. She lifted her head, wrapping her arms around Jiang Chen's neck. Besides, Qingwei has returned to Zhongzhou. Someone needs to guard this vast courtyard and take care of these two little ones. Jiang Chen felt warmth in his heart. Is this the demeanor of a rightful consort? Just then a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door broke the atmosphere in the room. Tap, tap, tap. A red figure burst through the door. Oh, whoa. Li Qiner dashed into the room like a nymph. She completely ignored Jiang Chen and rushed straight to the cradle. Cautiously retracting her sharp claws, she poked the baby's plump face with her fingertip and leaned in to sniff the delightful scent of milk. So fragrant. So soft. I want to raise one. After staring for a while, Li Qiner suddenly turned around, hugging Jiang Chen's thigh, raising her little face, and using a language only he could understand, she exclaimed loudly, woo. A woo. Does it mean that if I fight like you did with that female last night, stripping down and wrestling in bed, I can have such a fragrant little one? Although Shen Xingyu could not understand the beast language, seeing Li Qiner gesturing in a certain indescribable manner while pointing at her flat stomach and the baby in the cradle. As someone who had been through it, she instantly understood. Cough. The former saintess of Taihua felt her cheeks flush all the way to her neck, awkwardly turning her head to pretend to look at the scenery outside the window. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Jiang Chen. This beast girl may not be very aware, but her ability to eavesdrop and learn seems a bit too advanced, doesn't it? She was sleeping in the corner last night, wasn't she? When did she observe? Moreover, the gestures she was making were. Seeing Li Qiner about to continue demonstrating even more explosive poses, Jiang Chen quickly covered her mouth. Why can't I say it? Cough, cough. Qiner, be good. Jiang Chen earnestly said, nonsense, feeling awkward. This matter is a very serious academic issue. It requires checking the weather, aligning with the constellations, and balancing the yin and yang of the 5 elements. The timing is not right, yet understand. The timing is not right. Li Qiner tilted her head, her beast ears drooping, a clear look of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She released Jiang Chen's leg, her tail drooping, and softly whimpered, woo. Woo, woo, woo. But I want one now. Will you wrestle with me? Having a baby is no problem, but your affection level is only 83, still a little short. Moreover, given her current condition, will the baby be human or beast? Jiang Chen could only awkwardly rub the beast girl's head and comfort her. Be good, it will definitely happen in the future, the young master promises you. Li Qiner's eyes instantly brightened, and she obediently nodded. Just when Jiang Chen finally felt relieved after coaxing this ancestor, the sky outside suddenly darkened. Jiang Chen frowned and pushed the window open. He saw a dazzling display of light outside the mountain gate. Countless flying boats, flower palanquins, and spirit beast carriages covered the sky, rushing towards the Tianma mountain range. Enemy attack. At that moment, a disciple responsible for guarding the mountain burst into the young master's residence, rolling and tumbling. Young master, this is bad. No, it's great news. The disciple stumbled, causing the invitation in his arms to scatter all over the ground. What is happening? Jiang Chen picked up one invitation, which prominently displayed a red lip print. The guarding disciple panted heavily, pointing outside the mountain gate. They've come. They've all come. The head of the southern wilderness charming demon tower, the woman known as the thousand-faced demoness, is outside the mountain gate, proclaiming that if the young master accepts her, she is willing to serve as his foot servant with a dowry of 10 billion spirit stones. Jiang Chen, the elder, picked up another fragrant invitation. This is from the holy maiden of the Hehuan sect. She has brought the Hehuan sect's treasure, the Yin-Yang Hehuan mirror. If the young master is willing to cultivate together, this quasi-emperor weapon will be part of her dowry. There are also the Xuanxi Pavilion, the 10,000 Poisons Valley, the blood refining sect. All 36 demonic sects of the southern wilderness are lining up outside the mountain gate. They said they want to unite with the Jiang family and jointly breed excellent demonic descendants. Jiang Chen, what is happening? These people have never been this proactive before. What has changed? Could it be that after they saw the strength of the Tianma sect during the visit to the Yi family, they want to forge a marriage alliance? Where are my father and mother? The lord and the lady have set up a table at the entrance, collecting registration fees and dowries, while screening potential daughters. He said today is the day for the Jiang family to expand, and everyone should line up properly without pushing. Jiang Chen's vision darkened. Father, I'm not just anyone. Suddenly a sultry and enchanting voice directly entered Jiang Chen's mind. The voice was sweet and tinged with a mesmerizing quality, as if it could lure one's soul out. Young master of the Jiang family. I am the holy maiden of the Hehuan sect. I have heard that your wives are all in confinement, and their bodies are quite inconvenient. Why not let me serve you? How about it? In the main hall square of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Jiang Chen had just stepped onto the square when he was startled by the sight before him, causing him to slip slightly. There seated in the main seat was his father Jiang Baishan with a large zetan wood table before him. Beside him, the second elder in charge of finances was calculating fiercely on an abacus, his mouth nearly twisted into a smile. The entry fee for the Heavenly Sect is 30,000 spirit stones and 1 heavenly grade magical artifact. Take your number plate and line up over there. Wanda Valley, what did you bring? Just these few poisonous insects. Off you go, such goods can only stand at the back. The Maymah Tower. Wow, what a generous offer. 10 bottles of 5th grade Megudan. Come on, arrange for them to be in the front. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead looking at those flirtatious women. Father, am I that kind of person? Aren't you? Jiang Batian glanced at Jiang Chen with an odd expression. What about the commotion in your room last night? Jiang Chen replied. That doesn't just count for quantity, quality matters too. Jiang Batian patted Jiang Chen's shoulder earnestly. Don't worry, am I the type to trick my son? You can choose whomever you like. If you don't fancy them, let them go. If you do, then it's a gain. We will collect the fees without fail. With me here, do they dare say no? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Does this mean I get to? After speaking, Jiang Batian immediately regained his imposing demeanor as the demon lord, clearing his throat. Now that the young master has arrived, let's begin. Who is number 1? Just as the words left his mouth, a fragrant breeze swept in. I am Lu Rian, the saintess of the Heavenly Sect, pleased to meet the young master. A woman dressed in pink gauze gracefully stepped forward. She walked barefoot with silver bells tied to her ankles, each step producing a crisp sound that struck at the heart. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous with enchanting eyes that seemed to glisten with moisture. Many of the less composed demon cultivators around suddenly found their breathing quicken, some bending slightly in discomfort. Is this Lu Rian's second on the South Wilderness beauty list? Indeed, she is a rare beauty. Just a glance from her, and my soul feels drawn away. Such a beauty, the young master is indeed fortunate. Hearing the praises around her, Lu Rian's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. With confidence, she looked at Jiang Chen and whispered softly, young master, I know much more, and I can surely let you experience a different kind of pleasure. As she spoke, she intentionally lowered her neckline during her greeting, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Ding. Scanning target. Lu Rian beauty score, 91 measurements, 9,35699 rare. Physique, naturally alluring. Romantic history, 1,000 manslayer. Encountered 3,000 men, not limited to humans. 3,000 men. Jiang Chen thought, feeling a churn in his stomach, as if he had seen something filthy. Step back, step back. He waved his sleeve and fanned his hand in front of his nose. The smell is overwhelming. The entire venue fell silent. The demon cultivators who had been swallowing nervously all dropped their jaws. Overwhelming smell. What smell? Is it a sultry scent? Lu Rian's smile froze on her face. Young master, I only have the fragrance of flowers on me. Jiang Chen stared at her coldly, his eyes devoid of desire, only disdain, with a mixed aura of 3,000 different scents and an early leakage of yang essence. Are you here to find a fool to take you in? This young master will not accept garbage. Lu Rian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? She told every man that they were her first and only one. Under her charm, no one had ever doubted her. This was her most proud seduction technique, yet it was seen through by this man at a glance. Uffed. Overcome with shame and anger, Lu Rian gasped and spat out a mouthful of blood, fleeing the square. Next, Jiang Chen didn't even glance at her again. The following women who entered, none caught his eye. Wandu Valley, one, stay put. Jiang Chen pointed at a stunning woman entwined with purple snakes. You are fully toxic. Do I need to eat a detox pill first? No. Blood Refinement Sect 1, put the knife away. Jiang Chen looked at a red-haired wild woman wielding a large blade. Your eyes are full of killing intent. Are you looking to kill your husband and take the path of Tao? Get lost. He eliminated over 30 consecutively with reasons as bizarre as the next. The prominent demon figures present exchanged glances, beginning to doubt their lives. Is this young master really cultivating the demon path? Why is he so picky? Is the Heavenly Demon Sect here to collect gifts today? Even if they were, could your family compare to the Heavenly Demon Sect? They dare to take action against the Yi family. Among the demon sects present, only the head of the Maymah Tower brought the most girls and the most tricks. Some had extremely soft waists, easily performing splits. Some had exceptionally long tongues, very flexible. Others were lightfoot, capable of performing dances on palms. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen found none of them appealing. While their beauty and measurements past their physiques were always lacking. Moreover, their favorability ratings did not meet the standard. Now that he was choosing a consort, there was no need to start over to increase favorability. Just pick someone with high favorability, isn't that better? No, I don't want any of them. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Young master. The head of the Maymah Tower wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. All the carefully cultivated headliners she brought had been eliminated. What kind of person do you like? Just then Jiang Chen's gaze moved past the flowery demonesses, landing in a corner. Their two shivering figures, they were two girls who looked no more than 18 identical twins. However, they wore coarse linen clothes with scars around their wrists and ankles from shackles. On their exposed skin were unhealed whip marks. They lowered their heads, trembling all over, resembling two frightened quails utterly out of place among the glamorous demonesses. Who are those two? Jiang Chen pointed to the corner. The head of the Maymah Tower's expression changed suddenly, and she hurriedly smiled. Young master, please calm down. That was my negligence. These two are little demonesses who escaped from the Yi family's prison a few days ago and happened to fall on the way here. I thought they had some looks and wanted to take them back for training, but since we were in a hurry to get to the Heavenly Demon Sect, take them away immediately. We can't let them tarnish the young master's eyes. Saying this, the head of the Maymah Tower ordered someone to pull the two girls. The two girls trembled in fear, holding each other tightly, their eyes filled with despair. Wait. Jiang Chen strode down from the high platform, directly approaching the two girls in the corner. Ding. Detected exceptional target. Scanning target Su Mei Su Yao twins, beauty score 95 after cleaning measurements 905595, exceptional physique Yin-Yang dual-born demon, physique godly, extremely rare, romantic history none, pure in body and soul, current favorability 99, unwavering to death. Favorability source: the sisters were imprisoned by the Yi family for 10 years, suffering immense torment. The host Slade Yi Wuyin destroyed the Yi family's ancestral tomb, causing chaos, allowing the two to escape. To them, the host is a deity that destroyed their hell, their only light in the darkness. Yi family. Again the Yi family. Jiang Chen looked at the two pairs of fearful eyes that brightened upon seeing him, a surge of inexplicable anger rising in his heart. Don't be afraid. Jiang Chen crouched down and reached out his hand. Benefactor. Su Mei and Su Yao trembled as they raised their heads. Their dusty little faces were instantly washed clean by tears, leaving two white streaks. They looked at the ethereal young man before them in disbelief. Is it really him? Will you come with me? The two sisters exchanged glances, nodding vigorously. We are willing. We will serve you even as cattle or horses. Jiang Chen smiled and took out two white handkerchiefs from his pocket, handing them to them. Wipe your faces. Since you have entered my Jiang family door, there's no need to serve as cattle or horses. Then Jiang Chen stood up, holding one hand of each. In the gaze of thousands in the audience, he declared loudly, I want them. In the Tianma sect, in the young master's courtyard, Jiang Chen led two tattered young girls, completely isolating the astonished, envious, and bewildered gazes behind him with a resounding bang as the courtyard door shut. Take them to bathe, Jiang Chen instructed as he released their hands. The two maidens bowed and complied, guiding the twin sisters toward the fragrant bathing pool in the side hall. Jiang Chen sat on the bed, a thought crossed his mind. The rewards from the recent selection of brides appeared vividly. 1. Congratulations. You have received Dusting Feather Duster X1-2. Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon, White Bra Style Yoga Outfit X1, Black Bra Style Yoga Outfit X1, can transform into a version that does not require removal when needed. 3. 9th grade Pill Body Refining Pill X1. In the next moment, two sets of yoga outfits appeared in Jiang Chen's hands. Looking at the clothes, he fell into deep thought. System for two people. Why are there only 3 rewards? Did you embezzle something? Host, do you want to separate them? The system understands you. There was truly no rebuttal to. Jiang Chen looked at the rewards again, seemingly nothing special. Just then the beaded curtain of the side hall was lifted. Young master. 2 timid voices came through. Jiang Chen raised his head, pausing for a moment. With the dirt washed away, 2 stunningly beautiful faces were revealed, their skin a rosy white from the bath. Their features were identical, as if perfectly replicated. The only difference was that the older sister Su Mei had a beauty mark on the left, while the younger sister Su Yao had one on the right. That long-standing sense of shattered suffering mixed with their natural allure was enough to ignite any man's possessiveness. Yet when their gazes landed on the item in Jiang Chen's hand, both instinctively took a half step back. The younger sister Su Yao was frightened and instinctively shrank behind her sister. For 10 years in the dungeon, this item had been their deepest nightmare. What they feared most was being beaten. Jiang Chen, oblivious to their unease, tossed the 2 sets of system reward go behind the screen and change. Su Mei trembled as she picked up the yoga outfit from the ground, feeling its cool, silky, and elastic texture, a material she had never seen before. However, the shape of the top looked like 2 small bowls, seemingly only covering the essential parts. Yais. Young master. They dared not defy him. He was their deity, the only savior who had pulled them from hell. Whatever the deity commanded, they would obey. The 2 took the clothing and hid behind the screen, but soon suppressed sobs could be heard. Sister, I'm scared. Yaoer, don't be afraid. This might be the young master's. Our lives belong to the young master. Su Mei forced down her fear and comforted her. The soul-eating poison in our bodies will act up at midnight. We must endure and please the young master before then. Consider it a repayment for his kindness. Su Yao nodded. Half a stick of incense later. Are you ready? I'm ready. 2 figures slowly emerged. On the left, Su Yao wore a pure white yoga outfit, the straps crossing at her back, her butterfly bones barely visible, exuding endless temptation amidst innocence. On the right, Su Mei donned a black yoga outfit, the stark contrast between the black fabric and her snow-white skin curving into breathtaking arcs. One black, one white. An angel and a demoness. They approached Jiang Chen without hesitation, kneeling with a thud. Both closed their eyes, simultaneously raising their pale necks, presenting themselves for slaughter. Please rest assured, young master. Su Mei's voice held a tone of resolve. The maid can endure. This appearance truly made one want to bully them fiercely. Just bear with it. This sharp scream startled both Su Mei and Su Yao. Yet there was no pain as expected. Su Mei nearly fell to the ground, instinctively clutching Jiang Chen. The next second, hiss, from her dantian strands of foul-smelling black smoke emerged. This was the soul-eating poison planted in her body by the Yi family for 10 years, and it was actually being alleviated a bit. This. Su Yao's eyes widened, her mind completely blank. The poison has been resolved. What was happening? It turned out that the young master was helping them in this way. Jiang Chen stared at the dissipating black smoke, somewhat surprised. Although these things awarded by the system were not serious, they were ultimately beneficial. But what was this black smoke? Ding. Name Feather Duster. Passive effect can sweep away all impurities and filth within the target's body, possessing powerful healing and purifying abilities. System, you truly understand. So what exactly has been purified? Jiang Chen looked down and met Su Mei's grateful gaze. Su Yao was even more obediently kneeling beside her, silent. After a stick of incense, the last wisp of black smoke dissipated. The soul-eating poison was completely expelled from their bodies, and the sisters were finally free from a decade of shackles. No longer needing to worry about the poison acting up at midnight if they did not take the medicine sent by the Yi family, causing them unbearable pain. However, with the poison resolved, a new problem arose. Jiang Chen withdrew his hand, noticing that the state of the two seemed a bit strange. Their originally clear and timid eyes had completely changed at this moment. Deep within their pupils, there was even a pink heart shape pulsating. System-friendly reminder: the target's soul-eating poison has been cleared, and the suppressed divine demon bloodline has fully awakened after 10 years. Before Jiang Chen could think further, a warm little hand grabbed his leg. Su Mei lay on the ground like a lazy yet dangerous cat, slowly raising her head. Behind her, a black tail with a heart-shaped tip uncontrollably emerged, coiling up Jiang Chen's calf. Young master. Su Mei licked her red lips with her tongue, gazing intently at Jiang Chen. Not enough. Next to her, Su Yao extended a similar white tail wrapping around Jiang Chen's wrist. The two sisters exchanged glances, and with a tacit understanding they lunged at him from both sides. Young master. We want the young master. Their cheeks brushed against Jiang Chen's chest right now. The sun hung high in the sky. Jiang Chen stirred slightly, feeling utterly refreshed, a profound, unprecedented sense of ease suffusing his entire body. This passive ability of the perpetual engine was indeed overbearing. One half of the night passed in fierce combat, the other half burned even brighter with vigor. Meanwhile, the sisters Su Mei and Su Yao lay nestled together in deep, peaceful slumber. After 10 years confined within a dungeon, this was the most secure night they had ever slept. Yet delicate red marks streaked their formerly fair skin, and glistening tears still clung to the corners of their eyes. Clearly last night's price had been steep. Still, the experience was rather exquisite. Jiang Chen murmured, then casually drew the brocaded quilt over them. With a mere thought, a small, pitch-black, perfectly round pill appeared in his palm. A system-awarded item, 9th rank, body-refining pill. The pill was utterly lusterless, jet black from end to end, its surface pitted and uneven, bearing neither auspicious alchemical patterns nor the faintest trace of fragrance, resembling nothing more than a mud pellet rolled carelessly by roadside hands. It's at least 9th rank. Why does it look so utterly unremarkable? Still, if I consume it, might I achieve foundation establishment on the spot? Warning. Warning. Host, cease speaking immediately. At the very instant the pill neared his lips, the system blared an urgent alert. Host possesses the exceedingly rare innate leakage body. No meridians capable of retaining spiritual energy. Consuming this 9th rank divine pill, a vessel of celestial principles, will yield no benefit whatsoever beyond rendering your excrement golden tomorrow. Recommendation: feed it to a dog before ingesting it yourself. It would be sheer waste. Jiang Chen. System, do you possess even a shred of courtesy? No matter. If he couldn't consume it himself, he'd offer it reverently to his father. Having resolved his course, Jiang Chen dressed neatly and strolled out of the sleeping quarters, humming a light tune. The rear hall of the demon sovereign peak Heavenly Demon Sect. The demon sovereign Jiang Baodian, who usually thundered with voice like a celestial bell, now lay pale and half-collapsed upon a rosewood daybed. Before him a golden basin already held a shallow pool of black blood. Cough, cough, spurt. Clutching his chest, Jiang Baodian spat forth another mouthful of reversed blood, his entire frame seeming to age a decade in that single breath. You fool. Yuji sat beside the bed, palms pressed firmly against his back, channeling gentle spiritual energy into him without pause. Were it not for your sharing half your primordial essence with me 3,000 years ago, you would long since have ascended to the Emperor realm. Why endure this backlash now, Jiang Baodian gently patted Yuji's hand in reassurance. Ha. Back then, if not for my lady wielding a single sword and burning her own primordial essence to carve us a path through encircling enemies, I'd have perished in the northern wastes long before dreaming of emperorhood. Oh, you. Yuji tenderly wiped the sweat from Jiang Baodian's brow, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Cough, cough, cough. And remember, don't tell Chun'er about this, Jiang Baodian gasped, wiping blood from his lips. I simply couldn't stomach how those vermin of the Yi clan keep provoking my son. Tears streamed unchecked down Yuji's cheeks. I know, but your body. What's there to cry about? I'm not dying. At worst, I'll seclude myself for a decade or two. Then all will be well. Just then, creak. The heavy palace doors swung open. Father, mother, Why shut yourselves in so tightly in broad daylight? Jiang Chen's voice echoed from the threshold. Both figures inside froze, their expressions instantly shifting. Jiang Baotian reacted with lightning speed, snatching the golden basin brimming with black blood and vanishing it into his spatial ring. Then leaning back with practiced nonchalance, he crossed his legs and assumed the languid, supremely arrogant posture of one who ruled all under heaven. Ahem. So Chener, you've come. Jiang Chen stepped into the hall. If he hadn't sensed something amiss now after 20 years as a transmigrator, he truly would have wasted his second life. Yet he chose not to expose the truth. He knew his parents all too well. They'd rather suffer in silence than lose face, even before their own son. They swallowed every bitterness themselves, reserving only the finest for him. Nothing urgent. I just came to check on you both. Jiang Chen approached, acting as though nothing were amiss. Father, your complexion looks rather wan. Nothing at all. Jiang Baotian forced a chuckle, fabricating wildly. It's just these past few days' victory feasts. I ate some kidney from a 5th-rank demonic beast. Overstimulated. My constitution couldn't handle such potent nourishment. Ah, I see. Heatiness. Jiang Chen nodded, then slipped his hand into his sleeve and withdrew the 9th-rank body-refining pill. Coincidentally, I rolled this pill this morning. He extended the pill toward Jiang Baotian's lips, his expression earnest and sincere. Father, try it. Yu Ji hesitated. The pill looked anything but legitimate. Chener, what exactly is this? Jiang Chen simply gazed at his father, hopeful and expectant. Father, if it's from your son, will you take it? Jiang Baotian glanced at the mud-colored pellet, and then at his son's unwavering, trusting gaze. Enough. His son's filial devotion deserved acceptance. Even if it were poison, he would bear it. Anything my son gives me is the finest divine medicine under heaven. Without hesitation, Jiang Baotian opened his mouth wide and swallowed the so-called mud pellet whole. No strange aftertaste, actually quite pleasant. He offered a strained, forced smile. Yet, in the next instant, his ashen face erupted into a blazing crimson, rivaling Lord Guan's legendary countenance. My lord, Yu Ji turned ghostly pale. What's happening? Boom. Before anyone could react, a torrent of terrifying 7-hued auroras erupted violently from Jiang Baotian's 7 orifices. So dense, so rich, they had coalesced into liquid primordial life essence. An oceanic tide of medicinal power surged instantly into Jiang Baotian's desiccated dantian. Shattered meridians. Damaged primordial essence. Before this overwhelming force, they dissolved, healed, and remolded in an instant. Then, the bottleneck that had shackled him at the Great Ascension realm for 5 centuries trembled, loosened, and began to yield beneath this irresistible surge. Outside, above the Heavenly Demon Sect, the clear sky darkened instantly, thunderclouds roiling across 10,000 li. Celestial auspices descended, golden lotuses bloomed from the earth. A terrifying aura, emanating from a quasi-emperor, radiated outward from the demon's sovereign peak, sweeping across the entire southern wilderness. Where it passed, palace pillars cracked into fine fissures, 10,000 li of savage beasts prostrated themselves in obeisance. Ah! Jiang Baotian threw back his head and let loose a triumphant, earth-shaking roar, his bones crackling like thunder. His once silver temples darkened instantly, the aura of senescence swept away, entirely replaced by the true, sovereign majesty of an emperor who ruled heaven and earth. When the storm subsided, Jiang Baotian stood at the hall's center, sensing his restored primordial essence, first gazing at his own hands, then at Jiang Chen, who stood nearby, calm and unruffled. Long moments passed. Jiang Baotian's voice trembled as he pointed at Jiang Chen. This really was rolled by you. Meanwhile, at an inn beneath the Heavenly Demon Sect's mountain, a woman draped in pink gauze sat cross-legged upon her bed, before her a small effigy, inscribed with Jiang Chen's name. She was Lu Ruyan, the holy maiden of the Harmony Bliss sect, rebuffed at Jiang Chen's gate. Jiang Chen, you dare humiliate me. If I am unworthy to enter your door, then I shall enter your dreams. Once I claim you within the dream, the title of Heavenly Demon Sect's young madam remains mine. 3,000 dreams of the great slumber, arise. A dreamscape. Jiang Chen felt himself lying upon a soft expanse of cloud. Mist curled all around in ambiguous shades of pink. The air carried the languid music of silken bamboo instruments, a languorous melody that seemed to awaken the most primitive desires in the heart. My lord. A coquettish cry, supple to the bone. The clouds before him parted to reveal Lu Ruyan draped in a nearly transparent veil, bare of foot, treading forward with the slow grace of a lotus. Behind her, light and shadow braided into hundreds of phantoms. Each one struck an indescribably seductive pose, pouting or laughing, reclining or lounging, pushing temptation to its utmost limit. By day you refused me, but in this dream, you will not escape. Lu Ruyan's eyes were silken with enticement, her pale arms coiled like serpents toward Jiang Chen's throat. Jiang Chen, is this a dream? How did I end up dreaming such nonsense? Just as her fingertip was about to touch him. Ding, warning. Detected host is under an advanced dream charm assault. Host chastity endangered. Defensive protocol engaged. Sage mode activated. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened with instant clarity. No, not merely clarity. It was a dispassionate seeing through of the world, an emptiness of desire, as if on the verge of attaining Buddhahood. A solemn wooden fish strike echoed through the dream. A ring of sacred golden light flared around Jiang Chen. Under that light, the once ambiguous pink mists melted away like snow beneath a fierce sun. Lu Rian's hand froze midair, struck by an unprecedented recoil. This was her woven dream. How could it refuse her command? What? Is this a... Jiang Chen floated cross-legged, hands resting naturally on his knees. He looked down upon the coquettish Lu Rian with an expression so flat it was as if he regarded a slab of meat. Madam, Jiang Chen's voice was ethereal and indifferent, devoid of feeling. Your seduction routine is antiquated. It lacks even the charm of a plaza dancing Andy. Wah! What? Lu Rian was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. This was her turf, her dream. Here she was, the incomparable beauty. This man did not leap upon her. Instead, he looked down in disdain and critiqued her. And what is this plaza dance? Impossible. I refuse to believe you are Lu Xiaowei. Humiliation and fury mingled, her composure shattered. She bit through her tongue, spraying blood. The dream clones collapsed and fused into one. Ji Lo Wu. Throwing caution aside, she lunged at Jiang Chen, her body writhing like a water serpent. She ground her face against Xiao Chun in a frantic attempt to rouse him. Yet however she rubbed and teased, he showed no sign of awakening. Moreover, whenever she came within 3 inches of Jiang Chen, a rapid wooden fish rhythm clattered in her ears. Do. Against that drumming background, desire fled. Lu Rian felt an impulse to shave her head and take vows. Are you even a man? Lu Rian screamed in collapse. I am ranked second among Nanhua's peerless beauties. How can you be utterly unmoved? Jiang Chen preserved that same placid countenance. Lust is emptiness. Sister, you should go home, wash and sleep. At that moment, the real world, the young lord's bedchamber. Su Mei and Su Yao, who had been curled against Jiang Chen, jolted awake. Both felt a filth upon the young lord that did not belong to him, a stirring of impure energy. Lu Rian's little seductions were mere trifles before these two mamos. What roadside wench dares behave so toward the young lord? Sister, kill her. The two moved as one, foreheads touching in silent accord. In the next instant, twin soul forces, black and white, like drawn blades, pierced together into Jiang Chen's dream. Within the dream, Lu Rian played her last card, casting Lao Shu Pan Jin, preparing to forcibly seize the Yuan. Then, crack. The dream sky was crushed by an overbearing force. 2 figures in tight yoga attire descended slowly from the rift. In that instant, the pink that had filled the world was entirely supplanted by a profound purple-black radiance. This was a god-tier constitution, the Yinyang Shuangxing Meima domain. Is that all? Su Mei regarded her from above, her heart-shaped tail lazily flicking. She needed only to stand. The allure that seeped from her blood rendered the heavens colorless. Under that absolute lineage suppression, Lu Rian trembled uncontrollably. It was a terror that rose from the soul, as if confronting the very ancestor of seduction. Who are you? Teach her what true seduction is. Su Mei gave no answer. She only cast a cool glance at her sister. Su Yao alighted with feather-like grace. She did not mimic Lu Rian's vulgar writhing, nor did she strip. She simply stepped before Jiang Chen and with gentle reverence pressed her face to his knee. She looked up. Her moist, wide eyes were full of worship, dependence, and unhidden affection. There was no artifice, only feeling. Young lord. Yower is late. Crack. The saintly golden light that formed Jiang Chen's absolute defense fractured at the contact of Su Yao's gaze. The system's designation of a malicious attack vanished. The wooden fish rhythm ceased. Although Jiang Chen's eyes had not wholly regained clear light, the impenetrable chill that had kept others at bay had already begun to melt. See clearly now. Su Mei sneered as she advanced upon Lu Rian. Under the absolute suppression of their allure, Lu Rian could not even move. Su Mei bent close and whispered into Lu Rian's ear. Your methods are filthy. The young lord is disgusted. Boom! The dream collapsed utterly. Lu Rian lurched upright in her room, a mouthful of black blood spewing forth and staining the bed crimson. She let out a harrowing scream. Clutching her face, she uttered a keening cry. The Dumeng San Qian had been violently broken, coupled with the succubi aura's corrosive inversion. The spell turned upon her. She stared at the bronze mirror in terror. The once luscious beauty in its glass, now washed black hair, turned gray before her eyes. Firm, plump skin collapsed like a deflated balloon, shriveling and wrinkling, blotched with age spots, all within 3 breaths. The famed enchantress of Nanhua was transformed into a stooped crone, her face a lattice of wrinkles. My face, she wailed. She clawed at her bark-like hands and tore at her face with frantic, despairing screams. No, I cannot grow old. I will not. She shoved pill after pill into her mouth to no avail. Her root had withered. Only by immediately absorbing a replenisher of supreme, unbending yang energy could she rebuild her source. Jiang Batian, she hissed. Your son destroyed my foundation. I will drain you dry to make amends. Lu Ruyin was willing to gamble her life. She still couldn't believe that she couldn't deal with her son, yet she couldn't handle her father either. 3,000 dreams, forbidden technique, red dust calamity. Lu Ruyin bit her tongue and formed a seal with her dry hands. A black-pink shadow of a soul surged forth, sacrificing the last remnants of her lifespan, rushing towards the back mountain of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In her eyes, men were all creatures that thought with their lower bodies. Jiang Batian, that brutish man, had only one wife throughout a millennium. Surely, he too was lonely. As long as she stirred things up a little in her dreams, this broken body could borrow a hint of imperial might and regain its youth. The back mountain of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Jiang Tian's Sea of Consciousness dream. Lu Ruyan confidently barged in. However, the next moment the seductive smile on her face froze. All that surrounded her was an ocean of blood with mountains of corpses. In the midst of that endless murderous aura, a towering figure resembling an ancient demon god sat, with its back to the world. And in the embrace of that demon god, there was surprisingly a gentle and graceful silhouette. The souls of the two were not merely intertwined. They were woven together like the yin-yang fish, a deep fusion that transcended the physical and even the spiritual. You are in me, and I am in you. It was not just a third party intervening, not even a fly could have entered. Is this the sharing of origins? Lu Ruyan's worldview shattered. The distinguished demon Lord Jiang Tian, who was known for his brutality, turned out to be a man who etched his wife into his very soul, a top-tier henpecked husband. In this state of soul fusion, how could anyone intervene? This was a challenge of hellish difficulty. Where did this garbage come from? In the center of the sea of blood, Jiang Tian did not even turn around. He merely let out an impatient cold snort. Boom. The terrifying sound wave mixed with quasi-imperial pressure was like an invisible giant hand that ruthlessly slapped at Lu Ruyan's soul. In that moment, through the cracks of her soul, Lu Ruyan glimpsed a shocking secret. Jiang Tian's source, sea, was actually half empty, continuously flowing towards the woman in his arms. No, it's not sharing. He directly gave half of his source to that woman. Before she could think further, a terrifying repulsive force had already sent her flying. In reality, Lu Ruyan spat out a mouthful of black blood, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. Her soul was heavily injured, and her time was running out. Yet in her eyes there sparkled a glimmer of excitement. She had seen the greatest secret of the demon lord, Jiang Tian. No wonder he rarely left the Heavenly Demon Sect. It turned out he was missing half of his source. A few days ago, Jiang Tian, with the full power of an emperor, had gone to the northern region. Therefore, he must be suffering backlash, now weakened and vulnerable. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan trembled and took out a communication jade slip engraved with the character Lu from her bosom. This was her last trump card, the 8th young master of the Lu family from the northern region, Lu Zifeng. He was the only true dragon in her fishing pond. Feng Lang, save me. The jade slip flickered and a lazy male voice came through Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, not bothering with pleasantries, went straight to the point. I have the fatal weakness of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Jiang Tian. His source is incomplete. He gave half of his source to his wife. The other end of the jade slip fell into silence for 3 breaths. Then Lu Zifeng's voice, tinged with amusement, came through. Is that true? Absolutely true. I risked my life to enter his sea of consciousness and saw it. Feng Lang, as long as you save me, this monumental achievement will be yours. Good, very good. Lu Zifeng's voice softened. Ruyan, you have done a great service. This kind of secret indeed deserves the best reward. Lu Ruyan's eyes ignited with hope. Quick. Send someone to rescue me. Rescue you? No, no, no. Lu Zifeng chuckled lightly. This secret that allows my Lu family to monopolize the fortune of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the fewer who know the better. If I let you live, what if you sell it to other families? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Lu Ruyan's pupils constricted sharply, instantly realizing how foolish her actions were. You, so please die. Before the words fell, the jade slip in her hand suddenly became scorching hot. A jet-black flame surged out from it, instantly engulfing Lu Ruyan. Ah! A piercing scream echoed in the room. Lu Ruyan could not believe until her death that her pride in her fishing skills was merely a joke in the face of true interests. As the flames dissipated, only a puddle of black ash remained. Heavenly Demon Sect Young Master's courtyard. The afternoon sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting light on the white jade-paved ground. Inside the room, in the aftermath, time was tranquil. Jiang Chen was lying on Yi Wanwan's lap, opening his mouth to receive the candied fruits being fed to him by Su Mei and Su Yao. After several days of diligent cultivation, Yi Wanwan's complexion became increasingly rosy, and the warmth that radiated from her bones combined with the shyness of a newlywed made her even more enchanting. Just then a prompt sound arose from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your relentless efforts have finally paid off. Detecting changes in the life signs of the target object, Yi Wanwan. Congratulations. Yi Wanwan has successfully conceived. He was going to be a father again. Yi Wanwan seemed to sense something, her small hand unconsciously resting on her flat abdomen, a trace of astonishment and joy flashing in her eyes. Young master. I. Shu. Jiang Chen sat upright, gently placing his hand over hers. Even without the system, the feeling of their bloodline connection was undeniable. Ding. Triggered the more children, more blessings, phased reward. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Primordial Purple Chi Family Fortune Edition. X1 item description. This fortune cannot directly increase cultivation, but can bestow it upon designated family members. The bestowal recipient will cultivate as easily as drinking water, breaking through without bottlenecks, finding divine artifacts on outings, and transcending tribulations as if bathing. Jiang Chen looked at the purple chi in his palm, his eyes instantly brightened. Putting aside the issue of physique, getting stronger would still require personal cultivation, which was exhausting. But if his father became stronger, wouldn't he be able to relax as a second-generation heir? What is this called? This is called a reasonable investment. For the sake of his son's comfortable life, come on, Dad. System, send this thing to my father. Right away. Immediately. The forbidden area of the back mountain of the Heavenly Demon Sect in a secret chamber. Jiang Batian was sitting cross-legged, his aura fluctuating unpredictably. Although he had eaten the divine pill from his son, repaired his source, and had already broken through to Quasi-Emperor, he still needed some opportunities to stabilize at the first level of Quasi-Emperor. Such opportunities often could trap countless prodigies for thousands of years. It seems I must not rush this. Jiang Batian sighed, preparing to conclude his cultivation. Suddenly a crack opened in the void. A terrifying fortune, without any consideration, slammed directly into boom. Jiang Batian's massive frame shook. The bottleneck that had been blocking him felt like paper instantly shattered by this surge of fortune. Is this the first level? 7 days later. In the forbidden area of the back mountain of the Tianma sect, Jiang Batian stood with his hands behind his back, his dark golden Qilin robe fluttering without wind. He was at the first level of Quasi-Emperor. Although he was just starting out in this era when no great emperor emerged, he was the king of the southern wilderness. Jiang Batian looked at a water mirror, preening his tousled hair with a smug expression, and practiced his overlooking the world gaze. Not bad, a sense of dominance mixed with a touch of weariness, and within that weariness an overwhelming force shines. He cleared his throat, having already rehearsed the scene in his mind. As the stone door opened, thousands of disciples would kneel and shout, "We welcome the esteemed one," out of seclusion. The sound would be deafening and the spectacle grand. He had even prepared his opening line, "Disciples rise. I am merely fortunate to have made a slight breakthrough. However, you little ones," the voice suddenly halted. Jiang Batian maintained the pose of having one foot forward, his smile frozen on his face. Before him, only a few dry yellow leaves were blown by the wind, spinning alone. Not to mention thousands of disciples, there wasn't even a single dog outside the door. Caw! A crow flew over his head, leaving behind a mocking cry. Jiang Batian felt his Quasi-Emperor aura shatter into pieces. Where's everyone? Have they all perished? I, a dignified Quasi-Emperor, emerged from seclusion, and there's not even a single person to support me. Jiang Batian was enraged, his divine sense instantly spreading out, covering the entire Tianma mountain. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He saw that tens of thousands of disciples, including cleaning staff and kitchen chefs, had gathered around the young master peak, creating an impenetrable crowd. What shocked him even more was that the spiritual energy in the air above the young master peak was violently surging, even causing spatial tremors. What the hell? Is it those shameless righteous sects taking advantage of my seclusion to ambush my son? How dare you touch my son? I'll skin you alive. All thoughts of pretense were instantly cast aside. Jiang Batian roared, unleashing his Quasi-Emperor cultivation, charging towards the young master peak. Outside the young master's villa, it was a sea of people, yet surprisingly quiet. Everyone looked up, dazed, as if witnessing a divine phenomenon. Clear the way. Everyone get out of my way. Jiang Batian's voice arrived before he did. He had even drawn his life's magical axe, ready to unleash carnage. However, when he rushed closer and followed the gaze of the crowd, he came to a sudden halt, nearly throwing out his back. It was noon, with the blazing sun high in the sky. Yet directly above the young master's villa, a clear and radiant moon was slowly rising. That was not an illusion, but a real moon. The sun and moon shined together. Jiang Batian's eyes widened. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't comprehend the situation. What ancient powerhouse is reincarnated to cause this phenomenon? Before he could finish his thought, the round moon trembled slightly, casting down billions of silvery moonbeams like fine silk. The moonlight poured down instantly, enveloping the entire Tianma sect. This light. The Grand Elder reached out to catch a beam of moonlight and was shocked to discover that the dark injuries accumulated in his body over 100 years were actually healing in that moment. My demonic deviation, it's cured. I've been stuck at a bottleneck for 10 years, and it's loosening. Heavens! This is a divine phenomenon. Countless old cultivators were so moved that they shed tears and knelt in worship. Even Jiang Batian himself, under the illumination of this moonlight, found that some of the injuries he had neglected were slowly healing. At that moment, a bright and clear sound of a baby crying echoed through the sky. Moments later, Jiang Chen emerged, smiling, holding a swaddled baby girl in his arms. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained a precious daughter. Physique divine level, ethereal moonlight body, innately aligned with the Tao, possessing top-tier group, healing aura. Where the moonlight reaches, all laws are rendered ineffective. Jiang Chen looked up and happened to see his dazed father in midair holding the axe. He smiled and waved, "Dad, you've come out of seclusion. Just in time, come see your granddaughter." Jiang Batian, another one, and my son appears to be useless. Could it be that she is some innate sacred body of fertility? He trembled as he landed, nervously rubbing his hands and wiping them on his clothes before cautiously taking the son. The baby girl was neither crying nor fussing, with a faint crescent mark on her forehead. She opened her big sparkling eyes, looked at Jiang Batian, and suddenly grinned, giggling. Jiang Batian's heart melted. This smile was incredibly healing. Be careful not to drop the child. Yu smacked him on the back of the head as she saw Jiang Batian lost in thought. Hee. Jiang Batian chuckled awkwardly. He subconsciously used his Quasi-Emperor divine sense to probe his granddaughter's talent. In the next second, his hand trembled. What the hell? Jiang Batian gasped, another divine-level physique. This talent, not to mention being 1 in 10,000, you couldn't find a second one throughout the entire history of the cultivation world. Compared to this little girl, I as a quasi-emperor am simply a useless piece of trash. Jiang Batian fell into deep self-doubt. Although he had high cultivation, his physique was not divine level. His strength and cultivation were something he had fought for from the blood-soaked mountains. But his grandchildren all had divine-level physiques. Am I the only ordinary one in the family? Ding. Rewards are being distributed. Reward obtained 1. Having 3 children with divine-level physiques increases the family's shared level, current daily shared opportunities 2 times. Reward obtained 2. Divine-level building blueprint yin-yang transformation, hot spring function. After completion daily, soaking in the hot spring can extend the host's lifespan. Jiang Chen, wow. He couldn't cultivate, and his lifespan was barely 100 years. By then his wives would be in their prime, while he would be nearing the end. This hot spring must be built. He immediately retrieved the blueprint and glanced at the material list. His smile gradually turned mischievous. Congratulations on becoming a quasi-emperor. Jiang Chen approached Jiang Beishan, who was still happily playing with his granddaughter, with a great filial son expression. That's right. Jiang Batian puffed out his chest proudly. From now on, whoever dares to bully my precious grandson, I'll slap them to death. Then could you do me a slight favor and run an errand? Jiang Chen casually pulled out a long list from his robe and handed it over. What's the big deal? It's just running in. Jiang Beishan's eyes lit up, the sparkle brighter than before. Speak. What do you need? I can even pluck the stars from the sky. He boldly took the list. However, after just one glance, his smile instantly froze. Extreme North's 10,000-year cold essence jade. Extreme South's earth fire lotus essence. Blood of the true dragon as a guide. Golden crow feathers as a base. And Jiang Batian pointed at the last line, the merit golden lotus from the Western Desert Buddhist sect. Do you want your father to rob the Buddhist sect's lotus platform? To gather these items is equivalent to offending all the top forces in the cultivation world one by one. This is simply the guide to self-destruction in the cultivation world. Son. Jiang Batian stared dazedly at Jiang Chen. Do you think your father has lived too long and wants to leave early? I need it to extend my lifespan. Steal it. We must steal it. Let's go right now. Above the 9 heavens. The divine token once again appeared with a crack. In just one day, the divine token had already developed 3 cracks. A change was imminent in the lower realm. The white-haired immortal in the center of the divine token thought for a moment. A white cloud directly condensed into a person. Go to the lower realm. Yes, immortal sovereign. In the land of the extreme north. Jiang Batian stepped into thin air. He initially thought he would have to carve through towering glaciers to find the so-called 10,000-year cold essence jade. However, as soon as he landed with a splash, he fell into an ice cave. Cursing, he looked up only to find himself face to face with a sitting corpse. In the arms of this corpse lay a crystal-clear piece of cold essence jade. Examining its quality, was this truly the 10,000-year cold jade essence? Jiang Beishan, is this? In my hands already. I haven't even started searching yet. In the extreme southern fire region, Jiang Batian had just arrived. Almost immediately, magma erupted into the sky. A top-grade core fire lotus essence fell onto the rock in front of him with a loud thud, still steaming. This extremely rare treasure, rumored to be so, had casually landed before Jiang Batian. Jiang Batian picked up the fire lotus essence lost and thought, today's luck is a bit uncanny. Never mind, whatever. Jiang Batian grinned, stowing the fire lotus away, finally turning his gaze towards the east. Just one last thing to find the blood of the true dragon. Let's go. At the Heavenly Demon Cult, the young master's courtyard. The years passed peacefully. The scent of milk wafted through the air, accompanied by the soft coos of an infant. Shen Xingyu was feeding the baby. Yuan Wan was sewing tiny clothes, while sisters Su Mei and Su Yao clumsily changed diapers for 3 little ones. Jiang Chen lay on the bed, feeling as if he was being marinated in the warmth of this atmosphere. Bored, he turned over and fell into a deep sleep. Is this what married life is like? I missed the days of resting my head on my wife's thigh. He didn't know how long had passed. Suddenly, he felt a heavy weight pressing down on him. Was it sleep paralysis? Jiang Chen opened his eyes abruptly. What he saw was a pair of vertically slit pupils glowing in the darkness. What the hell? Jiang Chen jumped in fright. He saw Li Qiner straddling his waist, her red hair cascading down. Her tail was excitedly swaying behind her, making a slap sound. She was only wearing a loose white Taoist robe, completely bare below, sitting on the bed. The collar was open, revealing large areas of creamy skin. The most alarming part was that she was holding a book that Jiang Chen found somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, the cover read a few large characters. Yin-Yang Harmony Technique Illustrated. Isn't this the one I gave to Xingyu? Where did she find this? Oh, woo. Li Qiner tilted her head, shoving the book into Jiang Chen's face, pointing at the 2 intertwined figures on it, her expression filled with thirst for knowledge. Woo-woo. Oh, I want this. I want a baby. Jiang Chen glanced at the explicit illustration and instantly sobered up, instinctively covering his waistband. This beast girl is serious today. Stop. Qiner, calm down. Jiang Chen tried to sit up, but this girl was terrifyingly strong, pinning him down tightly. Woo-woo. No, I want it. Li Qiner's reasoning was evidently communicated with her claws. It was the instinct of a beast, the reproductive impulse engraved in her genes. She looked at Jiang Chen as if he were a delicious piece of meat. Dropping the book, she clumsily mimicked the actions in the illustration, reaching for Jiang Chen's waistband. Stop. No. Jiang Chen desperately protected his waistband with one hand, while placing the other between them. Cheater, listen to me, you are the younger sister of the third elder. You are the grass by the nest. No matter how beastly I am, I cannot harm the grass by the nest. And you haven't even awakened your intellect. That would be a crime. Oh whoa. I don't care. I want it. Li Cheater was provoked by Jiang Chen's rejection, letting out a low growl, wild instincts surging. She suddenly leaned down and bit Jiang Chen's finger. Hiss. The pain shot through him as he realized her eyes were turning red, ready to forcefully take what she wanted. In a moment of desperation, an idea flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. System family sharing. Let me borrow Wanwan's mortal lock. Ding. Sharing successful. In the next second, the pink handcuffs appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Without hesitation, he immediately cuffed the girl to the headboard. Behave yourself. Jiang Chen shouted loudly. Golden light burst forth. The mortal lock could not only bind actions, but also suppress all restless energies. Li Cheater's body suddenly stiffened, gradually calming down. Huff. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, looking at the immobilized cat girl, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Are you calm now? Reflect on yourself, and keep those strange thoughts to yourself. However, as the pink light of the mortal lock seeped into her body, although Li Cheater still maintained her biting posture, the wild chaos in her eyes was visibly dissipating. The room suddenly became eerily quiet. Something was off, extremely off. Jiang Chen looked up at Li Cheater. He saw her originally upright pupils slowly expand, eventually transforming into deep cold eyes. Her beast ears, which had been drooping, twitched slightly and stood upright. The naive and confused aura around her completely vanished. In its place was a lofty, condescending queen. She cast a sidelong glance at the pink cuffs on her wrist, then turned her gaze towards Jiang Chen. That look made Jiang Chen's back break out in cold sweat, but his fingers were still in her mouth. Li Cheater revealed a hint of provocation, tightening her jaw slightly, her sharp teeth piercing the skin, blood oozing out. She did not loosen her grip. Instead, she used her warm, wet tongue to roll over the wound, savoring the metallic taste. In that moment, her gaze was filled with aggression. Even Jiang Chen found it hard to endure being licked in such an aggressive manner. Not bad. Li Cheater released her grip, licking her blood-stained red lips, leaning slightly forward. Even with one hand bound, she still exuded a formidable pressure. She extended her other hand, slowly sliding down Jiang Chen's chest. Finally, her fingers stopped at the position of "It's you." Li Cheater squinted slightly, a half smile on her lips. Taking advantage of my unawakened mind, hugging me to sleep every day, and putting your hand here to need. Jiang Chen, where's my adorable beast-eared girl? Sister, who are you? Li Cheater leaned closer to Jiang Chen's ear, her breath brushing against his ear, filling him with an intense tingling sensation. Her restless tail wrapped around Jiang Chen's arm as she continued to ask, how does it feel? Ding. Detected target. Li Cheater's favorability is plummeting. Current favorability 100. Extremely dangerous. System friendly reminder: the target seems to have awakened a second personality. Please take care of yourself, host. How does it feel? In Jiang Chen. And how was he supposed to answer that? And to say good would admit he'd acted inappropriately. And to say not good would insult her figure. This was nothing short of a death sentence. At that moment, Li Cheater had transformed utterly. Her slender fingers tracing slow, deliberate circles across Jiang Chen's chest, her sharp nails drawing stinging pain with every pass. What then do you take me for? Not pet? Or a plaything? Li Cheater sneered, a cruel, predatory amusement flickering across her otherwise innocent face. Humph. Back then, to survive, I slaughtered 300 cultivators. I even tore apart a Grand Unity realm expert with my bare hands. And yet you, a powerless wretch, dare keep me like a house cat, and dare bind me with this. And she glanced disdainfully at the pink restraint coiled around her wrist. This vulgar chain. Jiang Chen swallowed hard, his mind racing. And this wasn't the script. They'd been promised a nurturing, taming arc with a beast girl disciple. So why had she suddenly manifested as a fully awakened apex-tier boss? If pink isn't your color, I also have black. Jiang Chen attempted levity to defuse the tension. And the playful glint vanished from Li Cheater's eyes. And with her unbound hand, she blurred into motion. A streak of lethal intent aimed straight at Jiang Chen's throat. There was no hesitation, no restraint in that strike. And she truly intended to kill the man who had dared offend her. And Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Though Yi Wanwan's mortal binding chain was potent, her own cultivation stood only at the golden core realm, and the borrowed power Jiang Chen wielded was likewise limited to that level. Too close, too fast, and no time to evade. Yet, an expected agony never came. And Jiang Chen opened his eyes. And Li Cheater's hand hovered just above his Adam's apple. Her razor-sharp claws fully retracted, rendering the strike utterly harmless. Meanwhile, the mortal binding chain on her wrist blazed with an unprecedented searing pink radiance. Arcane sigils surged along its length and spread across her body, forging a formidable suppression field. Li Cheater froze, and staring at her own hand, astonishment flashed across her gaze. In that instant of contact, the terrifying spiritual energy within her, capable of overturning rivers and mountains, had vanished without a trace, as though swallowed by void. Where's my cultivation? In disbelieving, she probed her dantian, only to find it hollow, utterly drained. She couldn't even slay a chicken. Jiang Chen, narrowly escaping death, gasped raggedly, his back drenched in cold sweat. And that had been too close. The mortal binding chain was a causality-defying artifact granted by the system. Once locked, even a celestial immortal of the Grand Dao realm must submit to mortality. Phew, scared the life out of me. In wiping sweat from his brow, Jiang Chen nearly cracked a mocking remark, when suddenly glowing numerals appeared upon the shimmering sigils. In suppression effect will expire in 3 minutes. Countdown initiated 2 minutes 59 seconds. In 3 minutes. Once the seal broke, this beast girl would reclaim her full power, and he'd be torn limb from limb. Li Qiner clearly sensed the seal's weakening. Her confusion melted away, replaced by a bloodthirsty gleam. She ran her tongue slowly over her crimson lips and murmured, voice low and venomous, in, so it's merely a shoddy time-limited trinket. Once freed, I'll dismantle your bones, one by one. Physical suppression had failed. Only mental dominance remained. In Jiang Chen acted instantly. System. Family sharing. Borrow Su Mei's and Su Yao's cultivation. Ding. Sharing successful. Accessing cultivation data and physical constitution of family members Su Mei and Su Yao. In Yin Yang twin succubus physique description. Upon activation, the host becomes the most irresistible prey and mate in the eyes of the opposite sex. Charm forcibly maximized, triggering primal urges of possession and submission. Wait, prey, mate? In, was that even appropriate? And before Jiang Chen could ponder further, Li Qiner locked eyes with him. And in that instant, her world shifted. And the contemptible man who dared grope her now exuded an irresistible, fatal allure, radiating from his very being. It was a yearning rooted deep in her soul, a genetic imperative demanding fulfillment as both mate and prey. In, you smell delicious. In, her icy, lethal composure shattered completely. Her throat bobbed as she involuntarily swallowed. Saliva glistened at the corner of her lips. In, I want to eat you. In, she lunged forward, burying herself against Jiang Chen's chest. Trapped by the cuff anchoring one wrist to the bedpost, her range was severely limited. So she pressed her face fiercely against his torso, greedily inhaling the intoxicating succubus aura wafting from his skin. So sweet. In, her fluffy beast ears trembled uncontrollably, her entire being consumed by her tail coiled tightly around his thigh, tightening, while she bent low, her sharp tiger fangs hovering over his clavicle before sinking and breaking the skin. So tell me, are you trying to devour me? Or seduce me? In, drenched in sweat, Jiang Chen braced both palms against her shoulders, straining to hold her at bay. Just as the atmosphere thickened with unbearable intimacy, and the situation teetered on the edge of total loss of control. In, son, Dad's home. In, I've gathered everything you asked for, and brought back a magnificent surprise. On the way, I even ran into old Li in the East Sea, secured the true dragon whisker too. Come in, son, you're always so refined and courteous. You'll surely care for your little sister with utmost devotion. Jiang Chen stiffened, frozen mid-breath. And damn it. In, third elder. And don't come in. In, bang, and the door burst open. In, Jiang Batian strode in, his face alight with triumphant, self-congratulatory pride. Behind him stood third elder Li Wuya, travel-worn eyes brimming with anticipation and gratitude. And time itself seemed to freeze. The two men at the threshold remained mid-step, petrified. And before them unfolded this scene. In the dim, hushed bedchamber, Jiang Chen lay sprawled upon the bed, disheveled, breathless, appearing frail. And Li Qiner, fully humanoid, wore only a loose, oversized white Taoist robe straddling him in a posture of raw, untamed abandon. Even more mortifying, one wrist still bore the pink restraint. And she had buried her face into Jiang Chen's neck, flushed with hunger, lips glistening faintly with moisture. Jiang Beishan, in Li Wuya, in Jiang Chen, I didn't. It's not what it looks like. I mean, hear me out. Wait, no, I mean explain. Clatter. In, Li Wuya's storage ring slipped from his grasp, bouncing twice across the floor. And slowly he turned, expressionless, to face Jiang Batian. Sovereign. And I asked this what you meant by caring for her properly. And when exactly was our last sparring match? In the bedroom, a chaotic mixture of demonic energy and resentment swirled together, preventing any divine sense from penetrating. Oldly, calm down. As Jiang Batian shouted, he stumbled back 3 steps, the magic axe buzzing incessantly. Calm down, your mother. Li Wuya's eyes were blood red as he brandished his knife, yelling, I treated you like an elder brother, yet your son treated my sister like a furnace. Boom. The murderous intent alone nearly toppled the entire Xiaozhu peak before the knife even struck. Just as the two elders were about to clash at the entrance of his chamber, Jiang Chen, who had been suppressed on the bed, finally managed to catch a breath. He let out a furious roar directed at the two elders. Stop it. Can't you two old fools see who's riding whom? His voice was sharp, filled with despair, even carrying a hint of a sob. Li Wuya, who was ready to fight, froze mid-motion. Jiang Beishan, who was about to flee, also paused in shock. The two of them simultaneously suppressed their auras, widening their eyes to take a closer look. On the bed, Jiang Chen's clothes were torn to shreds, his neck was covered in blood, and he was gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Li Wuya's humiliated sister Li Qiner had fierce beast-like red eyes, fiercely biting Jiang Chen's throat, refusing to let go. The pose resembled that of a mother beast protecting its food. This The bloodstained knife in Li Wei's hand clattered to the ground. The murderous expression on his face instantly transformed into one of guilt. Cough cough. Jiang Batian awkwardly sheathed his axe and patted Li Wei on the shoulder. Old Li, I told you my son has high moral standards. Cheater. Li Wei disregarded his embarrassment and rushed to the bedside. He attempted to pull his sister away, but found Li Cheater incredibly strong at this moment, emitting a low growl. Even facing her own brother, there was no trace of rationality in her eyes, only chaos and bloodlust. Roar. Li Cheater suddenly turned her head, seemingly wanting to tear Li Wei apart as well. How could this be? Li Wei felt as if struck by lightning, his knees buckling as he knelt on the ground, his eyes turning red. The beastly nature has rebelled. Her soul has been completely devoured by the blood of the demonic beast. After 500 years of waiting, is this the outcome? Xiaozhu. In despair, Li Wei suddenly looked up, gazing at Jiang Chen, the man who had created miracles with just 2 words. He trembled as he took out a jade box covered in talismans from his robe. Xiaozhu, it was my blindness. It was my fault. Li Wei bowed deeply. I have collected everything. Please, Xiaozhu. Save Cheater. Jiang Chen pressed his hand against his bleeding neck, struggling greatly to push Li Cheater's head away a little. He glared at the 2 elders with annoyance. Enough with the theatrics, move her away first. If it gets any later, I might actually get bitten to death by her. Li Wei quickly used his spiritual power to restrain Li Cheater's arms, allowing Jiang Chen to finally shift his body away from her claws. Jiang Chen took the jade box and opened the talismans. Boom. 3 distinctly terrifying auras instantly filled the entire palace. A withered branch entwined with chaotic energy, Tongtian Jianmu. 2 long whiskers flowing with golden light, Zhenlong Jisu. A drop of dark red blood that seemed to seal the emperor's lament, Dilu Ji Shui. Good heavens. Jiang Batian gasped. Old Li, that Dilu blood. You didn't dig up the Yi family's ancestral. Li Wei retorted with righteous indignation. It was excavated by the 4 great families. I merely picked it up while passing by. Jiang Chen ignored the 2 old fools. He reached for the Tongtian Jianmu, weighing it in his hand. Under the stunned gaze of the 2 powerful figures, Jiang Chen simply swept his palm across it. Crack. The Jianmu, which even imperial weapons could not harm, was unexpectedly turned into a straight pin shaft in his hands. He then grabbed the 2 Zhenlong Jisu, casually folded them several times, and brutally stuffed them into the hole at the front of the pin shaft. Jiang Batian and Li Wei. Is this how you break Jianmu? Is this how you fold dragon whiskers? Is it really that careless? Finally, Jiang Chen opened the bottle of Dilu blood. Just this 1 drop. Finally, use it sparingly. Saying that, he shoved the freshly made dragon whisker brush into the ink. Dipping the ink, he lifted the brush. In an instant, the skies above the Tianma sect darkened with dragon roars echoing through the air. An unparalleled Dao rhythm swept outwards, centered on Jiang Chen. The powerful pressure even caused the 2 elders' Dao hearts to tremble slightly. Despite their extensive experiences, Jiang Batian and Li Wei were so taken aback by this scene that they forgot to breathe. With Jianmu as the bone, dragon whiskers as the tip, and imperial blood as the ink. This was borrowing the essence of heaven and earth to directly write the laws of the Dao. Jiang Chen didn't think about that much. He took a deep breath and began to write. The brush tip hovered 3 inches above her forehead. Purify. Boom. The skies above Xiaozhu Peak changed dramatically. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened with faint dragon roars resonating. The 2 elders held their breath, daring not to exhale. In their eyes at that moment, it seemed as if a phantom of a judge wielding the heavenly Dao was standing behind Jiang Chen, judging all living beings. As the final stroke fell, the dark red ancient characters came alive, transforming into a golden light that was imprinted into Li Cheater's sea of consciousness. Alo. Li Cheater let out a long howl, and within that howl was a sense of liberation. Thick black smoke poured from her 7 orifices, the accumulated resentment and beastly nature of 500 years. Her fangs receded, her beastly eyes dissipated, and those furry beast ears and long tail transformed into tiny starlights, fading into nothingness amidst the golden glow. At that moment, she was no longer a monster mixed between human and beast. Rather, she was a perfect divine body stripped of beastly nature, yet retaining her power. The light faded. The palace returned to calm. On the bed, the ragged-clothed girl slowly opened her eyes. Her red hair was like fire, and her skin was fairer than snow. Her gaze swept over the dazed crowd and finally landed on her brother's tear-stained face. Brother. Just too simple. Li Wei, a man who had killed countless enemies, instantly broke down in tears, crying like a child. Hey, I'm here. He wanted to rush over and embrace his sister, but feared it was all just a dream, freezing in place at a loss for what to do. Li Cheater looked at her brother's comical expression, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing a pure smile. Then she turned her head, her gaze passing over the crowd, looking at the man beside the bed. She stepped barefoot onto the floor and walked slowly to Jiang Chen, extending her cool fingers to gently touch the bite mark on his neck. It's you. She softly asked, who brought me back? Jiang Chen instinctively took a step back, covering his neck, fearing she might bite him again otherwise. Do you not want to acknowledge it? Acknowledge it. She stood on her toes, and under the astonished gazes of everyone extended her soft tongue to gently lick away the remnants of blood from the wound. The gesture was intimate, yet carried a hint of lingering wildness. She leaned closer to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered in a tone only the two could hear, "From now on you are mine." Jiang Chen. What is her beastly nature not fully shaved off? Jiang Batian silently closed his dropped jaw while watching this scene. He elbowed the still crying Li Waya with a mischievous grin. "Oldly, stop crying. Look at this situation. Shouldn't you start calling me uncle? Oldly, the child has grown up. As elders we must be understanding," Jiang Batian said while squinting and applying more force with his hands. "Let's go. Didn't the battle in the East Sea tire you out? I still have 2 bottles of 1,000-year-old dragon and tiger whip liquor. Shall we indulge a bit?" Li Wuyo glanced back 3 times, tears streaming down his face. "But Master Cheaner, she's doing just fine. Can't you see I'm busy?" Bang. The door slammed shut. Jiang Batian wasn't reassured. He threw out 18 soundproof barriers wrapping the entire palace tightly. After doing all this, he gave an encouraging glance through the door crack, as if saying, "Son, this is as far as I can help you. Good." The footsteps quickly faded away. The entire world became instantly serene. Jiang Chen hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when a heavy feeling settled in his chest. Before him, Li Cheaner, who had just been affectionately licking her wounds, now exuded a completely different aura. In her dark red pupils, there was no trace of innocence left. Instead, they were filled with the mockery of a hunter observing its prey and greed. She stood before Jiang Chen, elegantly lifting her long straight leg. Then that foot, as white as jade and even glowing with a pink hue, directly pressed down on Jiang Chen's chest. The force was not great, yet it firmly pushed him back onto the bed. Gulp. Jiang Chen swallowed hard, his gaze moving up from that foot. The wide Dao robe slipped down, revealing large patches of snowy, delicate skin. "You." Jiang Chen attempted to reason. "Cheaner, I'm the young master of your brother. I'm also half your benefactor. Isn't this posture a bit rude?" "Benefactor?" Li Cheaner's lips curled into a playful arc as she pressed her toes down, slightly grinding against Jiang Chen's heart. "After treating me like a pet for so long, you think a pillow is enough to dismiss me? Or do you prefer that silly dog who only knows how to wag its tail?" Jiang Chen felt cold sweat trickle down. How could the promised cute beast girl turn out to be so dark? A real-life version of the farmer and the snake Donghua and the wolf the captain, and Xingyu Li Cheaner and Jiang Chen. Ding. Detection of target. Li Cheaner's personality reconstruction complete. Current favorability, 99. Pathological possessiveness, only wanting to lock you away, not letting you go anywhere. Warning, target extremely dangerous. Congratulations host, you have received a reward collar lace bell version. Item description, when worn she becomes your little cat. Without it you become her cat food. Please use it at your discretion. A flash of light. Jiang Chen found a collar appearing in his hand out of nowhere. It was black lace adorned with a little bell. System, are you sure pulling this out now isn't just wanting me to die faster? Li Cheaner's gaze swept over the collar, her brows slightly raised. Instead of getting angry, she leaned down, her red hair falling over Jiang Chen's face, her nose nearly touching his, their breaths intertwining. "Do you want to be my master?" She leaned closer to Jiang Chen's face, her eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. "Right now remember this. From today on I am your master. Your life, your body, even every drop of blood you shed. Do you understand, little Chen Chen?" Jiang Chen. What is this gender-swapped Yandere domineering CEO? Goosebumps rose all over him as he was about to retort this embarrassingly over-the-top line. Suddenly, boom. An indescribably terrifying pressure descended without warning. The sky cracked open, a huge gash. Endless white light poured forth, and a figure bathed in divine radiance slowly descended. It was a woman, dressed in white with white hair and barefoot, suspended in the air. Her beauty was beyond compare, yet her expression was devoid of any emotion. She just hung there, not releasing any aura of spiritual energy. But within the entire Heavenly Demon Sect, even the wind stopped. In the back mountain. Who goes there? Jiang Batian, still holding the wine jar, turned pale. An emperor? No. This aura is even more terrifying than an emperor. Is a fairy. Li Wuyo exclaimed in horror. In the inner palace courtyard, Shen Xingyu sensed this pressure as well and handed the little Xiaoyao in her arms to Yueji, slowly drawing out her life's heart, soared, her expression gravely serious. Yi Wanwan and Su Yao Su Mei, both with only golden core cultivation, consciously took on the responsibility of caring for the child, taking the baby into the secret room. Everyone realized that the newcomer was a calamity. However, the white-haired woman completely ignored the group of ants beneath her. With just one glance, the roof of Jiang Chen's palace silently turned to dust. Her gaze penetrated everything, precisely locking onto Jiang Chen. Found you. Her voice was ethereal, devoid of any earthly tone, as if pronouncing the decree of the heavenly laws variable. With those words, she slowly extended a hand, reaching out towards Jiang Chen from afar. This grasp, seemingly slow, sealed all the 4 directions of heaven and earth, cutting off all paths of life. Touch my son. Jiang Batian's eyes were about to burst with rage as he raised the giant axe, wanting to soar into the sky. No way. Li Wuyo and Shen Xingyu struck simultaneously. Li Cheaner, who was still standing on Jiang Chen, was furiously enraged, shouting, "Which wild woman dares to touch my people?" Seeking death. 4 attacks from different directions crashed towards the white-haired woman. The woman in white didn't even glance at these people, merely exhaling a single word: fixed. As the word fell, the heavenly laws resonated. Within the entire Heavenly Demon Sect, within a radius of 10,000 miles. regardless of whether they were humans, beasts, winds, or spiritual energy. All were forcibly frozen in place by a supreme power of law. Jiang Chen charging forward remained in the pose of swinging his axe, becoming a statue, with only his eyes wildly turning, revealing endless terror and despair. Sun Xingyu drawing her sword, and Li Qiner along with their attacks were all frozen in midair. It was over. This was a law that followed the word. This was the true immortal technique that controlled the heavenly laws. Before this power, even a quasi-emperor was as powerless as an ant. Sun Xingyu and Li Qiner's faces were filled with shock. The white-haired woman ignored these statues, her figure slightly moved, and her fingertips flicked out several chains of law, preparing to take that so-called variable back to the upper realm for report. However, just as her chains were about to touch Jiang Chen's shoulder, an awkward scene unfolded. The man who should have been frozen like everyone else suddenly moved. He raised his hand and grabbed those chains formed by the heavenly laws. In the white-haired woman's eyes, which had been calm for eons, the emotion of shock appeared for the first time. Her Great Luo fixation spell was effective against all spiritual forces, souls, and Tao fruits in the world. How could it fail against him? Because Jiang Chen was a primal leak body. Because there was not a shred of spiritual energy within him, no foundation establishment, no Tao fruit. He did not cultivate the heavenly laws, nor did he enter the 5 elements. In this world of cultivators, he was like a bug in the system. Jiang Chen grinned, pulling out a brush out of thin air with his other hand. Laws, huh? What a coincidence, I know a little. The world stood still. No sound could be heard. Jiang Chen's eyes were about to burst, blood trickling down the corners, yet his emperor-level body remained utterly immobile. Sun Xingyu and Li Qiner attempted to ignite their essence in self-detonation only to find their very souls locked. This was the law, unreasonable and unyielding. Seeing that this variable could still move, the white-haired celestial once again cast a spell, imposing a freeze upon him. However, Jiang Chen still managed to move. He gazed at the lofty celestial and ruthlessly slashed open a wound on his palm. Since you want lock me, he lifted the brush made of Jinmu dragon beard using blood as ink, and with a twist of his wrist, he wrote a character in the void before the true celestial. Lock. Divine calligraphy. The brush follows the law boom. This crooked blood character unexpectedly transformed into numerous dark gold chains appearing out of thin air and wrapping around the white-haired celestial. The outstretched hand of the white-haired celestial was indeed locked. How is this possible? The immobilized Li Wuhai screamed frantically in his heart. That was a true celestial. The young master actually sealed a true celestial with a mortal body. But Jiang Chen knew he couldn't hold out much longer. Crack. The Jinmu brush handle developed cracks. The celestial merely furrowed her brows, and the surrounding white light surged, causing the dark gold chains to shatter one by one. The terrifying backlash struck, causing a sharp pain in Jiang Chen's chest, blood staining his collar. Damn it, my bloodline is too short. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. A boss of this level cannot be dealt with by just one character. At that moment, the white-haired celestial suddenly vanished from her spot, appearing right in front of Jiang Chen the next second. Her other hand slowly rose and pressed against Jiang Chen's shoulder. This won't do, let's try something else. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and focused his thoughts. The next second, a gleaming kitchen knife appeared in his hand. Divine culinary skills, anything can be chopped, get ready. Jiang Chen raised the knife and struck fiercely at the sacred, inviolable, celestial body. Let go. This strike did not unleash earth-shattering brilliance. There were no extravagant effects. Just the plain and unadorned kitchen knife. Sizzle. A soft sound echoed. Under everyone's gaze, the celestial body that could only be countered by the law turned out to be as fragile as tofu before that ordinary kitchen knife. The outstretched arm of the white-haired celestial was severed at the shoulder. From the severed end, a rich, liquefied, golden spiritual energy gushed forth. That was the purest celestial spiritual energy. With this strike, the kitchen knife could not withstand such law and was completely rendered useless. Jiang Chen felt all his strength drained, his vision darkening as he nearly collapsed. But he knew it wasn't over. He could not fall. The white-haired celestial let out a muffled groan, staggering backward. She looked at her empty right shoulder, her eyes filled with incomprehensible shock. What kind of magical tool was this? How could it ignore the protective celestial light and directly sever the celestial body? It's not over yet. Jiang Chen staggered a step forward, charging at her again. He discarded the already dulled kitchen knife, his hands transforming into afterimages as he directly pointed at the celestial's vital points. Divine massage technique, meridian sealing hand. Who says a technician cannot fight? As long as he found the right acupoints, he could easily incapacitate a true celestial. Pat, pat, pat. His fingertips fell like raindrops, each one precisely striking the nodes where the celestial's spiritual energy flowed. Give me freeze. The final finger. Jiang Chen used the last bit of his strength to strike heavily on the celestial's smooth and full forehead. Buzz, the laws reversed. The white-haired celestial stood there like a marionette with its strings cut, completely losing control over her body. At the same time, the great Luo stasis spell enveloping the Tianma sect shattered with a loud bang. Huff! Jiang Chen's vision darkened, and his body fell limply. A warm and soft embrace caught him securely. Sun Xingyu held Jiang Chen, looking down at the pale-faced man in her arms, her heart filled with tenderness. Chainer, young master. Zhang Batian and Li Wuhai rushed over as if teleporting. The two looked at the mess on the ground, then at the severed arm lying there, and finally at the true celestial, who was immobilized with a finger jabbed on her forehead. All of them stared at Jiang Chen in a daze. What had they witnessed? They had seen with their own eyes how the ordinary person Jiang Chen incapacitated a true celestial from the upper realms using a combination of riding chopping meat and massaging techniques. I understand. I finally understand. Li Wuhai was so excited that tears filled his eyes. The young master is not incapable of cultivation, but has already transcended the realm of cultivation. This is called returning to simplicity. That kitchen knife, that brush are supreme weapons that sever causality. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd looking at Jiang Chen shifted from seeing a genius to seeing a supreme deity. Even though Shen Xingyu already knew her master was unfathomable, she had not expected him to easily subdue a true celestial. Li Qiner's possessiveness intensified. Little Qinshan, you can only be mine. Half an hour later, in the young master's sleeping quarters, Jiang Chen was fed a 9-turn soul rejuvenation pill, finally waking up slowly. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Shen Xingyu looking at him with a worried expression. Young master, you're awake. Is there any discomfort? Li Qiner was leaning on his chest, gazing at him with the possessive eyes of someone looking at private property. She reached out and poked Jiang Chen's cheek. If you don't wake up, I'll eat you. Cough, cough. Jiang Chen weakly sat up and waved his hand. Don't cause trouble yet. Where is that woman? Li Qiner reluctantly turned to the side. In the corner of the room, the white-haired celestial stood like a statue. Her severed arm had regrown under the flow of spiritual energy, but her whole being had a hollow look in her eyes devoid of any vitality. She resembled a exquisite figurine. Jiang Chen forced himself to get out of bed and walked up to the celestial. Who are you? Where did you come from? Why did you capture me? The celestial's eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead without uttering a word. Ding. Scanning current target. None physique, none extremely special energy, conglomerate appearance 99 dimensions, 8158889 romantic history, none overall rating, unable to evaluate current favorability, none system prompt. It is advised that the host steer clear as this target does not belong to the current dimensional logic, suspected to be a fragment of a true celestial's spiritual energy from the upper realm. Wow. Jiang Chen chuckled. No name, yet the dimensions and appearance were rated so clearly. System, you've got. He looked at the celestial's breathtaking yet lifeless face and almost instinctively reached out and flicked her forehead. Flick. A crisp sound rang out. Why aren't you speaking? There's nothing to check, just a pure 3-0 product. Since I've got you now, I can't keep calling you hey. From now on, you'll be called 3-0. However, the moment the words 3-0 left his mouth, dong. An ancient and grand bell-like sound seemed to echo throughout the heavens and earth. The once puppet-like celestial suddenly had a glimmer of spirit coalesce within her hollow pupils. She slowly raised her head, and her previously cold voice held a hint of confusion and the nascent humanity. 3-0. Ding. Red alert. Red alert. Detected that the host is performing a naming operation on a non-current dimensional being. Causality forcibly connecting. Target has developed an independent divine soul. Warning. Warning. Please do not arbitrarily endow a divine soul. Jiang Chen was startled by the alarm in his mind. Before he could react, the white-haired celestial's originally vacant gaze gradually focused on him. She raised her head, and in an extremely flat tone articulated each word clearly. Name received. From today onward, I shall be called 3-0. Jiang Chen felt as though a tail had sprouted behind him. It was the same white-haired, barefooted, stunningly attractive tail, yet its thought process was completely short-circuited. Ever since he named that true immortal avatar Sen Wu, whenever Jiang Chen moved left, it moved left. When he paused to catch his breath, it stood expressionlessly, just a step away, staring intently at him. Muttering, guarding. The system chimed in at the right moment. The host has granted a true name, which forcibly establishes a master-servant causal relationship. In her eyes, you are now the only signal tower in this realm. Without you, she would lose connection. Not only San Wu, he could also sense Li Qiner's possessive gaze lurking in the shadows like a female leopard zeroing in on its prey. However, she seemed extremely wary of San Wu, which prevented her from pouncing immediately. Just as he was pondering how to deal with these two divine beings, a tall figure burst through the door. Son, are you alright? Zhang Batian had arrived. Taking advantage of Jiang Chen's unconsciousness, he had activated his unmatched mode and raided the stronghold of the Western Desert Buddhist sect, retrieving the last material, the golden lotus of merit. Blood still unwashed from his face transformed into a fierce concern as soon as he saw Jiang Chen. He wasted no time waving his hand and spilling a pile of dazzling treasures. Extreme northern cold essence jade emanated a chill that could freeze one's soul. Earth fire lotus essence was so hot that the surrounding air warped instantly. There was also a vial of true dragon blood and a feather just plucked from the princess of the Golden Crow clan. Everything you need, I've snatched it. Cough, found it. Hurry, recover your body. If your foundation is damaged, our old Jiang family will truly be left without heirs. A warm current flowed through Jiang Chen's heart. This old man, though unreliable, truly cared for him. Don't worry, Dad, I have it under control. Jiang Chen took the materials and with a thought-commanded system, get to work. Ding. Blueprint materials detected as complete. God-level architectural blueprint, yin-yang transformation, spring portable, cave heaven version construction commencing. Construction successful. Jiang Chen traced a finger in the air, causing the atmosphere to distort slightly, and a quaint stone archway appeared out of thin air. Inside, mist wafted gently, and the sound of flowing water could be faintly heard. Exhausted, Jiang Chen simply wanted to step in and recover his vitality, so he stepped through the stone door. As soon as he entered, he found himself in a wondrous realm. This was an independent little world. Beneath his feet were warm white jade tiles surrounded by extraordinary flowers and plants. In the center, a massive hot spring pool was releasing white steam. The water was half milky white, half pitch black, resembling a moving yin-yang fish. What rose was not steam, but a rich life-sustaining essence. Just the scent alone made Jiang Chen feel his exhausted body rejuvenating rapidly. What a great find! Jiang Chen exclaimed joyfully. This was simply top-notch spa water with healing properties. He was about to unfasten his belt when a soft sound suddenly came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Sun Wu expressionlessly stepping through the stone door following him. Jiang Chen, how did you— Ding! God-level spring characteristics activated. To ensure the medicinal properties penetrate perfectly, all clothing within the pool's range will be treated as impurities and forcibly removed. What the heck? Puff! A soft sound. Jiang Chen felt a chill sweep over his body. The splendid robe, inner garments, and trousers he wore instantly turned to ashes, dissipating into the air. He stood there completely naked at the edge of the pool. Damn. System, you didn't mention this pool has a clothing explosion feature. Friendly reminder: within 3 inches of the water's edge, it is considered the pool's range. Even if the host enters, they will explode. Jiang Chen's face flushed red. Instinctively, he was about to jump into the water. Just then, puff. Another soft sound. Jiang Chen froze mid-jump. Just 2 steps in front of him, the high, cold, and pure true immortal, Sun Wu. Her flowing, ethereal white dress instantly shattered, transforming into countless specks of starlight. There was no covering whatsoever. It was the most perfect creation of the creator. Her skin was whiter than snow, exuding an ivory-like sheen. Her collarbone was deeply set, boasting an astonishing curve. Her long silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, barely covering her buttocks. Even in Jiang Chen's experience with women, this was a shock that transcended worldly desires. So white, so large, so sacred. However, as the one involved, Sun Wu displayed no shame or panic. Her expression remained indifferent, yet she glanced at Jiang Chen's body structure in slight confusion, then looked down at herself. She then extended a finger and poked her chest. Soft. She looked up and made a statement. Jiang Chen. A wave of heat surged in his nostrils. The visual impact was overwhelming. Can you cover up a bit? Jiang Chen hurriedly ducked back into the water, exposing only his shoulders. Sun Wu paid no mind to Jiang Chen's desperate retreat, swimming directly towards him like a fish searching for warmth. Then, under Jiang Chen's horrified gaze, she turned around, leaning against Jiang Chen's chest, and sat down. Their skin pressed against each other, fitting perfectly. Jiang Chen could even clearly feel the curve of her back. Comfortable. Sun Wu let out a sigh devoid of fluctuation, tilting her head back against Jiang Chen's embrace, becoming still. Jiang Chen raised his hands in the air at a loss. Who am I? Where am I? In the great hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The atmosphere was suffocating. When Jiang Chen emerged from the spring feeling refreshed, he found his father and mother Shun, Xingyu, Li Qiner, and the 3 elders. Everyone was sitting in a circle, silent and still. There was no joy from defeating strong enemies, only self-reproach. What happened? Jiang Chen walked over and took— Hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Shun Xingyu suddenly looked up. Her eyes were red, and she quickly walked to Jiang Chen, trembling as she caressed his cheek. Husband, how much lifespan do you have left? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Huh? Don't hide it from us. Yuji looked at her son with concern. That was a true immortal. You are just an ordinary person with no cultivation. How could you not pay a price for defeating a true immortal? You must have burned your life essence, even exhausting your lifespan for the next generation. In the father, how can my son stand in front of me? Jiang Batian slammed the table and stood up. I'm going to the forbidden land of gods and demons to obtain the prying heaven axe. What? Li Weia was taken aback. Master, that's a place where 10 out of 10 perish. So what? Jiang Baishan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I can bring it back, regaining the title of the emperor will be just around the corner. Yuji stood up as well. If my husband goes, I will go too. At that moment, Shen Xingyu, who had remained silent, also stood up. She looked deeply at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with reluctance, but more with determination. Young master. Shen Xingyu bowed gracefully, tightly gripping the jade pendant related to her lineage. Today's events have made Xingyu realize that with my current abilities, I cannot protect the young master. I need to seek out my lineage. I want to reclaim the power that belongs to me. Jiang Chen, have you all been so Son, wait for father to return. Jiang Batian tightly embraced Jiang Chen, then swept Yuji into his arms and vanished in a streak of demonic light. My lord, wait for me. Shen Xingyu rose onto her toes and pressed a kiss to Jiang Chen's lips before soaring northward on her sword. Even the 3 elders roared, I shall enter perpetual seclusion, and rushed into the mountain caves behind the sect. In the blink of an eye, lights scattered like shattered glass. People gone, halls emptied. Only the rustling of wind-tossed leaves lingered in the silence. Jiang Chen stood alone at the threshold of the vast hollow hall, gazing at the fading trail of flame vanishing beyond the horizon. They've all left. Just abandoned me at home. A profound hollowness surged through him. Though they'd always been boisterous, their sudden absence left his heart echoing with eerie, aching emptiness. So I am truly alone now. Jiang Chen sighed deeply and turned to check on his children. Fortunately, Wan, Su Yao, and Su Mei remained. Tinkling. A crisp, crystalline chime reverberated through the deathly stillness of the sleeping chamber. The moment he turned, a voice, soft, spectral, and whisper close, brushed against his ear. Feeling lonely, little Chen. Gooseflesh prickled across Jiang Chen's spine. He whirled around sharply. Li Qiner had not departed with the others. She leaned lazily against the doorframe, idly twirling the bell-adorned necklace between her fingers. That bothersome. Li Qiner straightened, stepping forward with deliberate grace. She lifted a finger, hooked it beneath Jiang Chen's chin, and backed him relentlessly into the corner. Now it's just us at home. Her crimson hair blazed like living fire, her gaze intoxicating and perilous. Her fingertip traced the line of his jaw downward, halting at his Adam's apple, pressing gently. You even crippled a true immortal. How formidable you are, little Chen. She drew nearer, warm breath ghosting over his ear. So, do you wish to chain up your disobedient pet? Jiang Chen's back pressed hard against the icy wall, his throat convulsed involuntarily. Qiner, let's talk this through. He reached to push away her teasing hand, but it held fast, immovable. You may chain me, if you wish. Li Qiner seized his wrist in a firm grip and pressed the bell necklace into his palm. Their palms met, pressed flush, not a sliver of air between them. Li Qiner moistened her lips, her gaze sliding slowly down from Jiang Chen's collarbone, tracing that breathtaking curve before settling on the floor where a single droplet fell. And, once worn, you bear full responsibility for every kind of hunger. Jiang Chen's scalp prickled. She means she'll devour me, right there on the bed. Absolutely. Just as Jiang Chen clutched the collar, trapped between desire and dread. Shriyik. Reality tore open. A slender alabaster foot, still glistening with dewy droplets, stepped forth from the rift. San Wu emerged from the fissure. Moments earlier, within the Yin-Yang creation hot spring, her garments had been deemed impurities and forcibly stripped away, leaving her in her most primal state. Not a thread adorned her form. Damp silver hair clung to skin like polished jade, water beads coursed down her flawless clavicles, tracing that heart-stopping arc before falling, plink, onto the floor. Plink. Li Qiner's pupils contracted violently as she snapped her head around. San Wu paid no mind to her own nakedness, or to the chaos filling the chamber. She walked straight between them and stood impassively before Jiang Chen, her declaration flat, uninflected. Li Qiner laughed, a sharp, dangerous sound. A torrent of black and crimson, demonic energy erupted from her warping space itself. Stripped of bestial instinct, Li Qiner had attained the peak of the nascent soul realm. Her gaze locked onto this true immortal, whose physique surpassed even her own, and especially upon that unashamed, unguarded nudity. Her eyes flared crimson. You dare storm into a man's chamber, naked? Is this what passes for a true immortal? I wanted to strike you down yesterday. Claws unsheathed, razor-sharp, void-rending, and slashed toward San Wu's flawless face, without mercy. San Wu neither dodged nor flinched. She simply raised her hand, and closed it upon empty air. Break. An invisible force of cosmic law descended instantly, colliding heat with Li Qiner's violent aura within the cramped bedroom. Boom. Though San Wu's spiritual energy had dwindled to less than 1/10 of yesterday's strength, bound as she was by Jiang Chen, the shockwave still exploded outward with savage force. Crack. The exquisitely carved Zitonwood table disintegrated into dust. The reinforced defensive formation shattered like parchment. The entire hall trembled violently, our roof tiles rained down in frantic clatter, on the verge of collapse. These two madwomen. They're tearing the house apart. Stop, right now. Jiang Chen finally roared. His hands shot out, left and right, pressing firmly onto each woman's shoulder. Within his palms the character stasis had already been inscribed, freezing both women mid-motion. The tempest ceased. Shards of wood drifted silently through the air. Jiang Chen stood in the ruins, face dark with fury. To his left, Li Qiner, radiating murderous intent, claws still gleaming. To his right, the true immortal, expressionless, stark-naked, yet utterly guileless. His temples throbbed fiercely. He had to hold firm. If he wavered now, this harem would become nothing but a Roman arena of eternal combat. Especially you, San Wu. Jiang Chen snatched a blanket from his spatial ring and wrapped it tightly around her, leaving only her head exposed. Henceforth, you may not leave the premises unclothed nor wield any low artifice. This is house law. San Wu blinked, confusion flickering in her eyes. She glanced down at the blanket swathing her, then up at Jiang Chen's exasperated face, and nodded slow, uncertain. One pacified, Jiang Chen turned to Li Qiner. And you? He reached out and snatched the bell necklace. Li Qiner froze, instinctively lunging to reclaim it, only to recoil under Jiang Chen's piercing glare. Confiscated. Jiang Chen tucked the necklace into his robe, smoothed his rumpled collar, and assumed the commanding bearing of the household sovereign, his gaze sweeping over both women. You reduce my home to rubble, and call this respect? Based on your conduct today, 0 points. In fact, negative score. Jiang Chen drew a deep breath and pointed toward the trembling, half-shattered main door out. Now, immediately. I need sleep. The hall fell utterly silent. Li Qiner stared, disbelieving. Did he just shout at me? Yet strangely, watching him stand so fierce, so unbending, something warm and inexplicable stirred deep within her. Humph. She retracted her claws, cast Sanwoo a knowing glance, and flicked her tongue across her lower lip. This time, I spare you. Then she dissolved into a streak of crimson light. Sanwoo, cocooned in her blanket like a silkworm, hopped lightly after her, pausing only to add over her shoulder, guard the gate. Watching them vanish at last, Jiang Chen exhaled, long shuddering, and collapsed into the sole remaining chair. What sin have I committed? He wiped cold sweat from his brow. Indeed, feasting on soft rice is no simple task. Just as Jiang Chen closed his eyes, yearning for that hard-won peace. Ding. Warning. Detected severe imbalance between host's offspring count 3 and spouse count 6, excluding candidates, triggering mandatory correction protocol. New quest issued within 7 days. Ensure conception occurs with any one spouse. Failure penalty, temporary forfeiture of 1 physiological function for 7 days. Puff. Jiang Chen spat out a spiritual fruit far away. System, can you act like a human? What the hell is depriving me of physiological functions? System, physical elimination as smooth as a mirror. Damn you. Are you trying to make me practice the sunflower scripture directly? Jiang Chen instinctively squeezed his legs tightly, feeling a chill in his groin, as if a gust of cold wind had blown past. If it truly became smooth as a mirror, even for just 7 days, how would he, the young master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, survive? This was a matter of dignity. He turned to look at the courtyard. Sanwoo was still wrapped in that large blanket, obediently standing at the door, staring vacantly into the air. This won't do, it's too foolish, and there's species isolation. Yuanwan had just given birth and still had to take care of the child, so that's a pass. The remaining options were only Su Yao and Su Mei. When picking persimmons, choose the soft ones who protect your roots tightly. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and rushed to the side hall in a hurry. To increase the success rate, he directly brought the 2 women into the innate spiritual energy nurturing room. Inside the room, Su Mei and Su Yao had already changed into those 2 sets of ultimate imperial garments. The black fabric tightly wrapped around Su Mei's curvaceous-shaped figure, while the white one accentuated Su Yao's delicate appearance, making her look like a little white rabbit waiting for affection. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and prepared to battle. This fight would be earth-shattering. In the first half of the night, Su Mei's resilience and initiative. In the second half, Su Yao's shyness and dependence. Jiang Chen worked frantically. The spiritual energy surged in the space, constantly colliding, evolving into various enchanting phenomena. However, on the first day, Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Scan result, not pregnant. On the third day, he began to show signs of despair, feeling anxious. Scan result, not pregnant. On the 6th day, Jiang Chen trembled as he looked at the 2 sisters, exhausted to the point they couldn't even lift a finger, and activated the system. Scan again. Scan result, not pregnant. What the hell is this? After 6 days, even a stone should have sprouted. Is your system science as a naturally supreme furnace? The succubus pregnancy rate is forcibly suppressed below 1 in 1,000 by the heavenly Tao to maintain species balance. 1 in 1,000. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Chen looked at the sisters on the bed, feeling a wave of guilt. They had already done their best in order to conceive. They even used the forbidden techniques of succubi, burning their vital blood, yet the result was an empty basket. Heavenly Tao, you are not following the rules. Countdown 5 hours, 59 minutes. Warm reminder, there isn't much time left before the smooth as a mirror package takes effect. The system has thoughtfully prepared a pain relief service for you. Would you like to book it now? Book my foot. Jiang Chen jumped out of bed hastily, putting on his clothes and rushing out. For the dignity of a man, he could not sit idly by. Now there was only one choice left. Li Qiner. Being played to death by her, even if it meant losing everything, was better than being castrated. Just as Jiang Chen rushed to the door, his hand hadn't even touched the latch. Bang! Suddenly the door of the side hall was forcefully slammed open by a tremendous force. Amidst the dust, Li Qiner entered the room barefoot, step by step. She still wore that oversized white robe, but the neckline was extremely low, revealing a proud cleavage that was barely. It's been 6 days. Li Qiner's voice was deep, carrying an extreme sense of possessiveness. Xiao Qinchin, have you enjoyed mingling with those 2 little cats for 6 days, eh? Qiner, let me explain. No need to listen. Li Qiner flashed forward, pinning Jiang Chen's shoulder with one hand, forcefully pushing him against the wall. I don't like their scent. She leaned into Jiang Chen's neck, taking a deep breath, her face revealing a sickly and dazed intoxication, her tongue gently gliding over Jiang Chen's Adam's apple. Now it's time for me to feast. Tonight you can only be mine, not a drop for anyone else. In the next moment, Jiang Chen felt the world spinning around him. He was directly hoisted over Li Qiner's shoulder like a sack, violently charging out of the side hall, heading straight for the main chambers. At the door, Sanwoo was dazedly wrapped in a blanket, tilting her head at the scene, just about to go in to see the excitement. Get lost. Li Qiner swung her hand, unleashing a blood-red barrier that sealed the entire sleeping quarters. Family rules prohibit the use of rule power. Sanwoo looked at the barrier, muttering dumbly, ultimately refraining from breaking and obediently squatting outside the barrier. Inside the room, Li Qiner completely unleashed her wild nature as a divine beast. Previous nights of intimacy had been mere service. Tonight, Jiang Chen experienced for the first time what it meant to be plundered. She didn't need Jiang Chen to guide her, nor did she require foreplay. With an almost frenzied demeanor, she greedily sought everything from Jiang Chen. If it weren't for the passive ability, Jiang Chen felt he would definitely have become the first traveler in history to perish after being thoroughly drained. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the broken window, illuminating the disheveled beast-skin bed. Li Qiner curled up in Jiang Chen's embrace like a well-fed leopard, her long eyelashes gently quivering, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Jiang Chen lay on the bed, staring blankly, feeling as if he had seen his great-grandmother waving at him. Ding. Mission accomplished. Target Li Qiner has successfully conceived. Mission reward obtained. Ultimate Imperial Garment. Soul-stabilizing garment automatically transformed into black and white. Maid outfit. Punishment cancelled. Host functions have been preserved and gained permanent enhancement of iron while Sage Mode max, ignoring all mental allure. Jiang Chen shed 2 lines of tears. He had saved it, finally saved it. This was not merely completing a mission, it was akin to taking a stroll through the gates of hell. But this maid outfit. Is this something that Qiner would wear? Forget it, my life is at stake. Better, let's send. As for this necklace with a bell attached, Jiang Chen looked at the sleeping Li Qiner, a fleeting sense of revenge flashing in his eyes. Dingling. With a crisp sound of the bell, the necklace appeared around Li Qiner's neck, creating a striking visual impact against her snow-white skin. If Jiang Chen had any hesitation, it would be disrespectful to the suffering of those 6 hours. Meanwhile, in the southern wilderness, the Mirror Shadow Sect. In a cold, damp secret chamber, countless shattered mirror shards floated around. Each shard reflected a face so beautiful, it was heart-stopping. The most beautiful woman in the southern wilderness, the master of the Mirror Shadow Sect, Ling Yuzhen. She was reaching out, her slender fingers caressing the image of Jiang Batian in the mirror, her eyes filled with obsession and longing. Batian, what am I lacking compared to that woman? At that moment, a transmitting jade slip inscribed with the character Lu suddenly pierced through the air, carrying the pressure of the Northern Domain's imperial family. Ling Yuzhen didn't even look, raising her hand to grasp the air. Crack. The jade slip shattered into pieces. A voice emerged from within. Ling Yuzhen, you certainly can't compare to her. Jiang Batian willingly divided half of his origin to give to Moon Princess. What? Batian, you actually gave your origin to that slut. With a crisp ringing sound, Li Qiner slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Jiang Chen sitting beside her, she propped herself up with one hand and lazily said, last night. The service was quite good. I have decided that from now on you will serve only me. What the hell is he treating me like a human-shaped power bank? Qiner, Jiang Chen sighed, trying to reason with this newly awakened Yandra. Now that we are acquainted, can you show some courtesy to the head of the family? The head of the family. Li Qiner laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke, shaking with laughter. She suddenly straightened up, pressed her hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder, and knocked him down onto the bed. Xiao Qinshan, do you not understand your position in the family? She pointed at the bell around her neck. You put this on me while I was sleeping. Do you really think this thing can bind me? Now I am the master. Li Qiner gathered a dark red demonic aura at her fingertips, revealing a cruel smile. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better call me something sweet. Jiang Chen looked at the demonic energy close at hand, and instead of panicking, he shook his head helplessly. If the necklace produced by the system couldn't even deal with a Yandra, then what was the point of calling it pure love? You really want to force me to show off, huh? Jiang Chen met Li Qiner's gaze calmly and softly uttered 2 words, just those 2 simple words without any fluctuation of spiritual energy. The damage was minimal, but the insult was extremely strong. The next second, Li Qiner's body froze as if struck by a paralysis spell. That absolute command originating from the depths of her soul instantly seized control of her nervous system. Her brain was still frantically screaming, take him down, but her body had already knelt down at lightning speed. Thud. Li Qiner's knees went weak, and she slid off Jiang Chen. Immediately, she brought her legs together, splayed her calves outward, and knelt on the bed in a textbook duck sit posture obediently. Her hands instinctively placed on her knees, her back straightened. This posture was as obedient as a primary school student waiting for the teacher to hand out stickers. The air suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of birds outside. Li Qiner, she stared in shock at her knees, which were no longer under her control. She wanted to stand up to tear Jiang Chen apart, but her body seemed to mock her while remaining utterly still. Even due to the exceedingly standard posture, her brain surprisingly produced a strange pleasure. What have you done to me? Li Qiner, filled with shame and anger, instantly realized that it was the thing around her neck causing the trouble. But no matter how she tugged at it, it wouldn't budge, seeming to have fused with her body. Jiang Chen leisurely sat up from the bed, adjusted his collar, and looked down at her. It's nothing, just resetting your factory settings. Jiang Chen extended his hand and playfully scratched her chin. The posture is quite standard, but it lacks some feeling. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and with a thought activated a feature. Ding. Appearance transformation function has been activated. Buzz. The necklace around Li Qiner's neck flashed with red light. The next second, the fiery red beast ears that had previously vanished suddenly popped up from her head, with a pop shaking twice. Behind her, a fluffy and soft large tail also appeared out of nowhere, uncontrollably sweeping back and forth. This authentic skin feels just right. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly what a strong man should see. Li Qiner looked at herself in the mirror, sitting on the bed with ears and a tail, tears welling up in her eyes. Jiang Chen. I will kill you. Still being stubborn, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and issued another command, wag your tail. Woo. Li Qiner bit her lip, trying to resist this shameful instinct. But that tail seemed to have a mind of its own, happily, pleasingly, and obsequiously, wagging like a propeller. It even kept to a rhythm. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right. Looks like the body is more honest than the mouth. Jiang Chen patted her head, speaking in a tone as if coaxing a child. From now on in this home, be good, got it. Li Qiner stared fiercely at Jiang Chen, her killing intent gradually fading, even a mist of water beginning to rise in her eyes. How humiliating. But how could this forced control and inability to resist feel even more pleasurable? As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, creak, the palace door was pushed open. Sanwu, wrapped in a tattered blanket, entered barefoot like a ghost. She ignored Li Qiner, who was kneeling and wagging her tail, and the mess in the room, walking straight up to Jiang Chen, extending a pale hand, and demanded clothes. Jiang Chen slapped his forehead. Almost forgot about you, oh great Buddha. He casually pulled out the soul-stabilizing clothing made version from the system space and tossed it over. Here, put this on. This will be your work uniform from now on. Sanwu took the black and white fabric, tilting her head, showing no intention of avoiding the gaze of the two. The blanket slipped off. That perfect body, as if the creator was showing off, was once again exposed to the air. Then the light began to swirl. A lace headband tied up her silver hair, an exquisite ruffled apron accentuated her slender waist, and her absolute territory was faintly visible. When Sanwu turned around, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp. The true immortal, who once looked down upon all beings as if they were ants, now wore a standard maid outfit, but still bore that high, cold, otherworldly expression. This extreme contrast was simply lethal. Jiang Chen felt as though it was dancing wildly on his XP. Li Qiner looked at Sanwu and let out a cold snort. Sanwu looked down at the hem of her skirt, seemingly having no objections to this outfit, even turning around once. But the next second, the maid outfit unexpectedly erupted with several golden incantations. The golden incantations, carrying the power of laws, swirled around Sanwu. Then suddenly they all dove into Sanwu's body. Sanwu let out a soft whimper, tightly closing her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her grayish-white pupils seemed to contain a touch more humanity. When she looked down at her outfit, there was even a hint of shyness in her gaze. What's going on? The system can't be broken, can it? System reminder: Sanwu is an energy conglomerate that has a soul due to the host's naming, but the fusion between body and soul is less than 1. Current soul stabilizing clothing increases fusion to 9. Jiang Chen. Can it really be like this? What would 100 look like? At that moment, Sanwu suddenly looked up, gazing out the window. There are thieves in the house. Someone is stealing nails. What nails? Jiang Chen followed her gaze, and his expression changed dramatically. That direction. The Fuso Divine Tree. What the hell, stealing nails? That's my Fuso Divine Tree. At the back mountain of the Heavenly Demon Cult, a scorching heat wave surged. This was a stretch of scorched red earth with a withered tree standing tall in the center, its entire body enveloped in golden hues, swirling with the true fire of the sun, the Fusong Divine Tree. At this moment, 3 elderly men clad in golden robes were gathered beneath the tree. The leader held a golden bowl, frantically extracting the source fire essence from within the Fusong tree. Hurry! While that demon isn't here, act quickly. Without Jiang Batian to hold the fort, this Heavenly Demon Cult is nothing to fear. Just as the 3 were working feverishly. Excuse me, may I interrupt? A lazy voice broke the scorching air. The 3 elders turned sharply. Not far away on the mountaintop, Jiang Chen was looking at them with an annoyed expression. Behind him stood a silver-haired girl in a maid outfit on his left, and on his right was that shape-shifting beast capable of devouring flames from last time. Jiang Chen, the 8th elder of the Jinwu tribe, immediately recognized him, sneering. I originally only wanted to take the tree and was worried about not finding you. Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me for being ruthless. By capturing you, we can force Jiang Batian to hand over the Fusong tree. The 8th elder's eyes glinted with malice as he raised his hand for a lethal strike. Boom. The void trembled as a colossal golden flame hand materialized from thin air. It was the Jinwu clan's signature divine ability, Great Sun Golden Flame. With that strike, not to mention a person, even the space itself could be incinerated. An ordinary golden core cultivator would likely be reduced to ashes. Faced with the terrifying heat wave bearing down, Jiang Chen had yet to move when the shapeshifter behind him suddenly lifted its head. Looking at the approaching sea of flames, a glimmer of confusion flashed in its grayish-white eyes. Then it made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. It took a step forward, standing resolutely in front of Jiang Chen like an emotionless shield. It didn't even activate its protective spiritual energy. Boom! The horrifying disaster instantly engulfed the slender figure. Sanwu. Jiang Chen's heart sank, nearly leaping out of his chest. This was merely a divine soul avatar. Even if strong, it shouldn't be so reckless. Huh. The 8th elder laughed triumphantly, stroking his beard. What a mere young master of the Heavenly Demon Cult, just a useless being hiding behind a woman. Jiang Chen, you're next. The laughter suddenly stopped. As the dust settled, the maid-dressed figure stood still. Not only unscathed, but even the delicate lace trim of her skirt remained untouched. Sanwu glanced at her palm, where a wisp of golden flame was flickering. Expressionless, she clenched her fist and the last wisp of flame merged into her palm. Then she turned her head, checked her skirt, and looked at Jiang Chen innocently, not damaged. Are you stupid? Jiang Chen, furious, rushed up and struck her forehead with a knife hand. Can't you use the laws to deflect it back? Why must you take it with your flesh, making it seem like your skin is thick? Sanwu covered her unhurt forehead, tilting her head in confusion. Family rule, cannot use the laws. Jiang Chen. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of single-thread energy aggregation is this? You're such a blockhead. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen said, the family rule has changed. From now on, anyone who lays a hand on you, you must retaliate immediately. Do you hear me? Sanwu seemed to understand. Got it. Meanwhile, the 3 elders of the Jinwu tribe were stunned, withstanding the great sun golden flame in the flesh. Is this even human? Even Zhang Batian couldn't do it right. Having seen that red-haired beast before, how come the woman beside Jiang Chen is so defiant? Jiang Chen. I am your father. Jiang Chen, too lazy to chat, turned to the seething Li Qiner beside him, pointing at the 3 elders. Qiner, give those old geezers a good beating. No matter what. Roar. Li Qiner had been waiting for this order. The humiliation and anger from being forcibly dominated that morning finally found an outlet. You all must die. Li Qiner's figure vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, she was already on the 8th elder's neck. Crack. No flashy spells exchanged. Just the most primal, most violent ripping. Ah, help. This woman is a madman. The 8th elder screamed as he flew backward, his face swollen like a steamed bun, teeth mixed with blood splattering. Dare to touch the young master's belongings. Don't you know this is my territory? Li Qiner was completely crazed. What began as an evenly matched battle had morphed into a one-sided display of Li Qiner's brutal aesthetics. Not far away, the great elder and the 2nd elder, rushing to provide support, were directly toppled by the raging demonic energy, realizing they couldn't intervene at all. Looking at the Jinwu elder's miserable state, their gazes toward Jiang Chen grew increasingly in awe, as expected of the young master able to subdue such a terrifying 3rd sister. Could this be the legendary supreme technique of controlling women? Watching the red-haired figure kicking the 8th elder like a ball, Jiang Chen instinctively touched his neck. Hiss. If it weren't for that bell necklace, I'd probably be worse off than that old man right now. This is the consequence of provoking a woman. Just when everyone thought they had achieved a complete victory, suddenly, a sharp, piercing screech came violently from the direction of the dungeon. Immediately after, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, transforming into the phantom of a 3-legged Jinwu, fleeing into the distance. That's Princess Jinling. The 8th elder, who was being beaten to a pulp, brightened. The princess has escaped. Quickly retreat. Wanna run? No chance. Jiang Chen gazed at the golden light in the sky. Bring her back. Yes, master. Li Qiner tossed aside the half-dead 8th elder, licking the blood from her fingertips, her figure flickering as she transformed into a red light and chased after. Seeing this, the great elder and the 2nd elder also pursued. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling back mountain was left with only Jiang Chen and Sanwu. We should also go take a look at. Don't let the cook Jinwu fly away. Just as Jiang Chen intended to move, he felt a small hand gripping his clothes tightly. Turning back, he saw Sanwu standing still, not moving. Don't go. Sanwu's voice was soft. Ahead, it's a fake. What? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Before he could react, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The once scorching Fusang forest began to twist and blur like a watering painting soaked in water. Countless giant mirrors appeared out of nowhere, layer upon layer, encircling Jiang Chen and Sanwu. Strangely, each mirror did not reflect Jiang Chen's figure. Instead, they reflected the image of the same woman. Barefoot, she lay languidly on a soft couch in the mirror, holding a hand fan that covered half her face, revealing only a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes. Though the corners of her eyes bore the marks of time, the unique charm of a mature woman was even more deadly than that of a youthful girl. Giggle. A series of delicate laughter echoed from all around, creating an echo that blurred the line between reality and illusion. Such a perceptive little girl to see through this palace's mirror flower water moon. The largest mirror before them, a jade foot painted with red nails, unexpectedly reached out from the mirror, stepping onto the real ground. Following that, the beautiful woman slowly walked out. She completely ignored Sanwu beside her, her pair of peach blossom eyes glued to Jiang Chen, sizing him up as if he were a rare treasure. So, you look just like him. This brow, this expression is simply identical to that ungrateful man. Since that old thing isn't around, then it's only fair for the son to pay his father's debts, isn't it? Jiang Chen. What in the world? This is my father's entanglement. Before Jiang Chen could even react, heaven and earth inverted. The colossal Fusang tree vanished, instantly replaced by countless towering bronze mirrors standing upright. Imperial artifact, 1,000 illusion mirrors. Domain technique, cage of boundaries. My little darling, you're all alone now. Ling Yuzhen let out a light laugh and gently flicked her folding fan. At that moment, only Jiang Chen and Ling Yuzhen remained within the space. Not good. Jiang Chen thought grimly. This woman showed no martial virtue. She unleashed her ultimate technique without hesitation. Instinctively, he tried to raise his hand, to inscribe the character break or draw his kitchen cleaver to carve an opening. But then, clank, clank, clank. Solid mirror light chains shot forth from every direction. They bound his limbs tight, and a rosy beam sealed his mouth shut. MMPH. His hands restrained, he could neither write nor perform acupressure. Even his mute acupoint had been sealed. He was utterly silenced physically. Was this era really past the age of villainous monologues? Ling Yuzhen spared no mercy. Though Jiang Chen appeared but an ordinary mortal, she attacked with full imperial rigor, leaving him no room to maneuver or retaliate. With a subtle curl of her fingertip, the entire mirror domain contracted into a single luminous speck, vanishing into her palm. By then, Li Qin, heir, and the elders had already pursued the fleeing Jin Ling. Now only San Wu could save him. San Wu, rescue me. Rescue me now. Jiang Chen cried, inwardly gazing across the dimensional rift at San Wu motionless where she stood. Yet, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. San Wu remained rooted in place, tilting her head slightly, her ashen-gray eyes calmly scanning Ling Yuzhen up and down. Ling Yuzhen's entire body tensed, spiritual energy surged through her meridians to their absolute limit. A talisman of substitution already rested between her fingers, ready to burn. She had witnessed firsthand how this silver-haired maid had withstood the scorching sunfire unscathed. This woman might well be beyond her reckoning. The instant San Wu moved, Ling Yuzhen would ignite her own lifeblood to flee. Yet under Ling Yuzhen's horrified, disbelieving gaze, San Wu dissipated the nascent law force just coalesced in her palm. Not only that, she courteously stepped aside, her gaze serene and unruffled, as if silently saying, Jiang Chen, are you a pig? You're just going to watch me get kidnapped. What kind of celestial immortal is this? Artificial idiocy. Even though Bao would be smarter. This? Ling Yuzhen was stunned. What kind of strategy was this? A feigned vacancy ruse? Or did this woman simply not care whether Jiang Chen lived or died? Mere theatrics. Though uncertain, Ling Yuzhen seized the fleeting opportunity. With a sweep of her long sleeve, the void tore open, and she vanished into the mirror light, carrying Jiang Chen with her. Alone on the windswept ground stood only San Wu, quietly adjusting the ruffled hem of her maid's dress. Thinking with quiet satisfaction today, too, she had upheld the household rules impeccably. Moments later, boom. A terrifying crimson light slammed down from the horizon. Li Qin, heir, descended, gripping half a blood-drenched golden crow wing, her aura radiating murderous intent. Didn't catch that mangy bird, but I did rip off its wing. Her words cut off mid-sentence as she froze, staring at the empty expanse and San Wu's blank, dazed expression. Faint traces of a great ascension cultivator still lingered in the air. Where in the name of heavens had her little Chen gone? Where is he? Li Qin, heir, seized San Wu's collar. Facing the enraged, beast-eared maiden, San Wu remained utterly impassive. She blinked, slowly pointed toward Ling Yuzhen's departure route, and recited solemnly, household rule, whoever strikes me, I strike back until they perish. She didn't strike me. She was very polite. Li Qin, heir, nearly spat blood, trembling with fury. Polite? Your great-grandfather. San Wu ignored her rage entirely, pausing briefly, then concluding with calm certainty, he is gone. I will find him. In the blink of an eye, Li Qin, heir, felt only a momentary flicker, then opened her eyes to behold a palace before her, its plaque inscribed Mirror Shadow Sect. San Wu gestured toward the entrance and sighed. Li Qin, heir, so powerful, and yet so utterly devoid of common sense. South Wasteland's Mirror Shadow Sect. Water Moon, Cave Heaven, a lavishly decadent subterranean palace. Its walls, floor, and vaulted ceiling were all polished bronze mirrors. Wherever one walked, infinite reflections multiplied the self. At that moment, Jiang Chen lay spread-eagled upon a massive white jade couch bound by 4 spirit energy chains. His mute acupoint had been released, but every iota of his inner power remained crushed beneath the oppressive weight of the cage of boundaries. He couldn't even attempt his divine-level acupressure technique, let alone move a single finger. Yet, if even one digit broke free, all would change. Tap, tap, tap. Light barefoot steps echoed. Ling Yuzhen had changed attire. Not her previous dignified court robes, but a sheer scarlet gauze gown. Beneath it, a peony duck embroidered bellyband shimmered tantalizingly. She carried 2 goblets of amber liquor, approaching the couch. Why so silent? Leaning close, she trailed a finger across Jiang Chen's chest. Did I handle you too roughly just now? Forgive me. I simply couldn't help myself. You're just so endearing. Jiang Chen sighed. Sister, anyone bound like this would struggle to feel cheerful. That single word, sister, struck straight to Ling Yuzhen's heart. Yet after decades of cunning, could she truly be swayed so easily? Smiling, she pressed a goblet to his lips and forced the wine down. This is entwined affection, vine distilled from 81 varieties of love bloom blossoms. Even without releasing you, sister, can still make you joyful. The fiery liquor burned down his throat, igniting a blazing inferno deep in his lower abdomen. But then ding. Mental aphrodisiac detected. Passive skill unbreakable, while sage mode max active. Immunity confirmed. Jiang Chen felt nothing, merely smacked his lips and remarked, fine vintage. Shame the floral notes overwhelmed the base spirit's richness. Ling Yuzhen stared. She'd expected his body to rise in response, expected him to beg for her touch. Instead, no reaction whatsoever. This was entwined affection vine. Refusing to accept defeat, Ling Yuzhen cast aside the goblet and formed a mudra. Mirror of heart demon reflection, arise. Instantly eerie light flared across every mirrored surface in the hall. Her ultimate trump card. The mirror revealed the deepest, most primal desires buried within the soul, magnifying them endlessly until the victim drowned in delusion. I refuse to believe a youth of your vigor holds no such longing in his heart. Boom. Blinding light erupted. Jiang Chen felt his vision blur momentarily as long-buried memories surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. Yet beneath Ling Yuzhan's expectant gaze, the vast central mirror displayed neither a naked beauty nor a decadent realm of wine pools and mead forests. The image warped for an instant, then gradually sharpened. It revealed a cramped, narrow chamber, square, austere, yet imbued with an uncanny metallic sheen. Only countless shimmering eerie lines and unfamiliar arcane devices filled the space. Beside it, a transparent crystal cabinet held numerous female figurines, varying in size, each exquisitely rendered. Most wore scant attire, every curve breathed lifelike vitality. No master sculptor in this realm could rival such artistry. Could it be that he had transformed his consorts, those he'd cultivated through dual cultivation, into these very statues? Ling Yuzhan froze. Where is this place? Could it be his innermost prison? Jiang Chen stared at the image. This is my bedroom from my past life. Then, let me show you what true transcendence looks like, technology reshaping destiny. With a mere thought, the Jiang Chen within the mirror moved precisely as he willed. That Jiang Chen reclined lazily in a gaming chair and casually reached for an air conditioner remote, pressing beep. No ripple of spiritual energy, no hum of array activation, a simple press of a finger, and yet the seasonal laws of that miniature world shifted instantly. This is impossible. Ling Yuzhan gasped sharply, her hand trembling as she gripped her folding fan. Could that white box contain the primordial essence of absolute cold? A treasure capable of altering celestial phenomena without spiritual energy. What rank of artifact was this? Was this truly the landscape of his innermost self? Was this the depth of his hidden power? Yet the awe had only just begun. The Jiang Chen in the mirror extended his hand toward the computer tower at his feet. Iridescent light pulsed from within the chassis, crimson, emerald, and sapphire interwoven, appearing to Ling Yuzhan as nothing less than an unfathomable daoic aurora. Then the monitor flickered to life. Before him unfolded a boundless battlefield. Tens of thousands of soldiers, cavalry, and monstrous beasts stood arrayed in grim formation. Each figure radiated palpable vitality, vivid, breathing alive. Ling Yuzhan watched as the mirrored Jiang Chen gazed upon them with detached, calm fingers closing around a black artifact no larger than his palm, then tapped once. Kill. From the crystalline screen, 10,000 arrows blotted out the sky. Rivers of blood surged forth. Thousands upon thousands of living beings dissolved into dust at the lightest touch of his fingertip. Ling Yuzhan paled, staggering backward. A complete microcosm, sealed within that black artifact. With a single gesture, he commands slaughter on a scale of mountains of corpses. With a single thought, dynasties rise and fall. He governs causality itself, gazing down upon all mortals as a creator god would regard insignificant insects. A suffocating dread seized her. At last she understood why her entwining affection threads had failed utterly against one who has witnessed the birth and extinction of infinite realms, and wields absolute sovereignty, would never deign to notice such trivial sorcery. No, it isn't over yet. Ling Yuzhan fixed her eyes unblinkingly on the mirror. Inside the mirror, Jiang Chen appeared weary of slaughter. He casually snatched up a crimson metal canister from beside him. Hiss! The moment it opened, ink-black liquid roiled violently within, bubbling with unnatural ferocity. Even across the mirror's surface, Ling Yuzhan sensed the volatile, chaotic essence churning inside that dark fluid. That's void black water. Legend says even a single drop corrodes soul and spirit alike. What does he intend to do with it? To temper a treasure? Under Ling Yuzhan's horrified gaze, Jiang Chen tilted his head back and drank the entire seething vessel of void black water in one go. Gulp, gulp, gulp. His throat bobbed. Ah, exhilarating. In the mirror, Jiang Chen exhaled a long, gaseous belch, his face alight with pure, unadulterated bliss. A monster. Ling Yuzhan's knees buckled. She collapsed onto the floor. That's annihilation venom, and he drinks it like water. Just how indomitable is his physical body? Has he already surpassed divine physique, reaching the unfading primordial golden body impervious to 10,000 calamities? Fear. Primordial soul-deep terror. Just as Ling Yuzhan believed she'd reached her limit, the mirror delivered its final shattering blow. Jiang Chen picked up a small blue box from the desk, withdrew a slender white cylinder, and placed it between his lips. Snap! A tiny flame flared to life. The white cylinder ignited. He drew deeply. Through the curling smoke, Jiang Chen's gaze grew profound, melancholy, piercing across eons as if gazing into the heart of time itself. In that instant, Ling Yuzhan's psychological defenses shattered completely. Her voice trembled, tears streamed unbidden down her cheeks. That must be incense. The faith energy of countless mortals. To burn the devotion of multitudes. To inhale the fundamental essence of the Tao. This is forbidden cultivation reserved only for those who preside over the wheel of reincarnation. What does it matter, being the southern wasteland's most beautiful woman, or a great ascension cultivator? Before a creator god, such titles are meaningless dust. She didn't even notice her spiritual energy chains had snapped, or that Jiang Chen had already risen from the bed watching her with amused curiosity. Well then, elder sister. See, I truly hold no vulgar intentions. I merely wish to live quietly, as an ordinary person. Ordinary, who drinks void venom as if it were tea, who conjures entire worlds within the palm of their hand. This wasn't humility, it was sheer unmasked intimidation. This humble servant understands. Utterly understands. Ling Yuzhen trembled violently, refusing even to lift her head. Divine Sovereign walks among mortals in disguise, unwilling to reveal his true identity. On this day I swear before the heavenly Tao, not a single word shall escape my lips. I beg only for your divine mercy, to become your loyal hound guarding your threshold, even sweeping your courtyard. At that moment Jiang Batian, her old affections, had vanished utterly from Ling Yuzhen's mind, cast beyond the 9 heavens. If she could grasp the hem of this true god's robe, even for a moment, immortality and godhood would surely follow. Jiang Chen observed the scene before him, heart pounding with triumph. This performance had been flawless. Not only had he defused imminent peril, he'd just acquired a great ascension level enforcer, for free. Ahem. Since your sincerity is so profound, Jiang Chen began to acquiesce, when suddenly, skying, an infinitesimal, yet lethally intent piercing sound sliced through the hall, without warning. It was a pitch-black spike, etched with grotesque runes reeking of nauseating blood. It pierced every defensive formation of the Mirror Shadow sect, hurtling straight for Jiang Chen's forehead. Ling Yuzhen, still kneeling, snapped her head up, recognized the aura, and went deathly pale. Soul-destroying spike. The Lu family of the Northern Realm. Dare you defy the Divine Sovereign? Damn, an ambush. A soul-annihilating spike wreathed in deathly aura shot straight toward his face. Jiang Chen didn't even have time to think. His body instinctively arched backward. Behind him loomed the mirror of heart demon reflection. In Ling Yuzhen's horrified gaze, Jiang Chen's figure did not shatter the mirror's surface. Instead, he plunged into it like diving into a still pond, vanishing instantly. Almost simultaneously. Ding! The soul-annihilating spike, capable of slaying a Union Body Realm expert and gravely wounding a Great Ascension Realm cultivator, slammed violently against the mirror's surface. A crisp metallic chime rang out. Then the spike clattered lifelessly to the floor. What? How did the Divine Lord enter the Heart Demon mirror? Even I would require 3 full days and nights to dispel its seal. Just as Ling Yuzhen trembled with unease. Wong, the previously locked void rippled unexpectedly. A figure clad in black and white made a tire stepped through the very fabric of space itself, appearing in the room without Ling Yuzhen. This is my Great Ascension Realm domain. How casually she entered. Do I have no dignity left? Sanwu didn't spare Ling Yuzhen a glance. She merely studied the Heart Demon mirror for a moment, then lifted her foot to step inside. No, stop. Ling Yuzhen rushed to block her. One person entering was already perilous enough. 2 would surely provoke the Divine Lord's wrath upon his return. That is the Heart Demon prison. Forcible entry invites counter-assault by inner demons, dooming one to wander lost in the void. Before Ling Yuzhen could finish, Sanwu had already stepped forward and vanished into the mirror, leaving only these words behind. He is there, I go. The mirror world. As Jiang Chen landed, the familiar air, tinged faintly with the scent of smoke, nearly brought him to tears. I'm home, truly home. Without hesitation, he lit a cigarette. As smoke curled from his lips, his entire body slumped in exhausted relief. No murderous intent. No scheming. No immortal cultivators threatening to shatter heaven and earth. Here, there was only him. This is real life. Jiang Chen expertly swiveled his chair to the mini-fridge, yanked open the door, and pulled out an ice-cold can of cola. Pack. The tab snapped up, bubbles surged. He tilted his head back and drained half the can in one breath. Refreshing. At that very moment, the mirror's surface shimmered. Sanwu, her expression perpetually unreadable, materialized at the bedroom doorway, still clad in her black and white, made attire, silver hair, cascading like a waterfall, bare feet resting softly on the floor. Pooh! Jiang Chen spat the entire mouthful of cola onto the floor. He'd just been tenderly dusting off a rare limited edition Rem hand figurine, murmuring fondly. Rem is the best. Always gentle and kind, unlike those outsiders who draw swords at the slightest provocation. Then, turning around, he met Sanwu's calm pale gray gaze. Heaton. Why did this feel exactly like being caught red-handed cheating on his wife with her figurine? Jiang Chen jerked his hand. Sanwu, how did you get in here too? Sanwu remained silent, her eyes fixed on the blue-haired maid-clad female figurine cradled in his palm. Then she glanced down at her own maid uniform. It's cut nearly identical. Tilting her head slightly, she pointed at the figurine and stated flatly, "You like this? This is Rem, the perfect wife, whose love is so profound they say if true love has a color it must be blue." Understood. Sanwu nodded once. Instantly, Wong, a strange resonance emanated from her core. She was a manifestation, a pure confluence of energy. Altering her form was as effortless as breathing. Jiang Chen watched utterly dumbfounded. Her silver hair, flowing down to her ankles, shortened visibly before his eyes, its hue shifting as the silvery white faded, replaced by a clear sky blue brilliance. Her center-parted bangs repositioned themselves, covering her right eye, leaving only her left pupil visible, a deep oceanic sapphire. A few stubborn strands of hair sprang upright atop her head. Even her maid uniform shimmered faintly, adjusting its silhouette, becoming sleeker, tighter, perfectly faithful to the original. In less than 3 heartbeats, the aloof, impassive, true immortal San Wu had vanished. In her place stood Rem herself, alive, breathing, stepped straight from the figurine into reality. San Wu felt no awe at what she'd done. Mimicking the figurine's pose, she gently lifted her skirt and bowed deeply before Jiang Chen. The face that had held no expression now wore a serene, tranquil smile, identical to the figurine's. Though her gaze remained slightly vacant, that very stillness lent her an irresistible, quintessentially San Wu charm. Her crimson lips parted, her voice, cool and crystalline, whispered softly. What the master loves, the master receives. The outside world. Ling Yuzhen stared blankly at the mirror's reflection. What kind of power is this? Not a trace of spiritual energy, yet instantaneous transformation of race and hair color, even altering her very aura. Is this corporeal reshaping at the level of Grand Tao principles? Boom. Before Ling Yuzhen could recover from her shock, the ceiling of the underground palace was violently torn away. Rocks pierced the air, dust billowed thickly. A crimson figure crashed down like a falling meteor before Ling Yuzhen. Li Qin'er's entire body blazed with palpable dark red, demonic energy, her once exquisite face now frozen in icy fury. The moment she entered, she saw the scene reflected in the mirror. San Wu, transformed into Jiang Chen's beloved likeness, lifting her skirt in graceful obeisance. Shameless. Enraged, Li Qin'er slammed her fist into the wall and strode forward, ready to rush in. To compete for favor, she'd even abandon her own primordial divine form. Cheating. Blatant, unforgivable cheating. One person had already entered. Ling Yuzhen feared answering to Jiang Chen if another followed. She hurriedly blocked Li Qin'er's advance. This time she imposed a great ascension realm restriction directly upon Li Qin'er. Absolutely forbidden. With your temperament, the heart demons will devour you whole. Meanwhile, within the mirror, Jiang Chen clutched his chest as blood trickled unbidden from his nose. This wasn't mere cosplay. It was dimensional transcendence. It was a shattering blow across the boundary between worlds. The lofty, true immortal, just to delight him, had become his two-dimensional beloved. Who could possibly withstand such a thing? Just then, the computer behind Jiang Chen flickered to life. From its speakers rose a familiar BGM. It was the iconic scene from episode 18 of ReZero, starting life in another world. On screen, anime Rem wept as she confessed her love. Let us begin here, right from this moment. From the beginning. No, from zero. In that instant, Li Qin'er, limbs bound tight, stared unblinkingly at the screen, at the woman whose appearance mirrored San Wu's perfectly. First came disbelief, then overwhelming jealousy and bitter resentment flooded her eyes. Who was that woman? So that's it, the one he truly loves most, sealed within that artifact all along. In the esports room, illuminated by RGB lights, the cool palm of San Wu gently pressed against the heated. Her divine sense surged in like a hacker, and in an instant the study materials that Jiang Chen had cherished for 10 years were forcefully accessed. From the orthopedic theories of Yuan Ji Kong to the guillotine of Rizai Xiao Yuan, from the classic mana replenishment teachings in Fate to the hundreds of gigabytes of teacher practical exercises neatly arranged by file number in the hidden folder. In just 3 seconds, the most secretive, thrilling, and indescribable knowledge repository of human civilization was completed. Download, extract, install. San Wu withdrew her finger and opened her eyes again, now filled with a clarity and wisdom known as experience driver. She tilted her head, looking at Jiang Chen, who was still curled up in the esports chair, confused. On the face that was originally expressionless, a shy expression unexpectedly appeared. 2 blushes floated on her cheeks like post-production effects. She pointed at the blush-inducing pop-up on the screen, speaking with a tone that was flat, yet inexplicably alluring. Master Rem wants to win, so we must. Replenish mana. Uffed. Jiang Chen sprayed his cola, choking as he coughed. Replenish mana. Where the hell did you learn that term? Moreover, do you even know what replenishing mana means? Is that something proper people do? D drive, new folder 3, subdirectory, graduate school, review materials. San Wu earnestly reported the path, her eyes clear, yet shy. The data shows that fluid exchange is the most efficient way to establish a deep bond. To understand love, to generate self based on big data algorithms, I also need that. After saying this, she approached her black and white maid dress, swaying with each step. This time she no longer mimicked the pose of a figurine. Instead, she embodied the essence of thousands of virtuous and talented teachers from the hard drive, stepping in front of the esports chair, long legs straddling directly onto Jiang Chen's lap. With both hands cupping Jiang Chen's bewildered face, her deep blue pupils reflected his flustered yet expectant gaze. If true love has a color, it must be blue. So does the master want to inject some blue? Her warm breath brushed against his face, carrying a pleasant milky scent. Jiang Chen swallowed hard as atoms, apple moving awkwardly. As a healthy adult male who could withstand this. But this is a true immortal. A being capable of killing an emperor with a single finger. Furthermore, does not having a good sentiment count as a violation. Let's not have a shocking package or a sudden demise at this moment. At this moment, a line of small text flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. Current target is not under system dimension control, does not count as KPI-free exploration for the host. Since the system has turned on the green light, why pretend to be a virtuous gentleman? Cough cough, since it's for academic research to help you find yourself. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, taking the initiative as he wrapped his arms around San Wu's slender waist. Then this young master shall reluctantly sacrifice a bit of my charm. The esports chair groaned under the burden. San Wu blinked her fingers, which could easily take down an emperor, awkwardly unbuttoning the first button of her maid outfit. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. The car door was sealed shut. Meanwhile, outside, the inner demon, no. Looking at the two in the mirror about to cross swords, Li Qiner completely lost her rationality. He is my private possession. He is the only light that has shone into my dark and dreary life. He is mine. Li Qiner's eyes turned blood red, her demonic aura erupting like a volcanic explosion, disregarding Ling Yuzhen's attempts to stop her, burning her essence to break free from the restraints Ling Yuzhen had placed upon her. Wait, that's the inner demon. Boom. Before Ling Yuzhen could finish her sentence, Li Qiner transformed into a red flash, forcefully shattering the outer space barrier of the inner demon mirror and smashing in. However, what she entered was not the ambiguous bedroom, but the most fearful corner deep within her own heart. The scene shifted. Yet this was not that bedroom. Only a warm courtyard remained, the sunlight blindingly bright. Under the hibiscus tree, Jiang Chen was looking tenderly, holding a piece of milk cake and feeding it to a child in his arms. The child was exquisitely carved, but had the same bright blue short hair as San Wu. Beside Jiang Chen, the woman with blue hair dressed in a maid outfit nestled against his shoulder, blissfully wiping the cake crumbs from the corner of his mouth. The family of three was harmonious and happy, like a perfect family. Li Qiner stood outside the courtyard, feeling like a forsaken outsider, her body frozen. She saw it. The blue-haired woman's face bore the happiness she longed for, the satisfaction of being cherished. Why? Why her? Why does even this imitation who can only mimic get to have his love? The surging possessiveness instantly burned away her remaining sanity. A cold, sticky whisper echoed in her ear. Do you see? You are too late. He already has a new family, a family member who is more obedient and docile than you. You with your prickly exterior who only knows how to bite deserve to be caged watching them be happy. No. Li Qiner looked at that blinding scene, her nails digging deep into her palm, blood dripping, yet she felt no. She laughed. A laugh that was both tragic and insane, tears flowing uncontrollably. Why? Eat him. The inner demon's voice resonated again, filled with a chilling excitement. Countless black hands crawled over her body, attempting to drag her into the abyss. Yes, eat him. Tear apart his flesh, devour his bones, let him forever reside within you, becoming a part of your body. This way you will be together forever, and no one will ever snatch him away from you. What a wonderful idea. Li Qiner slowly raised her head, her originally crimson eyes now transformed into an abyss of darkness. In the bedroom, Jiang Chen's hand had already ventured beneath the skirt. The touch was warm and delicate. San Wu tilted her head back slightly, emitting a few unintelligible murmurs. Just as Jiang Chen was about to proceed to the next move. Boom. A loud sound. Jiang Chen's action froze as he abruptly looked up. He saw the wall of the bedroom covered in anime posters shattering like a mirror. Debris flew everywhere. Amidst the smoke, a blood-soaked figure slowly emerged. Li Qiner stepped forward, each step leaving a charred footprint on the floor corroded by her demonic energy. She fixed her gaze on the two who were still entwined. Xiao Chen, have you had enough fun? If you've had enough, then let me join in too. Crack. That sharp, shattering sound pierced Jiang Chen's heart more deeply than the collapse of the celestial Tao itself. The illusion was false, but the anguish was real. My 5070 Ti. Jiang Chen instinctively reached out, grasping only a handful of scorching ash. Yet the architect of this devastation felt no empathy. Die. All of you just die. Midair, Li Qiner's eyes blazed crimson, her body wreathed in viscous liquid-like demonic energy. She locked her gaze upon Jiang Chen, and upon the expressionless girl clad in Rem's attire, her lips curling into a hauntingly beautiful, sorrow-drenched smile. Since your heart is filled with these wild women, I shall reduce this place to rubble. Once it lies in ruins, your eyes will hold only me. Right, Xiao Chen? Boom. With a graceful flick of her hand, space trembled, countless dark red fissures erupted across the bedroom walls like a spreading spiderweb. The entire heart demon realm groaned under unbearable strain. Stasis. With calm detachment, the expressionless girl raised her hand toward the raging Li Qiner and pointed gently. In that instant, Jiang Chen's formidable law-based power froze her utterly in place. Though immobilized, her murderous intent and surging demonic aura remained undiminished. San Wu, can you Jiang Chen asked. San Wu shook her head, replying in her softest, most delicate voice, Master, law-based power cannot intervene in heart demon domains. However, per the recommendations in the hard drive's practical guide to romantic psychology. How? Just tell me. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze, hope igniting in his eyes. San Wu raised one slender porcelain-white finger. Concise and unambiguous, go for it. Jiang Chen. With solemn earnestness, San Wu declared, academic data indicates 0 success rate for verbal communication with a female partner in a state of berserk rage. Only physical zero-distance contact can forcibly reset her logical circuitry. In short, stop talking. Embrace her. Kiss her. Dominate her. This is suicide. Jiang Chen stared at Li Qiner suspended midair, a cataclysmic demon god incarnate. She raised her hand once more, palm coalescing a sphere of demonic energy potent enough to melt void itself. Target locked, Jiang Chen and that accursed Rem. Since you two are so devoted. Then become star-crossed, no turning back. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen lunged, not retreating but launching himself forward with a powerful thrust of his foot. No protective spirit light. No law-based augmentation. He flung open his arms and plunged straight into that lethal tide of demonic energy, crushing Li Qiner fiercely against his chest. Her pupils contracted violently. The demonic energy coalescing in her palm dissolved instantly. Yet her lucidity lasted but a single breath. Then darkness flooded her irises anew. Devour, devour. She shrieked, sinking her teeth deep into Jiang. Jiang Chen sucked in a sharp breath. The girl truly meant to draw blood. Still he held her slender waist in an iron grip, pressing her head firmly against his chest as he roared with every fiber of his being, have you had enough? Come home with me. Warm blood streamed from his wound into her mouth. In that very instant, thump thump, a strange rhythmic pulse surged from where their blood mingled. It was another heartbeat, faint yet resolute and unwavering. As if sensing the vital essence of its father's blood, the nascent life stirring within Li Qiner's womb emitted a tender ripple of spiritual energy. A bond absolute, forged in the deepest recesses of bloodline. That gentle heartbeat-like resonance of spiritual energy stirred fragments of reason back into Li Qiner's mind. Jiang Chen continued shouting into her ear, Qiner, awaken. Deep within her consciousness, Li Qiner was being dragged downward by countless black ghost hands, her ears ringing with mockery and curses. You're unworthy. You're too filthy. Crack. A jagged fissure split the ink-black sky above. A hand, brutal, unyielding, burst through the rift and seized her wrist. Its owner was Jiang Chen. Qiner, come home. Home. Yes. What she craved was never possession but a home. I want to go home. I want to go home. Li Qiner fought desperately against the clutching black hands, tears flooding her eyes as she strained toward that single radiant beam of light. Her sole beacon of light. Outside her consciousness, the obsidian haze receded from Li Qiner's eyes. Dazed, she gazed down at the man before her, pale-faced, bleeding, yet clinging to her with desperate, unrelenting strength, as though holding a long-lost, priceless treasure. Why did you rush forward? Her voice trembled, fingertips brushed gingerly over Jiang Chen's wound. Weren't you afraid I'd truly kill you? HSS. Jiang Chen winced then, despite the pain, raised a hand and delivered a sharp, resounding slap to her lower back. Pia, kill me. You're mine, and carrying my child. Do you think I'd stand by while the heart demon consumed you? Jiang Chen glared fiercely, adopting his most unyielding stance. Next time you recklessly enter such realms, I'll spank your bottom raw. In the past, anyone daring to strike Li Qiner's backside would have been torn limb from limb and fed to dogs. Yet now, she covered the spot with both hands, cheeks flushing vivid pink before his eyes. Her fiery crimson tail, utterly beyond her control, coiled tightly around Jiang Chen's waist and rubbed affectionately against his thigh. An unprecedented sense of security flooded the hollow expanse of her 500-year-old heart. This feeling of being guided, disciplined, was profoundly grounding, profoundly cherished. It hurts, but... Li Qiner buried her face against Jiang Chen's chest, emitting a soft feline purr. Her gaze grew hazy, her voice melting into honeyed surrender. Could you do it again, please, Jiang Chen? So, this unlocked a hidden trait. Beside them, Sanwu silently retrieved a small notebook and jotted down observation log. Pain, stimuli significantly elevate female affinity and trigger mating response mechanisms. Conclusion, human reproductive logic is astonishing. Rumble, rumble, all around space began fracturing shard by shard. Sanwu closed her notebook, observing the disintegrating realm with serene composure. The disturbance is too great. This domain cannot hold. Jiang Chen's face paled. He swept Li Qiner, still murmuring for more, into his arms. Let's go now. What a pity. Although the illusion was false, the joy was real. There would be no more opportunities like this in the future. Jiang Chen took one last sip of ice cola and then pulled out the dragon beard Jimu pen. With the pen in hand, he wrote down a single character. Break. A word was lightly uttered from his lips. As the pen tip fell, golden light suddenly shone forth. An ancient and powerful character for break materialized out of thin air. Boom. In an instant, the raging spatial storm came to a halt. Floating fragments of the void hung, suspended in midair, as if even the flow of time had been forcibly paused at that moment. Immediately afterward, the character break radiated a brilliant golden light, transforming into an overwhelming torrent that violently swept across the entire inner demon space. Nothing could stop this single character. Outside world. At that moment, Ling Yuzhen was sitting cross-legged on the ground, hands forming seals, desperately burning her essence blood in an attempt to stabilize the inner demon mirror that was about to explode. The Divine Lord had yet to emerge. If the inner demon mirror shattered, the Divine Lord would never be able to come out. Moreover, this inner demon mirror was a divine weapon inherited by the Mirror Shadow Sect for over 10,000 years. If it were to be destroyed in her hands, she could not dare to imagine the consequences. I must hold on. Ling Yuzin's face turned pale, blood oozing from her mouth as she pushed her cultivation at the great ascension stage to its limits. However, the next moment, a golden character break suddenly appeared on the surface of the ancient and mysterious copper mirror that was floating in midair. There was no warning. Crack. A crisp wail echoed throughout the entire underground palace under Ling Yuzin's horrified gaze. The imperial weapon which had trapped countless prodigies and even made quasi-emperors wary, the inner demon mirror, shattered. Puff. With her innate treasure destroyed, Ling Yuzhen felt as if struck by lightning, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood as she collapsed to the ground. It was over. Everything was over. With the Divine Lord still not emerged, the inheritance severed, and her cultivation severely damaged. Just as her heart sank into despair, three figures slowly emerged from the shimmering crystal fragments. The leading man, though somewhat disheveled, had his arms around two exceptionally beautiful women. Jiang Chen let out a deep sigh, glancing back at the shattered mirror, revealing an extremely genuine expression of. However, this scene seen through Ling Yuzin's eyes took on a completely different interpretation. The Divine Lord. He shattered the extreme imperial weapon with a single word, even going so far as to destroy this supreme celestial artifact, not to escape at all. With his strength, escaping was merely a matter of a flick of his finger. The reason he destroyed the mirror was to sever my inner demon. This inner demon mirror reflected Jiang Baishan's figure every day. This was the cage she had been trapped in for 1,000 years. As long as the mirror existed, her obsession remained. With the mirror's destruction, she would be reborn. Divine Lord. Ling Yuzin's eyes instantly turned red, tears flowing uncontrollably. Is this the compassion of a supreme being? Clearly I had plotted against him, had imprisoned him. He did not kill me. Instead, he used such a thunderous method to forcibly help me break free. So it turns out, I've been living in a dream all my life. Ling Yuzhen murmured, the confusion in her eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented fervor and determination. Thud. Ignoring the blood at the corner of her mouth, she knelt on both knees, her forehead heavily knocking against the shards scattered on the ground. Thank you, Divine Lord, for granting me rebirth. I, a foolish servant, have been trapped in my obsession for 1,000 years, nearly causing a great disaster. Today the Divine Lord shatters the mirror to enlighten me, as if struck by a hammer. From this day forth, the entire Mirror Shadow Sect is willing to go through fire and water for the Divine Lord. He looked at Ling Yuzhen, who was kneeling on the ground, knocking her head like pounding garlic, and calmly brushed off the dust from his hands. Cough, cough. As long as you can understand, that is good. Some things once broken are broken. There is no need to be obsessed. Yes, the servant will remember the Divine Lord's teachings. Ling Yuzhen bowed her head again, trembling with emotion. At that moment, the previously silent San Wu suddenly walked to the corner of the great hall. She squatted down and picked up a pitch-black long nail from the ruins. It was the soul extinguishing nail that had previously ambushed Jiang Chen, but was deflected by the inner demon mirror. She approached Jiang Chen, presenting the long nail with both hands. This item is not of the lower realm. It seems to be a tool for stealing heaven. Steal heaven? Do you mean that there is a power of the laws upon it? Hearing the words power of the laws, Ling Yuzhen, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised her head, her pupils constricting. The laws, eh? How is that possible? Even a great emperor of the mortal realm can only borrow the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Only by ascending to immortality can one touch even the surface of the laws. This nail actually bears true laws. San Wu nodded. Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold. The Lu family. A cold light flashed in Ling Yuzhen's eyes, instantly switching from a fervent believer back to the master of a sect. The terrifying murderous aura belonging to a great ascension expert immediately dropped the surrounding temperature to freezing point. What a formidable Lu family from the north region. Ling Yuzhen slowly stood up, cupping her fists towards Jiang Chen. Divine Lord, you need not take action. This dirty work can be left to me. Though the Lu family is powerful in the north region, my Mirror Shadow Sect's intelligence network spans the world. Within 7 days. In 7 days I will surely uncover this matter and present it to you. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yuzhen, who was full of vigor at that moment, and nodded in satisfaction. Is this what it feels like to be the boss? When there's work, my little brother does it. Ew, when there's none. Cough, cough. Thank you for your hard work. An hour later. In the south wilderness at the gate of the Celestial Demon Sect, Jiang Chen returned home to the Celestial Demon Sect with Li Qiner and San Wu. Upon arriving at the gate, he saw a heavenly horse standing outside. Beside the heavenly horse stood a plump man. The man was shaking with fear, trembling before the 2 stone lions outside the mountain gate. Upon spotting Jiang Chen, the plump man immediately rolled and crawled over. Greetings, Your Highness. You have finally returned. I am Lu Fatty, the head chef of the Dazhou Imperial Kitchen. Under the orders of Her Majesty the Empress, I rushed day and night, exhausting 8 heavenly horses just to get here. Empress. Ji Qinghua. Jiang Chen was taken aback. The plump man trembled as he took out a letter sealed with red wax from his bosom. Her Majesty said that meeting the letter is like meeting her in person. Jiang Chen took the letter. The envelope retained a faint scent of dragon saliva and the familiar cold fragrance belonging to Ji Qinghua. As he opened the letter, familiar handwriting met his eyes. The characters were as magnificent as their owner, exuding a heroic spirit while hiding a trace of feminine tenderness in the turns of the strokes. To the esteemed young master, meeting the letter is like meeting in person. The situation in Zhongzhou has stabilized somewhat. Those old families have been dealt with by me, and the remaining are still observing. However, as the year-end approaches, I am helpless and unable to leave the imperial capital. I know you enjoy Zhongzhou delicacies, so I have sent the imperial chef to you. If his cooking is not satisfactory, feel free to cut him down. Do not worry. Once I stabilize the 4 directions and eliminate all rogues, I will surely return to your side. At that time, I will make it up to you for the longing of Qingyue. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose, the image of Ji Qingyue in a dragon robe hiding JK white stockings beneath, with her eyes shimmering in his presence surfacing in his mind. He glanced at the sickly beast girl beside him and the unfazed Sanwu. Jiang Chen suddenly felt this soft rice. While delicious, it really is a bit taxing on the waist. Divine Lord, we have found it. Ling Yuzhen knelt on one knee, her expression serious. That soul destruction nail was crafted by the hand of the second head of the Liu family from the northern region. The Liu family seems to be conducting some sort of ascension experiment, but they are keeping it too secretive, with even members of the Liu family knowing very little. Ling Yuzhen raised her head, her gaze lingering on Jiang Chen for a moment, hesitating to speak. Why the hesitation? Speak. Jiang Chen asked nonchalantly. Ling Yuzhen took a deep breath, lowering her voice to them. You have no cultivation, yet can withstand a strike from a transformation god in the central region, and even resonate with a primal sword body with your offspring, heralding celestial phenomena at birth. This irrationality has already been categorized as a top research target. She continued, according to reports from our spies, the soul destruction nail is just the beginning. Jiang Chen, who had just taken a sip of tea, immediately spat it out. Good heavens. They are treating him like a lab rat. Impudence. Seeing Jiang Chen's anger, Ling Yuzhen's killing intent surged instantly, countless mirror shadows faintly appearing behind her. How dare the mere Liu family desecrate the Divine Lord? Once you give the command, 100,000 disciples from the Mirror Shadow sect will march northward, even if it means exhausting our resources. We will ensure the Liu family meets their end. Is this what it feels like to be a leader? Just a frown, and someone rushes to help you clean up the family tree. But Jiang Chen waved his hand, taking the handkerchief from San Wu to wipe his mouth. There's no need. He joked his father was not home now. If a battle between righteous and demonic forces broke out, would he still be able to live in peace? His wife and children were at home. The child was still young. If they were affected, that wouldn't do. The Liu family is deeply rooted. Confronting them heathen is not wise. Jiang Chen stood up, hands behind his back, gazing northward, adopting a mysterious demeanor. Now I am in the open, while the enemy is in the dark. Rather than waiting for them to strike, I might as well take the initiative. Do you mean? Ling Yuzhen was taken aback, and then suddenly realized you want to personally go to the northern region and undermine the enemy from within. Truly a divine lord. Jiang Chen glanced at her, raised a finger to his lips. This matter is highly confidential. Besides you, I do not wish for a third person to know. Yes, I swear by my Dao heart, I will not leak a single word. Ling Yuzhen trembled with excitement, her eyes filled with fervor. The divine lord is treating me as a trusted aide. This is solid. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen looked at himself in the mirror, lost in thought. That handsome, ethereal face had now become quite ordinary. His complexion was sallow, his brows and eyes drooping, exuding an air of, although I have studied for 2 years, I failed to achieve fame, and can only resort to selling fake medicine. He carried a weathered bamboo medicine box on his back, and held a tattered banner in his hand, emblazoned with 4 large characters. Cures all ailments. What a downtrodden quack, wandering the Jianghu. This was the disguise tailored for him by the enchantress Su Mei, altering even his skeletal aura, so that even his biological father Jiang Beishan would have to greet him with "Good day, doctor." It's your turn. Jiang Chen turned around, looking at San Wu behind him. This true immortal was still wearing that striking maid outfit, her azure short hair covering half her face, standing there like a being that broke the dimensional barrier. This outfit won't do, it's too two-dimensional. We are going to infiltrate, not attend a comic convention. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, sizing her up. We need something simpler. Something like a village girl who follows a down-and-out scholar responsible for gathering and brewing medicine. Looking, San Wu blinked. Buzz, a flash of light passed. Her signature azure short hair instantly elongated, turned black, and finally transformed into a glossy black braid casually tied back with 2 red hair ties. The exquisite maid outfit vanished, replaced by a patched floral red cotton jacket and loose, somewhat comically baggy gray cotton pants, with her feet in old cloth shoes with thick soles. Except for her face still being excessively exquisite and her large eyes still exuding a hint of clear stupidity, she was practically a replica of the village girl, Arya, from Jiang family village. Perfect. Jiang Chen snapped his fingers, very satisfied. From now on I shall call myself Jiang Xiaoqing, a wandering doctor who saves lives and incidentally earns a meal. You will be called Suihua, my mute maid. San Wu tilted her head, pointed to her mouth, and tentatively spoke Abba. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. While you adapt to the role quickly, there's no need to act so convincingly. Before setting off, Jiang Chen made a special trip to the primal spiritual energy incubation room. Li Qiner was lazily lying on the bed, basking in the sun like a well-fed big cat. She had a special constitution, and even with the time acceleration of the incubation room, she couldn't give birth like Shen Xingyu and the others in just 7 days. Looking at the curve of her bulging belly, it seemed she would have to carry for another 10 days or half a month. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's quack doctor attire, Li Qiner was first taken aback, then burst out laughing, her two beast ears shaking. Uft, where are you going? To which village to deceive young girls into fortune-telling? I am going to do something big to... Jiang Chen walked over and gave her a firm kiss on her delicate face. You behave and nurture the child, wait for me to return. Although Li Qiner usually had some delicate tendencies, she was exceptionally understanding in such matters. She took a red string off her wrist and tied it around Jiang Chen's wrist. This is a heart knot. If you dare to fool around outside, this string will tighten. She deliberately activated her demonic energy, and the red string instantly tightened. Jiang Chen felt a sting on his wrist, leaving a faint red mark. Slap. Jiang Chen raised his hand and gave her a smack on the backside. What's up? Are you misbehaving again? Li Qiner immediately blushed, covering her behind and obediently sitting back on the bed. Just joking, as long as you get hurt, I can sense it. I'm off. At dusk, the setting sun was blood red. 1 master and 1 servant, 1 banner and 1 basket. 2 figures that appeared to possess no cultivation quietly left the southern wasteland, heading towards the snowy northern region border. Just after walking 2 miles. That. Suehua. Abba. Master. Can you fly? Or shrink the distance in an instant? Can we not walk? This road is too difficult, it wears out my shoes. Jiang Chen plopped down on a stone by the roadside, starting to sulk. No choice after being a salted fish for too long, even moving a little feels like a waste of life. San Wu stopped, turning to look at him quietly. The master said to keep a low profile. Keeping a low profile doesn't mean we have to suffer. We are going to steal, not to endure hardships, Jiang Chen argued. San Wu's brain, with processing capabilities comparable to a quantum computer, rapidly operated, seemingly searching for the optimal solution. After a moment, she slung the bamboo basket over her arm, walked to Jiang Chen, turned around, half squatted down, and silently patted her thin but strong shoulder. The meaning was clear: get on, sister will carry you. Thus, under the setting sun, a bizarre yet warm scene unfolded. A petite village girl clad in a floral cotton jacket, carrying a lazy doctor holding a tattered banner, vanished into the vast mountains and fields. At the border between the southern wilderness and the northern domain lies a vast mountain range known as Duanjia Mountain. This place is shrouded in mist year-round, filled with poisonous miasma, and serves as a paradise for countless high-level demon beasts. Ordinary cultivators, if they do not possess golden core cultivation, would not dare to step even half a foot inside. Even nascent soul-old monsters must tread carefully and conceal their aura. However, at this moment, in a place long devoid of human presence, there appeared a physician and a mute maid. The two walked leisurely, as if they were not here for an adventure, but rather a spring outing. Suddenly, a gust of foul wind rushed towards them. The bushes ahead exploded, and a giant lion as massive as a small mountain and enveloped in purple lightning burst forth from the forest, bringing with it a suffocating pressure. The Thunder Prison Lion King. A ferocious beast on par with a transformation stage powerhouse. Its massive jaws opened, revealing sharp fangs still smeared with the flesh of unknown creatures, and viscous saliva dripped onto the ground, instantly corroding the rocks into pits. Damn, this thing looks a bit rough. Jiang Chen instinctively reached for the knife at his waist as he beheld this colossal, yet contrary to the anticipated earth-shattering battle between man and beast, not even an overture sounded. San Wu halted his steps, slightly lifting his head. Those grayish-white eyes showed no emotion, merely casting a faint glance at the lion. There were no special effects, no imposing aura, not even the earthy red hair. Tai trembled. Just an ordinary glance. Ow. Hick. The Thunder Prison Lion King, originally roaring to intimidate and preparing to feast on this human sashimi, suddenly revealed a deep-seated fear in its lantern-sized eyes. This fear did not stem from encountering a natural enemy, but rather from species suppression. Thud. A loud sound erupted. The 4 sturdy legs of the Thunder Prison Lion King immediately buckled, and it dropped to the ground in an extremely standard tactical skid. Its massive body lay flat on the ground, head buried deep in the soil, trembling like a leaf. To prove it was harmless, it even struggled to flip over, exposing its soft belly, and squeezed out a sound from its throat. Meow. Jiang Chen. Is this lion sick or something? Jiang Chen tentatively poked the lion's belly with the broken flag. The Thunder Prison Lion King not only did not explode in fury, but instead rubbed against the flag with a look of enjoyment. This was too humble. You are the Lion King. What about your dignity? It seems the ancient texts were mistaken. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, pondering. The book said that the beasts of Duanjia Mountain are ferocious and bloodthirsty, yet I find this lion quite handsome and rather hospitable. San Wu took out a wild fruit from the bamboo basket, bit into it, with a stoic expression. From this point onward, the atmosphere completely shifted. Originally fraught with danger, Duanjia Mountain seemed to transform into Jiang Chen's own backyard. The extremely poisonous ice needle snow python, upon spotting the two, directly tied itself into a knot and hung from a tree like a swing, fearing it might be made into snake soup. A group of irritable red fire demon apes, originally embroiled in a brawl, stopped at once upon seeing Jiang Chen. Even 2 clever ones rushed over, holding freshly washed peaches, eagerly offering them. While munching on a peach, Jiang Chen marveled the customs of Duanjia Mountain. Oh no, the beast customs are truly simple and honest. Suehua, look at this monkey, how polite it is. The two made their way without obstruction, delving deep into the heart of Duanjia Mountain. Here lay a hidden cold pool surrounded by bizarre stones, the water as dark as ink, emanating a bone-chilling coldness. Yet in the air, aside from the cold, there seemed to linger a rich smell of blood. Ding! High-value target detected. Is someone there? Jiang Chen's expression shifted, and he immediately retracted his playful demeanor. He pushed aside the dense bushes ahead. There lay a figure on the black rocks by the cold pool. It was a woman. She wore a tattered silver battle armor covered in knife marks and claw prints, revealing a blood-stained white undergarment underneath. Her long hair was disheveled, spread out in the pool of blood, and despite her face being smeared with blood, it could not conceal her strikingly fierce brows and eyes. Surrounding her lay several corpses of high-level demon beasts. Clearly this was a tough character. She single-handedly took on a group of monsters, and ultimately paid the price. This girl is a bit fierce. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Taking down so many demon beasts on par with the nascent soul stage, her combat prowess was somewhat terrifying. With a thought, the system panel instantly popped up. Scanning current target Lu Feiyuan, physique 5 elements, root inactive, beauty 97, top 3 in the Northern Domain's beauty rankings, dimensions 996296, romantic history, none, currently being pressured by her family to marry. She has run away from home to resist the matchmaking, comprehensive score 97, Lu Feiyuan from the Lu family. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly brightened. What kind of luck was this? Out on a casual stroll, and he directly stumbled upon an enemy's head. Was this not a KPI delivered to his doorstep? Jiang Chen tidied his collar, planted the cure-all flag into the ground, and instantly got into character. Suehua, it's time to get to work. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Today the name of our divine Dr. Jiang Xiaoqing will be renowned here. As he spoke, Jiang Chen rolled up his sleeves, displaying a look of compassion, preparing to take advantage of the fire. Oh no, to offer his healing. Suddenly the woman who had been unconscious jolted awake. In her eyes there was not a hint of the confusion of just waking, but only a fierce, killing intent like that of a lone wolf. Swish! A cold light flashed. A broken sword carrying a fierce gust of wind was instantly pressed against Jiang Chen's throat. Even though the sword was broken, the oppressive cold still raised the hairs on Jiang Chen's neck. Lu Fian gritted her teeth, her voice hoarse, yet carrying an undeniable ferocity. Move again, and you die. The cold pool's edge was filled with an ominous wind. The broken sword was merely millimeters away from Jiang Chen's throat. If it were a normal person, they might have already soiled their pants in fear. But who was Jiang Chen? Such scenes were child's play. Faced with Lu Feiyuan's almost predatory gaze, Jiang Chen not only did not retreat, but instead sighed helplessly. He slowly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, wearing a standard, harmless, even somewhat simple-minded smile. Miss. Jiang Chen pointed at the object pressed against his neck, speaking earnestly. Although I'm not very familiar with weapons this sort. You're holding it the wrong way. That's the handle. Lu Feiyuan was taken aback. She was already at her wits' end, relying solely on her. Looking down at this moment, it turned out that due to excessive blood loss, her vision had blurred, and what she was indeed holding was the blade of the broken sword. What was pressed against the opponent's neck was the round handle. Not only did she fail to injure anyone, but her own palm was also bleeding profusely from the sword's edge. Clang! The broken sword clattered to the ground. Lu Feiyuan, who had been barely holding on, instantly slumped forward. Hey, are you trying to cheat me? The wound on Lu Feiyuan was positioned quite awkwardly. 3 inches to the right of her lower abdomen, pierced by a sharp. What made matters worse was that the silver soft armor, though decent in defense, had already sunk into her flesh, even bonding with the congealed blood scab. To treat the wound, one must first remove the clothing. If others were to witness this scene, they would likely be distracted by their desires. However, Jiang Chen blindfolded himself with a black strip of cloth. What a joke! Among the top 3 women on the beauty list, there was no shortage of suitors eager for her body. To capture such a fierce character, one must play it smart. Not bad figure, let's take another look next time. Jiang Chen evaluated silently, yet his hands did not stop. With a rip, he forcefully tore off the piece of secret silver armor, without any regard for delicacy. Lu Fian, still unconscious, let out a pained groan, her body instinctively tensing up. A large expanse of snow-white skin was exposed to the air, but the hideous wound marred that beauty. To avoid revealing his identity, Jiang Chen took out a porcelain bottle from the medical kit. Homemade liquor. Its potency was immeasurable. Bear with it, this is for disinfection. With a splash, the strong liquor was poured. The intense pain jolted Lu Feiyuan awake. Through her blurred vision, she saw a man straddling her side, one hand tearing at her clothes, while the other was pouring liquor on her wound. The sense of shame at being violated instantly overshadowed the pain in her body. Scoundrel! Seeking death, Lu Feiyuan summoned her last bit of strength, attempting to channel her spiritual energy to shatter the man's heart. However, when she got a clearer look, she saw that this man was blindfolded with a strip of black cloth. In this situation, this man actually did not look at her. Is he saving me? Just as this thought emerged, a unified sound of breaking air abruptly erupted above the cold pond. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 or 8 streaks of light cut through the poisonous mist, crashing down. The leading elder stood on a flying sword clad in a dark gold robe, exuding an unmistakable pressure of the nascent soul stage. The third elder of the Liu family's law enforcement hall. From his elevated position, he scanned the entire scene, with hawk-like eyes finally locking onto the disheveled Liu Feiyuan and the filthy hands still pressing on her lower abdomen. Boom. You scoundrel. A mere mortal ant dares to defile the second Miss Immortal body with your filthy hands. This roar caused even the waters of the cold pond to surge up 3 zhang high. Jiang Chen did not stop his actions, turning his head in response to the voice. Old man, don't be so angry. A healer has the heart of a parent. If I hadn't saved her, she would be dead by now. The bloodline of the Liu family is something a lowly rogue like you can touch. The third elder's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he pointed at Jiang Chen. Someone chop off this kid's hands. Yes. Several golden core guards behind him grinned maliciously as they drew their magical tools, advancing toward Jiang Chen. In their eyes, crushing this doctor without any spiritual energy fluctuations was easier than squashing an ant. Liu Feiyuan wanted to shout a warning, but due to excessive blood loss, she could only emit a faint sound. It's over. This doctor is as good as dead. However, Sanwu halted his movements, looking at the cultivators in the sky, and replied, ABA, ABA. A buzzing sound erupted. An invisible ripple centered around Sanwu instantly expanded to a radius of 100 miles. That was the essence of a true immortal, imperceptible to ordinary cultivators, but to keen beasts it was akin to a decree from a superior. The next second, roar. A thunderous roar erupted suddenly from the depths of the dense forest, followed by the earth shaking violently. What's happening? Is the earth dragon turning over? The third elder's face changed, and the palm of spiritual energy he was about to strike paused in midair. Immediately after, countless scarlet eyes lit up through the poisonous mist. The Thunder Prison Lion King, its body the size of a small mountain, was enveloped in violent purple lightning charging forward. Behind it were hundreds of high-level beasts normally fighting fiercely over territory. Red Fire Demon, Ape, Ice Feather, Snow Python, Ironback, Grey Wolf. At this moment, they seemed to reach some strange consensus, forming a well-disciplined army like a tide of darkness sweeping towards the cold pond. Beast tide. Damn, how can there be a beast tide here? The faces of the Liu family members instantly turned pale. Encountering such a level of beast tide deep within the broken boundary mountain, let alone a nascent soul, even a transformation stage cultivator would be in dire straits. Quick retreat. The third elder panicked, forgetting about killing Jiang Chen, and immediately wanted to take Liu Feiyuan away. However, an eerie scene unfolded. The surging beast tide, upon passing by Jiang Chen and Sanwu, automatically parted ways, fearing they would disturb him. They even carefully slowed their pace, afraid of stepping on the cure-all banner stuck in the ground. Yet once they crossed Jiang Chen, these beasts instantly changed their faces. Roar. Their fangs bared their murderous intent boiling. It was as if they had pent-up rage to unleash, pouring all their fury onto the few members of the Liu family. The third elder was particularly unfortunate. The Thunder Prison Lion King seemed to take a disliking to him, swatting his magical tool away, then opening its bloody maw and biting down on his thigh. Crack. The protective spiritual shield shattered like paper. The Liu family cultivators collapsed. Did that kid smear himself with Beast King's dung? Why do they only bite them and not attack that kid? Off. The third elder let out a scream, his entire body being retreat. Quick retreat. At this moment, nothing was more important than lives over family duties. The third elder left behind a harsh remark of, "Kid, wait for me," as he crushed a highly valuable space evasion talisman, fleeing the scene with a few remaining subordinates in panic. In the blink of an eye, the area by the cold pond returned to silence. The beast tide receded towards the horizon. Liu Feiyuan, lying on the ground, was left dumbfounded by this scene. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already bandaged her wound and draped a piece of clothing over her. Only then did he remove the blindfold and prepare to leave with the broken bamboo basket on his back. Miss, your life is saved. According to the rules of the martial world, the consultation fee is 10 taels of silver. Looking at your disheveled state, you probably have no money on you. This debt can be kept for now. If we meet again in the future, remember to pay me back with interest. After saying this, Jiang Chen waved his hand, adopting a posture of leaving gracefully, hiding his accomplishments and fame. Suihua, let's go. However, just as he took 2 steps forward, the corner of his clothing suddenly weighed down. Jiang Chen looked down to see that bloodied hand gripping tightly onto his trouser leg. Jiang Chen tentatively tugged at his pants leg, but couldn't pull away. Reluctantly, he said, "Miss, I do not accept compensation in kind." Liu Feiyuan stared at Jiang Chen intently. A mortal with no background. His medical skills were remarkable, able to navigate through the perilous broken boundary mountain with ease. His disposition was steadfast. He looked at her body without any lustful thoughts. Most importantly, he had no cultivation, his identity as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Wasn't this a gift from heaven, a perfect shield to escape her family's abhorrent arranged marriage? You saved me, and you touched my body. Jiang Chen widened his eyes. Sister, in that area where you're injured, it is impossible to apply medicine without removing your clothes. Liu Feiyuan ignored the explanation, her tone turning threatening. If you don't want to be hunted down by the Liu family to the ends of the earth, have your eyes gouged out, and your hands chopped off, there is only one way. What way? Jiang Chen asked. Liu Feiyuan fixed her gaze on his eyes, enunciating each word, become my son-in-law. Marry me. Right now. Beside them, Sanwu quietly took out a small notebook, picked up a pen, and with a serious expression recorded observation log how human males attract females using the strategy of feigning indifferent success rate 100. Marry into the family. Jiang Chen stepped back half a pace, crossing his arms, protecting himself with a tattered banner that read cures all ills, and said with righteous indignation, although I, Jiang Xiaoqing, am poor, I have still read the works of the sages. A man should have gold beneath his knees. I do not eat soft rice. By the cold pool the wind howled mournfully. Lu Feiyuan propped herself up with a broken sword, barely managing to stand upright. Beneath the gauze bandages lay a breathtaking conical curve. Don't want to eat. She scoffed coldly, a trace of ferocity flashing in her eyes. A wave of spiritual pressure from the early stage of Golden Core, though weak, suddenly erupted, pressing toward Jiang Chen. In the depths of this broken boundary, mountain demonic beasts roam freely. Do you believe that with just a flick of my finger you and your mute servant will become the feces of demonic beasts? Ouched. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to retreat, trembling in fear, hiding behind San Wu, revealing only his pair of eyes. Miss, let's talk it out. Don't be violent, though I have a weak heart. San Wu remained expressionless, staring motionlessly at Lu Feiyuan. Lu Feiyuan ignored the strange maid, took a deep breath, and restrained her killing intent. I do not intend to harm you. She sat back down, gazing at the gray horizon to the north, her tone filled with disgust and fatigue. My name is Lu Fen, the second young lady of the Lu family. The Lu family intends to use me as a bargaining chip in a marriage alliance with the Nangong family to marry that so-called son of the Emperor Nangong Luyan. Isn't that good? Jiang Chen leaned forward, testing the waters. An imperial family that sounds quite wealthy. Wealthy? Huh. Lu Feiyuan gritted her teeth, her handsome face filled with disgust. Nangong Luyan, though exceptionally talented, is exceedingly depraved in private conduct. It is said that he has 3,000 beauties in his courtyard, yet none hold the title of legitimate wife, all treated as mere playthings. Jiang Chen blinked. Men, after all, having multiple wives is quite normal. If it were just normal concubinage, that would be fine. Lu Feiyuan suddenly turned her head, glaring into Jiang Chen's eyes, angrily proclaiming, but he is a complete... I heard he loves collecting all sorts of bizarre torture instruments like red candles for dripping wax, specially made whips and shackles for binding hands and feet, all used during intimate affairs. Is that not perverse? This. Jiang Chen gasped, nervously touching his nose. This line of work sounds a bit familiar. Lu Feiyuan became increasingly agitated, as if wanting to vent all her fear and anger. Not only that, he even forces those women to wear extremely revealing clothing, and even compels them to call him master while raising a pair of twins. He is truly a disgrace to the cultivation world. Such a person deserves to be struck down by heavenly lightning, never to be reborn. Cough, 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 cough. Jiang Chen suddenly erupted into a fit of severe coughing. What the A? Is this pointing at me? System, I won't take the blame. This is your reward. I am a decent person. Jiang Chen instinctively glanced at San Wu beside him. This true immortal was currently dressed in a bright red floral cotton jacket. If this layer of disguise were torn off underneath, it would be a standard black and white maid outfit. What's wrong with you? Nothing at all. Jiang Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, patting his chest with a righteous face. There are such shameless people in the world, miss, you are right to scold them. Such people should be struck by lightning. Seeing Jiang Chen so united in hatred against a common enemy, Lu Feiyuan's expression softened a bit. So, I need a shield. She stared at Jiang Chen, her tone earnest, a person of clean background without any support, who looks quite cowardly. As long as you agree to marry into my family, helping me through this period of family coercion, once it's done, I will give you a sum of money you can never spend in your lifetime, and let you leave. Money I can never spend in my lifetime. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, the earlier scholar's demeanor instantly dissipating as he rubbed his hands and leaned forward. Why didn't you say so earlier? Talking about money doesn't hurt feelings. So, how about the deposit? Lu Feiyuan's eyes flashed a hint of disdain. Indeed, mortals are mortals, their eyelids shallow. With a wave of her hand, she poured out a small pile of items from her storage ring. 100 spirit stones emitting a faint gleam of spiritual energy, 3 bottles of second-grade rejuvenation pills, and a nearly worn-out copy of Mortal Body Refinement Technique. These 100 spirit stones are enough for you to buy 10 large estates in Zhongzhou City and then marry dozens of concubines. These pills can cure all your hidden ailments. As for this technique, if your aptitude is decent, you might even cultivate a trace of spiritual energy, extending your lifespan. What do you say? This deal is a huge profit for you. Jiang Chen looked down at the pile of trash on the ground. In the Tianma sect, such inferior spirit stones are usually used to pave the toilet floor, as their color is too dull and not translucent at all. As for second-grade pills, he usually feeds fish with third-grade ones. Jiang Chen looked at the pile of items and immediately replaced it with an ecstatic, even slightly deranged expression. We struck gold. Suihua, look. These are spirit stones used by celestial masters. San Wu squatted on the ground, reaching out to poke one of the dull spirit stones, tilting her head, her big eyes full of confusion. What's so special about this? Jiang Chen, fearing San Wu might expose the truth, directly threw himself to the ground, scooping the spirit stones into his embrace, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. We have a future now. This is a treasure from the celestial realm. San Wu was stunned for half a second. Then she expressionlessly raised her hands, robotically reading, wow. Oh, bah, oh, bah. Lu Feiyuan looked at the impoverished appearance of this master and servant who had never seen the world and completely dispelled her last bit of doubt. So greedy for money yet completely without cultivation. Indeed the best target for control. All right, put it away. Lu Feiyuan adjusted her tattered clothing, forcing herself to stand up. From now on you are Jiang Xiaocheng, my savior, during my trials in Broken Boundary Mountain. Okay, whatever the fairy says goes. Jiang Chen readily agreed. Also, you must understand our engagement is fake, so we must set 3 rules. First, show affection in public and remain strangers in private. You are not to have any improper thoughts about me. Second, once in the Lu family, if anyone humiliates you, you must endure it. The more cowardly, the better. Third, and this is the most important point. Lu Feiyuan paused, her gaze revealing a fierce determination. If faced with irresistible force, I will kill you at the first opportunity and never allow you to fall into the hands of that pervert Nangong Liuyun to suffer torment. Jiang Chen squatted on the ground, counting the 100 inferior spirit stones without lifting his head. You need to add money. Lu Feiyuan was taken aback. What? I said for the third point you need to add money. Jiang Chen stuffed the spirit stones into his pocket, looking entirely reasonable. The risk is too high, it must be included in the cost. Add 50. No, 100 spirit stones. Lu Feiyuan's mouth twitched. Did this guy even know how to write the... But looking at Jiang Chen's money-obsessed demeanor, she instead let out a sigh of relief. Greedy for money is good. Those who are greedy have weaknesses and are easier to control. Deal. Lu Feiyuan snorted coldly. As long as you can survive until the end, forget about 100, even 1,000 I will give you. Fairy, you are so generous. Suehua, why are you still dazed? Grab the banner. We are going to enjoy life now. In the depths of Duanjia Mountain, the night was as dark as ink. Lu Feiyuan had fallen into a deep sleep after the past few days of turmoil and injuries. Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Feiyuan. The bandages wrapped around her wounds were already soaked with blood. If he didn't take care of her soon, she might lose too much blood and perish before reaching the Lu family. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen decided to send her into his spatial pocket. Yin-Yang Transformation Spring. While this spring could heal injuries, it had an extremely awkward side effect. Fabric shredder. No matter whether it's heavenly silkworm silk or top-quality armor, it dissolves the moment it touches the water. If he didn't deal with her clothing first when she woke up and found herself completely naked, her first reaction wouldn't be gratitude, but to summon her flying sword and chop down this quack. Although with his current strength her broken sword couldn't even scratch the surface, Jiang Chen decided to play along to maintain the persona of a weak doctor. To prevent her from waking halfway, Jiang Chen performed the divine massage technique, gently pressing on her sleep point. Done. Even if the sky fell, she wouldn't wake up now. Then with a series of fluid movements, plop. Lu Feiyuan's battered body was gently placed into the hot spring. One must admit that the prestige of being in the top 3 of the northern region's beauty ranking was indeed high. Even covered in blood, the tragic beauty of her broken form could cause a moment's collapse of resolve for any cultivator with slightly less composure. The spring water surged, and the power of the laws flowed. The torn flesh quickly healed, and her pale complexion rapidly regained its color. Just sleep for a while. Jiang Chen sat by the spring, about to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly he felt a chill on his back. Jiang Chen's neck stiffly turned around. He saw San Wu had inexplicably removed her cotton jacket, and even her black and white maid outfit had been largely shed. Barefoot, she stepped onto the damp jade stone floor, slowly approaching Jiang Chen. Master. San Wu's voice remained emotionless, but Jiang Chen detected a hint of jealousy and even hostility. What's wrong? Suehua. Jiang Chen instinctively took a step back. San Wu extended a delicate white finger, pointing at the woman in the spring and then at herself. According to the database records, the probability of a female being saved by a male after a life-threatening situation and triggering the logic of offering oneself is 99. 8. San Wu tilted her head, her silver hair cascading over her delicate collarbone, speaking with utmost seriousness. After calculation, my risk index of being NTR has soared into the red zone. Are you planning to change wives? Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own saliva. What the hell is NTR? This is to infiltrate the Lu family. Aren't we supposed to be acting? This is work. I don't believe you. San Wu shook her head, her exquisite face filled with stubbornness. Unless you prove it to me. How to prove it? Write a self-criticism. San Wu didn't respond. She leaned in directly, her body pressing against. The coolness of her skin sent shivers down Jiang Chen's spine, nearly overheating his brain. Since it's acting, then here. San Wu grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and placed it over her heart. Why is there no part? Jiang Chen. What script is this from? Before Jiang Chen could respond, San Wu stated, I need to replenish magic immediately right now. She looked seriously into Jiang Chen's eyes. Last time it was interrupted, so it needs to be made up. Wait, it's not even night yet. It's dark now, that means it's night. San Wu closed the logic loop, not giving Jiang Chen a chance to refute. The hot spring was filled with mist. This time there was no violent interruption from Lichiner. This avatar of a true immortal from the upper realm clumsily, yet passionately sought out what she called proof to confirm her landlord rights. 2 hours later. Ding. Congratulations, host. Completed deep emotional exchange lives great harmony with the true immortal maid San Wu enhancing soul fusion to 15. Jiang Chen leaned against the soft couch by the shore with San Wu curled up in his arms. At this moment the eternal frost on her face seemed to have melted a bit, revealing two alluring patches of crimson. In her originally hollow eyes a glimmer of lively sparkle emerged. San Wu murmured to herself, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on Jiang Chen's chest, replenishing magic. It's very hot. You should watch less strange materials in the future. Jiang Chen grumbled as he tousled her silver hair. Can you forget that book, 100 Ways to Replenish Magic? No. San Wu immediately refused, hugging Jiang Chen tightly, her tone assertive. That is a textbook in important. Lu Feichuan drowsily opened her eyes. She had already been moved out of the hot spring space by Jiang Chen, dressed, and placed on a wide flat stone. She sat up from the cold stone, instinctively glancing at her injury. However, the small abdomen that should have been mangled was now surprisingly smooth and pristine. Even her skin appeared 3 times more supple than before the injury, as if she had just undergone a baptism of rebirth. How is this possible? Lu Feichuan exclaimed in shock, looking at the figure grilling fish in the distance, her voice trembling. What kind of elixir did you use? Awake. Jiang Chen turned around, shaking a bottle that was nearly empty of his homemade liquor, his face still wearing a vulgar grin. What elixir? This is my family's ancestral injury remedy. The recipe is a secret, it packs a punch, but it's specifically for external injuries. So how's the effect? This price will be charged separately, you know. Lu Feichuan stared at him blankly. Injury remedy? Are you kidding me? What kind of injury remedy can heal a penetrating wound without leaving a scar? This person definitely has a big secret. But looking at Jiang Chen's please pay me vulgar expression, Lu Feichuan's skeptical heart wavered. Could it be? There really are hidden remedies in this world. Thank you. Although Lu Feichuan was full of questions, this was not the time to dwell on it. She took out a spare clean long dress from her storage ring and changed into it, her gaze growing sharp again. With her injury healed, it was time to go home. This time, even if her reputation was ruined, she would withdraw from the marriage. Since your medical skills are acceptable, we won't linger here. Lu Feichuan summoned her broken sword, gathering her spiritual energy to directly grab Jiang Chen's belt, lifting him up as if he were a little chick. With her other hand, she grabbed the still stunned San Wu. Hold on tight. We're going back to the Lu family overnight. Hey. Immortal, slow down. I'm dizzy from the sword. I'm going to throw up. As they flew forward, the system chased behind Ding. Target Lu Feichuan's favorability refreshed, current favorability 0, a bit disdainful, but also feels you're a bit mysterious. In the Northern Territory, Wind and Snow City. As one of the 4 great imperial clans remaining in the Northern Territory, the main city of the Lu family stands tall like a divine monument. The city walls soar into the clouds with ancient formations carved upon them, emanating a chilling aura. As soon as his feet hit the ground, Jiang Chen dashed to the stone lion at the entrance and vomited violently. Normally in the southern wilderness, he would travel in top-tier flying vessels. Who would have thought that Lu Feichuan, this girl, flies her sword like it's a fighter jet, giving no buffer at all. This time this scene left the 2 guards at the entrance dumbfounded. Where did this guy come from? He seems like an ordinary person who hasn't even cultivated. Hisses that. The second young lady. The guards exchanged glances, their minds filled with questions. Our high and mighty second young lady, who doesn't even regard the young master of the Nangong family, has returned home with a rural bumpkin who can't even fly a sword. San Wu was deeply immersed in the role. She tugged at her rural-style big cotton coat, tossed her 2 braids over her shoulder, and rhythmically patted Jiang Chen's back. Abba. Lu Feichuan's pretty face was icy cold as she ignored the stares that resembled those of people watching a monkey and wrapped her arm around Jiang Chen's. Remember, from now on you are my husband. Jiang Chen wiped the corner of his mouth on the verge of tears. Boss, does this count as a work injury? I deserve extra pay. Shut up, keep up. In the Lu family's main hall, the atmosphere was oppressive. The family head Lu Yunshan sat in the main seat, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. The 2 rows of elders wore equally gloomy expressions, staring blankly like wooden puppets. In the center of the hall, the betrothal gifts piled up like a small mountain gleaming with gold, a 1,000-year-old snow ginseng among a pile of radishes, earth-level magical artifacts weighed by the pound, and even a few bottles of priceless beauty pills. This was not a betrothal gift, it was clearly the price at which the Nangong family bought Lu Feichuan's life. Lu Feichuan. When Lu Feichuan stepped into the hall with Jiang Chen, Lu Yunshan slammed the armrest. You still dare to come back? I thought you died at the Boundary Mountain. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, his anger surged even more. You brought back such a useless piece of junk. Do you want to drive me to my grave? Lu Yunshan, having received a report from the 3rd elder, naturally knew what had happened in the Boundary Mountain. He never expected that this rebellious daughter would bring back this rural doctor. At this moment he wished he could crush this ordinary man to ashes on the spot. Facing his father's fury, Lu Feichuan merely glanced indifferently at the mountain-like betrothal gifts. Then she did something that shattered everyone's worldview. She abruptly pulled Jiang Chen close, her delicate hand firmly holding his arm, half of her body pressed against him, a hint of shyness in her eyes. Father, I will not marry. You insolent girl. Lu Yunshan was so enraged that his beard bristled. Not marrying. The Nangong young master's wedding procession is right outside. Unless you leave horizontally today, even if there's just 1 breath left in you, you will sit in that bridal sedan. I can't marry. Because I am no longer pure. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was momentarily dumb. The few elders almost fell off their chairs. Lu Yunshan stood frozen, in place momentarily at a loss for words. Ignoring everyone, Lu Feiyuan continued to deliver the killer blow. I was gravely injured and awaiting death when this Jiang divine doctor risked his life to save me. We have long pledged our lives to each other. As she said this, she even pretended to touch her abdomen, looking tenderly at Jiang Chen. Perhaps there is already Jiang family's seed in here. In an instant, all eyes focused sharply on Jiang Chen. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen would have become a sieve right then. Jiang Chen, elder sister. This wasn't in the contract. It was agreed that I would be a shield, and now you've made me a father. This is riskier than being sliced apart. Rebellious daughter. Lu Yunshan slowly stood up, his spiritual energy almost going out of control. Very well. Since you are pregnant, I will first chop this bastard into pieces to feed the dogs, then personally clean up the family. Law Enforcement Hall. Take this pair of reckless fools away. As tensions rose, blood could spill at any moment. Jiang Chen's hand was already prepared to pull out a kitchen knife. San Wu, standing by, was also ready to flee with Jiang Chen at any moment. Just then, clap, clap, clap. A rhythmic yet cheerful round of applause drifted in from the entrance of the hall. Wonderful. This script is even more interesting than what Wanbao Tower has said. This young master hurried here just to hear the second young lady bestow such a gift upon me. As the soft voice fell, the heavy redwood doors of the hall were violently pushed open by an invisible force. A young man dressed in purple and gold robes sauntered in, waving a jade fan. His handsome face had a hint of wickedness, with a red mole at the center of his brow. Nangong family's young master, Nangong Luyun. Behind him were two beautiful slave girls, trembling in fear with iron collars around their necks, symbolizing submission. Lu Yunshan's face turned pale and cold sweat poured down. Although the Lu family was not afraid of the Nangong family was still outsiders. The success or failure of the marriage was secondary. If such disgraceful matters were to spread, where would the Lu family's face be? Don't blame me, dear nephew. Lu Yunshan hastily tried to make amends. My daughter has just lost her mind, spouting nonsense. I will kill this rural doctor right now to give you an explanation. Wait, killing him is of no interest. Nangong Luyun waved his folding fan and instantly appeared in front of the table. He slowly lifted Lu Feiyuan's chin with his cold fan, but his gaze remained fixated on Jiang Chen. You are the— Nangong Luyun licked his lips, his eyes reflecting a sickly red. Jiang Chen immediately turned on his acting skills, squatting on the ground with a broken medicine box. Master, spare my life. I am Jiang Xiaoqing, just someone who can see the wind and cold. I was also forced into this. A bit interesting. Nangong Luyun leaned in, staring into Jiang Chen's eyes under the terrified gazes of the two slave girls, his tone surprisingly filled with excitement. A piece of rotten fish, not even possessing spiritual energy, actually dared to plant seeds in this territory before me. This kind of plot. I quite like it. Huh. The entire place was instantly petrified. Even Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. This script is wrong. Normally, wouldn't the villain be furious at this moment, wanting to crush himself to pieces? Like it. What do you like about it? In this day and age, is there still someone who enjoys being a cuckold? Lu Feiyuan was even more creeped out all over. As expected, this person was a complete madman. Nangong Luyun sneered, looking at the dumbfounded Lu Yunshan. Since she is pregnant, then the wedding date will be moved to tomorrow. This young master will marry this bride, carrying a seed in front of this doctor. In the bridal chamber, the red dragon and phoenix candles crackled and burned. Outside, the observers with divine sense sensed the commotion inside and quickly retreated like they were avoiding a plague. The dragon binding ropes have moved. The second young lady is truly in trouble this time. The renowned Nangong DZ is notorious for being a womanizer. That mortal physician probably won't see the sun tomorrow. Let's disperse, so watching this kind of commotion too long can lead to a short life. In the bridal chamber, Lu Feiyuan lay despondently on the bed, her eyes red like a frightened little rabbit. She wasn't afraid of death, but the thought of being humiliated like a plaything by Nangong Luyun was such a disgrace that she would— But now she couldn't even self-destruct her golden core. Just then the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Jiang Chen was thrown in like a sack by the guards, stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. Ouch, be gentle. You broke my medicine box, can you afford to pay for it? Jiang Chen mumbled, but the two guards ignored him and left, sealing the door behind them. Jiang Xiaoqing, get out of here. Lu Feiyuan lowered her voice, which carried a sobbing tone. While the pervert isn't here, yet hurry and find a way to escape through the window. Dying outside is better than waiting to die here. However, Jiang Chen seemed not to hear her, leisurely brushing off the dust from his clothes. He shook his head and replied with all seriousness, run. That's not an option. I haven't collected my consultation fee, nor have I received my pay as a son-in-law. If I run now, how will I collect my debts? Do you even know what the situation is right now, eh? Lu Feiyuan was about to go mad. Was this little physician blinded? If we're going to leave, we leave together. Jiang Chen sighed and squatted by the bed, rummaging through the broken medicine box. Looking at the rope on you, the tying method seems familiar. It's similar to how we tie pigs in our village. Let me see if I can untie it. As soon as he finished speaking, he held a kitchen knife in his hand. It was an ordinary knife with even a couple of small nicks on the blade, exuding the smell of freshly cut cabbage. Don't move. This is a heavenly tier magical treasure, the dragon binding rope. It has rebound effects. Lu Fiyuan's startled scream had yet to escape her lips. Rip! Jiang Chen struck down with the knife. The dragon-binding rope capable of restraining a transformation stage expert snapped under the ordinary kitchen knife, as if it were a rotten straw rope. Lu Fiyuan. She froze on the bed. Her previous struggles suddenly halted, her mind going blank. She glanced at the broken rope in her hand, then at the kitchen knife in Jiang Chen's grasp that lacked any spiritual power. What is happening in this world? When did heavenly tier magical treasures become so fragile? See, I told you it was a pig-tying knot. Once you find the right point, it can be untied. It's no challenge for us villagers. Jiang Chen put away the kitchen knife, his expression sincere and innocent. Fairy, don't just stand there, it's your turn. Before Lu Fiyuan could regain her senses, footsteps approached from outside the door. Her heart raced, and she quickly grabbed the broken rope, pretending to still be tied up. Then Nangong Luyun walked in, shaking a black whip that exuded an aura of death, his eyes sickly and a sinister smile playing on his lips. He glanced at Jiang Chen, who was huddled by the bed, and pointed. Stand straight. Just watch here, see clearly. Jiang Chen's acting skills kicked in as he curled his neck and trembled, looking like a frightened little physician. Not bad, I quite like this fearful look. You'd best behave, or I won't let you off if you become a ghost. Lu Fiyuan glared fiercely at Nangong Luyun. A ghost? Nangong Luyun leaned closer, his fingers playfully tracing Lu Fiyuan's cheek. This dragon-binding rope seals the spirit and breath. Don't think that just because you're a golden core, even a true immortal descending would have to lie down. Tonight you will serve this emperor right in front of your husband. If you serve well, perhaps this emperor will grant your husband a He laughed with extreme excitement. However, just as he was about to make a move, Lu Fiyuan's eyes flashed with determination. The spiritual energy she'd gathered for a long time erupted suddenly. Taking advantage of his moment of inattention, she exerted all her strength and slapped him hard. Meanwhile, out of Nangong Luyun's and Lu Fiyuan's sight, Jiang Chen gently snapped his fingers in his sleeve. Family sharing Yi 11 mortal lock activate. Buzz. An invisible wave of causality instantly suppressed Nangong Luyun's cultivation. The once arrogant DZ had his physical strength reduced to that of a mortal. He was still laughing, completely unaware that he had already turned into crispy skin. Slap. The sound of the slap was crisp and pleasant, even leaving behind an afterimage. Then right before Lu Fiyuan's astonished gaze, Nangong Luyun exploded. Literally, he exploded. Red and white splattered everywhere, filling the air with a rich smell of blood. Only the head with a red mole rolled to the bedside, the face still wearing that perverted smile, appearing extremely comical and eerie. In that moment the room fell silent, so quiet that one could hear their own breathing. Lu Fiyuan remained in the posture of having just slapped him, staring at her own hand, utterly disheveled. When did I become so fierce? Slapping a transformation stage DZ to death. Oh my god. An exaggerated scream pulled her back to reality. She saw Jiang Chen scrambling over, fearfully looking at the fragmented meat on the floor, while skillfully extracting a storage ring from it and slipping it into his pocket. We're in trouble. This time we've really gotten into trouble. Jiang Chen jumped up with a face of devastation. Fairy, how could you break someone into pieces? Even if you left a complete corpse, I could say he died from excessive indulgence. Lu Fiyuan turned to look at him in a daze. I really didn't mean to kill him. I just wanted to give him a slap. Outside, the wind and snow howled. Lu Fiyuan glanced at the fragmented meat on the ground, then at Zhang Xiaoqing, who was skillfully cleaning up the back. An absurd thought flashed through her mind. Nangong Luyun was a transformation stage cultivator. That slap, even if it caught him off guard, should not have broken through his protective spiritual energy. Moreover, it had shattered him like this. His death was no different from an ordinary mortal. Could it be that at that moment some mysterious force suddenly suppressed Nangong Luyun's cultivation? Could it be that this seemingly greedy and timid physician was actually an unparalleled big shot capable of manipulating causality? If that were the case, would she not become the scapegoat for killing Nangong Luyun? Understanding this, Lu Fiyuan's fingertips instantly condensed a sword energy, pointing directly at Jiang Chen. Tell me, who exactly are you? A cold gleam swept past, coming to a halt just an inch before Jiang Chen's Adam's apple. Jiang Xiaoqing, I ask you one last time, who exactly are you? Lu Fiyuan's wrist trembled slightly, her eyes filled with apprehension. Nangong Luyun is a prodigy of the transformation stage. How could his cultivation vanish into thin air in that moment? Though she had a tough personality, it didn't mean she was a fool. If news of a transformation stage being shattered like a mosquito by a golden core were to spread, even the most melodramatic stories in the cultivation world wouldn't dare to make such a claim. Jiang Chen gazed at the sword tip before him, his Adam's apple moving slightly. He neither retreated, nor explained, nor did he show an ounce of cowardice or pleading. On the contrary, he slowly lowered his head, the tremors in his shoulders growing larger as a series of sickly low laughs escaped his throat. Ha! 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 What are you laughing at? Lu Fiyuan pressed forward with her sword energy, piercing Jiang Chen's neck and drawing a drop of blood. I laugh because heaven has eyes. I laugh that this beast has come to this day. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head, even leaning forward against the sword energy by an inch, locking his gaze onto Lu Fiyuan's eyes. I am but a waste, a useless person who watched his sister tortured to death by Nangong Luyun, yet could do nothing. Jiang Chen's emotions suddenly erupted, causing Lu Fiyuan to freeze in place. It has been 10 years. I have wandered the northern region with this useless medicine box just to concoct a forbidden drug that can turn cultivators into mortals. I destroyed my own Dantian, devoured poisonous herbs on the broken boundary mountain, drank decayed water, and turned myself into this ghastly form, all waiting for this moment. Jiang Chen, channeling the spirit of an actor, casually pulled out a handful of dried grass leaves from the medicine box and slammed them onto the ground, his eyes instantly reddening. I admit I used you. From the moment I learned you were to marry Nangong Liuyun, I was already using you. I am sorry for that. He knelt down dejectedly, tears silently streaming down, as if all his strength had been drained. Girl brother has avenged you. This debt is finally settled. Outside the room, the three no wonder tilted his head, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes, then silently noted in his little book, the host's acting has reached a remarkable level, with bloodshot eyes now listed as a key observation item. In that moment, the sword energy in Lu Fiyuan's hand dissipated completely. She looked at this humble mortal who had lain low for 10 years for revenge, even willing to use himself as bait, and all her doubts transformed into guilt and empathy. As humble as an ant, yet with the ambition to shake the heavens. This lone courage made her the so-called second young lady of the Lu family feel an unprecedented shame. I'm sorry. I didn't know your past. Her voice became extremely soft. Ding. Detected a significant increase in Lu Fiyuan's favorability. Current favorability, 55. Deep infatuation triggered by guilt. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Extreme, Dao, Imperial Weapon, Causal Fishing, Net Stockings, Jiang Chen. Fishing net stockings. System, is there anything you can't produce? Yet on the surface, Jiang Chen still appeared desolate, ready to face death generously. Fairy, it was I who killed the man. When the family head comes in later, you will say that I poisoned him, and that you were coerced by this man. Jiang Chen pushed himself up using his knees, leaving her with a lonely back. The great revenge has been avenged. This broken body should not be kept. No, Lu Fiyuan exclaimed. You saved my life. How could I, Lu Fiyuan, be that kind of soft-hearted person who sells out my husband for glory? If you die, I will accompany you. Boom. At that moment, the door to the bridal chamber was violently blasted to smithereens by a surge of fierce spiritual energy. Lu Yunshan burst in, radiating a chill, followed by several elders from the family's law enforcement hall at the nascent soul stage. The pressure of a quasi-emperor weighed down like a mountain, shattering the furnishings within the room. Rebellious daughter, what have you done? Where is Nangong DZ? Lu Yunshan's roar choked in his throat as he saw the ground littered with pieces of flesh. He staggered, his mind buzzing. The beloved of the Nangong family turned into a pile of crushed bones and rotten flesh in the Lu family's bridal chamber. Who did this? Lu Yunshan's voice trembled like a sieve, his finger pointing at Jiang Chen, turning pale. Was it you, you lowly commoner? I will extract your soul and refine your body, making you wish you were dead. Father, stop. Lu Fiyuan stepped in front of Jiang Chen, shielding him behind her. This deed was indeed done by me, Lu family head. Jiang Chen stepped over Lu Fiyuan, his expression turning cold, carrying a detachment that seemed to disregard life and death. This action halted the furious Lu Yunshan in his tracks. The old fox's mind raced. A powerless mortal along with his daughter of golden core cultivation could actually kill Nangong Liuyun in an instant. And yet he lay in such a broken state. This kid must be hiding an earth-shattering trump card. Lu Yunshan scrutinized Jiang Chen, his words dripping with strong pressure. Speak. By what right do you kill him? Jiang Chen pretended to hesitate and trembled, biting his teeth, refusing to speak for a long time. Speak, and I might spare your life, Lu Yunshan coaxed. Jiang Chen straightened his neck. I have avenged my great grievance, my wish fulfilled. You may kill me, just let Lu Fairy go as a way to give Nangong family an explanation. Spare her. Lu Yunshan raised his hand, pointing directly at Lu Fiyuan, his eyes cold. Bang! With just a gesture, Lu Fiyuan was forced to kneel on the ground by an invisible pressure. Under this formidable pressure, blood even seeped from the corner of Lu Fiyuan's mouth. Clearly, Lu Yunshan did not care for the life of his daughter. Lu Fiyuan was unable to speak, only mouthing to Jiang Chen, hurry and leave. Jiang Chen, witnessing this situation, turned pale with fright, hurriedly blocking the way. Stop. Don't hurt her. I will say. My family's ancestral recipe, after being improved by me regardless of the opponent's cultivation level, as long as they take 3 parts of the medicine, can forcibly lock their entire cultivation, making them instantly descend into the realm of mortals. Lu Yunshan's heart sank. Strongly locking cultivation. Ignoring realms. Could this be the embryonic form of the power of laws? If the Lu family could master such a secret formula, why would they need to marry? The entire northern region would have to heed the Lu family's words. Not to mention how much of what this doctor said was true or false. At least he was present in the Lu family, much easier to control than that demon sect young master far away in the southern wasteland. Moreover, they would only need to marry his daughter to him. Perhaps they could exchange for this recipe. Even if what he said was false, it would only cost them a daughter. The more he calculated, the harder it was for Lu Yunshan to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. In his eyes, only greed remained. Family head, don't listen to this brat's nonsense, the Nangong family. An elder trembled, trying to warn. Shut up. Lu Yunshan slapped the foolish one away, then revealed the most kind smile of his life. He stepped forward quickly, even personally brushing the dirt off Jiang Chen's shoulder. The speed of his change was so fast that the three no wonder would probably want to award him a prize. Dr. Jiang. Oh no, Jiang Shinshu, were you scared just now? Lu Yunshan glanced around, his tone as cold as a knife. What Nangong Lu Yun? I saw everything clearly just now. That young master exploded due to excessive indulgence and lost control in the Lu family's bridal chamber. You all saw it, right? The elders reacted swiftly, shouting in unison. The young master unfortunately lost control. Dr. Jiang's rescue was too late, and he feels deeply pained. Jiang Chen internally scoffed. This is how it should be. Lu Yunshan's efficiency was almost absurd. In the blink of an eye, the two had been assigned to an opulently luxurious heated chamber, the Tingshuexian. Set far from the Lu family's main residence, the chamber was ringed with the highest grade isolation formations. Called rest and recuperation, it was in truth confinement. My dear son-in-law. Lu Yunshan stood in the doorway, his aged face all smiles. This Tingshuexian is where the Lu family's spiritual energy is most concentrated. You and Fei Yuan should stay here and recuperate your health. He emphasized the word recuperate and went on, the night is short. If you could sire a chubby son, then your ancestral remedy. Ahem, thereafter the entire Lu family will be yours. The carved redwood door slammed shut. The formation's luminous veil rose, and the room fell into silence, broken only by the crackle of red candles. Lu Feiyuan stood by the bed with her back to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat at the table quietly, pouring himself a cup of tea. On the system panel, Lu Feiyuan's affection still read 55. The number felt awkward. Gratitude, guilt, yet not love. If they were to act now, any child would be a mere mundane. It would be such a waste. She drew a deep breath as if resolving something. Turning, the last glimmer in her eyes died out, leaving only a mechanical. Her delicate hand rose and loosened the sash at her waist. The outer robe slid to the floor and was followed by the inner garments. In a moment, she was down to a stomach cloth embroidered with winter plum, great swathes of alabaster skin bared to the air. Years of martial training had given her tight, powerful lines. The faint old scars did not mar her beauty, but lent it a poignantly fractured grace. She closed her eyes and stepped toward Jiang Chen, her voice trembling yet resolute. Divine Dr. Jiang, you saved my life. I, Lu Feiyuan, distinguish clearly between debt and resentment. Oh, I have nothing to repay you with. As my father wishes, take this body if you will. Like a sacrificial offering following a script, she stiffly reached to undo Jiang's buttons. But a hand pressed down on hers and stopped her. Lu Feiyuan froze, bewildered. Jiang Chen picked up the discarded outer robe and with gentle movements draped it back over her shoulders, wrapping that springtime beauty tightly away. Miss Lu. Jiang Chen stepped back 3 paces and sighed a tone part helplessness and part pity. Though I, Jiang Chen, am but a mere mortal, I still know how to write the phrase to take advantage of someone's peril. What do you take me for? If I were to seize you now, how would I differ from Lu Yunshan, who treats you like merchandise to be traded? What? Lu Feiyuan was stunned. Raised in the Lu family, the words she had heard most were train hard, so you may be married advantageously for the clan, and be sensible, do not bring trouble to the family. In everyone's eyes, she was a top 3 beauty, a bargaining chip for alliances. Never a living, breathing person. This mortal physician, who had only exchanged a few encounters and possessed no cultivation, had shown her a kind of respect she had never known. In the Lu family's eyes, you are a tool. Jiang Chen turned, his gaze burning as he fixed on her. But to me, you are Lu Feiyuan first. If you and I do not love one another, even sharing a bed would be no more than 2 walking corpses. What I want has never been a body offered in sacrifice merely to repay a debt. You? Lu Feiyuan felt the last line of defense in her mind collapse, and for a long moment, she could not form it. All her strength, her disguises, her hardness broke like a dam. She who had faced the beast tied on Duanjia Mountain without a furrowed brow now clutched her mouth as tears fell like pearls. So what if he was mortal? That there was someone willing to refuse such temptation for the sake of her dignity, even risking his life. A system chime announced the detection. The target, Lu Feiyuan, was experiencing a violent emotional fluctuation. Affection updated to 91, steadfast unto death. Congratulations, host, a new stage reward has been unlocked. Reward 1, God tier chess mastery. The world as the board, living beings as pieces, a single layout, may sway the course of heaven. Reward 2, Miaobi Shanghua Doodle Pen. Item description, this pen once attributed to the ancient Hahuan sect. No an embodiment of the Taoist rules. Characters written with it can directly converse with the heavenly Tao, activating a target's latent constitution, such as the 5 spirit immortal roots. Special note, the more intimate the writing location, the higher the activation efficiency. This tool possesses mildly cooling and mildly warming, humanized functions. Jiang Chen. Before he could voice a complaint, Lu Feiyuan had already dried her tears. Husband. She suddenly stepped. She pushed the unguarded Jiang Chen onto the nuptial bed strewn with jujubes and peanuts. Wait, hold on. Jiang Chen panicked. Feiyuan, calm down. Lu Feiyuan straddled him. With one hand, she pulled out the hairpin that bound her hair, and her long locks fell at once. Her eyes glittered as she said, if my husband is a gentleman, then tonight. Let Feiyuan be the one to take the initiative. You're right, but my father will not let you off easily. No matter what comes after, if I can extend your line with offspring, it will repay the debt of my life. This is moving far too quickly. Is the plot running at triple speed? Jiang Chen felt a dull ache in his loins and instinctively tried to struggle. But a flash of light appeared in his hand, and the Miaobi Shanghua doodle pen that had just been granted materialized out of thin. The pen hummed. Though it appeared black, when writing it could change color according to the writer's intent. The nib was faintly warm, the shaft faintly cooling. The air fell suddenly silent. Jiang Chen held the pen and looked at Lu Feiyuan with awkward embarrassment. Feiyuan, listen. This is actually a magical implement. Lu Feiyuan stared at the pen, her eyes changing. In Nangong Lian's perverse collection, there seemed to be something similar. So it turned out that my husband, who appears so proper, secretly favors this sort of thing. Lu Feiyuan's face flushed crimson. Shame. Utter shame. Yet the moment she thought of the words he had just spoken, that shame was replaced by an inexplicable indulgent affection. If it pleased him, what was there she could not comply with? Lu Feiyuan bent over, slowly stifling the heat that rose through her. She reached out and gently took Jiang Chen's hand. Guiding the pen he held, she pressed it inch by inch against her clavicle. Husband. Her voice was sultry, as if to drip. So this is your taste. It's all right. If this is my husband's liking, Feiyuan will follow. What do you want to write? Jiang Chen. No, not that. What are you thinking? Lu Feiyuan had already closed her eyes, as if to say she would accept even if he wrote all over her body. Enough. Destroy it. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and flicked his wrist. The pink nib, warm to the touch, skimmed across her skin. The first stroke felt unfamiliar. The second showed signs of acclimation. By the third stroke she had wholly yielded, letting out a barely audible sound. That night's soft, suppressed moans rose and fell within the silent, heated chamber. In the early morning at the Lu family residence, in the Tingxue pavilion, Lu Feiyuan sat up. There was no sign of the expected aches and fatigue within her body. Deep in her Dantian 5 radiant orbs shimmered in harmony. The sharpness of metal, the vitality of wood, the torrents of water, the blazing flames of fire, and the heaviness of earth, the 5 elements flowed in a perpetual cycle. She possessed an all-spiritual root. A peerless physique rarely seen in the cultivation world for 10,000 years. She didn't even need to cultivate. The surrounding spiritual energy frantically surged into her body. Lu Feiyuan was dumbfounded. She looked at her hands, then turned to glance at the man sleeping soundly beside her. So all these years I couldn't fully awaken her. It turns out it was because I needed a man. At that moment the door of Tingxue Pavilion was pushed open with a bang. A cold wind swept in, carrying snowflakes inside. Lu Yunshan, enveloped in an aura of cold, strode in, accompanied by 3 elders and an old man with a flowing white beard. Son-in-law, the sun is already high in the sky. Though this gentle abode is pleasant, do not forget your responsibility. Lu Yunshan's smile did not reach his eyes as he scanned the 2 people in the room, finally fixing his gaze on the recently seated Jiang Chen. Nangong Luyun is dead, and the Nangong family's revenge could arrive at any time. For the sake of the Lu family and yourself, the secret recipe should be handed over right. Jiang Chen yawned leisurely as he draped his outer robe over himself. Before he could speak, Lu Feiyuan had already stepped in front of him. Father, my husband is tired from last night, please. You have no say here. Lu Yunshan waved his large sleeve, and a restrictive force instantly sealed Lu Feiyuan's mouth. At the same time, an oppressive force of near-imperial level descended, causing the entire warm pavilion to groan under the strain. It was both a warning and a reprimand. Lu Yunshan turned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Xianru, my patience is limited. If you cannot produce that formula today, I will have to resort to the soul-searching technique on you. Although soul-searching may leave you a fool and the memories obtained may be incomplete, it is certainly better than having nothing at all. What do you think? The elders all brandished their magical tools, sealing off all escape routes. The atmosphere instantly chilled to freezing point. However, at the center of the storm, Jiang Chen simply plopped down on the disheveled wedding bed, even crossing his legs casually and grabbing a spirit date from the table, crunching down on it. Soul-searching? Sure, go ahead and search here. Jiang Chen pointed to his forehead, chewing on the date indistinctly as he added, but I must remind you, esteemed father-in-law, that recipe is an ancient taboo. My ancestor placed a causal lock in the bloodline to prevent leaks. If any external force forcibly probes my memory, that recipe will self-destruct in an instant, and my head will explode with a bang. At that time, not only will your Lu family fail to obtain the recipe, but you will also incur the wrath of the Nangong family. It would be a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Jiang Chen's nonchalant demeanor left Lu Yunshan utterly speechless. His hand raised midair hesitated to lower. This kid was able to scheme against Nangong Luyun. It was reasonable for him to have some means of mutual destruction. Lu Yunshan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the killing intent in his heart, and changed his expression as if flipping a book. Son-in-law, you jest. We are all family, why resort to violence? As long as you produce the recipe, the position of chief guest elder of the Lu family is yours. Now that's more like it. Jiang Chen lazily extended a hand. Bring me paper and pen. Immediately an elder presented him with the 4 treasures of the study. Jiang Chen picked up the brush and made a sweeping stroke. Moments later he said, take this is the formula. Let's see who among you can concoct it. Lu Yunshan caught the paper and focused on it. Main material: hydrogen dicarbonate, hydrogen dioxide, auxiliary material: caramel, coloring medicine, guide, high pressure carbon dioxide, core, caffeine, refining environment, 0-degree condensation, high pressure, sealing. Lu Yunshan. Each character was familiar to him, but combined, he couldn't comprehend a single word. Was this kid trying to What? What is this? He handed the formula to the old man beside him. This man was the chief alchemist of the Lu family, a level 8 pill king, and a figure of great renown in the northern region. Yao Boran took the formula, and his initially disdainful expression instantly froze. Soon after, he was suddenly moved to tears, his hands trembling violently. This. Wonderful. So profound. It's simply unprecedented. This carbon, could it refer to the calamity ash that under the abyss of Jiuyou remains unextinguished through countless tribulations? And this oxygen, could it be the primordial qi that nurtures all things as legend says? And this caffeine? Just the name exudes a magical control over the spirit. Jiang Chen nearly burst into laughter. This is the happy water. Yet he maintained a mysterious expression, snorting coldly. He'll give you some credit for being a bit knowledgeable, old man. Once this happy water is refined, drinking it will cause. Oh no, it will expel true essence from the body. Even immortals can't resist it. Hiss. Expelling true essence. Even immortals cannot withstand it. No wonder Nangong Luyan met such a terrible fate. It turns out he fell victim to this strange poison. Nearby Sanwu quietly took out a notebook, expressionless, as he recorded observation log, the chronicles of male human fraud. Cola is defined as a forbidden drug. No, I want to drink it too. Seeing that the timing was right, Jiang Chen suddenly slammed the table, pointing at the still dazed Lu Yunshan and others as he scolded. This is a secret passed down through my ancestors. If the proportions are even slightly off, it cannot be concocted. You all can't even gather the raw materials, yet you want to threaten me. Lu Yunshan stood there in shock. If it had been before, he would have slapped this ignorant son-in-law to death. But now, looking at the formula that even Yao Boran revered, his doubts completely vanished. This was no mere son-in-law. This was clearly a treasure found. Lu Yunshan's expression instantly changed, a flattering smile spreading across his old face. He even hurriedly stepped forward, personally lifting the teapot to pour Jiang Chen a cup of tea. I was blind, as such a divine object is indeed beyond the understanding of ordinary folk. Lu Yunshan bent his back, his posture as humble as it could be, but the raw materials still need the esteemed son-in-law to supervise. But where can one find this carbon dioxide? Just say the word, and the Lu family will go through fire and water for you. The several elders who had previously exuded murderous intent now all clasped their hands, their eyes filled with awe for the unknown. Jiang Chen glanced at the cup of tea, but did not take it. He leaned against the head of the bed, feigning a sigh. I'm hungry. What are you all standing around for? Lu Yunshan suddenly turned around and roared at the elders behind him. Did you not hear the esteemed son-in-law say he is hungry? Go kill that 8 treasure chicken that has been raised for 300 years in the storeroom, and bring that jar of 10th Sandier spirit wine. Bring it all here. If the esteemed son-in-law goes hungry, I will peel your skins off. Yes. In an instant, the entire Lu family was in chaos. Once everyone left, only Jiang Chen and Lu Feiyuan remained in the room. Lu Feiyuan cautiously asked, Husband, does that happy water really exist? Jiang Chen turned his head, revealing a mysterious smile. It exists, of course it does. It's something that once tasted will make one feel ecstatic beyond belief. Inside the listening snow pavilion, a map of the northern region is spread across a zeton wood table. Jiang Chen pinched a black jade chess piece between 2 fingers, hovering over the northwestern corner of the map. There is a skull mark drawn there, forbidden ground of Luais. Snap! The piece is placed down. Here the thunderstorm is perpetual, and the atmospheric pressure is 10,000 times that of the outside world. Jiang Chen's fingertip caressed the chess piece, just right to correspond with high-pressure seal and carbon dioxide. The black piece fell. On the other side, spies from the Lu family, as if the news had automatically drilled into their minds, excitedly relayed. The family head, we found the high-pressure carbon dioxide, right in the northern region of Luais. Sanwu squatted on a chair, her knees propping up her chin. She flipped a page in her small notebook, the pen scratching swiftly. Record: the master is conducting remote physical elimination. Note: is this the legendary borrowing a knife to kill someone? Learned it. Northwest of the northern region Luais. The sky collapsed and purple lightning poured like a waterfall. In the swamp, 5 figures struggled forward, braving their defensive magical treasures. The leading elder Wang had his hair standing on end, the compass in his hand spinning wildly. Everyone stay alert. Elder Wang shouted, but his voice was instantly swallowed by the sound of thunder. The family head has ordered that whoever finds the high-pressure carbon dioxide will be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones and granted the Lu surname. Beside him, a golden core cultivator suddenly pointed towards a lightning pit ahead. Elder, there. Deep in the lightning pit, a mass of purple-black gas was swirling. The surrounding void was twisted and deformed by this gas, emitting a chilling hissing sound. Found it! Elder Wang exclaimed with wild joy, immediately summoning a sealing jade bottle. It must be this. A divine object that can dissolve cultivation. Ignoring the surrounding violent lightning, he dove toward the purple gas. Just a bit of death energy, an elder of the nascent soul. He pulled out the bottle cap, attempting to collect it. At that moment, far away at the Lu family, Jiang Chen raised his hand, and a white piece fell, encircling the black piece. In Luai's, the golden core cultivators felt their vision blur. In the next second, an invisible unknown force suddenly descended. It was not a pressure of spiritual power, but rather an invisible law from the upper realm. A breath later, only a solitary jade bottle remained in midair, still falling. The elder was gone. As if elder. Inside the main hall, Lu Yunshan was twisting 2 millennium-old walnut shells in his hands. He was waiting for good news for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that would allow the Lu family to dominate the northern region. However, snap, the walnut shattered into powder. Lu Yunshan's figure disappeared, appearing in the soul hall in the next moment. Looking at the extinguished soul lamp, he could no longer hold back the expression on his face. What happened? Who did this? The disciple guarding the lamp collapsed to the ground, holding a blood-stained jade slip. Elder Wang. Elder Wang sent this back before he died. Lu Yunshan snatched it, probing with his divine sense. It was only a segment extremely distorted, yet filled with frenzied howls. Family head. It's real. It's true. That thunderous energy. No immortal can withstand it. The son-in-law did not deceive. This is a divine object. Ah! The voice suddenly stopped. Lu Yunshan held the jade slip, his brows tightly furrowed. But in his eyes there was not just fear. There was also greed. Mid-nascent soul. Wiped out in an instant. Not even a chance to escape. The secret medicine is real. It's a weapon that could change the pattern of the northern region. Someone died. Not important. What mattered was that the recipe Jiang Chen had given was just a list of materials, yet it validated its destructive power. Report. A tragic howl echoed from outside the hall. A disciple covered in frost rolled into the great hall. Family head. The team led by Elder Zhao to search for 0-degree condensed water in the extreme cold ice abyss has been completely wiped out. Not a single bone remains. Report. There was an explosion at the earth fire melting furnace. Elder Qian was seriously injured, and all accompanying golden core cultivators are dead. Elder Qian said that the caffeine liquid had a temperature too high and ordinary fire couldn't refine it. Listening snow pavilion. Snap. Another piece fell. On the map, the pathway representing the extreme cold ice abyss was completely blocked. Jiang Chen picked up the teacup, blowing away the foam. Too greedy. He chuckled lightly. The Lu family head should be coming right. Sanwu, do you remember what I told you? Sanwu nodded. Unless absolutely necessary, I will never use the power of the laws. Very good. Jiang Chen raised his hand, gently ruffling Sanwu's hair. Boom. At that moment, the door of the listening snow pavilion shattered into wood chips. A blizzard carrying imperial-level pressure rushed into the room. The temperature inside the room dropped to freezing point, and the water in the teacup instantly froze. Lu Yunshan stepped across the threshold. Jiang Xiaoqing. He slammed several broken blood-stained jade slips in front of Jiang Chen. Are you playing me? Lu Yunshan leaned forward, his aged face closing in on Jiang Chen, spitting saliva almost onto Jiang Chen's face. In half a day, 5 nascent souls died. 30 golden cores. My Lu family's century-long foundation, you've wasted 30% in half a day. Don't talk to me about finding medicine. Did you intentionally write down those extremely hard-to-obtain materials just to trap my Lu family's elite? If you can't explain yourself today, I will have you skinned alive. The terrifying pressure locked every inch of space around Jiang Chen. The chair creaked under the unbearable weight. In the corner, Sanwu closed her small notebook, sitting obediently aside. The master said, do not intervene, watch him act. Jiang Chen faced Lu Yunshan's ferocious face. Suddenly he laughed. Ha ha. Jiang Chen abruptly stood up, kicking over the table in front of him. Lu Yunshan was stunned. Even the elders behind him were taken aback. Has this kid gone mad? Seeking death. Jiang Chen's neck bulged with veins, striding over the mess on the ground. Lu family head, what do you think this is? This is a secret medicine that can instantly seal cultivation. Do you think it's a common cabbage that you can just pick up a basket of on the left, turn out the door? A few people died, and you can't handle it. Jiang Chen stepped closer, spitting back saliva. Lu Yunshan actually took a half step back instinctively. Do you know how I got those few drops of medicine? I, the Jiang family with 300 mouths, lost 299 for the medicine materials. I even crippled my Dantian, living as a wild man for 5 years in that hellish place of Duanjia Mountain, drinking poisonous water and eating rotten flesh just to exchange for these last few drops of finished product. And now you're telling me the price is too high. You suspect that I'm playing you? Good. Very good. Jiang Chen's smile turned grim, a bitter laugh. He suddenly reached into his bosom. Watch out for hidden weapons. An elder shouted, and magical treasures lit up. However, Jiang Chen only pulled out a small bottle. A glass bottle the size of a fingernail. Inside was half a bottle of dark brown liquid, murky and unremarkable. This is the last drop of finished product I saved for my life. Since my esteemed father-in-law thinks I'm harming the Lu family. Jiang Chen raised the bottle, thumb pressed against the bottle cap. Jiang Chen stared at Lu Yunshan, his eyes revealing a fierce determination of mutual destruction. Pop. The bottle cap opened a crack. Jiang Chen flicked his wrist, aiming the bottle mouth at Lu Yunshan. My esteemed father-in-law's cultivation is boundless, a quasi-imperial strongman. Why not? You personally help your son-in-law test the goods. Within the listening snow pavilion, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. A deep brown liquid gently swayed in the glass bottle. It carried a pungent, oddly sweet and spicy aroma. To these cultivators, it became some kind of indescribable forbidden aura. The elders following Lu Yunshan instinctively held their breath, fearing that their cultivation would be affected by this substance. Inspecting the goods, Lu Yunshan stroked his beard, unconsciously shifting back half an inch. The longer one lives, the more one fears death. Especially after the death of Nangong Liuyun, he subconsciously regarded anything Jiang Chen produced with suspicion. Master, don't listen to this brat's bluster. It was the third elder standing on the side who broke the silence. This man had a fierce expression and coldly remarked, "This liquid shows no fluctuation of spiritual energy. It smells like a mixture of wine and vinegar. I suspect he is just bluffing out of desperation." The surrounding members of the Liu family nodded in agreement, their initial terror gradually replaced by doubt. Right, why don't you drink it yourself? If this divine medicine truly exists, would you still be brought here by the second miss as a son-in-law? Nearby San Wu squatted on a chair expressionless as he flipped through a little notebook, human confounding behavior, gathering to watch the master perform art. The master is about to prepare for moral coercion and dimensional fraud. Me drink. Jiang Chen laughed as if he had heard a joke, nearly bursting into tears. You're the third elder, right? A brain is a good thing, too bad you don't have one. For this medicine my Dantian has long been ruined. How can you expect me to test its efficacy? Will it make me more mundane? The third elder was taken aback by the retort. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Jiang Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, pretending to tuck the bottle back into his arms. Wait. Liu Yunshan shouted instantly, using spiritual energy to hold Jiang Chen's wrist. If the medicine were real indeed, letting a mortal test, it wouldn't yield any results. After a moment's thought, Liu Yunshan's gaze slowly shifted to the chatty third elder. Master, why are you looking? The third elder's heart sank. Third elder, since this is an inspection, Liu Yunshan looked at him with a cold tone. For the sake of the family, you should endure some humiliation. No. Master, what if it's real? What if it is real? The son-in-law said that the higher the cultivation, the shorter the restriction time. You are merely at the refining void realm. What is there to fear? Liu Yunshan flicked his wrist, and a quasi-emperor level domain instantly opened, forcibly pinning the third elder in place. Son-in-law, please. Liu Yunshan looked at Jiang Chen with a tone that even carried a hint of courtesy. Heh. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, as if extremely reluctant, slowly walking towards the third elder. Third elder, activate all defenses in advance. Don't say I didn't warn you. The third elder's divine sense swept across the black liquid, confirming that it indeed showed no fluctuation of spiritual energy. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Good. I want to see how this mundane water can break my refining void cultivation. Boom. The third elder's spiritual energy surged violently, green light forming 3 protective halos around him, along with a heavenly grade bronze shield rapidly spinning in front of his chest. This set of defenses, even an ordinary harmonization realm expert would find it hard to break through in a short time. Even if his cultivation were truly impaired for a moment, these restrictions would be enough to protect him. Gurgle. The liquid was forcibly poured into the third elder's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Spicy. Sour. Isn't this just a mixture of wine and... His voice trailed off. Jiang Chen's fingers discreetly hooked within his sleeve. Family sharing Yuan Wan. Mundane lock activate. Buzz. The fluctuations of causality instantly swept across the entire listening snow pavilion. This was causality at the level of laws. Unless one reached the peak of the Emperor realm, it was impossible to perceive the subtle manipulations Jiang Chen had made. Under the gaze of everyone, as soon as the third elder drank that drop of joy water, his surrounding green spiritual light, as if doused with a bucket of water over burning charcoal, extinguished instantly with a hiss. Only the heavenly grade bronze shield, which had been infused with spiritual energy in advance, continued to rotate slowly before him. Looking at the third elder now, his cultivation appeared to have been forcibly erased from this realm by some supreme law, completely reducing him to a mortal. My cultivation. The third elder was terrified to find that he could not sense even a hint of spiritual energy's existence. He tried to circulate his techniques, but his dantian was completely empty, without even a trace of chi sensation. Now he found it difficult to even stand firm. If someone were to ambush him at this moment, he would have no power to retaliate. 1 breath. 2 breaths. After a full 10 breaths, the protective spiritual light around the third elder finally lit up again. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the room. Several elders who had been observing were now frightened into retreating several steps, looking at Jiang Chen as if he were a plague god descending into the mortal realm. Liu Yunshan, standing closest, felt the effects most deeply. That 10-breath cultivation confinement was absolutely not fake. Even if it could only bind you for a breath, it could decide victory or defeat. Isn't this what the Liu family has always sought? This is absolutely not a technique of this realm. He took a step forward, trembling hands wanting to grasp Jiang Chen's, but hesitating, ultimately bowing deeply. I never expected that the son-in-law actually possesses such a divine object, a descendant of a hidden imperial clan. This joy water truly shakes heaven and earth and moves the ghosts. At this moment, Liu Yunshan was filled with excitement. If this kind of medicine could be mass-produced, what was the Nangong family? What was the northern domain? Even those ancient noble families, high and mighty, would have to tremble beneath the Liu family. Son-in-law, earlier the third elder offended you. That was his own doing. Liu Yunshan turned and glared at the third elder with disgust. Someone the third elder offended the son-in-law. He will face the wall in the ancestral hall for 300 years. Turning back, he once again smiled brightly at Jiang Chen. Did the son-in-law say he was hungry? Quick! Is the 8 treasures chicken not ready yet? Go urge them. Fei Wan, come here quickly and serve the son-in-law well. The atmosphere in the room underwent a dramatic 180-degree shift. Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Yunshan. Now do you still think I am harming the Lu family? The son-in-law speaks no nonsense. Lu Yunshan patted his chest. That thunder marsh, that ice abyss, those are the necessary paths for the rise of my Lu family. What does it matter if a few elders die? As long as this joy water can be refined, I would personally go gather herbs. But son-in-law, the ingredients in this recipe are truly strange. Since you know how to obtain them, could you possibly— No rush. Jiang Chen leisurely took a sip of tea. Let me eat and drink to my fill first, then we can discuss. All right. Everything will follow the son-in-law's arrangements. Lu Feiyuan was already dumbfounded. Looking at her father's fawning demeanor, then at Jiang Chen calmly sipping tea, she felt her worldview shatter. Husband, are you really from a hidden imperial clan? Lu Feiyuan murmured. Jiang Chen waved his hand in expression of nonchalance. What imperial clan? A fallen person, it's best not to mention it. Yes, son-in-law, from now on you will be the guest of honor in my Lu family with status only below mine. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, a cold smile forming in his heart. They took the bait. Once these righteous paths of the northern domain see an opportunity to greatly increase their strength, they will be even more frenzied than the demonic path. Outside the window, the wind and snow grew heavier. San Wu wrote down the final note in his little notebook. Summary of deception. Fei successfully obtained a quasi-emperor level enforcer and the distribution rights of its entire clan's wealth through a drop of white wine mixed with a drop of vinegar. Note the master's acting skills are indeed superb. Inside the listening snow pavilion, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Slurp. Jiang Chen tore off a chicken leg, his mouth dripping with grease. Beside him, San Wu expressionlessly handed over a warm napkin, playing the role of his maid. Opposite the table, Lu Yunshan, the head of the Lu family, stood with 3 elders helplessly bound. They needed to ensure this esteemed guest was well taken care of, or even if they found the materials, they wouldn't be able to refine anything, as long as they mastered the refining method. At that moment, boom. The entire ground of the wind and snow city trembled violently. A fiercely tyrannical aura descended like dark clouds overhead, instantly enveloping the listening snow pavilion. Master Lu, my family's young master Lu Yun's soul token has shattered. Can we have an explanation? Nangong Lai, the peak elder of the Nangong family, accompanied by 2 god transformation guardians, stepped into the air, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. Inside the room, several Lu family elders' expressions changed slightly as they instinctively glanced at Lu Yunshan. After all, they had killed someone's young master, and this grudge was firmly established. Only Jiang Chen remained unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. Calmly, he spat the chicken bone onto the table, tisk a bit salty. In Lu Yunshan's eyes, this was steadfast. Too steadfast. With such a son-in-law viewing the imperial family as mere ants, as long as they concocted the happy water, what was there to fear from enmity with the imperial family? What are you shouting about? Lu Yunshan waved his sleeve, and a gentle spiritual energy barrier rose, isolating the dust and smoke from outside. At Lu Yunshan's gesture, Elder Lu Tianla stepped into the air and approached Nangong Lai. Frowning, he looked impatiently towards the entrance. Did you not see my Lu family son-in-law is eating? Disturbing the esteemed guest's meal. Even if you sold your entire Nangong family, you wouldn't be able to compensate. Nangong Lai. Just as he was about to demand an explanation, he was choked by Elder Lu Tianla's words. Has the Lu family gone mad? His divine sense swept through, and he saw a youth calmly eating roasted chicken inside. Looking at this cultivation level, was he actually an utterly unqualified mortal? Son-in-law. Nangong Lai laughed in rage, trembling as he pointed at Jiang Chen. Has your Lu family lost its mind? For such a mortal ant you wish to make an enemy of the Nangong family? Mortal. Elder Lu Tianla scoffed. You know nothing. This is a being who possesses the formula for the happy water, which even gods find difficult to counter. Stop wasting time. Nangong Lai was too lazy to argue, locking his divine sense on Elder Lu Tianla. Hand him over alive or dead, I want to see him. Person. Elder Lu Tianla leisurely pulled out a blue and white porcelain jar from his storage ring. The jar's mouth was sealed with a label emanating a faint heat. Here, your family's young master, Lu Tianla pushed with spiritual energy. Take it while it's hot. Nangong Lai looked at the jar. What is this? Your young master's ashes, Lu Tianla explained impatiently. Your young master was overly excited in my family's wedding chamber, causing his true essence to flow backward and fall into demonic cultivation. At this point, Lu Tianla sighed, revealing a look of regret. The scene was too tragic, it exploded on the spot. There was no way to piece it back together. My Lu family only acted to maintain the dignity of your Nangong family, which is why we had to use true fire to cremate him on the spot. You? What did you say? Nangong Lai trembled all over. Exploded. A god transformation cultivator, due to excitement, in bed, turned to ashes. Who would believe such a thing if it got out? Bullshit. Nangong Lai roared. Lu Tianla. Do you think him a fool, eh? Lu Yun is a god transformation cultivator. His body is as tough as fine iron. How could he die for such an absurd reason? You clearly had a hand in this. Hand over the body. I want a soul search and verify the corpse. Otherwise, today will be the day our 2 families go to war. Buzz. The peak aura of the refining void exploded, locking onto everyone present. Elder Lu Tianla instinctively glanced at Lu Yunshan. This reason is indeed too absurd, master. Shouldn't we soften our stance? However, Lu Yunshan instinctively cast a glance at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was leisurely taking the napkin, wiping his fingers, as if everything happening outside had. Lu Yunshan felt reassured. With such a calm son-in-law, he must look down on the mere Nangong family. With the happy water in hand, even gods would find it hard to resist. What does my Lu family have to fear? Today is the opportunity for the rise of the Lu family. Soul search. Lu Yunshan vanished from his spot. The next second, he appeared right in front of Nangong Lai. A quasi-emperor. That is an absolute power that transcends the refining void. Crack. The protective blood chi surrounding Nangong Lai shattered instantly like glass. Who do you want to search? My daughter? Or my son-in-law? Nangong Lai, you think too highly of yourself. Your young master is as fragile as paper. His death is quite undignified. I helped you cover up this disgrace. You can disregard my kindness, but you dare to threaten war. A tremendous pressure descended like mountains, heavily pressing down on Nangong Lai's shoulders. Thud. Nangong Lai's knees buckled, and he was forcefully pressed down to the ground by this quasi-emperor's might. The bluestone slab beneath his knees instantly turned to dust. You. Nangong Lai's face was filled with terror, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. He stared at Lu Yunshan. He's gone mad. This old fox has definitely gone insane. In the past, Lu Yunshan was the most shrewd and never easily offended other imperial families. Today, for a son-in-law with an unclear cause of death, he dares to publicly humiliate the Nangong family. Do you truly dare to go to war with my Nangong imperial family? Nangong Lai forced his internal spiritual energy to circulate, barely managing to speak. Are you not afraid? Afraid? Lu Yunshan scoffed. Get lost. The final word was delivered with the might of the lion's roar. The sound waves thundered directly, sending Nangong Lai and the others flying out, crashing hard against the mountain outside the listening snow pavilion. Uffed. Nangong Lai spat out a mouthful of old blood, looking disheveled. He glared at Lu Yunshan with resentment, then cast a deep glance at the mortal youth who had never looked at him properly. Incomprehensible. Completely incomprehensible. But the Lu family provoked the Nangong family, causing the death of the young master. This matter could not be denied. Moreover, seeing Lu Yunshan's demeanor today, if he did not leave now, he would probably die here. Good. What a Lu family. Nangong Lai grabbed the ash jar on the table and staggered to his feet. This matter is not over. Let's see how this plays out. With that, he dared not linger, transforming into a beam of blood light, hurriedly fleeing until that aura completely vanished. Only then did Lu Yunshan retract his imposing aura and return to the listening snow pavilion. Son-in-law, are you full? Look at the main ingredient for this happy water. Jiang Chen leisurely wiped his hands, pointing to the map of the Thunder Marsh, and said, let's head there. In the corner, San Wu observed the log updates observation log stage, one of the scam, perfectly closed loop. The master successfully drove away the opposing forces by eating chicken, using a quasi-emperor level thug. Note, humanity's ability to imagine is truly terrifying. In the northern region, within the Nangong family. Deep in the main hall, the flickering candlelight illuminated the face on the throne, which shifted between gloom and brightness. The family head Nangong Chuyue lightly tapped the armrest with her fingers, each beat resonating like a hammer striking the heart of the person kneeling below. At the bottom of the steps, Nangong Lai bowed his head low. Beside him lay the jar of Emperor's ashes. Are you saying that Lu Yunshan killed the Emperor's Lu Yun for a mere mortal, thus offending the Nangong family? Nangong Qiyue's voice revealed no emotion, yet it increased Nangong Lai's pressure. It's absolutely true. Nangong Lai raised his head, his face twisted with resentment. That Lu Yunshan must be mad. He claimed that Lu Yun was too excited during intimacy and fell into obsession, which led to this. And that mortal is actually Lu Fiyuan's son-in-law. Son-in-law. Nangong Qiyue's hand suddenly halted at the armrest. Crack. The armrest, forged from Tinthasanier black iron, was actually marked by her fingers. That old fox Lu Yunshan usually evaded risks and kept a low profile. Today, for a mere son-in-law, he dared to completely sever ties with the Nangong family. He even dared to fabricate such an absurd reason as obsession leading to explosion. What does this indicate? It indicates that the benefits brought by that mortal to the Lu family are substantial enough for Lu Yunshan to ignore the wrath of the imperial clan. It might even be a shocking opportunity capable of overturning the northern region's landscape. Nangong Chuyue suddenly stood up, hands clasped behind her back. There is a great terror behind this. Send Tianzi spies to infiltrate Fengshue City. I want to know what kind of person that so-called Jiang Xiaoqing is. Lu family listening snow pavilion. Jiang Chen held a black piece in his left hand and a white piece in his right. The situation on the unfolded map was already set. Where the black piece fell, 3 white pieces surrounded it. And in that soul dead zone, Jiang Chen had left himself a path of survival. It was a route to safety in the northern region's Thunder Marsh that only he knew. I remember 5 years ago when I obtained this high-pressure carbon dioxide, I took the northern route. Jiang Chen spoke in a calm tone. Did you hear that? Jiang Chen said to go north. Full army advance. A group of people surged forward, charging into the Thunder Marsh. Just as they reached the core area, a purple-black tribulation thunder descended with a roar comparable to the might of an emperor. Jiang Chen strolled leisurely behind. That earth-shattering thunder seemed to have eyes barely skimming past the tip of his nose without harming a single hair on his head. However, the Liu family's group of cultivators in front of him did not share such luck. Boom! The cries of agony were instantaneously drowned out by the sound of thunder. After 3 bolts of thunder, a latest-stage transformation elder was seriously injured, 3 nascent soul experts were directly vaporized, and 12 golden core disciples were left with not even a trace of ash. As the smoke cleared, Jiang Chen held a specially crafted jade bottle, shaking it slightly to observe the gas inside, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad, such a large bottle will be enough for 3 pots of happiness water. This round is a win. A win? You call this a win? Lu Yunshan was completely stunned. But looking at the bottle of gas that was deemed a divine object in Jiang Chen's hand, he gritted his teeth. It's worth it. Truly worthy of Jiang Shani, this luck is simply against the heavens. The following 7 days were nothing short of a nightmare for the Liu family. Wherever Jiang Chen pointed, they would strike. For that caramel coloring, the Liu family lost 2 transformation elders and 5 nascent souls. For caffeine, the underground fire went out of control, directly consuming 7 nascent soul elders. By the end of the 7 days, Jiang Chen hadn't suffered a single scratch, yet the Liu family's foundation was ravaged by 50%. Lu Yunshan's heart bled with every loss. With every elder that fell, his gambler's mentality intensified. Having paid such a steep price, if they couldn't refine the divine medicine, the Liu family would truly be finished. As long as they obtained the happiness water, let alone the mere northern region, the entire continent would have to heed the Liu family's wishes. Finally, within the listening snow pavilion, all the materials were lined up neatly before Jiang Chen. Only one last ingredient remained. Son-in-law. Lu Yunshan's voice trembled slightly, his eyes bloodshot. Now can we start the refinement? Jiang Chen looked at the pile of ragged materials, smiled faintly, and shook his head. Father-in-law, please be patient. The violent thunder, energy, and magma in front are too domineering. Only with this hydrogen dioxide as a solvent can we perfectly neutralize and bestow the happiness water with its true essence. Without this drop, it won't do. The senior members of the Liu family exchanged glances, each staring wide-eyed at one another. Hydrogen dioxide. Just hearing the name made it sound more prestigious than carbon dioxide. But this time Jiang Chen did not make a move. He walked to the window, pushed it open, and gazed deeply to the south, as if looking towards some unreachable sacred land. This substance is extremely rare and highly reactive, making it very difficult to preserve. Looking across the world, there is only one place that possesses it. Lu Yunshan was nearly jumping in anxiety. Son-in-law, just tell me where. Whether it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I will personally go get it. Jiang Chen turned back, uttering 2 words, southern wilderness. 3 years ago, I traveled through the southern wilderness, and in the forbidden grounds of the Heavenly Demon Sect was fortunate enough to obtain a small vial. Suddenly the air fell silent. Southern wilderness. Heavenly Demon Sect. That is the lair of the ruthless demon, Lord Jiang Beishan, who kills without blinking. With the Liu family in its current half-damaged state, how could they dare to raid such a place? Wasn't that akin to courting death? Lu Yunshan's expression turned pale. This. Son-in-law, it must be from the Heavenly Demon Sect. I don't know if there's any other place that has it. Jiang Chen sighed, a look of regret on his face. If father-in-law is afraid. As he spoke, he pretended to gather the materials on the table. Alas, what a pity for this astonishing formula. The chance for the Liu family to rise has ultimately been wasted. Wasted? Lu Yunshan looked at the several elders on the ground who were missing limbs, then reflected on the already offended Nangong family, and finally glanced at Jiang Chen's indifferent expression. To give up now would mean a slow death for the Liu family. There is no turning back once the bow is drawn. The fear collapsed instantly in the face of extreme greed and sunk costs. With Jiang Beishan, that old demon recently absent from the sect, as long as they moved, quickly stealing that hydrogen dioxide, and fleeing, there might still be a chance. If they could refine the happiness water, what was Jiang Batian to them? Afraid? I have never known how to write the word fear in my life. Lu Yunshan slammed the table. What if it's the Heavenly Demon Sect? Since I've already offended the Nangong family, why should I care about another Jiang demon head? He abruptly turned around and commanded the group of elders behind him, relay my family order. Sound the dragon alarm. Awaken the 3 supreme elders sleeping in the forbidden grounds and use the full strength of our family to summon the ultimate imperial weapon. Lu Yunshan grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, his eyes filled with fervor. Son-in-law, we shall set off immediately to the Southern Demon Sect. To seize that, right? To seize the hydrogen dioxide. In a corner, Sanwu silently closed his notebook, the pen tip scratching quickly. Observation log: human confounding behavior award. The master merely used a chemical term to successfully deceive this group of fools, mobilizing the entire clan to attack the master's old home, all for a bottle of water. Note, this might just be the legendary, sending a person's head 1,000 miles away, a small gift, but heavy in sentiment. Tingshua Pavilion. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Cold wind swept in, swirling with snowflakes. Following in was Lu Feiyuan. At this moment, she had changed out of her military attire and was dressed in a flowing red gown. In her hand, she carried a jug of wine and 2 jade cups. She closed the door with a swift motion, her fingertips tapping as she added 3 more barriers to the already arrayed room to obscure divine senses. Jiang Lang. Lu Feiyuan walked to the table and placed the wine jug down. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. What? Is your esteemed father ready to set off? Lu Feiyuan did not respond. She merely gazed at Jiang Chen, her eyes resolute and unwavering. Jiang Lang, you need not pretend. She poured a cup of wine and pushed it toward Jiang Chen. I know better than you what kind of person my father is. Even if you help the Lu family refine the elixir of happiness, even if you let the Lu family dominate the northern region, the outcome will only be one. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. Jiang Chen's hand holding the wine cup paused slightly. This girl is quite perceptive. So, Jiang Chen said with a half-smile, are you here to send me on my way? No. Lu Feiyuan finished the wine in her cup in a single gulp. The spiciness went down her throat, causing a tear to escape from the corner of her eye. I cannot save you. My father is an emperor, and this time he has awakened 3 slumbering elders. In the face of absolute power, your cunning and my resistance are but an ant shaking a tree. After tonight, once they obtain hydrogen and oxygen to refine the elixir of happiness, it will be your death date. Jiang Chen opened his mouth about to explain something, but Lu Feiyuan's icy fingers had already pressed against his lips. Do not speak. Do not deceive me, nor deceive yourself. Lu Feiyuan stood up, her red attire like fire. She raised her hand and pulled out the golden hairpin from her head. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, obscuring half of her face. Jiang Lang. My life, Lu Feiyuan, is given by my family. Oh, I am not in control of it. She walked step by step toward Jiang Chen, shedding a piece of clothing with each step. Outer robe, inner garment, skirt. Until finally only a red mandarin duck belly wrap remained. Under the light of the bright red candles, the contrast was blindingly white and startlingly red. But this she straddled Jiang Chen's lap, holding his face in her hands. What I can do is to leave a legacy for you. If it's a boy, I'll teach him to endure and take revenge. If it's a girl, I'll teach her to stay away from the filth of this cultivation world. Jiang Chen. Wait, is this plot turn a bit too tragic? This isn't a tragic novel. Feiyuan actually. Lu Feiyuan kissed him fiercely, stopping all of Jiang Chen's explanations. This was a kiss laden with tears, the salty taste mixed with the spiciness of strong wine. It lacked any technique, solely driven by emotion. It even carried a sense of desperate madness. Rip. Jiang Chen's collar was violently torn open. At this moment, there was no trace of the reserved celestial maiden in Lu Feiyuan. All she wanted was to consume her lover before the end arrived, merging him into her very being. Jiang Lang, take me. She whispered in Jiang Chen's ear, even handing him a brush. If you like, Jiang Lang can write anything. Jiang Chen sighed. Forget it. No need to explain. Since my wife is so enthusiastic, if I push her away now, am I still a man? Jiang Chen grasped her delicate waist, turning the passive into the active at this moment. The red candles flickered, filling the room with spring warmth. On this night, the sound of drums outside Tingxue Pavilion never ceased. The flames of battle inside Tingxue Pavilion surged. Uncertain how long it had been. Ding. Detected the host and target Lu Feiyuan have completed deep life harmony. Congratulations, host. Target Lu Feiyuan has successfully conceived. The first child is confirmed as 5 spirits divine fusion. Congratulations on receiving the reward soul card, X1. The system prompt echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. This wave is a huge profit. An extremely mysterious aura erupted. Lu Feiyuan, who had originally been exhausted and asleep, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her lower abdomen glowed with 5-colored divine light. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, the power of the 5 elements, danced like 5 joyful little spirits racing through her meridians, finally converging in her dantian, condensing into an infant. That is, a nascent soul. Lu Feiyuan, who had only been at the mid-stage of golden core cultivation, suddenly broke through the heavenly barrier that had trapped countless cultivators. Golden core shattered, nascent soul formed. 5-colored divine light seeped through the cracks of the windows of Tingxue Pavilion, dyeing the outside wind and snow into a rainbow hue. Lu Feiyuan stared blankly at her own hands. Between her 5 fingers, spiritual power flowed endlessly. Just twice. Her unawakened, incomplete spiritual root had fully awakened, even directly forming a nascent soul. No, it wasn't just because she had a man, but because this man is Jiang Lang. She raised her head, looking at the man beside her who was getting dressed. Even at this moment, this man still bore an expression of calmness, as if everything was within his expectations. Husband. Lu Feiyuan's voice trembled. Jiang Chen tied his belt, turning to pinch her rosy face. What? How does my ancestral chromosome feel? Lu Feiyuan bit her lip, tears streaming down again. She didn't understand what chromosomes meant. She only knew that this man and the child in her womb were her everything. Even if it means being enemies with her family, even if it means turning against her father, she would not hesitate. Husband, do not. Lu Feiyuan stood up, gently helping Jiang Chen adjust his collar, like a little wife, sending her husband off to battle. If you die when the time comes, I will surely wash away today's grievances in blood, and then go underground to accompany you. On the road to the Yellow Springs, walk slowly, wait for Feiyuan. Seeing her already in the mood to make final arrangements, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Pfft. Silly wife. Jiang Chen reached out and flicked her smooth forehead. Neither of us needs to die. Lu Feiyuan took it as him comforting himself and nodded, holding back her sorrow. The barriers were lifted. Outside, a shadow squatted on a tree, scanning the room with divine sense, then silently used a jade slip to send a message. reporting to the family head after Lu Fiyuan and that mortal Jiang Xiaoqing consummated their marriage. Her cultivation directly broke through to nascent soul. This child must have great opportunities. The next day morning, in the courtyard of the Lu family, 3,000 cultivators stood in formation. Several giant warships blocking the sun floated in midair, casting large shadows. At the forefront of the team, Lu Yunshan donned dark golden battle armor, wielding an imperial weapon, the Breaking Heaven Spear, exuding a commanding presence. Behind him, 3 elders sat cross-legged, floating in midair. They had their eyes closed, but the decayed and terrifying aura radiating from them caused even the void to slightly distort. They were the foundation of the Lu family, 3 grandmasters of the ascension stage. This formation was enough to obliterate any second-rate sect in the northern region. Upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge, Lu Yunshan's eyes brimmed with excitement. Son-in-law, the army is fully assembled. Lu Yunshan pointed his spear southward, filled with vigor, as if he had already envisioned the Lu family standing atop the other 3 imperial clans dominating the northern region. Target southern desolate demon sect. For the hydrogen and oxygen. Gods block the gods, Buddhas block the Buddhas. Set out. The roar shook the heavens, and the killing intent soared. Lu Feiyuan stood beside Jiang Chen, her hand tightly gripping the sword hilt, her knuckles turning white. Unfortunately, even if she wanted to follow, it was impossible. To prevent Jiang Chen from playing tricks, Lu Yunshan kindly allowed Lu Feiyuan to rest at home. In reality, it was a hostage situation. However, Jiang Chen looked at this group of big fools who were about to go to his old home to deliver takeout, yet the corners of his mouth crazily rose, revealing a smile brighter than the sun. He strode forward, cupping his hands toward Lu Yunshan. Esteemed father-in-law so mighty. The sea of clouds churned, the galaxy hung upside down. A black gold warship stretching 1,000 feet long sliced through the night sky, racing towards the southern wilderness. This was the Lu family's flagship, the Poyan, crafted entirely from tinta sandy-rolled profound iron. The defensive array inscribed upon it consumed 100,000 spirit stones with just 1 activation. In the luxurious top cabin, the floor was covered with spirit beast fur blankets, and the walls were adorned with eternal lamps made by mermen. Jiang Chen reclined on the soft couch, gazing through the glazed window at the swiftly retreating mountains below. Tisk, the Lu family is quite wealthy. Unfortunately, Feiyuan is detained with the Lu family. No one is here to warm the bed tonight. Jiang Chen turned his head and glanced at the corner where Sanwa was. Forget it, this immortal is cold. Ooh, I shouldn't let her catch a cold. Just then Sanwa suddenly stood up. Master, a mouse. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This was the flagship of the Lu family, guarded by a quasi-emperor outside and 3 major cultivators inside. What kind of mouse could sneak in? Transforming God stage adept at shadow concealment, Sanwa stared at the door and said seriously, it has bypassed 36 layers of outer restrictions and is 3 breaths away from this door. Jiang Chen was slightly startled. To sneak in under Lu Yunshan's watchful eyes, this mouse had some skills. He adjusted his collar. Let it in. I want to see who is so foolish. Oh. Sanwa nodded obediently, its form like a drop of ink falling into a deep pond, instantly dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Huh. The candle flame, which had been steadily burning in the cabin, suddenly flickered mysteriously. A shadow slid down from the skylight like a ghost, landing silently, even not leaving a single dent on the plush blanket below. The visitor wore tight-fitting night gear with their head and face completely wrapped, revealing only a pair of eyes. Almost the moment they landed, the shadow pounced. Clang! A cold light flashed. A dagger gleaming with a ghostly blue poison was firmly pressed against Jiang Chen's throat. Don't move. The deliberately lowered voice was indistinguishable by gender. Dare to make a sound, and I will cut. Ding! Scanning current target. Hua Ing physique, ghostly shadow body, divine grade appearance, 92 measurements, 805-890, a bit flat. Should not affect nursing romantic history, none. An assassin's life spent entirely in the shadows, overall rating 93. Jiang Chen. A female assassin, huh? Wrapped so tightly I really couldn't tell. Heroine, what are you doing? The shadow clearly froze for a moment. After being an assassin for so many years, she was the first to be identified as a woman at first glance. Stop wasting time. Huang moved the dagger half an inch forward. Come with me. Come with you. Jiang Chen laughed. He extended a finger pointing at the ceiling, then at the door outside. There are 8 golden cores guarding outside, a quasi-emperor at the bow, and 3 major cultivators sleeping in the hold. It's already difficult to come in unarmed, and now you want to take a living person out. If you want to die, don't drag me along. Ooh, I'm not done living yet. Huang was at a standstill. Clearly she was a typical technical flow assassin. Her infiltration skills were second to none, but her brain was not quite effective. She was only thinking about how to get in and capture someone, completely failing to consider how to retreat. Huang fell silent, caught in a dilemma. As Jiang Chen said, getting in had already pushed her to the limit. Taking a burden out would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. But if she returned empty-handed? Have you thought it through? Jiang Chen noticed the flicker in her eyes and gently persuaded. If I were you, I would return the same way now. The Lu family hasn't discovered you yet. It's still not too late to leave now. Huang took a deep breath. The panic in her eyes suddenly steadied. It was as if she had made an extremely difficult decision, one that she had no choice but to make. She sheathed her dagger. You're right. The shadow's voice regained some calmness. I can't take anyone. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully she was someone who could be persuaded. That's more like it. The green hills remain, the waters flow on. Before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected change occurred. If I can't take anyone, then I'll take the seed. Huang suddenly shouted. With a flick of her wrist, several immobilizing talismans flew out, instantly sticking all over Jiang Chen's body. Then, without hesitation, she pounced directly onto him. What the hell? Jiang Chen fell to darkness before his eyes as he was forcefully pushed back onto the soft couch. Before he could react, the shadow straddled him directly. From a high position, those eyes burned with an almost fanatical, What? What are you doing? This script isn't right. What happened to the assassination and kidnapping? Why did it suddenly turn into a romantic scene? Huang ripped open Jiang Chen's clothes and started to unfasten her own belt. After Lu Feiyuan consummated with this mortal, she would directly break through to the nascent soul. This person must have great fortune. In that case, since I can't take you, I'll just borrow your yang essence. Jiang Chen. No. Sister, calm down. Shut up. The shadow completely ignored his explanation. Rip. The brocade robe, a large expanse of chest, was exposed to the air. The shadow breathed rapidly, her eyes filled with the determination to complete the task. I will only borrow your seed. I won't harm your life. Saying this, she began to undress her night gear. Jiang Chen. What is this? Why do I have to be assaulted by an assassin at 10,000 meters high? At that moment, swish, 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 suddenly a sound of riding echoed in the air. The shadow's movements abruptly froze. That prickling sense of danger made her immediately go on high alert. Who? She turned around sharply, looking into the shadowy corner of the cabin. On the carved beam above there squatted a girl dressed in a floral red cotton jacket, whose expression was complete. The girl held a small notebook in one hand and a charcoal pencil in the other, recording the scene of the active spring palace below with an expressionless face. Seeing the shadow looking over, the girl stopped writing, tilted her head, and then read aloud in a flat tone what she had just written. Observation log: wild human female appeared. This female's courting method is extremely barbaric, determined to be, it seems the master is about to be forcibly mated. The shadow's pupils contracted sharply. How is that possible? There was actually a third person in this room. Moreover, as a transforming god stage cultivator, she completely failed to sense the other's presence. Playing tricks. The shadow's eyes filled with murderous intent. Since she had been discovered, there was only one option left: to kill and silence. She raised her hand and a ghostly blue poison needle shot straight for Samwa's brow. However, how coincidental. Knock, knock, knock. A series of heavy knocking sounds abruptly echoed. Following that, a voice of an elder filled with authority yet concern came through the thick door. Son-in-law, I just sensed a disturbance in the spiritual energy here. Are you unable to sleep? It was Lu Yunshan. In that moment, the flower shadow straddling Jiang Chen, Sanwu squatting on the beam, and Jiang Chen lying on the bed in disarray, froze simultaneously. The actions of the three came to a complete halt. Knock, knock, knock. Like a death knell, the rapping echoed at the door. Huang straddled Jiang Chen's waist and abdomen, her dagger pressed to his throat. Sanwu crouched atop the beam, raising a hand to deflect the poisoned needle Hua Ying had loosed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's mind stirred. In you go. No ripple of spiritual energy disturbed the air. Instead, an irresistible law descended from nowhere. Hua Ying saw only a blur. Her unspoken "who" choked in her throat as her entire body vanished, and at that very instant, snap! Sanwu snapped shut her small notebook and leapt down from the beam. The moment her feet touched the floor, her hands flew through her hair in a frantic, disheveling motion. Then, expressionless, she yanked open her collar, exposing a broad expanse of smooth, ivory clavicles, and with one swift kick, sent the nearby stool crashing over. Next, she clambered into Jiang Chen's arms like a koala, limbs entwined, and buried her face deep beneath the quilt. This seamless sequence took less than half a breath. Son-in-law. The door cracked open, just a sliver. Lu Yunshan stood there, his aged face creased with a knowing smile as his gaze swept inward. The chamber lay in utter disarray. Priceless brocade robes torn into ragged strips littered the floor. The stool lay overturned. Even the teacups on the table trembled faintly. Upon the wide, soft couch reclined his esteemed son-in-law, disheveled, breathless, and unmistakably spent. Clutched in his arms was that simple-minded girl called Sawa, her hair wild, her garments askew, shivering beneath the quilt like a startled fawn. Lu Yunshan's crow's feet softened into quiet satisfaction. Youthful vigor, truly prodigious. Clearly nothing more than a pleasure-obsessed fool, distracted even now by base desires. Yet fools were precisely what he preferred. A scheming, calculating man would have given him pause, but a wastrel whose sole pursuits were feasting and bedding women. That was a man easily controlled. Ahem ahem. Lu Yunshan feigned a cough, not stepping inside but courteously retreating half a pace. It seems I've intruded most inconsiderately. I heard commotion within and feared some intruder had slipped in. Jiang Chen propped himself up on his elbows, his face pale and flustered, the very picture of a man caught mid-indulgence, as he grumbled irritably. Father-in-law, I told you not to disturb me. You nearly made me shrivel on the spot. Vulgar. Arrogant. Yet Lu Yunshan found the words profoundly soothing. Yes, yes, my apologies for my thoughtlessness. He bowed with a placid smile and gently closed the door behind him. Carry on, son-in-law. By all means carry on. Thud. The door clicked shut. Footsteps receded into silence. The room fell utterly still, and Sanwu instantly ceased her hollow, affectless moaning. She wriggled free from Jiang Chen's embrace, her hair a tangled nest, and silently withdrew her notebook and charcoal pencil. Observation log: if I refuse to feel embarrassed, then embarrassment belongs to others. Performance assessment: master's acting shrank. Mine also shrank. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, wiping cold sweat from his brow. That had been perilously close. He reached out to smooth Sanwu's tousled hair and gave her a thumbs up. Brilliant work. Her eyes lit up. She extended her palm toward Jiang Chen. Need mana replenishment. Once we're back, I'll make sure you're fully restored. Sanwu nodded obediently and crawled out from beneath the quilt. Jiang Chen swung his legs off the bed and straightened his robes. With a flick of his finger, a spatial rift shimmered into existence. Sanwu, stay guard outside quietly. Inside the space. At its center bubbled the colossal Yin-Yang creation, hot spring steaming. Huang felt herself teetering on the edge of madness. Just moments ago, that mortal had uttered a single word, seal, and she'd been drawn here helplessly without resistance. Before she could grasp her surroundings, her night-suit, inner armor, even the mask upon her face, had dissolved into nothingness. Her proud nascent soul cultivation, once formidable across the northern realms, now sank like stone into water, utterly inert. She huddled deeper into the water, arms crossed tightly over her chest, eyes alone breaking the surface, fixed unblinking on the shore. Without the mask, without the obsidian garb, there submerged in steam and silence died the fearsome, thousand-faced Huang. In her place emerged a timid, mortified, socially paralyzed young woman, fragile, exposed, trembling at the sheer weight of being seen. The spring did not merely dissolve her clothes, it rapidly mended her flesh. Hundreds of jagged scars earned over years as an assassin now healed before her eyes, sealing, fading, sloughing away. Her roughened skin smoothed into luminous jade-like purity, her pallid, sun-starved cheeks flushed crimson. Beauty, stunning, devastating beauty. A face capable of toppling kingdoms, yet haunted by a profound, shattered vulnerability, forged by years of isolation and bloodshed. Tap tap. Footsteps sounded. Jiang Chen materialized atop the mossy greenstone beside the spring, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the diminutive assassin in the water. Tisk tisk tsk. His gaze roamed unabashedly over the pale curves barely concealed beneath the rippling surface, and a wry, teasing smile curved his lips. So this is the Northern Realm's peerless assassin. Why, you don't look. Huang plunged headlong beneath the water, burying even her nose. Only her wide, bubble-blowing eyes remained above the surface. Unbearable humiliation. Never in her life had she been so thoroughly exposed. Worse still, without her mask, she felt stripped bare not just of clothing but of soul, her last vestiges of safety crumbling into dust. Jiang Chen crouched low, dipped a finger into the warm water, and spoke plainly. This is my domain. Here, I am divine. He raised 2 fingers before her eyes. You face only 2 paths now. First, die here. Second, he drew out the pause deliberately. Become my wife. Warm my bed, bear my children, raise our family. Huang. Warm his bed. Bear his children. How dare this shameless mortal demand such things of a revered, nascent soul cultivator? But she wore no mask. No night suit. Her mind was utterly blank. What should she do? Strike. Which technique? The 18 needle flight forms. Or the 38 forbidden talismans. How did one throw needles again? How did one unleash talismans? She couldn't recall. Not a single gesture. Jiang Chen watched, astonished, as tears welled in the assassin's eyes, transforming her completely from the lethal ice-cold killer moments before into someone altogether fragile and raw. What had happened? Was the mask truly her essence? Had he in fact become the villain, bullying a child? What's wrong? He asked, softening his voice with deliberate gentleness. Wah wah. Huang burst into loud, unrestrained sobs.